A hurricane warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, rain, low 72. Rainfall near 1/4 inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday, windy with rain and possibly some thunder. High 76. 1 to 2 inches of rain expected. Wednesday night, windy with rain. Low 73. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news, everybody. We have Hurricane Ian just shy of Category 5 strength. We're talking winds increasing to 155 just in the last 3 hours. So undergoing rapid intensification. We were talking 120 at 5 a.m. Now we're up to 155. For it to be a Category 5, we're talking winds of over 157. So it is almost at Category 5 status. More than 2.5 million people under evacuation orders as the storm approaches the western coastline of Florida. Unfortunately, we don't have much shear or dry air getting in the way of this thing, and it will continue to be a very powerful, large hurricane as it moves ashore sometime by the middle of the day into the early afternoon. Landfall right now looks to be somewhere south of Tampa, but regardless of the cone, we've got a lot of alerts on the map, watches and warnings, not just along Florida's coastline, but up toward the southeast coast, where the storm could actually emerge over the Atlantic Ocean later this week, and we could see yet another landfall when it comes to Ian. This is America's Morning Headquarters. We're glad you're joining us. I'm meteorologist Kelly Cass. Alongside meteorologist Jordan Steele, we also have a team of meteorologists and reporters stationed all across Florida as conditions rapidly deteriorate along the southwest coast of Florida. The Florida Keys were some of the first to get slammed with those tropical storm conditions. Ian cranking out the heavy rain, the huge waves, and the damaging winds, even more than 90 miles per hour. Meteorologist Felicia Combs joins us live now from Key West to show us what the conditions are like this morning. Felicia.
Hey, Kelly. Yeah, we are just kind of leaving low tide time. So low tide occurred around 5:48 this morning. And you may wonder, what does that even have to do with us talking about Ian? Well, here in Key West, it's had everything to do with what has happened with Ian. Overnight last night, as Ian was passing west of the Dry Tortugas, west of Key West, as we were getting those strongest southerly winds, we also had high tide around 11:30, and that brought in some of the highest storm surge that we saw. Now, after high tide, of course, that has been receding, but we've driven a bit around the island. We didn't do a ton of driving because it was dark when we left our hotel, and obviously that's dangerous. But this is just, about an hour out from low tide time, and this is still some of the flooding that we're seeing. You can see this street that is flooded here. We are just off of Fort Zachary Taylor Historic State Park, so we're on the west end of the island. What I'm concerned with is that this flooding is going to get worse once again. So the storm surge went up, and then it went down with low tide, and now it's going to go back up again as we approach that lunch hour. The forecast for 3 to 5 feet of inundation. But the problem is, with this relying so heavily on those astronomical tides influencing the storm surge, it's going to be multiple rounds of this inundation coming in and going back out, and coming in and going back out. So, the Weather Service saying maybe through Friday. Certainly the peak of it, though, will be today, heading toward 11, toward lunch, toward 2, 3 o'clock, as when we'll see some of this highest storm surge flooding. We've still got the gusty winds as well. Not a ton of rain. We've kind of gotten into the tail end of those rain bands, but as you can tell, it's still very windy here. We've still got those very prominent onshore winds with a southerly component. So the south side of Key West, of the island, is really getting pummeled by more of those waves, more of that storm surge action, because as we know, it's all a function of that wind pushing that water toward shore. So Jordan, curious is it's the right word. I'm anxious to see what it will look like as we get to that next high tide time, and see things flooding again, and just hoping that people were prepared for this.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, that's what we've been here for, right? Trying to get everybody perspective on what to expect when the storm makes its arrival. Felicia, thank you for the update. And of course, we're waiting patiently, too, for that sun to pop up over the horizon to get us more of a view of conditions in Key West, because Key West has been getting rocked just the past 24 hours from some of these outer bands. And now some of these outer bands kind of work their way up into central Florida. But the storm itself, just offshore Fort Myers here this morning, we've had aircraft flying in and out of it, getting us newly updated pressure and wind speed and conditions. And man, we're now at 155 miles per hour, which is a very strong Category 4. I think it'd be safe to just basically think that this thing is a Category 5 hurricane approaching land, okay? This is going to cause so many problems for the entire state. And there's a reason why you have hurricane warnings stretching all the way almost to the I-95 corridor on that east side of the state, all right? Because the storm itself is a slow mover. We've already known the speed has slowed down. We're below 10 miles per hour now on its forward momentum. And as it works its way across the peninsula, it's going to take so long to do so, but it's still going to hold its juice to cause problems through Orlando and even outside of that. So the cone itself could maybe potentially put this thing out into the Atlantic. Could it get more fuel once it's out there and then maybe rebound back into coastal Georgia or Carolina? We'll have to see towards the end of the week. But all eyes are on Florida right now. Key West have already had a wind gust of 97. The airport had a gust of 79. Look at Key Largo. It's interesting to see the differences between Key West and Key Largo because they're not all that far apart, but the wind gust potential has been kind of drastic in those two areas specifically. We've had some tornado warned storms this morning approaching the I-95 corridor and kind of working their way up towards Fort Pierce. None this morning right now currently, but we are under that watch until 5 o'clock East Coast time tonight, as you can imagine, and that might even get extended. We'll have to see. But the storm itself is still a few miles offshore, Kelly, but those power outage numbers continue to climb too. So people need to make sure to heed caution currently.
Right. And as you mentioned, it's nearing Category 5 strength. And as we raise that wind speed, unfortunately, that storm surge potential does go up as well. We're talking about that salt water, that water that basically rises along the coast above normally dry ground. We've got the alerts on the map, including storm surge warnings stretching from Cedar Key through Tampa Bay southward all the way down into the lower Keys, and even a storm surge potential along the southeast coast as well as the system moves offshore and potentially we see another landfall with Ian. So we have our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. He actually used to work at the National Hurricane Center as the director. He shows us just how destructive a storm surge can get.
A landfalling hurricane brings with it a powerful surge of salt water that can travel over land for miles into neighborhoods like this one and up rivers and streams tens of miles inland with devastating consequences. At 3 feet high above ground, water is already life-threatening and floods the lower levels of homes and businesses. Large objects can float, including cars and trucks. Driving is impossible. When water reaches 6 feet, vehicles quickly get carried away. Sharp, dangerous objects and chemicals can lurk below in the murky water. This is truly life-threatening and above the height of most people. And when water gets up to 9 feet, the first floor of homes and structures are completely flooded. There are very few places to survive when the water gets this high. This is why storm surge accounts for about half of all deaths directly caused by tropical cyclones in the United States. So please, find out if you live in an evacuation zone today and be prepared to leave when ordered to do so, because evacuating is the only way to ensure you survive a rising storm surge.
All right, that is illustrating just 9 feet of storm surge, which can be, of course, very catastrophic and deadly. But unfortunately, that forecast is now going up since the wind speeds with Ian have gone up to 155 miles per hour, just shy of Cat 5 strength. For a Category 5, you need winds of at least 157. So as you raise the wind, we raise the water at the coastline as well. And this just updated. Thank you, Jillian, our weather producer, showing us that potential for a storm surge of as much as 16 feet. Above normally dry ground. This is devastating, catastrophic, life-threatening storm surge that we're talking about from Fort Myers through Naples down to Everglades City. And on either side of that, you've got decent storm surge potential as well. It's not everybody going to see it, but that is the potential worst case scenario right along the coastline in that pink shaded area for at least a foot of storm surge water, salt water above normally dry ground. And as we move up the coast, even though we're not expecting the landfall in Tampa anymore, it's going to be south of there, you still have the storm surge potential. First coming in with that easterly wind, so that's going to face some of those east facing beaches. But then on the other side, you've got the Gulf of Mexico. As those winds come around up toward the Big Bend area, we're talking about a few feet of storm surge potential. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on these numbers, these gauges, not really clocking in yet with a water rise just yet. The storm is still well offshore, but we also have to look for times of high tide in a place like Fort Myers. It's going to be later on this afternoon, somewhere between 5 and 6 p.m. And before high tide, of course, you've got the water that's already coming up at that time. And you've got another high tide that comes in, I believe, late tonight into tomorrow morning. So for now, we are going to have those winds offshore in the Tampa Bay area. So again, those east-facing beaches, we're surrounded by water here in Tampa. There will be some problems with storm surge flooding as well as the heavy rain potential. Naples, we got you in that orange shading area of at least 6 feet of storm surge potential. Again, these are just approximate numbers that we could see play out here. Fort Myers, very concerned about you down towards St. James City. And moving up towards Port Charlotte, again, this is the area where we could see potentially, 12, 13, 14 feet of storm surge as that water comes in with this very powerful high-end Category 4 hurricane, Jordan.
Oh, it's deadly. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the power outage numbers increase drastically as of this morning. I believe I want to say we started the show and we had roughly 30,000 customers without power, somewhere around there. We are now almost at 80,000 customers without power. And you can see more of those are coming closer to where the eye is itself. We also have a lot down towards Miami-Dade County. You're almost at 20,000 without power because of some of these outer bands that have been causing problems from the Keys all the way through Boca Raton, West Palm, and areas just to the north. So this is still, several miles offshore, but we've been looking at some of the buoys out there with having, we've had gusts upwards of 100 plus miles per hour. The aircraft, the hurricane hunters have been flying in and out, have been finding these, drastic wind speeds, which is why the updates keep coming in hourly now to give us some perspective here. And now we've got that newly storm surge update. And so the widespread tropical storm force winds is going to cause power outages almost statewide. So you got to think about this. A lot of the trees down here, you've got full canopy. Obviously, we're not in the thick of winter yet. And obviously, this time of year, we've got, the problems of some of these heavier, large, trees coming down and causing, power outages almost like a ripple effect. And then, you look outside of the widespread area and you can see it kind of touches all the way down to the south and even up to the north too, which I want to point out as we go into later in the week, we're going to see more of those power outages climbing northward as the storm impacts you from Jacksonville on up into some of the areas around the Atlantic seaboard, specifically South Carolina and Georgia. So here's the current outlook for wind speeds. Of course, you've got that purple color, or that magenta color, which would indicate tropical storm force winds. The hurricane force winds are going to be embedded in that little white color here. We can maybe even get close to hurricane force winds closer to Orlando. I mean, it's not out of the question as it basically moves right overhead as it shifts its way up closer to, First Beach and areas up north towards Jacksonville. And then, of course, it moves off into the Atlantic. Now, if we just take a look at this northern section for a second, we've got crews up in Jacksonville. We've got crews up towards Central Florida as well. Everything coming in onshore for you to start things on this morning because it all goes towards the storm. And then as the storm moves offshore, we'll see the wind direction shift. But a little bit of a closer look here, Kelly, really paints things into perspective because even up here closer to your I-10 corridor, you're going to be feeling those winds cranking.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's going to take a while for those winds to wind down. And then the storm slows down across the central and northeastern part of the state. And that is not good because we are expecting flash flooding. It is not possible. It is expected here. Flood watch is going from Jacksonville all the way down to Naples and Miami. We've already had some flooding issues over the past couple of days. These are your 3-day rainfall records for these cities like Tampa, 14.5 inches, Sarasota, more than 14, almost 15, 13 around Orlando, as well as Gainesville, Florida. Within 24 hours, we could do better than all of these 3-day totals that are record breaking. All right, we're talking about a foot to possibly 2 feet of rainfall in our forecast for these cities that we have highlighted here. So in that pink, it's a huge area right along the I-4 corridor. Expect to see anywhere from 8 to 12 inches, but there could be some isolated amounts of as much as 24 inches. So we're talking 2 feet of rain due to the slow movement of Ian. Of course, it's a tropical system, just lots of tropical tropical moisture and therefore the ability to get some serious rainfall rates out of this thing as well. So this doesn't happen very often. So the Weather Prediction Center is giving us a high likelihood of flash flooding, and they only issue these 3-day forecasts maybe 3 or 4 times a year. And the last time we had this in Florida was back with Sally in 2020. So it is very likely between Daytona Beach all the way down to Fort Myers and Sarasota. We've got that flood potential. Of course, the storm surge flooding for those of you on the west side of Florida as well. Tornado threat, that's going to be with us as well. Even before it makes landfall, we've already had several tornado warnings between yesterday and today. Torcon 4 for this eastern side of Florida with those rain bands that extend far from the center of the storm. Those tropical storm conditions extend more than 100 miles out from the center. So I know everybody's focused on the center, and it's true to do that. We definitely need to do that, but also be mindful that within any one of these rain bands, there could be very heavy rain, gusty winds, and the tornado potential moving forward, not just today, but into tomorrow as well, Jordan.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw a daily record just yesterday in Miami, Kelly, 3.5 inches of rainfall. I mean, that was from one of the outer bands. Some spots down in the Keys picked up more than 1/2 foot of rain. So they could pump in the moisture. Of course, you could actually see some of these bands now skirting just on the north side of the Keys. And obviously, you got the core of it on that southwest side. But I want to focus down here towards Alligator Alley and what some of these bands could do for areas around Miami or Fort Lauderdale or Boca Raton, West Palm, because you go into that midday time frame and one of the largest ones could really hammer us here. We could be looking at torrential rain, definitely feeling the tropical storm force winds with it. And don't be surprised if we see some more tornado warned storms pop up. You can get a tornado warning even though you are underneath this tropical entity itself, because these outer bands tend to produce spin-ups. We've seen that this morning, and we'll likely see more of that as we progress, unfortunately, maybe even into tonight and tomorrow morning. Going back over to Tampa, St. Petersburg, you're looking at places around Sarasota. You can get an idea of the wind field and the wind gust potential for us. We're going to be right there on that north side. At least that's a projection as of right now. So as it's approaching, all of it will be coming offshore. If you guys go to our streaming app, you can find multiple live experiences showing you how Ian will impact all the cities in its path. Go check it out.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 72, winds west-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds, high 68, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Well, this morning we consistently are keeping you guys updated on the drastic storm that is Hurricane Ian that continues to gain strength. We are now looking at a very, very strong Category 4 storm at 155 miles per hour sitting just offshore of southwest Florida. Now, one of the key things I want you to notice, it's hard to see here, but the forward movements, north-northeast, now at 9 miles per hour. So it is actually slowing down as it's arriving and moving onshore later today. As we zoom in, you can kind of see that there. 65 miles west-southwest of Naples currently, and this is within a couple of mile per hour, speeds away from being a Category 5. And I think we should, Kelly, treat this as a Category 5. But overall, this storm system will be causing additional power outages. And if you could just look at some of the alerts, they're statewide. So whether you're on the coast, you're in the interior, there's no way to hide from this thing, Kelly. I mean, this is far-reaching and is going to cause problems in so many different aspects.
Absolutely. I mean, a high-end Category 4, all it takes is 157 mile per hour winds, and we're at 155 right now. It is steaming toward the west coast of Florida, where landfall is expected either midday or the early afternoon time frame. Manuel Bojorquez joins us now, our CBS partners from Fort Myers, with how the storm is impacting that area already with the heavy rain. And unfortunately, Manny, we're talking about major damage with this system coming in.
That's right. We're already starting to see conditions really deteriorate. The heavier rain is starting to come down. It is definitely much more constant. And I'm going to ask Jerry Pedroza, our cameraman, to tilt up, and you can see some of the movement in the palm trees over here, only expected to get worse throughout the day. Of course, landfall in just maybe north of here will be bad as far as the winds are concerned. But as you've been talking about, some of the deadlier impacts in other storms has been the storm surge, and that is expected to be rather bad in this area as well, anywhere from 8 to 12 feet. So that's what we're anticipating. It's going to be a very long day, maybe very long few days here as we deal with the potential landfall anywhere along the coast here, and then the recovery. As you know, there have been many efforts made to evacuate people and get resources down to this area out of harm's way, but close enough to assist after the storm passes.
And Manny, as you probably know, Lee County did issue those mandatory evacuations for the barrier islands, the low-lying areas as well. Hopefully the residents are taking that advice and seeking shelter elsewhere. But the problem is, where do they go? This is a very huge hurricane that's going to be causing damage all throughout the state.
That's right. The first evacuations happened on the barrier islands, Captiva and Sanibel, and it's important to note that there's just a bridge that connects those to the mainland, and when the winds get this high, well, that bridge likely was going to be shut down, so hopefully people were able to get out of those areas and heeded the warning. One thing the governor said here is you don't have to go very far as long as you're leaving those low-lying areas and getting to a friend's house or some sort of shelter. That's what matters, is to get to higher ground here, and we do know that the county here, Lee County, opened up a shelter for people who may not have another place to go. So the hope is that in anticipation of all the really bad impacts of the storm, that people have evacuated those low-lying areas, because this is just not going to be good here.
No, and Manny, I'm looking at the report right there. The winds are already at tropical storm strength. They're gusting well over 40 miles per hour. So hopefully people are prepared for the storm and ready at this point to hunker down, because travel will be very difficult in the hours to come as well. All right, Manny, thank you so much for that live report with our partners at CBS. We are awaiting a press conference, by the way, from Governor DeSantis. That comes up at the bottom of the hour at 7:30 Eastern, and we will bring that to you live. And of course, the governor, just like us, we're looking at this new information from the Hurricane Center. We have on our hands now 155-mile-per-hour winds. So it's a high-end Cat 4, almost a Category 5. And unfortunately, there's not much wind shear or dry air really getting in the way of this thing. And then it slows down as it makes that landfall early this afternoon, moving across the state of Florida. And by Friday, it's still over here, somewhere in northeastern Florida or central Florida. And then could it go out over the water again and curl back toward the southeast coast with another landfall, this time as a tropical storm? So we do have tropical storm warnings in effect, including Charleston, Beaufort, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Tybee Island. Some of these low-lying areas along the Georgia coastline, the first coast of Florida, need to be aware of that storm surge potential, even with just a tropical storm. So there are the alerts that are posted here from the National Hurricane Center, including the St. Johns River. We've got a watch up towards northeastern Georgia and the Carolina coast as well. So we've got the potential to see as much as 3 to 5 water rise, saltwater rise here along the normally dry ground, including the Jacksonville area down towards Flagler Beach, up towards Savannah, Charleston, already a very flood-prone city, and unfortunately there will be some heavy rain to go along with that potential of storm surge flooding. The winds will be increasing as well. Power outages likely even as our system makes its way into Georgia and the Carolinas. The Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Ian is available on Sirius XM. You can listen on channel 134 and on digital channel 512.
Thanks for sticking with us with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues to intensify as it moves north through the Gulf of Mexico. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs here in Key West, where you hear the siren. You might as well swing around, Matt, and show them what's going on. We've got the fire truck trying to get through right now. I'm not sure what they're headed to, but literally just happening. We're trying to scramble to get our cars out of the way so they can get through and make it to wherever they're trying to go to. So nothing like live TV. And of course, shout out to all of those first responders that are out helping people right now. The best idea, obviously, is to always just stay in. Like I said, I'm not sure what they're checking out, but here checking out something. So it looks like they've gotten to where they're going. Okay, so like I said, nothing like live TV, just you're going to hear the siren, so I might as well tell you what's going on. Looks like they're maybe looking at this building down here that looks like it has some roof damage. I'm just speculating, but we did notice that there's some shingles ripping off of that roof there. This is on the flooded street. We've had hurricane force gusts, the highest gusts here in this area, 97 miles per hour, which is actually about 16 miles from Key West International. But certainly hurricane force winds have happened, and as you can see, the storm surge flooding as well. Storm surge flooding really bad overnight last night during high tide around 11:30, and then it started to go back down. This is a product of kind of the low tide where you're seeing the waters right now. What's going to happen though as we head through midday and early afternoon is we'll have another round of high tide. We're continuing with those very dominantly southerly winds pushing that water on shore. So what is expected is another round of flooding for the Keys, for the lower Keys, as we head through your lunch hour and your midday. So if you are in a home, or if you know someone in a home and they said, oh man, we flooded overnight last night, there's a possibility that while the waters have receded right now, that they will flood again when we get to that second high tide cycle that's going to come around the lunch hour. The winds are still gusting. I've been checking the observations to see if we've fallen below 30 mile per hour sustained winds yet. We've kept with the winds at least 30 miles an hour. We've had tropical storm force winds continuing as well, or tropical storm force wind gusts continuing as well. So guys, it's far from being over here in the Keys, and I can't stress this enough. This was a glancing blow from Ian here in the lower Keys. So certainly you want to be vigilant where we're looking at maybe that direct hit from Ian. Kelly?
All right, Felicia, yeah, I'm watching the firefighters behind you. It looks like they're checking on some of those structures or houses behind you, maybe doing a wellness check on somebody that might be in trouble. So again, hats off to the first responders who are out there in that terrible weather. And unfortunately, it only gets worse for so many across the Sunshine State. By the way, we are awaiting a press conference with the governor of Florida, Governor DeSantis. That should be happening at any moment. And when that happens, we will bring that to you live right here on the Weather Channel. So for now, let's get you the very latest on Ian from the National Hurricane Center. They upped it to 155. It went from 125 or 120 earlier this morning to now 155. So undergoing more rapid intensification just over the last 3 hours. Category 4, but borderline Cat 5. All you need are winds of 157 plus, and we have a Category 5 on our hands. And unfortunately, not doing a whole lot of weakening as it continues to push toward the coast of Florida here. So hurricane warnings obviously for the coast, but even far inland, we are likely to experience hurricane conditions because it takes a while for those winds to wind down. And you can see the tropical storm warnings that are still in place in the red, and even alerts that are up for the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, because we could see yet another landfall with Ian, especially if it makes its way offshore and then comes back on again, perhaps at that time, though, just as a tropical storm. But still, just a tropical storm, we're going to have impacts with heavy rain, strong wind, power outages likely. In fact, it's already a high number of outages across the Sunshine State because we have had those tropical storm conditions even before the hurricane gets here. And you've got the tornado threat as well. Look at the top winds that we've seen. As Felicia just mentioned there in Key West, our wind gust was 97 miles per hour. A lot of palm fronds coming down. You do not want to be out there with that water that's coming up. And we still have that potential for more flooding down in the lower Keys, along with that heavy rainfall that's still impacting. Felicia, right there, Key West, we're gusting to 54 miles per hour. We do have the calm conditions with some of these buoys right in the eye of the storm. And again, some of these rain bands containing even stronger winds all the way to the other side of Florida. You've got that potential for some very strong wind, the potential for tornadoes as well. That's why we've got a tornado watch in effect that goes through 5 o'clock at least. Likely we'll see more watches going into effect here, but all these counties shaded in red, we've got the potential to see a quick spin up, and I mean quick. These tropical tornadoes happen so fast. So you should be seeking shelter and in your home or shelter for the next several hours, because this thing's going to take its sweet time moving across Florida, dumping a lot of rainfall, as much as 1 foot to 2 feet in many locations. A very high likelihood of flash flooding going forward the next couple of days.
Center of the hurricane.
Down to Tallahassee, Florida, Governor DeSantis giving a briefing on Hurricane Ian. Let's listen in.
That's not the case. It's still very dangerous. There's possibilities of tornadoes. It would also be very difficult to potentially get back into your home. So even if it seems calm, wait to make sure that the storm has actually passed. Once the storm is past and it's safe to go outside, I urge you to be cautious. Avoid downed power lines. Avoid standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. If you are using a generator for power, make sure that that is being operated outside your home. Do not operate that indoors. And then don't drive in flooded streets. People will look and think they can drive through it, and it doesn't work out well for them. As the storm has approached, we've already had enough winds to have local bridges closed. So the bridge on State Road 64, Manatee Avenue East, has now been closed. The bridge at SR 684 and Cortez Road has now been closed, and the John Ringling Causeway has been closed. And that is basically a function of when the winds reach a certain threshold. Obviously, you're going to see more bridge use suspended given the ferocity of this storm. This morning, Director Guthrie asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination with FEMA. The Department of Transportation also has 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations. We're bringing in supplies by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. All the airports in Southwest Florida have leave-behind teams in place so that they will be able to get the runways in good shape once the storm has passed. We have 5,000 Florida Guardsmen activated, 2,000 from neighboring states. We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida. Florida Fish and Wildlife, both vehicle assets, water assets, and air assets. And the U.S. Coast Guard is now staged 4 cutters. They also have shallow draft vessels ready to provide search and rescue assistance to the flooded areas. There are over 30,000 linemen staged and ready for power restoration efforts across the state of Florida, and that includes linemen across all of our major utilities, and a lot of these linemen are coming from out of state. So this is a major, major effort. Of course, the storm has to pass. There needs to be the ability for them to get in and access what they need to access, but that's going to be a priority, and Kevin and his team are going to be working hard on that. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent support to us during this time, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. We very much appreciate the assistance, and as this storm hits, we've got massive amounts of assets that are staged, but we're already discussing about ways where we can get more value-added support. So most of you have said call, and we may be doing just that as the recovery efforts go forward. So this is a major, major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night, has been really, really significant. It's potentially that it could make landfall as a Category 5, but clearly this is a very powerful major hurricane that's going to have major impacts, both on impact in Southwest Florida, but then as it continues to work through the state, it is going to have major, major impacts in terms of wind, in terms of rain, in terms of flooding. So this is going to be a nasty, nasty day, 2 days. Probably we think now it will be exiting the peninsula sometime on Thursday. Yesterday, based on how fast it was moving, thought maybe it would be till the wee hours of Friday morning. So this is going to be a rough stretch. We're here to respond to the areas that are affected once the storm is passed. Local emergency responders are standing by, ready to go. I think most people heeded the warnings of doing the evacuations in those very sensitive locations. But not everyone may have done that, and so we understand that a storm of this magnitude, there's going to be a need, to begin those rescue efforts apace. Kevin Guthrie is here for an update from Florida DEM.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. If you have battery-operated or hand-crank weather radios, you should be checking them now, changing the batteries, making sure that they work. Power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. Open them as little as possible to help preserve your perishable items. If you're using a generator, as we've been saying now for days, remember to keep it elevated, on a hard surface, away from doors and windows, outside of garages. This will help you stay safe. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors, stay away from windows, get to an interior location of your house. If anyone has any questions and they still have phone service, if you need to contact the state to ask for assistance, we have a cell assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That is 1-800-342-3557. As always, please follow us on our social media at Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Florida's urban search and rescue teams are staged in Miami and also in Central Florida. We have over 600 resources to bear. We have FEMA teams that have come in from out of state. We have Virginia 1 and 2 that just literally came back from Puerto Rico in Miami, also there to assist. Out of the 8 teams in Florida, 5.
All right, we've been listening in on a press conference with the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, and other members of the team, including emergency management. And as they are preparing for the storm, you just heard it, they are basically preparing for a Cat 5. It's almost there now. We're talking winds of 155 miles per hour within the core or the eye wall that surrounds the eye of Ian. And all you need are 157 plus for it to be a Category 5. So for all intents and purposes, we're talking about a high-end Cat 4 bordering Cat 5 closing in on the Florida coastline. So you don't have much time to do any more preparations, evacuating, traveling. It is going to get more and more difficult as we go throughout the morning hours with tropical storm force winds first. And then, of course, we get those hurricane force winds as we get towards midday and beyond. We're expecting a landfall somewhere south of the Tampa area, perhaps Lee or Charlotte counties. Hurricane warnings extend far inland all the way to Orlando, where the theme parks are closed today and tomorrow because it's going to take a while for this thing to unwind. We've got the tropical storm advisories and warnings all the way up to Georgia and parts of the South Carolina coastline as well, because there's a possibility it could come back over the water on the Atlantic side and then again have another landfall. But it's going to take a while to get across Florida. This is your timeline. Again, we're not expecting much weakening with Ian, unfortunately. Not much shear or dry air. It's going to come in as a very high-end Category 4, somewhere around the Fort Myers, Sarasota area, moving into Florida, the middle of Florida, as we go through early Thursday evening. It's still here. And then even Friday morning, it is still somewhere in the Sunshine State, northern parts of the Sunshine State. And then eventually it could go out over the water and come back to Georgia and South Carolina as a tropical storm. Power outages are already quite numerous here. We've got 86,000 customers. Remember, customers, each household, business. And you can see where the counties are hard hit so far. In the yellow, especially, we've already had some intense rain bands coming through. And of course, we have the tornado threat as well, not just the hurricane itself. There is a look at the enhanced satellite picture, the fuchsia, those colder cloud tops surrounding the eye of the storm. That is where we have the strongest of the wind, but those tropical storm force winds extend more than 100 miles from the center. And that's why we're so concerned about all of Florida, not just, showing where the point or the center comes ashore. And here's a look at the rainfall that we've already dealt with over the last 24 hours, and we are going to add to these totals big time. I mean, we're talking about a tornado watch along with heavy rain potential, the hurricane, the storm surge. There are so many hazards when it comes to a tropical system, never mind a high-end Category 4 hurricane. And there's a look at the lightning, just showing you a very well-organized eye that's coming closer and closer to the Fort Myers area. So again, your preparations should be completed by now. We're going to continue to have these rain bands, which we'll monitor for the potential of tornadoes. But then, Jordan, we also have the potential for some very heavy rainfall, 12 to 18 inches, but there could be some spots in here that see closer to 2 feet of rain. Yeah, I mean, I hope everybody grabbed their sandbags and buckled down the hatches. As you can see, residents here on Florida's west coast making final preparations ahead of Hurricane Ian's arrival. That catastrophic storm, the winds, the life-threatening storm surge that Kelly talked about, all of it possible. 2.5 million Floridians under evacuation orders across Florida. But the problem here is even if you got away from the coast, even some of the interior spots are going to get hammered with the rain and the flooding. So thankfully, a lot of folks heed caution and actually are, prepped. When you take a look from a satellite perspective, the rest of the country is so quiet and all eyes point to something we can't even see, Florida. But if you look at the storm itself, even from space, you could see a defined eye here through some of the loops as it's all, kind of connected. The storm itself has been slow moving, though. We really need it to kind of pick up speed and blow through to limit the amount of damage. The problem is it's been slowing down each update we've been getting. So now it's moving below 10 miles per hour. I think the last update was 9 miles per hour. It's moving north-northeast. So let's talk storm surge for a second. Nothing as of this morning. The only report that we have is down here in Key West, and it's on the minimal side of things. But we know we could see several feet of flooding down here from storm surge along Key West. But the bullseye is going to be right there around the Naples and the Fort Myers area. I still think Tampa could get hit pretty hard, especially with those east side facing beaches because of the way the flow of the wind is coming offshore. But my goodness, Inglewood up to 6 to 10 feet, down towards 11 feet around Everglades City and areas just south of Naples. So all coasts here will have some kind of impact from saltwater intrusion, even the Atlantic side of things, and even going up maybe into Georgia and South Carolina, but up towards Crystal River. I mean, 5 feet is no joke. Okay, I mean, that's a lot of water going up above dry ground. So there's the storm itself. The buoys have been interesting as we've been watching those. The wind speeds have been all over the place, as you can imagine, depending on where they're sitting. Upwards of 100 plus miles per hour at times, now showing calm, but maybe they could have gotten knocked offline. Who knows? But we know we're starting to feel those impacts here on shore. The breeze has been consistent and getting very gusty and squally. We look at the timeline here of its approach as it works its way onshore. Of course, that midday into the afternoon looking so problematic for the arrival of this storm. These outer bands will cause problems even along your I-95 corridor. The heaviest rain is going to be confined on that northern side as it approaches north and east. And that's where we've been seeing the bullseye for the rain numbers. So Orlando's included in that. It's good that we got a lot of these closures happening today, maybe even into tomorrow, obviously, because this will go for the next couple of days. It takes its sweet time to get offshore completely. So now we're in tomorrow morning, and you can see we still have the center of it kind of just on the east side of Orlando pushing offshore. So going into tomorrow night is when we'll kind of push this thing out, and then we have to look at what happens then. But for now, all eyes are going to be on the west side of the state, as that's where the arrival of the eye itself, or the eye wall itself, will be. There's a look at where we could maybe place it between Fort Myers and Tampa with those intense winds, and maybe even those winds holding strong enough to get into some of the interior. So yes, the power outages, Kelly, have been increasing this morning. Yeah. It will continue to do so throughout the day. I'm really worried about that storm surge, because as it continues to climb, that is definitely life-threatening. You make a very good point. As you raise the wind, and we're talking about 155-mile-per-hour winds, you raise that storm surge potential, that rise of seawater at the coastline to as much as 16 feet in some parts of the coast. So that is very concerning. Of course, in the near term, it is all about the Sunshine State, but toward the end of this cone, now it does go out a little bit here in width, and that's because of the uncertainty. Does it stay over land? Does it go over the water here? And therefore have another chance to maybe do a little bit of re-strengthening and come ashore as a tropical storm somewhere in Georgia or South Carolina, and then you can see where it goes after that, raining itself out, but still breezy conditions all the way up into the Piedmont of western North Carolina. So the coastal alerts are out there. We've got the tropical storm warnings in effect for Charleston, Beaufort, Savannah, Brunswick, Tybee Island, all the way down into North Florida. So again, this is the potential for tropical storm force winds and the storm surge potential. In fact, we do have a storm surge warning for the St. Johns River and parts of the first coast. It is a watch for now up across the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. But just looking at a place like Charleston, which is already a very flood-prone city, we flood very easily, even with just thunderstorms and onshore wind. So there is that 2 to 4 foot storm surge potential anywhere in that yellow zone. That doesn't mean everybody here will get it, but this is really a worst-case scenario that could play out with some of that water rising above normally dry ground, 3 to 5 feet down toward the Florida coastline. So the winds are going to get very strong, as you can see, throughout the day today. Tropical storm force conditions moving from south to north as we bring our system into northeastern Florida sometime Friday, and that's when we really expect the worst of the wind. Look at that. There's the center right there, and the wind's increasing to 50, even 60 miles per hour. Jim Cantori will be joining us at the top of the hour. He's in Punta Gorda. We've got live team coverage throughout as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Ian, now an extremely dangerous Category 4 bordering on Category 5 hurricane that is now threatening Florida. 2.5 million people under evacuation orders as the storm approaches Category 5 strength, churning toward the west coast of Florida, probably make a landfall sometime the middle of the afternoon and also south of Tampa Bay. But regardless of whether you're in the cone or not, we are going to be looking at a lot of hazards when it comes to this massive hurricane. So just because you might be out of the cone doesn't mean you're out of the woods. With all the hazards we've got going on here, watches and warnings, not only up and down the west side of Florida, but even up toward the southeast coast, where Ian could emerge over the Atlantic later on this week. This is America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Kelly Cass alongside meteorologist Jordan Steele in studio. We have a team of meteorologists and reporters stationed across Florida as conditions rapidly deteriorate, especially for the southwest Florida coastline. And that's exactly where we find meteorologist Jim Cantori. He's in Punta Gorda this morning. Jim, I'm wondering, what was your reaction, when you saw that this thing had strengthened to 155 in just 3 hours time?
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, could you ask me that question again? Somebody was talking to me. I apologize.
I'm just wondering, Jordan and I are here in studio and our jaws dropped when we saw the latest update becoming 155. What was your reaction as you looked at the update and saw that we have a now borderline Cat 5?
You want to know what my reaction was? I was like, okay, what storm haven't we had in history here, recent history, that hasn't rapidly intensified up toward a 5? Okay, everything's doing it these days. It's kind of hip, I guess, for tropical season to get a Cat 5, and that's what's going on, with these warm waters. Kelly, we always knew the structure was there. We always knew we had the fuel, right? So why not? It's a perfect breathing machine, and if anything, the same trough that's going to kick it east actually accentuates the breathing. So it increases, parts of what we call the outflow channels, the lungs of the system. So that alone sometimes is responded to by having more air come in. The eye wall replacement cycles, we know they look a little wompy on the air and certainly on satellite presentation, but we know that that's the way that the storm maintains its intensification. And certainly, again, really since we literally came from the last 5 minutes to getting out here, it is starting to go downhill in a hurry. All right, let me set the stage. I'm in Punta Gorda. Behind me is Charlotte Harbor. All right, winds blowing offshore here. So this is pushing the water out of the harbor at the moment. We also have this heavy rain going on across the basin of the Peace River, which is what flows into the harbor, dumps into the harbor here. Now, at some point during the day today, those winds are going to come around, and they're going to come around from the south. That means the wind's not going to be pushed out anymore. It's going to be pushed in. But you still have the rainwater that's trying to get out to the Gulf of Mexico. So that confluence, if you will, of what's going on with the rain, and certainly, what we think is going to be the storm surge, that's not good. And that's where we could see this 12 to 16 feet. So from where I'm standing, just to give you an idea, where we're talking about, that's probably the top of that pole. Right there. All right? Now, granted, the water's down now because it's being pushed out, but it's going to come back in. The other thing I wanted to mention is look at these pilings here where all the boats are at this marina. They're not very tall. So once you start getting the boats up over the top of that, they're going to start, flowing just about wherever the wind's taking them. And we know the winds are going to be somewhere probably between 100 and 125 miles per hour based on the latest gusts. If you just look at where the center is, and we know they wobble. If it wobbles back to the right at the wrong time, we're going to be right in this thing. But if it wobbles back to the left, we may be as close as 25 miles from it, which is certainly within that eye wall and some of those strongest winds. So, our plan is to stay here as long as we can. When the winds and the water start coming up, we retreat. We've got a parking garage. That's how we're going to get out of the water, and who knows how much time we're going to be able to spend in there, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to get up in elevation as everything here in Punta Gorda floods. The historic area floods a lot. All right, and even on a high, the gentleman was telling me last night that, even on a king tide, they get flooding in the historic area of Punta Gorda. So it's not going to be pretty. This is going to be a historic event, regardless if we get to Cat 5 or not. All right, regardless, for Southwest Florida. The barrier islands are going to get hammered. If you remember during Charlie, we actually had a new cut on Captiva Island. As a matter of fact, on Sanibel and Captiva, there were new cuts that occurred because of the storm surge. Expect new cuts, all right? And probably a lot larger than what we had last time, just given the fact that we know that the wind field with this and the whole system itself is larger than Charlie was. All right, so this thing's coming in. It's moving slower than Charlie did, so it's going to dump prolific amounts of rain, and it's also going to allow that water to just keep piling up and piling up and piling up. So be safe, everybody. We've already had power flicker here, Jordan and Kelly, and it certainly looks like power eventually will go out as we get into this afternoon. Our worst time looks like somewhere between 11 and 5 o'clock tonight. That's when the worst of it's probably going to be hitting in through here. But either way, a wobble to the left or right makes all the difference in the world. We'll see where we are in the wobble and where this thing's going to be. Jordan and Kelly, back to you.
No, good. Thanks, Jim, for the update. And actually, I could show people the wobble that you're talking about. If we bring up the graphics, you could actually see what the storm has been doing since it's been passing over Cuba. You just look at the historical track here, and it basically shows that wobble that Jim was talking about as it's working its way up closer to where he is. And maybe the Fort Myers, the Tampa area, the Naples. The newest update just came in this morning, and, we've been bouncing the forward momentum by, a mile per hour or two. It's now at 10. It was at 9. We're going to keep it at 155 miles per hour. So that is a very strong category form. But like Jim was saying, it doesn't matter. All right. If you just think this thing is a category 5, it is so relentless in what it's going to be doing for the state of Florida. The alerts have been up. The warnings are there. Hopefully everybody has battened down the hatches, has gotten the extra water. Remember, it's a gallon a day per person for at least 7 days, because we could be looking at power outages for at least 7 days in some of these areas. We've learned in recent history, some areas that didn't get power back for weeks on time. So hopefully that's not the case here. We just know those power outages are going to drastically increase. The current track continues to take it into that northeast momentum. And so, that brings it right over the interior. We look at, north side of Lake Okeechobee. You go into Orlando. You maybe work its way up and around the Jacksonville area. Remember, we have crews stationed up and down Florida to give you perspective. And then what does it do? Does it circle back in? We'll have to see. But for now, we've had some impressive updates in terms of the wind speeds that we've already encountered. And Key West was top of the chart so far, and that was at 97 miles per hour just outside of the airport. The airport did get, roughly an 80 mile per hour wind speed. 79, but still hurricane force for sure. Isla Mirada, upwards of 60, so tropical storm force winds will be felt pretty much statewide. The rainfall we've already had has been torrential. We had 3.5 inches yesterday in Miami, which is a daily record. All right. We've got more expected for today from these outer bands that will reach the I-95 corridor. And those outer bands, Kelly, we know have already prompted some tornado warned storms. So the watch continues. That will stick with us till at least 5 o'clock. And yes, it goes into the interior spots like Orlando and around the I-95 corridor. And so that big tentacle that pushed through this morning is what caused those tornado warned storms early on. I don't think we have any confirmation. And so there's a gap here down towards Alligator Alley, Kelly, until that next band works its way through.
And Jordan, as we raise that wind now at 155, we raise that potential for that water rise at the coast. That is the storm surge. And this is the potential. What we could see play out in along this coastline right between Naples and Everglades City, 7 to 11 feet. But north of there, around the Fort Myers area, we could see as much as 16 feet of storm surge, salt water coming above normally dry ground. Not everybody will see these kinds of levels, but this just gives you an idea of the worst case scenario that could play out as Ian makes that landfall later today. Up toward the Tampa Bay area, even though you don't get the actual landfall, you still have the storm surge potential. And first you're going to get it from the east side on those east-facing beaches, and then eventually it's the Gulf of Mexico that comes on shore as those winds turn around. So up toward the Big Bay area, there's also the storm surge potential. Remember, this is a very large hurricane. It's not small and compact like Hurricane Charlie was. So you're going to have a lot of impacts up and down the coast. Right now, we are starting to see a little bit of a water rise in a place like Naples, not quite a foot, but you're going to continue to see that water push on shore, especially at times of high tide. And here is the tide cycle for a place like Fort Myers, approaching high tide at 6:45. So that is high tide, but even getting up to that time frame, you're going to have that water come up with the storm surge as well as your regular astronomical tide. And the next high tide will be again on Thursday morning, tomorrow morning at 5:48. And you're going to have that onshore wind still. So here's a look at the Tampa Bay area, St. Petersburg. No water rise being reported here yet. Remember, you're going to have more of an offshore wind as we are on the top end of the storm, at least initially. And then those winds will eventually come around. So for Naples, down towards Marco Island, anywhere you see the red on this map, note the legend here. We're talking about at least 9 feet of storm surge. So that is Gulf of Mexico water, salt water coming on shore. And you can see these numbers are also very high as we make our way up toward the Fort Myers Beach area, Cypress Lake. Anywhere you see the red, even some of these estuaries and bays that go out to the Gulf of Mexico, you are going to be impacted. And at the same time, that heavy rain is going to be coming down with this storm. So we're very concerned about places like Port Charlotte, over towards Rotunda. You can see the yellows on this map indicating at least 3 to 6 feet of storm surge potential. Again, anywhere along this coastline, especially those low-lying areas, that is where we're very concerned about the water coming up. And this is exactly why those evacuations had to happen. So, of course, we do have the threat of tornadoes as well with any landfalling tropical system, and even the rain bands themselves. They can also cause tornadoes to spin up very quickly. We want to show you now a tornado warning that has just been issued here, pretty much far away from the center. We're going over to practically the eastern side of Florida for this particular tornado warning. It does include Indian River County, Osceola, radar indicating rotation. Again, the National Weather Service are going to be monitoring these bands, and this rotation could pop up very, very quickly. So as soon as you have rain coming down, if you live in Vero Beach or Fort Pierce, you need to be in a sturdy shelter because these tornadoes happen very quickly. Typically, they're not as big or as strong as what we find in the Midwest or the plains, but still they can do harm and they can injure. And so we're going to have to look for the winds, kind of going around. You can see the Doppler velocity right now. The green is wind going toward the radar. Red is going away. So we look for those couplets that can pop up very quickly within those tropical rain bands. Well, Ian, of course, set to unleash a catastrophic wind damage across southwest Florida. Jim Cantori is in one of those vulnerable areas in Punta Gorda, where, Jim, I'm sure a lot of people there remember what happened with Charlie. This system, a much bigger hurricane, and coming in as potentially a Cat 5.
Yeah, I mean, no question, even if it doesn't make it there, Kelly, this will be one of the more historic storms, if not one of the, the most historic storm ever for Southwest Florida. There's a lot of memories here, with so many storms, but just not recent history, and certainly for a lot of the population that's come in through here. So I hope everybody heeded that warning. You got a little bit of time to potentially finish some of the preparations. I do see power on as far as I can see here, but behind me, again, Charlotte Harbor, where the water's being pushed out now, all right? This is the the Barry Collier Bridge here, as you can look at it, and there's not a lot of people traveling across it. I don't see a lot of people traveling across it. So hopefully people are, heeding the warnings here and just kind of staying at home. Let's get into some of these power issues because they're adding up fast and furious. Notice the wind on the east side of this has put Miami-Dade and Broward counties as well on the list, even though some of the worst winds have been on the west side with this storm. But we're talking about widespread, they're in the possible area, but we've got widespread power outages expected. Fort Myers up to Tampa, including obviously the Barrier Islands, where we're already starting to lose the bulk of the power, and then even up to Orlando. So right up I-4 into Orlando. So let's look at this thing. Big wind field. That wind field's only going to start spreading out, and what you start with coming ashore is what you have to wind down, right? So if you got something that's even bumping up into Cat 5, let's just say that before landfall, or whether it's steady state or not, we're almost on. I mean, we're 2 miles from a Cat 5 right now. All right, we're 2 miles an hour from a Cat 5. But you're talking about something that has to wind down. So a large area of hurricane force winds. You can see the forecast at noon is for that in Fort Myers, obviously in Port Charlotte, in Punta Gorda, in Venice, in Everglades, down to Naples as well, Bonita Springs, Cape Coral. All these areas will be into it. But within that, about 5 to 10 miles, that's where the core of this thing is going to be. That's where you're talking about the 140 to 160 plus gusts that'll occur in that eye wall. And then the thing starts to unravel, and those 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts will spread out into these areas. And so you can see that. So it's that little red area. It looks, even purple or fuchsia in the middle of this thing. That's coming right there into Charlotte County, Lee County, right on shore. And that's where we're going to have potentially major structural damage. Major structural damage possible. Now, this thing took, Cat 2, Cat 4, I should say, Charlie, back in 2004, and a lot of the structures certainly built to code, some above that. They may fare a little bit better, but anything that was left standing that's old, structures and things like that may not do as well, especially when you couple the surge potential as well as the wind damage potential. But losing power is an absolute for millions of you, no question. Then, of course, we get into tonight. Winds will start coming a little bit more westerly and then eventually northwesterly and start to wind down a little bit as the core of the storm starts to lose its fuel, which would be, the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. But still, it's going to be an ugly night without power. Some of you will lose power for several weeks. And of course, you're going to have to begin the cleanup process because that's the kind of hurricane that we're looking at, unfortunately, here. Again, looking behind me, we're definitely talking about something that is coming in later on today. Just an eerie look to the sky. Our winds are offshore right now, and this is going to change big time as we go toward the lunchtime hours today when those winds start to come on shore and start to push the water back up into the harbor.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 72, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds, high 68, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Breaking news right now. We have 2 tornado-warned storms on the east side of Florida. We're talking I-95 corridor, zooming in here just north of Fort Pierce. Both of these moving north-northwest, roughly 30 miles per hour. And believe it or not, this is the same band that brought a tornado-warned storm down towards Boca Raton earlier this morning, and now it is lifting northward and impacting parts of central and north Florida. So we take a look from Vero Beach. You look at State Route Highway 441, and, you know, we don't see a ton of rotation in these things, but there is enough that triggers a little bit of an alarm. And that is why the National Weather Service is actually issuing this to make sure that people are aware of it. You seek shelter if you're in that band specifically. Sebastian, you're included in this. This is Indian River County. So Vero Beach is right on the south side of it, and all of it's kind of moving north. And the problem here is look how much rainfall is coming down right now just east of I-95. All right? It is going to be blinding. It'll be rain wrap. You're not going to be able to see it, but this one is showing much more impressive couplet here near Indian River shores, which makes me want to say, hey, seek shelter immediately, okay? So if you are in Sebastian or around it, just know that this is on its way and heading into your direction. In fact, it's moving pretty quickly. It'll be there before you know it, since it is moving at 30 miles per hour. So this entire zone has been under the tornado watch. We've got those tornado-warned storms on the east side of I-95. And Jim, just looking at this, you know, I call it the tentacle outside of the eye wall itself. It's, you know, roughly 200 miles or so away from the center of itself, and you're still seeing the impacts from Ian on the east side of Florida itself.
Yeah, I mean, we just showed you a map where, you know, we've got heightened power outages in, I think it was Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade County as well. Yeah. But we are getting them piling up here, trust me, on the west side. Most of our winds are offshore. So on this side, okay, but over there on the east side, they're onshore, right? So they're coming in and they're actually a little bit stronger because there's no friction of the land to slow them down like there is here. But those winds are going to change. As a matter of fact, if you look at the wind map already, look at Naples, already coming in out of the southeast here a little bit. So they're starting to come around, all right? Fort Myers is easterly, Punta Gorda easterly, Sarasota. You know, certainly from the east-northeast. That's what we're looking at. These winds are blowing offshore, but that's going to turn around as the storm comes up closer to us toward the lunchtime hour, and that's going to start pushing all this water. And that's our big concern here. I mean, you've got the Peace River, which is collecting all that rainwater right now, trying to get the water out through Charlotte Harbor. That's not a problem right now, all right? But it will be as we get into the afternoon. It will be as we get into the afternoon. All right, let's look at some of this stuff for you because I want to go to you know, what happens tonight. Everybody's lost power. We've seen, you know, potentially major to catastrophic damage across parts of Southwest Florida. And now you're talking about still howling west winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. There'll still be water rise. So you're going to have to go through a couple of high tide cycles potentially. It won't be maximized. That's coming in with a hurricane. But you'll still have water rise as a result of the backside of this thing. And then we get into tomorrow morning and winds start to calm down a little bit. But they'll still be, you know, gusty out there. Tomorrow morning is not the time, you know, certainly where I am here in Punta Gorda, that you're going to start seeing, you know, this rapid increase in getting everything back up and running. It's just not going to happen that way. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. But here it is. This is what we want you to get out of, and this is why we had the storm surge warnings for the last couple of days. 12 to 16 feet. 12 to 16 feet from Everglades down into Casparilla, into, you know, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Sanibel, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, Marco Island as far south as there. We're talking about storm surge. And then even up toward Tampa Bay. I mean, look at this. Even on the north side of the hurricane, you're going to get bayside flooding because the winds will be offshore there. And you're going to get the water pushed out of the bay toward, you know, areas, you know, like Pinellas County, for example. They'll be dealing with that. So, again, guys, this is the calm before the storm, if you will. And we know it's going to go rapidly downhill as we get into that eye wall sometime in the next several hours here. So if you've got something to do this morning that's, you know, good for you to save your life or put your family in a better position, whether it's be evacuate or whatnot, you need to do that. Because once those winds turn around, once that water starts coming up, once we start getting into power outages and structural damage and trees down and power lines down, then wherever you are, you are. And it's going to be very hard for first responders to get to you. So just keep that in mind. We're trying to paint this as honest a picture as we possibly can because of the dangers in through here. So again, one of the things I'm going to be watching here and come up and check on afterward is look at these pilings. All right, they're sitting here maybe 8 feet above the water right now. Again, as I mentioned, the water's been pushed out, so the boats are down. But as that water comes in, these boats have a very good chance of going over the top of the pilings, and then whatever the wind does with them in terms of pushing them, if they're not tied down properly, it's going to get ugly. All right, be safe, everybody. I'm hoping for the best here.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian, now a high-end Category 4, bordering on Cat 5 status. We're talking winds of 155 miles per hour. All it takes is 157 plus, and we have ourselves a Category 5 hurricane, which is the worst category on the Saffir-Simpson scale. National Hurricane Center giving us hourly updates now as the storm is closing in on the coastline. You can see the lightning right there in the eye wall. That's where the worst of the storm is, and it has yet to make its way onshore, but it will happen within, say, the next several hours, certainly by midday or early this afternoon. But look at these bands that extend well out from the center all the way to the other side of Florida. And anywhere in these rain bands, you can actually get a quick spin up of a tornado. That's another hazard when it comes to landfalling tropical systems. This is a tornado warning for Indian River County. This goes until 8:45 Eastern time. Radar indicating some rotation within that cluster of storms moving toward the north-northwest at about 30 miles per hour or so. We looked at the velocity and actually see the winds coming together here or turning, and you can see a little bit of green right there showing the winds going toward the radar site. Kind of hard to detect exactly where that couplet might be, but just basically north and west of Vero Beach and moving off to the north and west at about 30 miles per hour. There's Indian River shores right there. And again, you should be seeking shelter. If you get in on any of these rain bands, regardless of being under a tornado warning or not, you really should be in shelter because these tornadoes can happen so quickly, these tropical tornadoes. Here's a closer look now. Of course, we got Gifford, Indian River Shores, Sebastian in the path of that possible tornado that has developed right here. And then, of course, on the other side of Florida, this is a monster of a storm. This is Hurricane Ian, high-end Category 4. It has slowed down in forward speed just a little bit from the previous advisory, now moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. The center of the storm just 55 miles away from Naples, Florida. And it will continue to move on shore later today. And you've got hurricane force conditions that are likely, if not possible, even across the middle parts of Florida. It's going to take some time for this storm to really wind down. Tropical storm warnings also in effect in those areas shaded in the red. So catastrophic winds, life-threatening wall of water called storm surge, the two most powerful weapons in Ian's destructive arsenal. Jim Cantori takes a look from Punta Gorda, Florida. And Jim, when you see the wording and the messages from the National Hurricane Center, they're not mincing words. Words like catastrophic, you and I have seen this before with other powerful hurricanes.
We learned a long time ago, Kelly, to be firm with something that we know the outcome is a wise thing, because people, you know, when they did it with Katrina, when they did it, you know, with the hurricane like Matthews and the Michaels and the Dorians, you know, we knew this wasn't anything to mess around with. I want to show you where I'm down here in La Ashley. And of course, where I'm standing right now, I can keep my cameraman dry and all of our audio equipment, because when it goes down, then we go down. So that's important, but I've got other cameras I can show you. So just over my left shoulder is Charles Peak. So let me show you what he's looking at. He's looking out in the harbor. All right, you can see some of the boats moored down. You can see some of the power lines coming off of some of these poles. But look at how low the harbor is. All right, so the winds are northeast. It's blowing the water out. You remember what that was like, because it happened with Irma. All right, let's look at the other shot that we have for you from the actual La Ashley. And you're looking down at the boats that I was mentioning and over toward our shot. So we would be on the right side of that shot. That's where we are right now under this little overhang. But look at how heavy it's raining. You can hardly see the bridge. It's really coming down. We're getting in and out of these bands. Sometimes we get a break. When the bands come through, the winds gust a little bit. We're offshore though. We're offshore with those winds. All right, guys, what is going to change really fast for us? The power outages. We're already north of 100,000 right now, 104,413 people without power. Look at this, Miami-Dade, second to Collier. Sarasota, which is north of me, and of course Broward, which is north of Miami-Dade. But here comes that wind, that stronger wind, that hurricane force wind is just offshore right now, and it's going to be coming in. Notice there's not much in the way of water rise. It's actually been negated because of the way that the wind is blowing. But that is going to change very rapidly. And that's the thing you don't realize, is how fast that surge comes up. You got to trust me on that. I've been in it, and it's eerie how fast it comes up. Here we are by noon. Look at Port Charlotte. Look at Fort Myers. It's off our scale at 90 miles an hour. What you're not seeing there is the barrier island. So you're not seeing like Venice and Englewood where we could be gusting into that Category 4 range. All right, because that's what's moving ashore. Is a high-end Category 4. That's where that's going to be. So like 5 to 10 miles of that eye wall is where we're going to see it. And wherever that comes in, we're going to see the worst damage path, at least initially. And then we're going to see possibly damage all the way as far north as the Orlando metropolitan area. Expect to lose power there. Expect to lose it in Tampa. Expect it to lose it everywhere else in South Florida as we are on the verge of a historic landfall in Southwest Florida with a hurricane named Ian.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of large and powerful Hurricane Ian, which is a high-end Cat 4, almost a Category 5 at this point, which is the worst category on the Saffir-Simpson scale. And we do not anticipate much in the way of weakening as our storm gets closer and closer to landfall, which is likely to occur south of the Tampa Bay area. But still, as you can see here in Tampa, we will get some of that wind as well, especially later on today and overnight tonight. That's when those winds will be over 60 miles per hour. Power outages likely, and the rainfall, that is going to be piling up as well, as much as a foot of rain. In fact, in this entire area shaded in the pink right here, some spots doing even better than that, maybe 1.5 to 2 feet of rain. We're talking about a tropical system, so you've got lots of tropical moisture, of course, and a system that is slowing down. As it makes that landfall, it is going to be hanging out over Florida for the next couple of days. So the winds for now are offshore, but we do anticipate some storm surge flooding, especially on the eastern side here of St. Petersburg. Winds around Tampa, 40, 50 miles per hour as we head towards midday. Your preparation should be complete by now. Even just trying to travel is not a good idea once we get into these tropical storm force conditions. And notice how later on tonight, we start to see places like Apollo Beach gusting more than 90 miles per hour. So this is going to be a really tough situation. We're talking about catastrophic storm surge as well as wind that will likely do a lot of structural damage, and therefore power could be out for quite a while. We want to head down the coast a bit to Punta Gorda, where we find our storm tracker Jim Cantori. And Jim, this is just a devastating situation. A lot of people waking up to see that we have basically a Cat 5 that is coming into our coastline.
Yeah, obviously, Kelly, I'm getting sick of waking up the next day and finding like these worst case scenarios with these hurricanes. How many times have we seen that in the last 5 years? All of a sudden you wake up, you're like, oh my gosh, what? On the verge of a Cat 5? You got to be kidding me. But that's where we're at. That's the reality of the situation. Everything wants to become a Cat 5 these days. Obviously, this storm, as a high-end Cat 4, whether it's that or even a minimal 5 here, I don't think it has much further to go. But regardless, it's going to cause some major damage in the Fort Myers area. Manny Bajores is with our partners at CBS. He joins us live from Fort Myers, where this storm could cause some major damage down that way. Manny, how's the mood down there, and how's the power situation? You're starting to lose power a little bit, aren't you?
You know what? It's been flickering on and off. Our hotel still has the lights on right now, but I can guarantee you that probably will not last much longer. We're at the part of the storm right now where you're getting those outer bands. You'll get some really strong gusts and some really heavy rain, and then a bit of a lull like we're seeing right now. But things are definitely becoming much more consistent as far as the rainfall and the wind gusts here. And, of course, you can see that the water is already starting to pool. So the flooding, as we've been talking about, will be potentially devastating for this area. But not only what's coming down from above, but the storm surge. And as we've been looking back here at this body of water, the storm surge hasn't really started to happen yet, at least not that we can tell from this location. But the water is definitely churning a lot more than we saw earlier this morning when we were standing out here. So things are definitely deteriorating here in the Fort Myers area. Kelly?
All right, Manny, stay safe for sure. We'll continue to check in with you and all of our live crews that are throughout Florida, because this is going to be a huge impact. No matter where you are in the state, we're going to have some issues with this particular storm. So again, a high-end Category 4 bordering on Category 5 power outages, already over 100,000 customers. And we're going to continue to see the winds increase right where Manny is, right where Jim Cantori is, and even inland areas like Orlando. We're talking about strong wind and heavy rain. We've got the potential to see 1.5 feet of rainfall around Kissimmee, and no wonder they closed the theme parks here in Orlando. Good call there, because it is going to be a nasty day today and tomorrow because the system slows down so much. It is just going to basically spin its way across the peninsula, maybe up towards Daytona Beach and, around Jacksonville Beach as we head towards later on tomorrow night. But still, impacts will be felt going into the day Friday. Those winds are going to take some time to calm back down. And again, it's still going to be too dangerous for the crews to get out there and do any restoration. So be prepared for extended periods of power outages. For Jacksonville, Florida, we have live crews there as well. Winds will be increasing as we head towards this afternoon, better than 30 miles per hour, but there will be times when we see gusts better than 50 miles per hour. Your rainfall along Jax Beach, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches, even up to 10 is possible on the south side of town. The St. Johns River will have to monitor that. And of course, if the system goes over the water after it crosses Florida, it's got the potential to maybe do a little bit of re-intensification. Maybe not quite a hurricane anymore, but still a tropical storm that could be threatening the coastline of Georgia or South Carolina. So those winds, even here in northern Florida, they will be increasing as well as we go throughout the day, and especially tonight. For some of these areas in South Georgia, we also have a state of emergency, Jordan, for many counties in Georgia due to the impacts of this huge storm.
All right, Kelly, we got a tornado warning we want to make sure everybody is aware of. This is near the Indian River area, again, just north of Fort Pierce, one of these outer bands causing some problems along or just east of the I-95 corridor. You can see there is a lot of rainfall, so this is likely going to be rain-wrapped. Sebastian, once again, shouting out your territory because you're on that northern side. I would seek shelter if you're in this polygon right there near Highway 1. The storm is moving north-northwest at roughly 30 miles per hour. And there have been times when we've seen a really strong couplet. So just know that this is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. And this could happen throughout the day today. Stay safe. We'll be back after this.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under sunny skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 72, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds, high 68, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are tracking Ian, a powerful, large hurricane, Category 4, almost a Category 5. The Weather Channel in team coverage all across the state of Florida this morning and all day long. We're following this dangerous hurricane set to make landfall somewhere around the Punta Gorda area, the southwest coast of Florida. And this is where we're going to have to watch out for a storm surge that could be as much as 12, even up to 16 feet above normally dry ground. Our own Charles Peak is out there in Punta Gorda along with Jim Cantori. Charles joining us now to discuss what he is seeing out there. And earlier, Jim was talking about the fact that we have more of an offshore wind, Charles, and therefore the water levels actually going down, at least initially.
Yeah, Kelly, right now from a storm surge perspective, this is not the issue just yet until we get the onshore flow. But we have had enough heavy rains in the areas. I've been driving around the Punta Gorda area. Some of the roads are already flooded. I mean, not terribly. They may have 6 to 12 inches of water on them. Many of the homes and the yards are already flooded in the area. So it is already saturating everything so much. When you start getting more water, more rain, and then you add the surge on it later today, it'll make for a very, very difficult situation here.
Yeah, Charles, that is not a good mix. We already have the freshwater flooding starting to occur at your location, the rain coming down in buckets. We're expecting over a foot of rain for your particular area. And then when that storm surge comes in, it really could be quite devastating. Are you noticing much activity in the area? Do you think a lot of people heeded the evacuation orders?
Kelly, in this area, most people are off the roads. To tell you, an idea, even the Waffle House here is closed and boarded up. So that's a great sign that you're seeing everybody taking it seriously. There's always going to be a few exceptions, people walking around checking things out, but I think the area has done a yeoman's work in getting ready for this, as difficult as it is.
And Charles, the power outages, we're noticing more than 100,000 customers across Florida, and the storm hasn't even really come to the coastline yet. Do you have, what is the power situation where you are right now, and how are you and your team ready for the storm, especially when the lights go out?
We've got lots of equipment. I've got lights on my vehicle, extra inverter. I've got a parking deck that I will retreat to with Jim and them when the conditions warrant that. Right now, I have seen a few trees already blown down, and that starts some of the power outage issues. But where I'm at right now in downtown Punta Gorda, the lights are on, the power is on, but we're expecting that to not be for much longer.
All right, Charles Peak, stay safe out there in Punta Gorda. We appreciate the report. Of course, with all that rain, Jordan, that's going to soak the ground and actually lead to more trees that could potentially come down, even with just a lighter wind, never mind definitely. A hurricane wind.
Yeah, the power outages is going to be days, if not weeks, for so many people, unfortunately. We're going to go to another location in Punta Gorda. We got Jim Cantori out there tracking Ian and, of course, giving us some perspective of where he stands. Good morning, Jim. How's it looking so far?
Hey, Jordan, it's so weird because when the wind's kind of blowing out of Charlotte Harbor here behind me, the water is literally being taken out here. I mean, look at how low the tops of the boats are already. All right, so you got these water, the water depletion with the winds the way that they are. But when that water comes up, so think about this. So 12 to 16 feet, that's what the forecast is here. Let's take a look at that pole. So imagine the bottom of these boats now being over potentially these pilings. That's not good. And winds gusting to 100 to 130 miles per hour. One of the problems certainly that we'll face, in addition to power outages, tree damage, structural damage, when you're up into this high-end Cat 4, whether this thing becomes a Cat 5 or not is irrelevant, frankly. It's a category based on statistics and numbers. There's not a big difference in 155 and 160 miles an hour. It's awful. It's awful, no matter how you slice it, all right? But when that wind turns around, which it will, as we get into the lunchtime hours, we're going to start to see that water coming back in. And it's going to come back in and rise pretty quickly here. So that's what we're anticipating. We obviously have a plan to retreat. We will not be able to stand here, more than likely, as that all happens. Now, our high tide is around 11:30. So if we happen to get some of the worst when it's lower, that may save us a couple of feet. And that may save you a couple of feet, depending on obviously where you are. But I hope everybody's ready for this thing. Because, even just take the surge component out of it, which is the most important one, you're still talking about winds that can cause catastrophic damage. All right? So keep that in mind. This is no joke. Again, I'm getting sick and tired of waking up every morning when I'm on these things and find out we've got a storm that's on the verge of a Cat 5. It seems like every doggone storm is doing that. So let's go over the numbers if you're just getting to us this morning. Again, I hope you've had time to prepare because this thing's coming in. All right, there's no question it's coming close to the coast. Where exactly it comes in, we still don't know. There's a chance, certainly, Englewood, up towards Sarasota. Does it bounce a little bit before it gets shoved in? But that's the big question. Either way, in that line, to the right of that center, 12 to 16 feet is what we're talking about for storm surge in this case. We're even going to see a storm surge component, regardless where it comes in, because there's so much water that's been pushed up into the northeast part of Florida, so the Big Bend area, where we're going to see a small water rise, even with the winds offshore. So here's the radar. Watching this thing come in, you can see it hooks it in right there to the north of Fort Myers. So Lee, Collier counties, all the way up toward Bradenton and Sarasota. Get ready for a major hit, even into Orlando.
Right now, Ian carving up Florida's coast. All threats are in play here from this major hurricane that is driving here in the Eastern Gulf, with plans to cut through the Sunshine State and up the East Coast.
And there are so many threats on the table. Tornadoes, flooding rain, dangerous winds are all possible, even far from Florida's west coast. From West Palm Beach to Orlando to Jacksonville and beyond, this storm looks to pose a series of problems as we head into the weekend.
Well, thanks so much for trusting the Weather Channel to keep your family safe as we get into the worst of this storm. This is definitely one of those storms that many are going to be remembering for quite some time as we work our way on through the next few days. It is definitely going to be one that we follow very, very closely. We've got it all covered, of course, here in studio. We got Colleen Coyle. We also have Dr. Greg Postel, who is in the lab. They'll be analyzing what is going on with this storm. And, of course, in the field, all sorts of crew that are out there, including in Punta Gorda. That's where we find our very own Jim Cantori. And, Jim, no doubt about it, this thing escalated pretty quickly.
I don't know about you, Alex, but I'm getting sick of these storms that are on the verge of a Cat 5 all the time. I've had enough of this, and this is we can't sugarcoat this. This is going to be horrible. One of the worst hurricanes for Southwest Florida, period. And we can call it before we see it coming in. But it is going to come in, and we know that. All right, so be ready. I hope you're ready. Let me show you something here, guys. We're at the marina behind Ashley, where it's kind of weird. We're looking at the top of these boats because the bottoms of them are way down. They're almost actually on the mud. Down and through here. They're almost down in the mud because the winds are blowing out of Charlotte Harbor. All right, so it's pushing the water out for the time being. That will change. All right, and then the winds start coming in. Now, what's really interesting, if you look at the top of the pilings, which is how they tie up the boats and things like that, there are different patterns. You probably got about 200 million worth of boats in here, just FYI. But these are only 8 feet high. So you're talking about 12 to 16 foot surge. What's going to happen with those boats? They have a very good chance of coming, off of the ropes and off of the pilings, and potentially whatever prevailing wind direction we have, which will be south, as the eye is to our west, is going to pile all the boats up. We've seen this before. So, this is just one example. You're talking about trees, homes, things like that. If you go look at a graphic that talks about the Saffir-Simpson scale, this is one of the oldest graphics we've shown. You look on the scale, you're like upper end Cat 4, low end Cat 5, catastrophic damage. So that's what we're looking at, unfortunately, here, guys. I think Punta Gorda as a whole is prepared. We obviously have a fallback plan. We will not be here when the storm's going on, but we do have a camera that hopefully will stay working, so we'll be able to show you exactly what's happening out and through here. And there's just no way of sugarcoating this. This is going to be a horrible situation. And the power loss is going to be extensive. It's not one of these things where, we're going to be able to get power back on in a couple of days. At least, here where we are close to ground zero. I mean, there's still some room for play, believe it or not, as to exactly where this thing comes in. But you can see that eye wall. And for about 5 to 10 miles in there, you've got the most powerful winds. And those winds are coming ashore over a lot of areas. And they're coming in over a lot of water, too. So that water's going to rise up, especially with a southerly wind. Places like Tampa, maybe, you'll see the bayside flooding as some of the wind blows offshore there. But we're talking about something that's probably going to hold together all the way up into the Orlando metro area. And if you remember, after Charlie, the damage piles from just the mulch and the trees that they mulched after that, I mean, it was like a small city. It was like a mulch city here. So I'm just giving you the kind of pictures that we could be looking at with the type of hurricane that we know is coming in. All right, certainly one of the worst ever. If you remember during Charlie, we actually had a cut. There was a cut on Captiva Island. We call it the Captiva Cut, where the water came right across the barrier island. And there's some thin spots out there still, but there'll be new cuts, maybe a big one. All right, that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at with this particular storm. Again, radar presentation, sadly, is excellent because we can see this coming in. We can see it making its way toward this area. You can see the maximum surge is here, Lee, Collier, Charlotte counties. All these areas will maximize things. And a storm coming in just to our north is going to push all that water back up into the harbor here. And remember what's happening. We're getting rain inland. So all that rain is trying to get into the Peace River, then get down here through Charlotte Harbor and out. It's doing that now, but that's not going to be the case when that water turns around and that wind turns around. It's going to go all the other way, and it's going to hold the water back. So areas where we're going to see inland flooding as a result of just the fresh water that can't get back out to the Peace River here. All right, so this is what we're looking at. Our timeline again, sometime around lunchtime. It goes downhill. The water starts to come up here all the way to dinner time. That lunchtime to dinner time period looks like it's going to be ground zero for time period, at least where we are. And then we're going to retreat to a parking garage that goes up several layers, 3-4 stories, where we're actually going to kind of ride this thing out and see whatever it's going to do. But obviously we're hoping for the best here. We are hoping for the best. But the fact that we woke up with something on the verge to Cat 45. Not good. All right, Postel, I want to bring you in a little bit and talk about what you're seeing. What's interesting now is, given the fact that you're looking at Key West and Tampa radar, granted it's going to be up in elevation a little bit, but you can see some of these winds, and it can actually be measured. You can see them and measure them on radar.
Yes, you can do that, and we can also use the hurricane reconnaissance to give us an idea that this is a 155-mile-per-hour hurricane. Now, I don't want people to get lulled in the sense that the weather's really not all that bad or not going to be bad. Based on where you are, Jim, you're outside, you're moving around. There are some wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour across the area.
Yes.
It's going to get a lot worse, and its conditions are going to get very, very bad extremely quickly when that eye wall comes in. It's about 30 miles away or so from you. So in the next couple of hours, you are going to see a rapid decline in the weather. The wind is going to pick up. Destructive winds over 100 miles per hour are going to be accompanying that eye wall. I guarantee you there's going to be an extreme wind warning issued for that. Jim, I don't know if you can see this on the radar. You are in Punta Gorda, right about in there, and I can tell you right now that the eye wall with a lot of lightning is in a very dangerous position, trying to close in now on southwestern Florida. Notice the wind direction in many of these locations. It is from the east or offshore, so we're not yet seeing those significant water rises. But that, as Jim mentioned, will change. Once that wind direction comes out of the south or even the southeast off the Gulf, we're going to see that water rise extremely quickly, especially along and to the right of that track. There is going to be that tsunami-like movement of water with the storm surge inland all the way up through Charlotte Harbor, Jim, as this comes in. And that will be accompanied by wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour. You and everyone else are going to need to shelter in place and take cover when it does.
Yes. That's exactly what we're going to do. We obviously can't stay here. Greg, just to give you an idea, this telephone pole back here is probably all 12 to 16 feet. This is actually a pretty good idea. Obviously, you've got some water in through here, so not all that. But still, most of the way up that pole is what we're looking at. And that's what I was talking about. If you take that into effect, look at how low these pilings are. The water's going to be over the top of those. So then the prevailing wind takes over once the boats are loose, and you wind up with a big pile. All right, that's awful. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen, but it's a possibility. It's absolutely a possibility here to look at. So that's what we're looking at as we go on in time. The other thing, too, Postel, is it's going to take a second for this to wind down. So, you're talking about getting pieces of that eye wall all the way up toward Orlando. And I remember, granted, Charlie was a buzzsaw and a faster mover, but you're still talking about maybe a longer duration of winds that are strong enough to bring down trees. The mulch piles in Orlando, in interior Florida, were just incredible because of all the tree damage. And we could see something similar to that.
Yes, something similar. We are going to see destructive winds move well inland, gusts over 100 miles per hour, perhaps even not that far from Orlando. And let me get to that because that involves the forecast. And we need to move Ian inland and talk about the expected impacts as it goes that way. But for now, let me start with some observations. And this is what Cantori was talking about, the wind direction. Notice the wind direction here again, primarily offshore here in Charlotte Harbor. And in many locations, we're starting to see a south wind here near Naples. It is where that wind is coming from the Gulf toward the beaches that we see those water rises, and we've got that for now in Naples, and it's going to get a lot higher. In fact, we're seeing even higher water rises temporarily along the Florida southeast coast because of that onshore wind. All of that is going to change as Ian moves in that direction. Your winds along and south of that track are going to be coming from the Gulf inland and bring significant water rises to Cape Coral, Captiva, Punta Gorda, Boca Grande, Porch. Everywhere here is going to see a very destructive storm surge rush inland very quickly as the center moves through and to the basically area just to the northwest of that. So, Jim, this is one of those things where it hopefully doesn't catch you off guard. We've been trying to warn you all along, but it's almost in some cases too late to get out of the way because the weather is going to get very bad very quickly as that eye wall comes ashore. Jim, I'm going to leave you with this. I want to show you the forecast. This is what you left me with. Let's bring in Ian and along a path like that. Now, that's the NHC track. The track matters so much. I don't want to neglect it, and I hate when people say don't focus on the track. You've got to, because it tells you where the wind direction is. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yes.
Charlotte Harbor is going to very likely be on that onshore component and bringing in that destructive surge over 10 feet of inundation, we think, along with wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour. Now, north of that, let's say in Sarasota, Venice, we have that east wind. It'll still be strong, not as strong, maybe 75 to 100 mile per hour gusts, but that's the kind that can still do damage. And as you rightly mentioned, Jim, this continues to be a very high wind event inland, even on the north and west side of the track. We could see wind gusts of 75 plus miles per hour in Orlando, moving in northward to Daytona Beach. That would likely be late tonight and tomorrow morning. And then we have a whole lot of issues for Northeast Florida and Georgia going forward. But Jim, you're exactly right. We cannot let this thing go away after landfall. We have to track the inland wind threat. It is going to be a problem for many of us moving across Florida, including highly populated areas like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and every town in between.
So, Postel, remember Irma?
Yes.
You know, it didn't come on the east side of Florida. Neither is this one in terms of where it's going to landfall. But the onshore wind component, which is exactly what Greg's talking about, is what's going to bring the water in. So, low spots around St. Augustine, you'll likely flood again. Jacksonville, up towards Savannah potentially. Greg, you know what I want to ask you, Postel, is once this moves inland, does it have a chance to regenerate if it gets back over the water?
Yes, it could a little, but it will have lost quite a bit of strength. Remember, it's not moving super fast, so it will spin down a little bit and lose a lot of that wind. However, the prolonged wind direction, as you mentioned, Florida's first coast, the Gold Coast, all the way along through parts of central Florida will have that onshore wind, and it will gust over 50 miles per hour. I guarantee you that. We may see wind gusts even still over 75 miles per hour at those beaches, so we could see some damage there. Jim, this is also a Florida Northeast Coast issue for us. Now, of course, not at the same intensity where you're going to be, but we have to watch it very carefully for those water rises.
Absolutely. You know, I think people were in shock at how far, you know, with Michael and even Matthew to an extent, and Irma, how much the water came up on the east side.
Right.
Just really amazing amount of wind. Now, granted, this produced its big wind and waves in the Caribbean, not coming across the Atlantic. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But you've still got a tremendous fetch over the water right now, Greg. So just keep that in mind that we don't, you know, we're talking about water rise on the east coast of this thing. Again, right now our wind's offshore. Eerie how low these boats are because the water is pushing out of Charlotte Harbor now. That is going to change. He already showed you the slight rise down near Naples. So if you're watching us, you know, along the Caloosahatchee, if you're watching us down there in Bonita Springs, the water's going to start coming up now because the winds are changing direction. The water's being pushed back on shore, and that's what you guys got to keep in mind. That's what we're going to be looking at in through here. Eerie situation, guys. We're going to retreat into Punta Gorda. We've got a parking garage. That's really the only place that we can go. But, you know, several buildings certainly threatened, even with a king tide, are going to flood as the water comes in and through here. Make sure you get out of the water and realize, I can't say it enough and stress it enough, is once that water does start coming in, it's going to come fast. All right? It'll give you a hint it's coming in, and then it starts to really come in pretty fast with some pretty significant rises. You will not be able to drive in it. You will certainly not be able to walk in it because there'll be wind and waves and debris in that. That's the other thing too, Greg, is not only is the water going to rise with this you know, eye wall approach to the coast, but you've also got catastrophic winds that are going to be blowing things over and things apart.
Hey, Jim, I just want to mention that the wind is going to ramp up extremely quickly.
Yes.
That is something I think that people forget. You can be lulled into a sense of safety where you are and you're thinking, it's not that far away. Why isn't the weather a lot worse? That's not how hurricanes work. I've been through a million of them. You have too. It goes in stair steps. You get these outer bands, the weather gets bad, then there's a lull, then there's a bit of a moat. But before that eye wall comes in, do not get lulled into that sense of safety, because when it does come in, Jim, I'm going to send it to you, that wind is going to kick up real quick and go over to 100 miles per hour, and it will be extremely dangerous with almost no time to take shelter.
Yeah, and you can see this large surge area that's showing up right now, including the east side, Greg, which is exactly what we were talking about. You know, St. Augustine, Fernandina Beach, up to New Brunswick, the Golden Isles, easily seeing the same kind of surge with an onshore wind there as they will see with an offshore wind up into the Big Bend. Our continuing coverage rolls on in a moment. Ian continues to make its way towards southwest Florida with 150 mile per hour, 155 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts well higher than that. You're talking about an eye wall that's very, very well defined, and now a wind component which is starting to turn around down near Naples. So it's starting to come back on shore again. That's not the case here yet, but we do anticipate the storm going just to our west. So we're going to be in that eastern eye wall here in Punta Gorda, Florida, which is where I am this morning in Charlotte County. Behind me, Charlotte Harbor. And it's been interesting watching this all morning, how the water's been flowing and being pushed out. Same thing up toward Tampa Bay. But I want to give you a better look at what this marina looks like with our storm path camera. So you're looking down at all the boats that are tied up in through here. All right. And, you know, sometimes harbors are not the safest place for these, especially when we have pilings that are only about 8 feet high with a forecasted storm surge of 12 to 16 feet. All right, that's going to be a problem as these boats come up. Then it's all about the prevailing wind if they break loose. Do they become one big pile? It's absolutely a possibility. Right now, we've had some sporadic power outages in Charlotte, Lee, Collier counties. On the east side, because the wind is coming off the water, it's actually a little bit stronger now. Our wind is offshore too, but it's got the friction of the land to slow it down and dampen it a little bit. That's going to change. Our winds are going to come onshore off the water, and we're going to become a part of that eye wall as we get into a little bit later on this afternoon. But it's just kind of eerie out here. You know, occasionally the wind gusts a little bit higher. You can hear the whistling sound, and you can tell that we're getting closer and closer to some of the stronger winds and the stronger bands. And we're still getting a lot of heavy rain, too, with this. So a scary storm it should be for you, because it will be one. This will be one of the strongest storms ever in southwest Florida. And sadly, the damage will follow. And unfortunately, right up toward Orlando and then onto the east side. We'll even have flooding, storm surge flooding on the southeast coast. If you're watching us from the Golden Isles, if you're watching us from St. Augustine, Jacksonville, we're anticipating issues there. So looking at the storm, very well-defined eye with this. We actually saw it intensify further overnight to being on the verge of a Category 5 hurricane. So where does that start? It starts at 157. We're at 155. All right? That's not good. We can't paint a pretty picture, unfortunately, because we know this is going to be catastrophic in a lot of cases here, but Alex and Colleen, I can be honest with you from a personal note here, I'm kind of getting sick and tired of waking up to these things, wanting to come ashore as a Cat 5. I've kind of had enough of that, but it just seems like for the past few years, that's exactly what they want to do.
And this one is a beast of a storm, no doubt about it. I don't know if you just saw the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, upping those storm surge potential values 12 to 18 feet now in some places there. Yeah, exactly.
Jim, the thing is, Alex, we should talk. I mean, we're not going to be here, okay? So 12 to 18 feet is the top of this light pole, just to give you an idea. And what do you think happens to these boats on 8-foot pilings? They're coming north, all right? So we're going to a parking garage that has 3 or 4 levels. We're going to go up in it and show you whatever we can from that garage. And that's where we're going to ride out this storm.
Yeah, Jim, and that is exactly the right thing to do because, as you say, if you were to stay there, it's not survivable. You're not going to survive staying where you are right now.
Impossible.
Absolutely. All right, Jim, thanks so much for that. Giving folks the very latest here when it comes to this hurricane. Again, a very powerful Category 4 hurricane right now. 155-mile-per-hour sustained winds there with this thing as it's moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. You see it where it is in relation to the west coast of Florida. Right now, it's about 60 miles or so to the west of Naples there and continuing to get closer and closer to the coast. I mean, look at this thing and look at all the lightning that's surrounding that eye. It's in that eye wall here. That's where some of the most destructive winds are going to be. There's that closest view. There you can see there's Sanibel Island. You got Fort Myers hanging out there. There's Naples. It looks like, again, that core is going to stay to the west of Naples, but again, still very, very strong and powerful winds are anticipated there, eventually getting over towards the Fort Myers area as well as this whole center works its way on in. Again, very, very strong winds will be coming in short order. As we've been talking about, things can go downhill very, very quickly. It may not seem so bad for us right now, but once that core comes in, it's right there surrounding where we've got that clear area here on the radar. That's where you'll be talking about those winds really starting to crank up in a hurry, and conditions become just really, really scary. We get back out there to Punta Gorda there with Jim Cantore, where, again, he's going to be feeling a good brunt of this system here before long.
And, Alex, just so eerie to see that lightning, constant lightning in that eye wall. All right, that's a sign of a very powerful hurricane that's got its act together. And there's no reason whatsoever to believe that that is going to change before this comes ashore over the next several hours. I hope you're ready.
And good morning from Inglewood, Florida. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. We are live in a neighborhood, and the center of circulation is about, let's say, 120, 130 miles away from us. And look what it's already like. We are already seeing the rain. We're already seeing some of those gusty winds. So what I want to do is show you around this neighborhood. We're going to experience this storm just like you are at home, just like you are in your neighborhood. What have you done? Have you prepped? This is it. I would say just some last-minute preps that you need to be doing. Get those bathtubs filled up with water right now, because the water could go out and there's no way to flush your toilet. I know this is potty talk and, not something we typically do on television, but I'm telling you, if you're able to take a bucket of water from the tub, put it into your toilet and flush it in the back of your toilet and flush it, it will make or break you, because we have a Category 4, a strong Category 4 near Category 5 hurricane coming towards us. These are things you're going to need to know in the aftermath that will help you, that will make you feel better. Find your safe room. We found our safe room this morning here. You want your interior room away from windows, even if they're boarded up. There's many occasions where I've seen these boards ripped off of homes. So you want to find a safe room away from windows, most interior section, lowest level of your home. Those are a couple things that you need to be doing right now. Also, if you have any valuables, put them in plastic bags, put them in your safe room. If you could see roofs. We already, by the way, have a leak in our house here. This is our house that we will be staying in. You see that the windows are boarded up. The whole house is completely boarded up. And it's not just here. You see the neighbor's house is boarded up as well. And then across the street, we've got boards up too. We got a lot of cars at home here. And even just looking down the street, we can see that this neighborhood is prepared, and we could be one of those places that take the brunt of this storm. Now, I want to show you also, we have, some of these drainage ditch areas that are already starting to take on water. So if these things cannot drain out, then obviously we could experience flooding. Where are we located? We are essentially just north of where Jim is located. He's in Punta Gorda. We're south of Venice, which is south of Sarasota. And in Inglewood here, you can see that the storm is headed right in our direction. Has a really big eye. This is not Charlie. I talked to the owners of the home that are letting us stay here, and I said, how did Charlie affect you here? And they said, we really didn't get the effects from Charlie. Remember, the destruction from Charlie was only about 7 miles because it was a small storm, and it was like a buzzsaw, and it just went right through the state. This is very different. It's a lot wider. It's not coming in exactly how Charlie did. It's a lot bigger. The strength is up there. Remember, Charlie was a Category 4, but you will certainly feel the effects. We're already starting to feel the effects here because you have those tropical storm force winds extending out over 100 miles from the center. You have the hurricane force winds that are extending out 40 miles from the center. So you have to keep that in mind, that things are going to go downhill, and they're going to go downhill quickly for us here in the Inglewood area. We're about 2 miles as a crow fly to the beach. Manasota Key, that is the key that's just here. There's Lemon Bay separating us from Manasota Key and then the water. And I'll tell you what, I know I heard Jim talking about it earlier. Remember with Charlie, it cut through Sanibel Island and made a cut. Could this potentially do that? It's something we're looking for. So there is the potential for that to happen, maybe with Minnesota Key, with this thing coming in. And as looking at this radar, look at that water rise. We can see up to 16 feet. To put that in perspective, if you have a one-story home, they're about 10 feet high, right? So I don't expect to see 16 feet of water right here where we're located, but we're on the coast where you get that 16-foot rise. Just think about a house, a one-story building is about 10 feet. So we could see that water higher than a one-story building. So just keep that in mind. We see that somebody is out. I would say, now is not the time to be driving around. I don't know why. Maybe he needs to go help somebody. If you do have last-minute help to do, you have not much time because this storm is coming in. I will say, the one good thing, I hate to say anything's good about a storm because that's terrible. There's nothing good about a storm. It's coming in during the daylight. So at least we're not dealing with this in the overnight when everything is pitch black. You can't see anything. It's terrifying in the overnight hours. At least we have daylight with this system. So that is literally the one and only positive, and I'm stretching with that, is that we're going to have daylight. Because I'll tell you what, when you're going through a storm in the middle of the night, you can't see anything. You hear the winds howling, and it's pitch black. It's absolutely terrifying. This will also be absolutely terrifying, but we will have some light as this thing comes on through because it will be coming through as we head throughout the morning and into the afternoon hours for us here. Inglewood, Venice, there's a couple areas south of here as well. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte will be feeling the effects of this, and we're just in those outer bands, and look what we're dealing with. And I'm telling you, that eye wall, when it hits, it is going to be very intense, and you're going to hear winds howling. You'll hear things breaking outside. Will we get into the eye where we're located? I want you to prepare that we don't, and we end up in that eye wall for hours and hours and hours. More coming up next. Welcome back into Inglewood, Florida. Just to give you a little idea of where we are. Right now, your camera, this is facing essentially due south. The storm is coming from this direction, southwest, but notice we have that east wind. You can see the trees blowing from east to the west. That's how the winds work. They blew from the east to the west. You can actually see the clouds above us blowing from the east to the west. So this gives me an idea of I know where we are relative to the storm, knowing that we're getting that east wind. That means that we're on the north side of the storm. You have that counterclockwise flow, so we are feeling that east wind blowing around the top of this storm. To talk more about that, let's bring in Dr. Postel. And Dr. Postel, this is something you learn very early on in meteorology school, is to be able to kind of figure out where you are, what you're doing, without any instruments, if you will.
Well, you need to know the wind direction, Steph. You're exactly right, because that's going to determine by a long way who gets the worst surge out of all of this. And right now you can see you are exactly right. In Englewood and in, Fort Myers, Sarasota, the winds are primarily either alongshore or offshore from the land to the water, keeping the water back for now. We're not seeing water rises here so much, but the most dangerous part of Ian is in this eye wall. I don't want you to be lulled to sleep if you're, let's say, in any one of these locations and getting weather like Steph is, which is bad, but I can tell you it is going to get infinitely worse when that eye wall comes in. The winds are going to jump up by a factor of a lot, and you're going to all of a sudden see destruction with that wind gusting well over 100 miles per hour in it. So it's going to ramp up very quickly, and you need to be able to shelter in place when it does. But Steph is exactly right. The places where we've got that onshore wind is where the water rises are occurring. And let me just show you this. Looking at the Doppler radar out of Tampa, the radar scan height, beam height is about 10,000 feet or so. We're seeing Doppler velocities over 140 miles per hour in both directions. And it's even stronger than that at lower altitudes. So, Steph, we're going to see wind gusts perhaps in that range for near the coast when the eye wall comes in. So hang on now, Steph. I'll let you go here, but you know what? You're going to need to prepare to shelter when that eye wall comes in, because the weather's going to get much, much worse very quickly.
Dr. Postel, before you go, we have a safe place in our house. My producer and I said, where's the safest place? And we said, she's been on a lot of these storms, interior room, lowest level, away from windows, even if they're boarded. I want to make that point because these boards can rip off. And Dr. Postel, how do you feel about, the fact that the wind's coming in at 150 miles an hour? Is there a potential for this to get to Cat 5?
It's possible some minor fluctuations in intensity will occur between now and landfall, let's say in the next several hours in the early afternoon, but it doesn't matter. We're already there. We're at that position where we're going to be dealing with a catastrophic wind event and a catastrophic surge event. The combination of the two is going to cause major destruction, unfortunately, for many of us in Southwest Florida. So, Steph, their question is fine, but I just don't know if it really matters. But I did want to point out this. One of the points that you were getting to earlier. Look, we're already seeing now that onshore wind a little bit in Naples, right? We're seeing wind gusts of 50 to 60. It's going to get a lot higher than that later on. But the water has just come up a lot, about 2 feet in the last hour or so there. North of where this eventually tracks, we're going to have that offshore wind, and that's a good sign in a way that should keep the storm surge to a minimum. But to along and south of that track, wherever it goes, and unfortunately, I do believe it's going to bring Charlotte Harbor and some areas in that very dangerous zone where right now the wind is offshore, but it is going to be coming onshore later on this afternoon. So don't be lulled in the fact that we've got an east wind now at 40 to 50. It's going to become a southeast wind over 100 later on.
All right, Dr. Postel, let's also talk about the winds. And I don't like to necessarily compare a hurricane to a tornado, but I do think it gives some people some perspective on the strength of winds. So our winds are at 155 right now. When you talk about a tornado, that is an EF3 tornado. Now, yes, they are completely different, but just to give people some perspective, that's not only going to take out power, could that take off roofs in some places here?
Definitely. The kind of wind that we're going to experience during the eye wall passage is the kind that will certainly destroy mobile homes, and well-constructed homes will have roofs taken off and windows will come in, of course, and that could lead to complete failure. This kind of wind, as you mentioned, is like a tornado, and we are going to see that kind of wind in the eye wall. Now, not everywhere. Remember, it's going to be concentrated in that little zone, primarily near the coast. But, Steph, you are exactly right. Even well-constructed homes are at risk for complete failure.
All right, Dr. Postel, we appreciate that. We want to get now to the power outages that we're dealing with. We're going to take a quick break here in a moment. Dr. Postel will talk with you on the other side of this break, but we already are seeing power outages. And you have to remember that this is going to go up exponentially, and then you could be without power for a very long time. So make sure you charge everything. Make sure that you, again, don't forget the water, the tub. I can't emphasize it enough. If you don't have a tub, a lot of places, new builds have just showers and no tubs. Fill up your washing machine with water so you can flush your toilet and you can have some water maybe to wash your hands.
Currently in our area, 59 degrees under sunny skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 72, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds, high 68, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, live in Inglewood, Florida. I'm essentially just to the north of Punta Gorda, and I'm to the south of Venice, south of Sarasota. We're down that line. That's where I'm located, about 2 miles as a crow flies to the beach, which is off to my right, and we're already feeling the effects from this hurricane. It will be making landfall as we head throughout the rest of the day here, the next several hours. I want to bring in Dr. Postel because we were just talking about the wind and the wind strength and how this could be tearing the roof off some homes. But Dr. Postel, I saw there was just an update to the surge from Inglewood to Bonita Beach. We're talking an 18-foot surge. So what is with the change? Because are we not heading to lower tide, which would help us? Can you imagine if this was coming in at high tide?
Yes, that would, but unfortunately, the intensity is at the high end of the scale, and the wind direction matters a lot, Steph. And even little wobbles now at this point will matter a lot in where the most destructive storm surge goes. But, you know, to your point right now, the wind in Englewood and in Sarasota is offshore and gusting. Look, Sarasota is gusting to 61 miles per hour. But I really want to point out, do not get lulled into the fact anywhere up and down the southwest Florida coast right now where the weather conditions, yes, are bad. And Steph, you can confirm this. You're getting tropical storm force winds, of course. But when that eye wall comes in, the weather is going to become infinitely worse and extremely dangerous, where winds will very quickly ramp up to over 100 miles per hour. And as it moves inland, as Ian moves in that direction, the wind, Steph, as you've been pointing out all morning long, is going to be changing direction. Where right now we have an east wind at Fort Myers that is going to turn into a south and southwest wind. And that will bring the Gulf water inland, and that is going to be responsible for the storm surge that we expect. Let me show you right now some of the water rises across the region. Well, right now, for example, in Fort Myers, in some locations, there isn't much of one, right? Because as you mentioned, Steph, the wind is out of the east. It's offshore. It's pushing the water back. But as I mentioned, that will change eventually, and we're starting to see some of that, for example, in Naples, where we've got a 2-foot water rise, because indeed the water, there is an onshore component to it. But all of this, Steph, I'm going to leave you with this, is going to change as Ian continues to move in that direction like that. And we will see those winds shift from east to south to southwest, and the water comes in and the wind goes way up, and you need to shelter in place and hang on. It's going to be okay if you take care of yourself and find an interior room, but just please prepare now.
Okay, Dr. Postel, I'm not going to let you get off that easy. I want to talk about the distance this is from us and when we're expecting landfall. And also, even though it's over 100 miles from us, we're seeing this type of weather. How far did this pass to the west of Key West, where they saw hurricane force gusts to 79 miles an hour? That's my first question. Then, how far is it from us, and what is the timing? What's the window of landfall with this?
It feels like it's mid-afternoon, Steph, that the landfall will be, say, in the 3 to 5 p.m. range or so. Here's one future radar estimate of when the landfall is going to be, kind of moving along a path about like that. Remember, that would bring Sarasota and Venice in the western eye wall, which could bring wind gusts perhaps up to 100 miles per hour from the northeast. But the storm surge, not so much of a factor here along that part of the Florida coast. It is going to be extremely destructive along and to the east of that path. This is why the exact track matters. It is the wind direction which will be coming onshore in Fort Myers, and in many of these locations in Charlotte Harbor will fill up with water very quickly with a tsunami-like surge of water with a destructive wind moving from west to east, and that will pile up the water. And Steph, we continue, I must add that we continue with a very dangerous hurricane moving across Florida later on this afternoon and evening. Now imagine the path, something like that. Along the northern side of there, we could still see winds over 75 miles per hour in gusts, and that could bring damage with it well inland. So this is not just going to be a coastal problem for all of us. It is going to continue inland and eventually get to the Florida East Coast as well, likely tomorrow. Steph.
And Dr. Postel, speed matters with these systems. You see the rain's even picked up here in the last, 30 minutes or so. How quickly is this moving? Because it was moving, around 10 miles an hour. Are we going to slow it down to 3, 5 miles an hour once it comes ashore? And let's talk about why that will matter for our viewers.
Well, it is possible that it, slows down a little bit, and there'll be some wobbles in the track, and those matter a lot, Steph. You're right, because that could keep you in the worst conditions of all for more than a couple of hours. It is possible, right, that you may be in the eye wall for 1 to 2 hours, depending on, your position relative to the eye and the like. So this is not a fast mover. And you're going to need to shelter in place now in order to stay safe because it's going to be with us for a long time yet to come. That's a good point, Steph. It's not racing its way through South Florida. It is going to be slowly moving along that northeast path and may even slow down or speed up temporarily as it does so. Steph.
All right, Dr. Postel, I can't emphasize enough for the people here. We'll talk back with you after we take a quick commercial break. This is not Charlie. No. We didn't feel the effects from Charlie where I'm located here. It's a lot bigger, and it's also a lot slower than Charlie. That's going to make a huge difference. And welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. We're already starting to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. If you're just tuning in, this is a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 155 miles an hour. To be a Category 5, the winds have to be 157 miles an hour or greater. Now, does this get technically to a Category 5 or not? It doesn't matter. Because I'll tell you what, 155 versus 157, you're not going to see a difference here in the effects from that. So let's not get hung up on the category. We'll talk about that, as a technicality, as science, that sort of thing. But you are going to see catastrophic effects from the wind from this and the surge. The surge now forecast to get up to 18 feet, anywhere from Inglewood down to Bonita Beach, where I'm located here. And that's going to rise up. And then the problem is this thing is not moving at a very fast clip. And so that water could stay out for a bit. It will take a while for it to go down. We're about 2 miles as a crow flies to the beach here off to my east. So we're 2 miles inland. I want everyone to keep that in mind as you stay tuned with us for the duration. It looks like maybe a mid-afternoon landfall. And landfall technically is when that center of circulation goes over land. So it's not when the eye wall starts. It's not when a little bit of eye. It's when that center of the eye makes landfall. That is technically speaking landfall. So I think it'll be interesting that, we are 2 miles from the beach. So we have a decent amount of protection, if you will, from that water rise being 2 miles inland. But a lot of areas around here have canals. And all that water is going to be pushing up, from Lemon Bay, from the Gulf, into those canals, all the rivers here as well. And look at all the rain that's falling. We're talking about over a foot of rain, if not more, in a very short amount of time. So the problem is you have the rain falling and accumulating, trying to go out the rivers, the canals, the whole system, while you have that water pushing in. Let's go to Dr. Postel, because I will say, Dr. Postel, we started on air here about 9:30. I got to tell you, things have already changed fairly quickly. I don't even know what time it is exactly. We're quite busy out here. I haven't looked at a clock in a while. But let's talk about 10 o'clock. So in 30 minutes, Dr. Postel, go back to when we first started on air to what it looks like now. It is a marked difference. Let's explain to the viewers what exactly is happening.
Well, you're getting one of those outer bands, or I should say an inner band, but not the eye wall yet, Steph, where you are. You are in Inglewood, Florida, right there. We're seeing occasional gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour with some heavier bursts of showers moving in. But by far and away, the worst weather is tightly encircling the eye here. That's where the winds over 100 miles per hour are. And Steph, I do believe that the worst of all the weather is going to come very close to you, and you need to be prepared to take shelter when it does, because I'm going to put the NHC track on here, and you can see that the center of circulation may indeed cross very close to you this afternoon. And that would mean that as it moves in, you are going to experience the northern eye wall, which is going to bring winds over 100 miles per hour into your area. Unfortunately, it also means for areas like Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Cypress Lake, all of these locations here, while there's perhaps an offshore wind now, as Ian moves along this track, the wind is going to turn around and come from the Gulf into Charlotte Harbor and push inland. There will be catastrophic storm surge when Ian does that this afternoon. Stay tuned. Right now, we're going to have to take it over to Fiona with the latest press conference there.
All right, Dr. Postel, let's talk about some...
take right now. So first, Hurricane Ian is and will continue to be a very dangerous and life-threatening storm. And this is going to be for the days ahead. Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts, and we have yet to experience landfall. However, I spoke with my leadership team this morning, and I can confidently say that we have the right teams and we have the right resources in place and ready to meet the changes or the needs of those that we are charged to serve. But as with any storm, the most important work starts at home. That means we need everyone to heed the warnings of their local officials before, during, and after this storm. These are life-saving messages that simply cannot be ignored. And when it comes to hurricanes, water is dangerous, period. From coastal storm surge to inland flooding, the majority of the state of Florida is in Ian's crosshairs. Therefore, I would like to just share a few key safety messages that will help keep you and your family safe. First, never drive through standing or moving water, as it takes only a few inches of water to carry away a vehicle. Second, if you are taking shelter in an area with rising water levels, quickly find higher ground. And third, never operate a generator in your home. Too many lives are lost each year due to carbon monoxide poisoning, and it's incredibly important that you only run generators outdoors. So now I'll give a brief operational update on the interagency personnel, commodities, and resources that we have deployed to support this response. As I said yesterday, search and rescue remains a top priority. Our search and rescue coordination teams remain staged in Miami to include teams from our FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Program, the Coast Guard, CBP, the Department of Defense, the Department of the Interior, and the state of Florida. These teams will coordinate search and rescue efforts by land, air, and sea. We have 128,000 gallons of fuel remained ready for rapid deployment. We have moved in a variety of generators of all sizes and types to restore power to critical infrastructure and medical facilities as needed. The Army Corps of Engineers is pre-staging 350 personnel to conduct power and fuel assessments as soon as the storm passes. And just yesterday, I spoke with the President and CEO of the American Public Power Association to discuss some of their emergency preparedness actions and the mutual aid agreements that they have in place. We have 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water staged in Alabama, and there are multiple volunteer agencies that are staged and prepared to perform feeding operations as soon as it is safe to do so. We have provided Florida with 300 ambulances as well as expert federal medical teams. These are the same teams, the same brave first responders that we use to help communities during COVID-19. We are also tracking medical needs across Florida's hospitals, adult care facilities, and dialysis centers, both for facilities that have evacuated, but more importantly for those that have not. And finally, as I told the President yesterday, this level of interagency coordination will not stop as we prepare for the historic and the catastrophic impacts that we are already beginning to see. So now with every emergency response, we would not be successful in meeting our mission without our partners at the American Red Cross. The Red Cross has done an incredible amount of work in preparation for Hurricane Ian, and it is my pleasure to welcome the American Red Cross CEO, Gail McGovern.
Thank you so much, Administrator Criswell, for inviting me to join you, and FEMA and the Weather Service are wonderful partners, and I want to thank you both. On behalf of the American Red Cross, our hearts are with everyone that's in the path of Hurricane Ian. Please listen to your local officials, evacuate if they tell you to do so. Grab your medication, your glasses, your important documents, prescription drugs, and the like.
Well, let's come back to some of the live data now coming in on the final approach of extremely dangerous Hurricane Ian to southwest Florida. The hurricane force winds are about ready to reach the coast, very close to Sanibel Island, Cape Coral, Cypress Lake, right along the Gulf Shore there. We do expect the winds to rapidly increase, as indeed the eye wall where those hurricane force winds and indeed winds well over 100 miles per hour are embedded, and we have to watch out for that very carefully. I put on here the National Hurricane Center's track, which matters so much for the details of who gets the worst wind and surge with that. What do I mean? Well, along and to the right of that track, eventually the wind is going to be coming onshore from the Gulf, bringing that water inland, and it'll do so very quickly once those winds turn around from the east to the south and to the southwest. The water will rush in almost like a tsunami, and we will see extremely high inundation values all the way through Charlotte Harbor when that does happen later on this afternoon. We're not there yet. But keep in mind, the worst by far is yet to come. And I can show you what I mean by that. Here are the winds put on that radar to show you what the water rises are like across southwestern Florida and elsewhere. We've got a 2.2-foot water rise in Naples with, again, a wind coming off the Gulf of Mexico. But remember, Ian is moving like that. So while we have the wind for now in this direction, it is going to be changing as Ian moves like that. The wind will eventually come around off of the Gulf of Mexico. So these water rises in Fort Myers and Naples are going to go up. And they'll go up very quickly, and that will lead to catastrophic storm surge flooding. For now, again, we're not seeing it. You can see the wind streamers showing us an east wind, primarily an offshore wind. Yes, there's some harbor side or bay side potentially water rises now, but nothing like we're going to see when those winds over 100 miles per hour come in off the Gulf and lead to that storm surge. I'm going to show you a forecast. One estimate of where Ian is going to be later on this afternoon. Again, there'll be plenty of rain and destructive wind, even in the northwestern eye wall. Even though the wind will be offshore in Sarasota and Venice, we will likely see wind gusts of 75 to 100 miles per hour there, but even stronger winds than that still in Fort Myers with that onshore wind. Steph, the exact track is so critical for what happens going forward and where the worst weather ends up and the surge as well.
All right, Dr. Postel, the latest pressure I saw, and I know that the NHC is giving more frequent updates now that we're getting closer to landfall. Yeah. 937 millibars. You asked me about my pressure and if I had a Kestrel, and right now I'll show you. We're at, what does that say, 997, and we're fluctuating, of course, as we will do so. So that's where we're at right now, Dr. Postel. Yeah. Has that pressure dropped at all from the 937? Has there been an update?
I have not seen one yet. I've been concentrating on the radar. I haven't seen one yet, but let's assume, Steph, that it is in the 930s, high 930s, right? In the center of Ian. Okay. 937 is actually, I just got word from Jensen Brandt, my excellent weather producer there.
Yep, that's the same, yep.
You're at 997, right? And it's 937 here. So we've got 60 millibars of pressure in, I don't know, 30 or 40 miles. That kind of concentrated gradient is why the winds will ramp up so very quickly. So, Steph, you have a long way to go as that northern eye wall approaches your area in Englewood and in Sanibel and in Charlotte Harbor and in Punta Gorda. The weather, when that eye wall comes in, is going to get very dangerous.
Okay, so let's give a few more shout-outs. Venice, Sarasota, Siesta Key, all to the north of us, South Venice, Rotunda to the south of us, Captiva, Sanibel, off to the east, North Point, Port, I should say, could get in this, Warm Mineral Springs, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, a lot of places, Dr. Postel, but as you mentioned, the eye wall is the most dangerous, and we do want to emphasize on that for the people that are going to experience that, and there is going to be somebody, Dr. Postel, that won't get a break from this. We could go through the eye wall and then maybe get in the eye here and go through a second eye wall. But whoever would be off, let's say, to our north, maybe South Venice, again, the wobbles matter. How long could they possibly stay in that eye wall? Are you talking 3 hours in a Category 4 eye wall? Maybe more?
Yes, it could be a couple of hours, although probably not at that extreme intensity. With the wind over land, it will likely come down quite a bit, but still a destructive wind for several hours, even on the north eye wall or even on the south eye wall as well. Those Category 4 winds that you would expect would be right along the coast, like in Captiva or in Sanibel or perhaps Cape Coral or maybe into Charlotte Harbor, right along the water-facing shores. That's where those high-end Category 4 wind gusts could be experienced. But overall, regardless, this is the kind of wind when the eye wall moves on shore. Plenty of wind gusts, well over 100 miles per hour, enough to bring down trees, of course, knock out power. Even well-constructed homes will fail in some cases with roofs being taken off. taken off. Steph, this is a very damaging wind event. The storm surge will be catastrophic, we know that, but the wind will continue inland and be at a high-end destructive nature as it crosses the coast and then goes inland even there later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
Steph.
All right, Dr. Postel, I want to focus obviously on these areas that are going to get hit hardest from, Punta Gorda up to, say, the Venice area. But what about those living in Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville? Can we give a quick update on what they're going to experience through the day today?
Right. What I want to do then is take one forecast here, which is a pretty good one, to give you an idea of the timing of landfall. Very likely by the middle of this afternoon, perhaps in that Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda area. And then, Steph, you're right to continue the threat of damaging winds, potentially up to 75 miles per hour in Tampa, in Winter Haven, in Sarasota. But that will be an east and northeast wind. And then we continue, Ian, very likely toward the northeast, Steph, across Florida, bringing in wind gusts 50 to 75 miles per hour, potentially in Orlando. And then Daytona Beach late tonight and early tomorrow morning. And then we have this prolonged onshore wind, Steph, even in southern Georgia and the first coast of Florida, Amelia Island, St. Augustine. We could see wind gusts 50 to 75 miles per hour tomorrow afternoon with Ian not far away.
Good morning from Inglewood, Florida. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. We are live in a neighborhood. We are going to go through this hurricane just like you are at home, in a house, boarded up. The electricity is going to go out, the potential for water to go out. Listen, if this thing is coming in as a Cat 4/Cat 5, there's not going to be water, there's not going to be electricity for days. For days. So now's the time. I know I've said it a couple times. I just want to reiterate for those that are just coming in. Fill up your tub, fill up your washing machine with water. It will make a difference to be able to flush your toilet. I know that, not something we should talk about, bathroom talk on national television, but this is very serious. And so it does make a huge difference when you have no power and no water for a long time that you have the ability to flush your toilets. I want you to take anything that is valuable, put it in bags, put it in your safe room. And that leads me to your safe room. Everyone right now, if you're in the path of this system, especially that eye wall, so if you're in Punta Gorda, if you're in Venice, if you're in Inglewood, these areas, Port Charlotte, you're in the potential path of this eye wall. I want you to find a safe room. Everyone should do that now, by the way, that's watching. Even if you're watching us in Minnesota, you could get tornadoes. Safe rooms are used for tornadoes and hurricanes. So it's the lowest level, most interior section of your house, no windows. And even if your windows are boarded, I will tell you, these boards will get ripped off at times in storms. So keep that in mind. That's what you should be doing right now. These are the last preparations. Make sure the batteries are in your flashlights. Make sure you know where your flashlights are. Because when it goes pitch black, it's hard to find things. So get very organized. That is another thing that you should do. Have all your food lined up, your hurricane food lined up, your batteries, any information that you need. I'm telling you, if you're not a super organized person, today is the day. Just one day. Just be organized for one day. It will help you on the backside of the system. I want to talk about I-named storms real quick. Just some background information, and you can see those details on the side of your screen of what's happening with the storm as well. If we go back to 1954, there have been 94 storms that have had their names retired, going back to 1954. I tops the list at 13. So it is no surprise to any meteorologist that, of course, we have another I-named storm that is probably going to be retired. I know it's too early to say that, but if something's coming in as a Cat 4, potentially a Cat 5, that's an assumption that you have to make. 44 storms have been retired since 2000. In all, 44 storms. 11 of those were I-named storms. So you have a 50-50 chance here. It's just remarkable, these I-named storms. And by the way, you haven't had a hurricane hit Florida since 2018. Let's get back to the facts with Dr. Postel. Just trying to mix it up here to give you guys all sorts of information. We are going to be live nonstop for the duration of this. And there's a lot of information to get out, and we're going to do our best that we can to get you from South Florida, North Florida, and Dr. Postel, that includes Georgia, South Carolina. This thing has the potential to make a third landfall coming off the coast of Florida into South Carolina. We'll talk about that a little bit later. When do we anticipate its second landfall here in the southwest coast of Florida?
Within the next couple of hours, and in fact, the eye wall is getting very close to the Gulf Coast of Florida, not that far from Sanibel. You can see a lot of lightning strikes in there. This region of the hurricane, right in here, that eye wall is where the winds are over 100 miles per hour, and they will be moving onshore, very likely Captiva, Sanibel Island, within the next hour or so. Steph, you're up here in Englewood. Your winds are maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts of 50 to 60 at times. It is an east wind or a northeast wind offshore. So in those regions, it is keeping the Gulf back, and we're not seeing a lot of water rise there. But that will change going forward, especially along and to the right of where the track goes. This is the NHC's track. You can see that right in here. This is where the center of circulation is expected to go. Now, of course, the destructive winds over 100 miles per hour are in that eye wall, and they're closing in on the coast, and they will be moving inland. And that will bring a destructive wind well inland during the afternoon and evening hours. But right now, we're watching very carefully for the wind to change direction and increase in speed right along the southern coast there of Captiva, Sanibel Island, Bonita Springs, and areas near there. Because, again, that is where the water is going to rise quickly, especially in this zone. So we have to watch out for that very carefully. That is where the highest and the most destructive storm surge, well in excess of 10 feet, will likely be. Here's some water rises to show you why the wind direction matters. We're seeing that south wind in Naples with nearly a 3-foot water rise. Not yet in Fort Myers because the wind is not coming off the Gulf yet, but it very likely will, and we have to watch out for this wind to change direction, guys. This is going to be a destructive event inland as well. The catastrophic storm surge is on the way, as well as those destructive winds over 100 miles per hour that can lead to complete wall and roof failure of even well-constructed homes in the eye wall as Ian moves across South Florida later on this afternoon and this evening. Stay tuned for all the updates.
Welcome back into Englewood, Florida. We're still over 100 miles from the center of this system. And here right now is a live look. That's at the Sky Bridge. Holy cow! Wow! You can see the whitecaps forming, the camera shaking. That bridge is probably shaking a little bit too. And now, of course, is not the time to be on those bridges, even if they're not blocked off. I know the police do their best to set up barricades, but you can't set up a barricade. You got a hurricane coming through. It's going to blow right away, but we're going to show you more video like that as it progresses. And again, we're not really even in the thick of this thing, anywhere near being in the thick of this thing. As I was mentioning, I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Englewood. As the coastline, the beach is about 2 miles off to my right. And so I feel that we're pretty protected when it comes to surge here, though we still could see flooding because also let me show this the best I can. What I'm trying to do, guys, just so you know, is I want to be able to stay live for you as long as possible, whether we're out here or we're in our actual safe room in the house. And so I, as my photographer, protected from the wind and the rain right now. And I'm going to do my best to show you around, but priority number one, of course, is safety out here. And I want everyone to know that. Any meteorologist in the field, the boss is back at the Weather Channel. Number one is safety, always and forever. So we are safe, we have a safe room, and I want to keep my photographer online and showing you guys the pictures as long as we can. So I'm going to keep him safe and just show the area the best I can. But you know, this is very Florida. I was born and raised, by the way, in South Florida. And you see these all over Florida, these little culverts that come down and the water drains. We're already starting to see, listen, just a little water accumulating, but these are things you have to worry about. The water accumulating and spreading out here. So flooding is certainly a possibility. You can see down the street, the winds are blowing a lot of palm trees. It's Florida, right? And this is why you have palm trees in tropical weather. They're nice and thin, opposed to having huge, bushy trees that could blow over more easily. Look at the power lines shaking as well. And you see everything's very thin. These poles, we don't have these thick, sturdy poles that you see on, the highway. We have these smaller wooden poles, and we, of course, are anticipating power to go out. I mean, look, that power line goes right through that palm tree, so that's not great to start with. Even right above head here, we have the palm tree right where the power lines are. But let's be honest. I mean, we have a Cat 4, Cat 5 coming in. You're losing power. And by the way, you could lose it for a long time. So make sure everything is charged right now. Make sure you know where your batteries are. Make sure you know where your flashlights are. If you have not combined the two yet, and we did it last night, we put in our batteries into our flashlights, and we literally have a box. The top box is for our flashlights, so we know right where to go. when the power goes out. The power's already out. Look at this. Those numbers are going to skyrocket, obviously. And yes, I know that power crews are in place to come in and do their best. They will not be able to come in and do their work until those winds die down. And so not only is that going to be an issue, the issue is that this thing is moving through Florida. And so there's going to be so many people in the state of Florida without power. It's going to take a while for that power to come on. Now, here's the thing. Where are you getting the eye wall of this? We're talking about the equivalent of an EF3 tornado. Now, I know there's some debate on should you compare a tornado to a hurricane, but I just like to do it because it gives you guys at home some kind of idea of what we're dealing with here and the kind of damage that you could see here. We could see roofs ripped off. You could see the boards ripped off the windows. You could see boards slicing through poles. I'm telling you, this is going to be catastrophic for those people that are in the eye wall of this. You still could lose water and power well away from the center of this. Don't forget, hurricane force winds extend out 40 miles from the center. The center location, once that crosses over, that's considered landfall. Not when the eye wall comes on, that's not landfall. We'll say it's landfalling, but the center of circulation, that is when you call landfall. And from that center, if you look at the center, you can see right now we're showing some of those stronger winds come on, but look at that center right there. Now, if you project out 40 miles from that, I mean, we're talking about places north of here, Venice. You know, if, let's just say, and I'm not saying it's going to do this, so if it went over Inglewood and we got that absolute center, you're going South Venice, Venice, Osprey, all these areas are not that far from us. Even Punta Gorda, by the way, is not very far from us. And so if you're talking 20 miles from Inglewood, you could be in those hurricane force winds. So keep that in mind. Obviously, now is not the time to get out. It's the time to hunker down. You don't want to get in your car and drive, and you certainly don't want to get on a bridge right now because as you go up, you lose friction, and the winds are going to be stronger, especially on the Skyway Bridge like this. Look at that video. And of course, we'll show you cameras all around Florida for as long as they're staying online. And we will, of course, do the same. Live team coverage here. We have more crews coming up to join us all over the state of Florida from South to Jacksonville. And welcome back into Inglewood, Florida. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, and we've been seeing that rain for a while now. And I just wanted to show you an example. In this front yard, we've got all these pebbles. And imagine if you have winds gusting to 100 miles an hour. And even small pebbles like this is one of the reasons you need to board up your windows, because if one of these gets flying and breaks through a window, you're in big trouble. You're in big trouble. So let's go to Dr. Costell. Dr. Costell, I was wondering if we could talk about some myths. There's so many times when you hear people, oh, we got to open this window and balance pressure and all this sort of thing. Let's get that myth squashed right now when it comes to hurricanes.
Let's shelter in place as soon as possible to avoid flying debris. Let's put it that way, Steph, because the wind is going to be strong enough to take roofs off of houses in the eye wall. Not everywhere. You can see some of the wind measurements right now across the region. Sarasota to your north, Steph, winds are 28 miles per hour, gusting to almost 60. And we're seeing tropical storm force winds that have now moved inland. However, the strongest part of the storm by far has not yet come on shore, but it will soon. It is in the eye wall where the hurricane force winds are and the winds over 100 miles per hour are. Let me show you this Doppler assessment here from the Tampa Bay Doppler radar. Now, it's scanning up here at about 10,000 feet in altitude, but it's finding inbound wind components, a south wind essentially, at over 170 miles per hour there, and a north wind, an outbound component, over 170 miles per hour there. All of that is in the eye wall, which is out here, not yet on shore, but it will come soon, and when it does, the wind is going to go way up. We will see wind gusts inland well over 100 miles per hour, and that could lead to roof failure and the like. And so we will see well-constructed homes with lots of damage when that high wind comes in. I'm waiting for that extreme wind warning from the National Weather Service because it should be out now. We know it's coming. This eye wall right in here has those hurricane force and over 100 mile per hour winds in it, Steph. And by the way, this is the NHC's track right in here, taking the center of circulation, potentially very close to Englewood, where you are. So you're going to get there, for example, the northern eye wall when it comes in, and that's where the winds will ramp up with gusts over 100 miles per hour where you are, Steph, and then it will probably get the eye. We know what happens in the eye. The wind comes down, the weather looks much better, but then you're going to get the back half of the storm coming in as well. You will get a second eye wall movement through you with winds coming quickly back up over 100 miles per hour again. Now, for those of us that perhaps remain, unfortunately, in the southeastern eye wall, maybe not so much get that at least break in the weather from the eye passage. That means that hurricane force winds and perhaps wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, as you were talking about, Steph, could continue for several hours. And that does include Sanibel, potentially Cypress Lake, Cape Coral, and many other locations along and to the right of where Ian eventually goes, Steph. So there's a long way to go. This is not Charlie. It's bigger. It's moving more slowly, and it's got that same kind of destructive wind with it.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie had 7 miles wide versus damage. This right. You could put Charlie inside, essentially, the eye of this system. So we got the winds covered, but this thing's a triple threat, Dr. Postel. We need to talk about the rainfall that's going to be an issue with this, and also the surge. And those kind of actually go together, because you have that push of water, which is an issue up to, 16, 18 feet. With the rain falling, that water can't get out. So water is also the number one killer. I don't know if people know that. It's not the wind, which is going to be extremely dangerous. It's the water, Dr. Postel, that kills most people in these storms.
We already have the 4th highest water rise in Naples history right now, and it is going to get higher than that going forward. The water rise there at this location is 2.8 feet, nearly 3 feet, with a south wind. And this is where, Steph, you were talking about the wind direction is so critical. So let's move Ian roughly along the path we think it's going to go. Right now, the winds are not onshore yet. They're more out of the east or northeast. However, when Ian moves inland like that, we are going to see the wind come off of the Gulf of Mexico, and we are going to see dramatic, very rapid, and catastrophic water rises moving all the way through Charlotte Harbor in excess of 10 feet, and that will go quite a bit of distance inland as well. The storm surge flooding that we're seeing right now in Naples, which is exceptional, is going to get very, very bad and deadly as we go through the afternoon and evening hours, with that strong wind gust over 100 miles per hour, bringing all that water from the Gulf inland. And that is going to be, again, potentially the most destructive aspect of the storm. Although I would contend, with such a high intensity on the wind, Steph, I'm going to leave it with you as we track Ian northward. Okay. We're going to carry that wind well inland.
That we will. And we're going to talk more about that. Do you live in Tampa? Do you live in Orlando? Do you live in Boca Raton? Do you live in Jacksonville, Florida? This is going to affect almost the entire state. In fact, I'll say it will affect the entire state, because you're going to have those waves propagating up into the Panhandle. We'll talk about all of you, and we're going to go down live to Fort Myers after we take a short break. We've got you covered through the entirety of this storm.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under sunny skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 72, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, some passing clouds, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny, high 68, winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome Welcome back into the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams here in Inglewood, Florida. And we've been dealing with these, I would say, blustery conditions, especially relative to what we could experience here as we head into the afternoon hours with Hurricane Ian. If you're just joining us now, winds are at 155 miles an hour, making it a strong Category 4 hurricane. And even if this does become a Category 5, it's not going to matter, because you're talking about catastrophic winds at 155, at 150. Listen, if this thing drops down to 140, 130, you're still going to have significant damage. So, I do want to talk about the numbers and the categories for scientific purposes. But for those of you that are watching from home, and by the way, we're in a neighborhood. We're in a neighborhood. We're experiencing this just like everybody else that's watching us at home. Even if you're watching us from New York, we are living in a neighborhood. And we will be showing you through the storm, and also after the storm, we will be here as well. So we want to go south of here to Fort Myers, and Manuel Bojorquez with CBS News is joining us. And Manuel, what has it been like for you through the morning hours, and what is it like in and around the Fort Myers area?
Well, when we woke up, it was gusty winds, right? Well, now they are becoming much more sustained. You can see it behind me, the rain coming down in sheets, coming down sideways. So a clear indication that Ian is approaching this area as a major hurricane. One of the sobering updates we heard this morning from the National Weather Service is the fact that the peak storm surge for this area, Fort Myers and on up north to where you are, could be anywhere from 12 to 18 feet. Certainly the worst case scenario for this part of the southwest coast of Florida. We haven't seen the storm surge just yet. The waves are definitely picking up, but it's greatly reduced the visibility, I should say, here. We no longer can really make out the bridge that was in the distance or some of the barrier islands where you hope people evacuated.
All right, Manny, sorry about that long pause there. Obviously, we're in the middle of a hurricane, and sometimes there becomes technical difficulties, so my apologies. So, Manny, are a lot of people boarded up there? Would you say they're taking this very seriously?
Given the activity we saw yesterday, I would say that we got a sense that many people were taking this seriously. A lot of people on the roads getting gas. As the governor had pointed out, you don't have to go far, just go to higher ground. And all the hotels in the area were booked up, even in the 2 days before the storm, as people learned that they were in that Zone A or Zone B or even Zone C, in this area, where the approaching storm triggered even more evacuations. But even this morning, we could see a few cars traversing the bridge that goes over to Sanibel Island. I hope they're not doing that anymore, because clearly it's become too dangerous. The good news is they were coming this way, so coming over to the mainland. So I'd imagine that even just this morning, as conditions got worse, some people were still evacuating those barrier islands.
Manny, here at least the gas stations, and people might see this along the Ray, I don't know if you saw it down there, they're wrapped up, if you will, in saran wrap, because you have these strong winds that can kind of yank, the actual pump out of the standing gas station. Have you seen things like that around town? Did really everything shut down last night for you guys?
Yeah, definitely things shut down last night, I would say, when everybody was asked to hunker down. And in fact, the stadium here in Lee County was used as a shelter. And, they tell people, get in before the conditions get even worse, because you won't be allowed to really move around at that point. So, yes, we saw gas stations run out of gas. There were many stores that, instead of having people come in looking for water, had just posted outside that they were out of water. The point there, hopefully, is that people did prepare and that they're not going to be out here or out on those barrier islands during the worst of this storm.
Yeah. Absolutely. Manny Bojorquez, really appreciate, updating us on what's happening there in Fort Myers. You and your crew, please stay safe. I'm sure we're going to check in with you guys through the duration of the storm. Again, Manny was there in Fort Myers giving us an update, which is just to my south, just to give you some geography. We're in southwest Florida. So you're going to go from where I'm located, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. It's kind of off to my southeast. You go south from there, you see Fort Myers. You go south from there, you've got Naples, and then you have the Everglades. And essentially, once you get to Naples, you take the highway across. It's called Alligator Alley for obvious reasons to get over into southeast Florida, where, by the way, we had tornadoes reported yesterday, we had rain reported yesterday, and we have a newly issued high wind warning for southwest Florida. What is that? We're going to let you know when we come back. And welcome back into the Weather Channel. We do have a newly issued high wind warning, and you're talking about surface winds 100 knots or greater. And when you're talking knots, if you hear knots, because you will hear that, that's how we talk in the meteorology world, in the world of meteorology. If you take whatever the number is, 100 times 1.15, that's all you have to do. Very simple. You can do it on your phone, on your calculator app. So 100 knots, that's what the high wind warning is for. So you're talking about a little bit over 100 miles an hour. That's why there's been a high wind warning issued. Let's bring in Dr. Postel. Dr. Postel, doing my best out here, trying to pull up the radar. It looks like that we have that eye wall starting to near the coast. How far are we away? And this, by the way, is a pretty thick eye wall. It's not a thin little thing. Maybe we can talk about how thick it is and the duration of it, and when we think that center of circulation will be on shore. Of course, the worst winds will be in that eye wall.
Yeah, the eye wall looks to be about 15 miles across. And if the storm, let's say, is moving about 15 miles per hour, maybe not quite as much, more like 10, you can imagine that you will be in the eye wall for an hour or so, depending on, of course, your position. But imagine that. Imagine being in the eye wall of this storm, which is going to bring wind gusts way over 100 miles per hour for an hour. That's the kind of weather, Steph, that's coming for you in Englewood. You can see the radar in front of us with this, by the way, just in case you're at home and not knowing what we're talking about when we say eye wall, it is that donut ring of intense thunderstorms where the hurricane force winds are and where the winds over 100 miles per hour are. All of that is now closing in very closely to the coast and will be within an hour, and to you, Steph, maybe so about an hour or so from now. Now, we're seeing tropical storm force winds that have moved inland, but that's about to change. If you look at the Doppler velocities out of the Tampa radar, I showed this earlier, Steph, there were inbound components, now albeit at about 10,000 feet in altitude, but still not far off the deck. The winds are 170 miles per hour over the water, moving northbound. There is also a southbound wind here, over 170 miles per hour. So this is, again, over water, but do expect wind gusts way over 100 miles per hour right along the coast, and that is exactly why, as you said, Steph, we have this extreme wind warning for Lee County until 12:45, where we are expecting sustained winds over 115 miles per hour, and that indeed may last for an hour or so. And I'm going to send it over to Mike Seidel in Fort Myers right now, about to get into some of the really, really bad stuff. Mike.
Yes, Dr. Postel, we're watching the radar very closely because we are going to get into that eye wall very soon. With the 11 a.m. update, no change in the direction of movement and speed. North and northeast at 10 miles an hour. Let me set the stage here. We're in Fort Myers on the water. This is the Caloosahatchee River. The dock's now going underwater and they're bouncing up and down. I'm sure we're going to lose some of that, if not all of that. And this goes under the bridge to Sanibel Island, which we can't see now because of the rain and the wind. And just look at how the wind is picking up the water off the river. This river goes out to San Carlos Bay, which dumps into the Gulf of Mexico. But the winds already have gusted over 70 miles an hour, and they're running 40 to 50 miles an hour sustained. We're not even in the eye wall. Not raining particularly hard right now. This whole area in Lee County has been evacuated. All the mandatory evacuation, Zone A, that's the coastal areas, the barrier islands, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, that's all been evacuated. The only folks here at the hotel basically are employees and the media. We get a little break just for a moment. Well, what's going to happen, we're going to set the eye wall coming in here, and we may stay in that for a long time. I'm not sure if we'll ever get into the eye. Stephanie and Jim are a little farther north up in Punta Gorda, and also where Stephanie is in Englewood. They'll probably get in the eye. You'll see the winds will go calm, and we may see some sunshine. It's going to be a remarkable afternoon of live coverage here on the Weather Channel. Dr. Postel, and the worst is yet to come as far as the wind here. The other thing is the surge. The surge in this area from Bonita Beach south of here up to Englewood, now expected 12 to 18 feet. To put that in perspective, with Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, the peak surge was 9.4 feet on Fort Myers Beach. So that's, if it gets to 18, that's twice the surge. This is a slower moving storm. It's a much bigger storm. Charlie came in as a 150 mile an hour Cat 4. Right now, this is a high-end Cat 4, 155 mile an hour hurricane. So similarities, but differences? Larger, much slower. So wide impacts across the state of Florida. The heaviest rain will be along and north and west of the track. Upwards of 12 to 18 inches of rain, as much as 2 feet in some areas. So inland areas, flooding, and again, extreme risk of power outages here and across the entire area, across that I-4 corridor. Dr. Postel, will send it back to you. I will say our power's been flickering, but right now it's still on. We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, it's still on in the Fort Myers area. We are getting tropical storm force winds where you are, Mike. It looks bad. Tropical storm force winds are bad, but that's just a measure of what we're up against going forward. What you're going to get in Fort Myers, and especially areas to your north, is 1,000 times worse than what you've got right now. So I can tell you right now, Fort Myers, the airport, gusting to 53 miles per hour. In exposed areas, maybe gusting a little higher than that. But right in here is the eye wall, where the hurricane force winds are and the winds over 100 miles per hour are, and they are about ready to come on board here in Sanibel Island, Captiva, and areas just to the north. That is where the destructive winds are, and they are coming. The Doppler radar out of Tampa, scanning the skies here at about 10,000 feet or so in altitude, has been finding an inbound component to the wind, sort of a south wind, let's put it that way, at about 170 miles per hour, or maybe a little bit more than that. Same thing on the northbound side of it. So that's just one component of the wind. The idea is that the worst of all of the wind is still offshore, but it is coming this way, and it is going to get very bad. There will be well-constructed homes that will fail, unfortunately, given the conditions that we expect, with now a high wind, an extreme wind warning in effect. This is for sustained winds, or at least the expectation of sustained winds of 115 miles per hour coming soon. And it may last for an hour or so, given the relatively slow movement of Ian as it moves on board. So once you're in that eye wall, you need to shelter in place, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside. That is assuming that you are not at risk for storm surge. If you are, be very mindful of that and move up if you can. We will get you through this. You're going to be okay, but just find an interior and safe spot in your house, and you will be able to ride this thing out. That's the way we can put it, Steph. And the worst is yet to come, and it is only a matter of minutes away in some cases, right along the beaches there. Steph.
All right, so Dr. Postel, let's talk more about as this system, and we've talked a lot, rightly so, as this thing is coming ashore, we'll continue to do so, but I want to give the people the heads up who live in Tampa, Orlando. If you remember, these can hold together, even though they're on land, they'll start to fall apart. But Dr. Postel, how quickly do we think that will happen as it heads up towards Central Florida?
Well, let's talk about the landfall later on this afternoon. We think, again, let's say somewhere near the Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte region, along a path roughly like that. There will be a very strong wind, 75 to 100 miles per hour out of the northeast. North of that, let's say in Venice or Sarasota, throughout much of the late afternoon hours. South of where the center makes landfall, we have that onshore wind and extreme flooding with inundation potentially over 10 feet in places maybe near or just to the north of Fort Myers. But as you mentioned, rightly so, this continues inland and will bring with it destructive winds in many counties inland from there. For example, in Sarasota and Tampa, by later on this evening, we could see wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, maybe 75 miles per hour in some exposed areas. But remember, the wind in Tampa is going to be out of the northeast or east for much of the duration of this event. That is good news. That would keep the storm surge to a limited range, of course, and in fact, be at what's called called a negative storm surge, with a lot of Tampa Bay flowing out into the Gulf of Mexico with that offshore wind. However, with that offshore wind, we're still going to see some very high velocities here, still in some of the heaviest showers in Orlando and in Winter Haven. The timing would be later on tonight, somewhere around the midnight time frame, where we could see wind gusts, even here, over 75 miles per hour inland in spots. The sustained wind won't be so high, but it will be those gusts that we have to watch out for. And then Steph has pointed this out all morning long. We're going to now move Ian into northern Florida, and we're going to see St. Augustine, Flagler Beach, Amelia Island, eventually Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville Beach. We are going to have tomorrow an onshore wind that could be really gusty as well. Now, Ian will not be nearly as strong tomorrow. We're not going to be dealing with a Category 4 hurricane. It may be, who knows exactly how strong, but certainly a lot weaker than it is now. However, there will be that onshore wind, with the exposed locations seeing wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, maybe over 75 in spots, and that would be tomorrow afternoon, leading to significant water rises, as well as the potential for some damage with that wind tomorrow late in the morning and early in the afternoon as Ian moves back out over water again tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to send it back over to Mike Seidel in Fort Myers. All right, so Mike Seidel in Fort Myers, we will get back to him momentarily. Let me go back now to the most current conditions as we are awaiting the arrival of the eye wall on shore. And with that expectation, we have what's called an extreme wind warning, which is the estimate that we will see winds sustained at 115 miles per hour in that zone in Lee County. And I have a feeling, Steph, that there will be more extreme wind warnings issued, perhaps even for your location eventually, as that eye wall closes in on you. Steph.
And I would say sooner than later we'll see that issue. You can tell right now, Dr. Cosell, how things have already kind of ramped up. And I know that eye wall is headed our way, let's say within the next hour or so. But Dr. Cosell, let's talk to people who maybe never have gone through a storm like this and what to do if you go through the eye. Because okay, we're going to go to Seidel. We'll talk back to Cosell in a minute, and Seidel can talk to this as well. Meteorologist Mike Seidel's been in Fort Myers, and Mike, you know, that eye wall is headed right on shore. Then we have the eye, which is a calming storm, and I just really want to remind people, you don't go outside during that eye because you will get hit by that back side of the system. And Mike, it looks like you're really feeling the effects of this thing. How exposed are you? Is that water behind you?
Yeah, we are getting pretty hammered. Now, here's the deal. We do have a little of a Venturi effect between this hotel and the one way over there. So we're getting a little bit of an increase in the wind speed because of that. But otherwise, this is the wind, and the eye wall is heading in here. We're going to keep an eye on this. The big story here, in addition to the wind, is the storm surge. It's already come up about 2 feet, I think, based on where the water was at the docks when we got here yesterday. All the water is trying to go out. We're going towards low tide on the Caloosahatchee here in Fort Myers. The next high tide is about 6:30 this evening. But it ain't going to have much luck going out because all the wind is blowing it back upriver. Past Fort Myers, that's going to be the case. In Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, the wind blowing the water up to the east and northeast away from the Gulf of Mexico. Now, they're forecasting a 12 to 18-foot surge. If that happens, obviously, I won't be standing here. We've got plenty of elevation here, so we're fine, even up to 20 feet. We don't expect that, but, boy, a lot more surge than they had with Charlie. We're going to be here through the duration. We're going to stay safe. We've got plenty of elevation, plenty of places to stay out of the wind, and we'll keep you updated here from Fort Myers as that eye wall comes in, and we may stay in there for a while. Let's go back to Dr. Postel. Dr. Postel back in Atlanta, and the worst is yet to come, I'm afraid.
By far, Mike Seidel. You are dealing with tropical storm force winds now in the Fort Myers area. We're seeing wind gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, and you're in an exposed location, and you can see that for sure. But the eye wall is coming on board now. It is just basically making its appearance on the coast. And as it moves inland, it is going to bring wind gusts over 100 miles per hour with it. You can see there's a lot of lightning as well. That tells us this is a very intense burst of convection with extremely heavy rain. The visibilities will be cut to near zero, and the winds will be gusting over 100 miles per hour in that zone. It will be moving through eventually areas like Englewood and Port Charlotte and Charlotte Harbor, and also back out in here. Even though there's not a ton of lightning out there, there are some extremely strong southeast winds now about ready to come onshore. So, Steph, the worst by far is yet to come. And my advice, if you can hear me, is to shelter in place now. If you can, that means find an interior room like you would with perhaps a tornado warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor. That is assuming you're not at risk for storm surge. Of course, then you have to manage your elevation. But obviously, you're going to want to take protection from this kind of wind. We have not seen it yet in the region, not even close. It's going to get a lot worse. Steph.
And Dr. Bussell, our goal is to stay on air for as long as possible, which is what we'll do, and we'll take you into our safe room. We have a plan. We've actually moved all of our luggage to a place that we know where it's at. Everything is protected. We assess the safe room, but, you know, towels into the safe room. We're ready here. So the moment that we need to get in there, we're going to get in there, and we'll continue to broadcast as long as we can get our signal out. You have to remember, we're going to lose power. We're going to lose cell towers. So right now, I would say it's also a good time. Reach out to your loved ones. Okay, I'm safe. This is my plan. You know, and come up with a plan with them. If you need one, if you're going to meet up with them or whatever your plan is going to be after the fact, it's going to be tough to get around here. There's going to be debris in the streets. There's going to be trees blocking the streets. There's going to be power poles blocking the streets. Just be prepared to stay in place for a solid week after this storm. And we want to take you live now to Punta Gorda, Florida, and you see that people have their boats out there. I mean, people do the best they can with the boats. They take them out so they don't get, you know, knocked around when they are moored down in marina. But a lot of people did moor their boats. We saw people taking their boats out of the marina. Some people bring them up into like the mangroves or take them up a river to make them safer. By the way, meteorologist Jim Cantori will be live in Punta Gorda. He was live this morning on the Weather Channel, and I know that he is getting set and getting protected now so that he can broadcast safely. He had to move where he was from. I chatted with him yesterday. You know, this is what we do. We're out on these storms. All right, Jim, what's your setup? Steph, what's your setup? And he was saying that Abrams, you know, he had a good shot in the morning to be able to show the water and everything, but then he was going to have to drop back, as we say, into his safe place, and that's what he's doing now. So he will be joining us throughout the day. Of course, we have meteorologist Mike Seidel in Fort Myers. We have a crew in Sarasota. We have a crew in St. Pete, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville. We are covered here across the entire state because this will be affecting the entire state. So let's go down to Fort Myers. Mike Seidel, you know, you're pretty exposed, Mike. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Maybe you can give us some detail of what your fallback plan is if you need to do that.
Okay, thanks, Steph. Yeah, we'll run that down. What we've done is come from 20 feet or so higher down lower to give the camera more protection, and we're fine right now. So that's the short term. In the long term, watch this. This is where we're going to be watching over the next 3, 4, 5 hours. The water being pushed up from the Gulf in the San Carlos Bay and up the Caloosahatchee River. Already the dock is underwater, and if you've been watching, just in 15, 20 minutes, the water continues to come up on this little sandy area at the base of the hotel. This is going to continue to come up as the hurricane closes in on the southwest coast. Likely going in north of us, we'll see if we catch the eye, the far eastern edge of the eye, southeastern edge of the eye. If we don't, we're going to be in this for a long time, a real beating out here. Our power is still on here, but there's a lot of power already out. Surge forecast here from Bonita Beach south of us up to where Stephanie is in Englewood, basically we're expecting the center to come in. 12 to 18 feet, I mentioned earlier, 9.4 was the max for Hurricane Charlie back in 04. Now that was a different storm. It was more compact. It was like a buzzsaw that came in Went up to Orlando, gave them their highest gust record, 106 miles an hour. This is a bigger storm geographically, and the wind field's larger, and more importantly, it's moving slower. So that means more rainfall. We're going to get rainfall totals. Tampa Bay area, across I-4, Orlando, Jacksonville, 12 inches plus. Some spots are going to get easily 2 feet of rain. So interior flooding plus the wind, there's going to be, I can say this without worrying, there's going to be hundreds of thousands losing power from Hurricane Ian. So, Steph, we're going to take the eye wall the best we can, stay safe. If it gets too dangerous, I'll head for a safer spot. Right now, these winds, by the way, weather station right across the water here, south of Sanibel, just gusted to 80 miles an hour. And we're going to get gusts over 100 miles an hour. That's almost a given from Ian. Stephanie will send it back up to you up the coast there in Inglewood.
And of course, you can see Mike Seidel's fully exposed. He's right on the water. And there's less friction. Of course, there's still friction. But there's a little less friction. We're 2 miles inland as the crow flies to the ocean. There's Lemon Bay and Minnesota Key and then out into the ocean. And let's talk about as those winds come in and bring in Dr. Postel. Dr. Postel, obviously, right at the coast, you're going to have the highest winds. But I got to tell you, people that are just a mile or 2 or 3 or 5 inland are still going to get rocked by this and not trying to fearmonger, blow this out of proportion. We have a strong Category 4 hurricane coming in. Google all Category 4 hurricanes and see the type of damage they can do. This is not a drill. This is not a joke. It is time to get to your safe place here coming up soon, Dr. Postel.
Shelter in place. The eye wall is moving on board, Steph. You're right about that. And, you know, it's one of those things where outside of the eye wall, you have tropical storm force winds pretty much where you are, where Mike is. But once you get in that eye wall, the wind's going to ramp up well over hurricane force, over 100 miles per hour. We have extreme wind warnings out. And the area that I'm talking about is right in there that is now just coming on board. It's Sanibel, Captiva Island, getting now some of that outer eye wall. It's only going to get worse even there. But everything is moving in this direction. And we are going to see the winds and pick up very quickly where you are, Steph. And still, the Doppler velocities out of Tampa at about 10,000 feet in altitude are showing winds over 170 miles per hour. Now, that's higher up. We're not going to see those kinds of winds necessarily at the ground, but we could see some gusts that maybe aren't that far from that near the coast. We have to watch out with the extreme wind warning in place. Expect winds well over 100 miles per hour in those locations, and it's only going to get worse.
And we want to show you now the Skyway Bridge that is just rocking and rolling out there. This is a camera that is jumping around even more than we last checked, gusting to 37 miles an hour. And you can really, the visibility is going down. And that will continue to do so with the rain that's coming in. And by the way, Tampa Bay, the water has been pushed out because of the location of where we are relative to the storm. And you can see even white caps in the water there into Tampa Bay. Something else I've noticed, at least live here into Inglewood, the day has been progressing. We were started at 9:30 this morning, and you would think, okay, it should be getting lighter and lighter and lighter, and in fact, it's beginning darker and darker and darker. And the reason being, of course, is because we're getting thicker clouds, and we're getting more rain to come down, and of course, that wind has been picking up as well. So we've had quite a difference just in the last couple of hours here. And as Dr. Postel was talking about, once that eye wall gets close to us, which, by the way, is going to happen in the next couple of hours, we're going to have to go to our safe place and shelter in place, just like you'll have to, and we'll stay broadcasting even from our interior bathroom if we can, as long as we possibly can, because we have a Category 4, borderline Category 5 hurricane coming in, winds at 155 miles an hour. We're talking the equivalent to an EF3 tornado. Now, tornadoes and hurricanes are very, 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 very different. Very different. But I think that can just give you some perspective. Can you imagine it's an EF3 tornado coming through and the type of damage that does? We're going to lose roofs. Trees are going to be down. You could be stuck where you are for quite some time because this is affecting the entire state. It's going to go anywhere from southwest Florida all the way up to the first coast, which is Jacksonville, Florida. But let's go south of here. It goes Fort Myers and Naples are the next two big cities. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is in Fort Myers. And Mike, have you noticed in the last hour or so a significant change in your weather?
I can say the wind is gradually amping up. Last check the rain, the weather station across the way, and the peak gust was 80. We may have gusted higher. They were wide open with the water. We're watching the surge come up, and eventually we're going to have to vacate this area. This is not going to be safe. Forecast surge 12 to 18 feet. Bonita Beach, south of here, up to where you are, Steph, in Englewood. I want to show you the pool. Well, the wind is getting blown out of the pool under there. Now, I have to tell you, some of this is the Venturi effect, because we're getting a little channeling through the hotel. But other than that, these winds are sustained 40 to 50 miles an hour, and as I said, gusts 70 to 80. So that'll blow the water right out of the pool into the Gulf of Mexico. The other thing I want to show you is how dangerous and how rough the Caloosahatchee River is right here. Now the water is already over the dock, so it's already come up, I'm thinking about 3 feet from where it was last night. I told you earlier the tide is trying to go out. Low tide is 6:30, so that's going to help us a little bit. But the wind and the push is so strong for Ian, it's going to really overcompensate the tide trying to go out. And this whole area where I'm standing will be underwater in the next couple of hours as that eye wall, we take the eye wall. We may stay in that for a long time, which is not good because we just get battered and battered as it continues to rotate. And the eye, where the winds go calm and the sun may come out, where Stephanie and Jim are, they'll get a break for a little while. Then the back end comes in and slams them later this afternoon. But right now, it's just gusty winds. The rain isn't particularly hard. We picked up several inches of rain yesterday, and Stephanie, we picked up a couple of inches of rain today. But by far the heaviest rainfall, the slugger rain, is going to be along and north and west of the track. That's going to be from where you are, certainly Tampa Bay, Clearwater, St. Pete, Tampa, Orlando, the I-4 corridor, Daytona, Jacksonville. We've got a crew, Chris Warren in Jacksonville. He's going to be up later on today because there it's heavy rain and a very strong onshore flow, much like a nor'easter, as Ian slowly goes that way. Big change versus Charlie. It's not going to zip on by. It's going to just take its time. It's only moving 10 miles an hour, Stephanie, and that really implies
Mike,
a lot of rainfall.
We're going to talk about that.
Duration, strong winds. What's that?
Yeah, that's for sure, Mike. We're going to keep talking about that. We do have some breaking news to tell you about a record storm surge in Naples. We're over 4 feet. The record has set back in 1972, if you go back to record time. So that water is pushing up, and we're already seeing it in Naples, and we'll see that as you go up the coast. And as this nears the coast, Sanibel Island, I have seen some flooding already on Sanibel Island. Like, I'm talking halfway up the mailboxes. The flooding has already happened there on Sanibel Island. You have to watch out in Minnesota Key. We are going to see significant water rise there if it's not already happening, and that water is going to continue to push up. And again, on that east side of the storm, you have the forward motion of the storm, and you have the wind also in the same direction. And so that's why you see that biggest surge push on the east side of the storm. And we're going to talk more about that. You can see the numbers there on the screen. And you see on the east side, the forward movement and the winds, opposed to in Tampa, the water is being pushed out of Tampa Bay right now. And welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, and right now we are having a look at Hurricane Ian in Punta Gorda, Florida, and look at that water streaming through town. It is flowing. Remember, 6 inches of swiftly moving water can knock you off your feet. 2 feet of swiftly moving water can float and move a car. This is where meteorologist Jim Cantori is, and he is getting ready in his safe place to ride out the rest of the storm. And so as soon as he is safe and ready, we will get him back on air, bringing you live coverage of what's happening in Punta Gorda, which is just off to my southeast. I'm here in Englewood. And when we come back, I want to talk about how the winds go up exponentially with a hurricane. Now, they go up in 5-mile-per-hour increments, if you will, but I'm talking about the destruction from these winds. And what does 155-mile-an-hour winds do versus 75-mile-an-hour winds with a Category 1? The damage goes up exponentially. We'll talk about that with Dr. Postel in a little bit. But first, let's go out to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who's to the south of me in Fort Myers. And I am 2 miles inland from the coast where he is. He is right on the water and exposed to that wind, less friction. Mike, has that water been coming up in Fort Myers? Because we have that record now set in Naples when we're talking water rise.
Oh, yes, it has, Steph. We've been showing it to you, and it gets higher and higher very slowly. It's not like a big wave coming in, like a tsunami. It takes a little time, but eventually, where I'm standing, I would be completely underwater. That's the forecast of 12 to 18 feet surge. We'll see how that verifies. We're going to be moving higher up, way higher up, above 20 feet in the next hour or so. So we're safe and get out of some of this wind too. The weather station nearby, 56 miles an hour, gusting to 84. That's the peak sustained and gust we've had so far. We're not quite in the eye wall. Now we're going to get in the eye wall. That's where we're going to get those gusts. And that's why we have an extreme wind warning up for now. This is a situation that's going to knock out a lot of power. I don't know if you can see behind me, but the wind, the force of the wind, it's picking up the water off the Caloosahatchee River and just turning it into a spray. Wow. Just amazing. So these winds are closing in on what I took with Fiona in Ponce, Puerto Rico. We gusted there to 110. We were sustained at 77. We're not quite there yet. But this is going to be a long afternoon because the hurricane is only moving 10 miles an hour, Steph. Charlie moved much, much faster. It was a much smaller storm, and as you said, we've already set the record in Naples, and more records will fall. We'll see how that surge goes. Stephanie, Fort Myers Beach just across the water here. 9.4 during Charlie, and Captiva, Sanibel was anywhere from, I think North Captiva was about 9.4 also. That's about where the center crossed and went into Punta Gorda back on that Friday, August 13th. Yes, Friday, August 13th, 2004. Stephanie?
All right, Mike, thank you for that. We need to get inside now to the studio because we have a new tornado warning. Let's get right to it. I'm not sure who's handling it in the studio. I'm just going to toss it back in.
From there, new tornado warning here that is now fired up here for us. And we always talk about when it comes to these tropical cyclones, whether it's tropical storms, hurricanes, you can get these tornadoes to spin up. And we do have a new warning that is up here for us. But there's that big picture here, what's going on with Ian. 155 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane at this point, getting closer and closer to the west coast of Florida, starting to make its way onshore at this hour. So conditions just going to continue to go downhill. There's the radar showing you where that particular tornado warning is right now, just to the south and west of Sebring there, and that's until about 12:15. We got parts of west central Highlands County, eastern Hardee County, and northeastern DeSoto County. This is there in the south central portions of Florida right now. You've got a tornado warning as these storms are rotating around those outer bands. These storms are working their way essentially right now to the north and the west here, at least this particular storm, where that warning is in place right now. The actual area where we're watching the rotation would generally be right there just west of Placid Lakes. And you can see that will continue to work its way on off towards the northwest here for us as we head on through the next couple of minutes. So if you're in any of those areas west of Placid Lakes, heading up towards the Wauchula area, just north of Arcadia, crossing over 17, those are areas where you want to make sure you're getting into your safe zone, lowest floor of a sturdy structure, and certainly getting away from the windows. It's going to be a situation where there's going to be a ton of rain. You're not going to be able to see this tornado. They tend to be very short-lived. They can spin up very quickly, cause the damage, and then they lift up very quickly as well. But they can get obstructed by all of the rain that is in place right now, and that's what we're seeing at this hour. Some of the other areas that could be impacted with this particular storm down the road, you can see around the Buchanan area around 1243, heads up there. We talked about Wauchula, Baird. Also, again, not in the warning now there in Baird, but if it were to hold together, you could certainly be impacted by this. So this is something that we'll be watching here as we work our way through the day, not just, again, dealing with that core of the system where, of course, the most extreme winds are going to be, where you've got that eye wall moving into west central portions of Florida, but it's also on the periphery. That's when we can get these spin-ups, isolated tornadoes, and right now we do have a tornado warning that is in place, one of what will probably be quite a few as we head on through the rest of this afternoon. Plenty more to come when it comes to Hurricane Ian. We've got it here on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under sunny skies. Today, partly cloudy, high 71. Winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 55. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Things are starting to pick up here in Inglewood, Florida, getting worse and worse, and they are going to get a lot more destructive before it comes down here. Let's talk about Cat 4, Cat 5 landfalls in Florida. There have been 13 if you look back in time. All of them but Michael, which was in 2018 up in the Panhandle, have happened in South Florida. All of them. So 12 of them. And by the way, it's pretty rare to have a Cat 4, Cat 5. It's not something we see all the time. With climate change, that could change. We could see more and more of these really intense hurricanes. And speaking of intensity, I want to talk to Dr. Postel about the winds. When you're talking about a Cat 1, which is 75-mile-an-hour winds, that's your basic Cat 1 hurricane. Right now, Dr. Postel, this is at 155 miles an hour, borderline Cat 5. The destruction goes up exponentially with the winds. So it's not an even thing from 75 to 155, extrapolate type of a thing. They go up exponentially. So you could have over 300 times the amount of destruction with winds at 155 versus 75. And that is significant.
Right. When you're talking about 100-mile-per-hour wind versus a 50, 100 is basically 4 times the power of a 50-mile-per-hour wind. So then we're going to see wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour with this. So there's a lot yet to come. Steph, I need to get to a couple of things right now, if you can take my max. We've got the eye wall now coming on board here, and that is closing in on your area, Steph. Be prepared to shelter in place because the winds are going to ramp up to gusting over 100 miles per hour as that eye wall moves through, and it's going to take some time to do that. But I also want to talk about the storm surge flooding that we're already seeing across parts of Florida. Again, record value of storm surge already in Naples. The high tide is not until early afternoon. And part of the reason why, well, pretty much the only reason why, is because of the wind direction. It is out of the southwest, bringing the Gulf of Mexico inland already across parts of coastal Florida here, especially those wind-facing shores right now. And for now, farther to the north in Fort Myers or areas to the north, we're not seeing water rises yet. Certainly, we may be seeing some here along the harbor side or bay side shores, but nothing compared to what we're going to get. We have, keep in mind, still an east or northeast wind that is offshore holding the Gulf of Mexico back. But that is not the case in Naples and will soon not be the case in Sanibel's got an onshore wind right now. I can't imagine what the flooding is there. We don't know. We don't have a gauge there. But many other areas, Pelican Bay, Bonita Springs, the wind out of the south is going to turn out of the southwest, and that water is going to rise. Let me give you an idea of by how much. Here is a storm surge flooding inundation map for a larger part of southwest Florida, including Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, and areas nearby. But I'm going to zoom in to show you the kind of flooding above normally dry ground that we could see with Ian moving inland and eventually later on this afternoon, the wind coming from the Gulf. There are places here in orange and in yellow that are expecting to see 6 to 9 feet of water inundation above normally dry ground. The same thing here in Fort Myers. Everywhere here in red, expect water to inundate above 9 feet that will submerge buildings across the region. Right now, I'm going to send it over Mike Seidel in Fort Myers, needing to be aware of the dangerous situation ahead with the rising water.
Yes, Dr. Postel, we're watching the water come up. The surge beginning over about an hour ago. It's come up about 3 feet. The whole pier and dock now submerged. We're looking out at the Caloosahatchee River, and that rolls into San Carlos Bay, into the Gulf. There's so much water around, so many harbors. There's water everywhere. I mentioned the tide's trying to go out, but it's not going to have much luck with these winds. Weather station across the way now, 62 miles an hour, gusting to 87. 62, gusting to 87. So the wind continues to ramp up. We're going to be heading to higher ground in the short term as the water continues to come up. Surge forecast here at least 12 feet. maybe as high as 18 above normally dry ground, and that would be the extreme case. I keep mentioning Charlie surge was 9.4 across right back there on Fort Myers Beach, which is obviously getting hit hard along with Sanibel Island because those are the outer barrier islands. Ian's eye wall coming at us. We're going to be there for a while. Stephanie Abrams, Jim Cantori may actually take the actual eye, which will be remarkable as the winds will go almost calm, and we may see some blue sky and some sunshine. So you want to stay around for that this afternoon. It's going to be a long, dangerous, and life-threatening afternoon here in Florida. We've got you covered on the Weather Channel around the clock, right on through the week, as the hurricane heads inland and then impacts the southeast over the next 2 to 3 days. Stay with us.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly to mostly cloudy, high 71. Winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 56. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, sunshine, high 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we want to take you now and show you the water coming in here, and it is just incredible what we're seeing. I'm told this is Fort Myers Beach, and look at that water pushing in and the debris in the water. Just absolute madness, and you see the debris floating on top of it. Remember, 6 inches of swiftly moving water can knock you off your feet. 2 feet of swiftly moving water what is that? That looks like a garbage can floating away. That's what it looks like, appears to me. And who even knows what else is in there? So the damage has already started here into Fort Myers, and the system is yet to pull ashore. I will say Sanibel Island is getting rocked right now by the system as well. We've seen the water rise there already, and it's also going to continue to do so as this pulls on shore, and it is going to get worse for a lot more people. This is just a little bit of what some of us will be seeing from this storm as it still moves ashore. I will say that Sanibel Island has been going through the eye wall, and they're about to maybe get a little bit of a break from the eye. We'll have to check on the radar and have a look at that. So you see all this water pushing in. I'm in Inglewood, just to the north of this. We're about 2 miles inland, so we're not too concerned about the surge here where I am 2 miles in, though there's a lot of canals all around us, so we could see some flooding here. Let's go to Dr. Postel and talk about that flow of water and that surge. Are we really reaching our max right now in Fort Myers, Dr. Postel, or do you think we still have more to go?
We have a lot more to go, Steph, and we're kind of looking this camera toward the Gulf of Mexico in the southwest direction with the wind largely out of the south right now. So there's quite a bit of an onshore component. The water's rising, the winds are clearly gusting very strongly. And I can show you, if you put that video alongside my graphics, I can tell you exactly where we are looking and what the wind is doing and what the water rises are now showing us. We've already seen a record water rise in Naples. I believe it's over 5 feet, and that continues to go up. And we're seeing lots of other places as well. So there's Fort Myers Beach. That is right there where you can see all that water rushing inland with the wind coming in off the Gulf. If not directly, certainly very close to that. And the water is just rushing in very quickly, and it's going to go up as we continue to see Ian move. Their center of circulation is somewhere out in there, and it is moving roughly in that direction. So the wind will continue to push the Gulf of Mexico inland here, and the weather will get worse going forward as we watch this evolve. Now, farther to the south, as I mentioned, Naples with this prolonged onshore wind, already a 5.5-foot storm surge. So that is the highest on record, and the records go back to 1965. So So we are dealing with already record storm surge across parts of southwest Florida, especially in those shorelines that are facing the wind now. But remember, the wind is going to be veering around. It's now out of the south, but even in places like farther to the north, we are going to see the wind come in more from the west, and that is going to push it inland into Charlotte Harbor, very significantly so later on today as Ian begins to move on through and push that Gulf of Mexico in that direction. Let's look at some places that could see very significant inundation. Now, the color coding here, for example, Cape Hayes in the orange is 6 to 9 feet, and in the red, it's above 9 feet, and there are lots of places that we expect to see that, especially in Fort Myers and in all the complicated canal networking that is a part of the city. So, Steph, this is a flooding nightmare, disaster unfolding as the weather continues to get worse in many locations. Send it back to you, Steph, in Englewood.
Okay, so that's the wind component, but this thing is a triple threat, if you will. It's got the wind, it's got the rain, it's got the surge. It really has all three of these, and at a very high level as well. So, Dr. Postel, now let's talk about the winds, because even though we're 2 miles inland, we could see flooding here, and we could see catastrophic wind damage as well with this.
We will see catastrophic wind damage with this as the eye wall moves through. Not until it does, but when it does, right? We are seeing now a new extreme wind warning for Charlotte and Sarasota counties with the expectation of wind gusts over 115 miles per hour. Steph, that includes you in Englewood. The eye wall is about ready to move into your location. It's right about like that, moving through parts of the area just to the southwest of Punta Gorda. So this is the most dangerous part wind-wise of Ian that is now closing in on many locations right along the Florida coast. And I can zoom in even more to show you that we are about ready to see the highest of all the winds with over 100 mile per hour winds, the kind that can do damage, right? It can knock out power if it hasn't been knocked out already. It can knock down trees and take roofs off. And with that, you can have complete roof and wall failure. Weather's only getting worse, and the storm surge continues inland. Stay tuned.
Ian coverage continuing here on the Weather Channel, guys. Downtown Punta Gorda is where I am right now. No stranger to powerful hurricanes. That, of course, back in 2004, we had Charlie rolling through here like a 32-mile wide tornado that it was. We're going to have winds just as strong, but this thing's a lot bigger. As a matter of fact, you could fit Charlie inside the eye of Ian. All right, that's how big this thing is. But it's already causing all sorts of problems. We've seen the storm surge on Fort Myers Beach. We have seen, winds gusting 90, 100 miles per hour down there on the Barrier Islands. Absolutely, no place to be. Where we are, just to give you an idea, is we moved away from the water just because, as we plan on seeing that water come up, we're in the zone of about 12 to 18 for the storm surge. Now, as that comes in, do we have to move up again? It's an absolute possibility, but we're ready to do that. All right, we're in a parking garage and we're ready to move up in elevation, but we want to be able to bring you the best pictures that we can and not put you in harm's way. Margie, do we have Charles' camera right now? Is he up? Let's show it. All right, pull it, take it full. So he's down. He is down where we were this morning, near Lashley, okay? That's looking out at that marina. I'm not exactly sure what the shot looks like, but if he's looking out at the boats there, those are the boats that were pretty much sitting on the mud this morning, okay? Now they're starting to come up because here comes the water. Winds have changed direction here a little bit more out of the south and southeast at times, depending on how far south you get. So that water is going to continue to come up, and we're about right now, let's look at a close-up radar. Let's do that. And we can actually, if you put a little measurement from Punta Gorda downtown out to the eye wall, again, I can't return from where I'm standing out here. It should be about 20 miles. So some of the worst part of this, it may be, we'll get hurricane force before that, maybe 15 to 20, and then around 20 miles, we're in the meat of this thing. We're into the, big time winds and 155, 160 miles an hour. I was just looking at the radar too aloft, and up around 8,000 feet, there were winds, instantaneous winds, 180 miles an hour. So this thing's no joke. And it's coming in. It's not losing strength by any stretch of the imagination. It's on its way in as we speak. Let's take you to Fort Myers Here, guys, I want to show you this video because we just got this in from Severe Studios, and you can see this is storm surge. And unfortunately, with storm surge comes storm surge damage and debris. And it's that debris that comes around. So sometimes, you know, you can certainly get out of the way of the water, but buildings and other things get knocked around by that debris, depending on what that is. But the power of water is a very strong thing, and this is what we wanted to get you out of the way of. We don't want anyone to have to go through what you're seeing right here on these pictures. So, a horrible situation, certainly just starting to unfold as Ian is on final approach into southwest Florida. One of the most historic hurricanes we've ever had down and through here in terms of its intensity and certainly the storm surge component that's associated with it. We may see all new cuts coming into the barrier island here. It's going to get wild here over the next couple of hours, so stay with us. Let's go down to Fort Myers. Mike Seidel is joining us. And Mike, you're a little bit closer to the action, I would assume, right now.
Yes, we are, Jim. We've found a safer place. We're up about 20 feet. I'm down here at the pool. I can quickly get up to 20 feet if necessary. The wind is just howling off the Gulf of Mexico. The weather station across the way just gusted to 97 miles an hour. 97 mile an hour gust. You can see the surf. You can't even see that far out to the river. Remember, all the water is getting blown in from the Gulf through San Carlos Bay into the Caloosahatchee, and the wind is just howling out here. By the way, we've got about 250,000 Floridians, customers, without power right now. They're all down in this area in southwest Florida. Here in Lee County, I was kind of surprised, 10% of the customers without power. So these winds now gusting close to 100 miles an hour. Look at the radar. We're right in the eye wall now, and we're going to be in this for a while. A lot of folks in the hotel, the staff asking me, are we going to get in the eye? Well, I don't know. It's going to be very close, like we had the situation in Ponce, Puerto Rico, where we stayed in the eye wall and it was just roaring for about 4 hours. That may be the case here. Just the wind roaring, the heavy rainfall coming in right now, and the surge coming up. We're expecting a 12 to 18-foot surge above higher ground. That's the worst case scenario. Right now, we're up several feet based on where the water was earlier, and it's blowing right in here towards the hotel. We will certainly keep you updated. We've got a cruise up the coast. We've got Stephanie in Englewood, where she'll take the eye. Jim Cantori in Punta Gorda, he'll take the eye. And we're going to be on through the afternoon to show it to you live on the Weather Channel. We're live around the clock as Ian batters Florida and heads into the southeast tomorrow.
Our continuing round-the-clock coverage of Ian continues here. Potential catastrophic hurricane shaping up here for southwest Florida. And it's already begun. We've already seen the storm surge come in a lot of these areas. As a matter of fact, you're looking live right now, actually at Fort Myers Beach. You're looking at that very thing, surge, coming in here from Severe Studios. This is the rise of water, all right, on the eastern side of the storm, which is maximized in that eye wall. Horrible situation. This is part of that 12 to 18 feet. That we're talking about, all right? So big water continues to roll in. And, of course, you can see debris as well. Looks like part of a structure there, maybe a dock kind of rolling into the foreground and just continuing to work its way through the interior here. So this is a horrible situation. You hate seeing this, but you know that power of water is going to do a lot of horrible things, and this is exactly why we need to get you out of it. And this is why these evacuation orders were issued for places like Zone A and also into Zone B as well. All right, so we'll leave that up. I want to take some more cameras. Now, we were about a half a mile from here this morning, okay, on Charlotte Harbor. And the reason why we're not there now is because we don't want the surge to come in and not be able to come back here and get a place where we can retreat to and get up in elevation, which is where we are in a parking garage, okay? You can get out of the water, but if you're driving in it, it comes up too fast, that becomes a different story. But you can see these boats just leaning here now because of the wind, all right? Peak, if you're listening to me on IFB, I know you know this water's up a little bit more. Almost looks like it's still trying to flow back out toward the Gulf of Mexico. So we haven't gotten that full southeast component yet, but it is coming up. And there were boats in that marina there that were literally sitting on the mud this morning. Not these, because they're out in the harbor. but the ones that in the marina that we were at. As a matter of fact, I can show you some of those boats. Let's take the storm cam here quick, Marge, before I throw to Steph. I want to show everybody the same boats that I was talking about. This is on our storm cam feed that we have that was at the same area. And again, this is Peak's camera. So, you know, the one, apparently it's not coming up, but the one I wanted to show you was the one that's out in that harbor. And that's going to get really interesting here as we start to see, you know, this water come on up. We've had winds gusting already over 100 miles per hour, especially south of me, and that's going to continue to be the case. We are only about, 15 miles from the outer eye wall, and then we're going to be, 19 miles from some of the worst of this. So you're going to see weather conditions go downhill rapidly. All right, Steph, you know what? I never got the chance to look at how far you and I are apart. It's not very far. You're on the other side of the harbor, but holy smoke, we're whether you get in the eye or this thing jogs over toward me and we both get in it is yet to be determined. But either way, some of the worst of this is right on our doorstep.
Yeah, Jim, I want to say you're about 20 miles as a crow flies. Driving obviously would take it a little longer. But yeah, we're not too far from each other. So, if we've got hurricane force winds at 40 miles from the center, if it goes over you, we're still going to get hammered. It could go in between us, could go over me. But this whole stretch from where Jim is in Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, here into Inglewood, up towards Venice, all these areas are going to hit hard. As you can see, if you've been watching all morning, I've now switched over to the baseball helmet because we were talking with Dr. Postel that this thing is nearing us. I want to bring in Dr. Postel and talk about how much farther we have. And I was able to see my phone, Dr. Postel, and check my text. You asked about our pressure. Now we're at 989. We've been jumping in and around the 989. And here's our pressure reading for you. Let's see if we can show it to you. There we are. So there you are, Dr. Postel, 989 for you right now.
A lot worse because the minimum pressure in Ian is somewhere around, let's say, 940 millibars or so, maybe a little less than that. So that means there's about 50 millibars of pressure difference between where you are in Inglewood, let's say somewhere around here, to where the center is about here. Now, the difference in pressure means the wind between you and where the center is accelerating. And we are going to see the winds where you are, Steph, and many other locations in that eye wall ramp up very quickly to over 100 miles per hour in gusts. And it hasn't gotten to you yet, the worst of it by far, but it is moving slowly. Remember, once you get in that eye wall, you may be in it for an hour or more based on the track. Now that footage there on the right is Fort Myers Beach. Let's have a look at that because I want to put my display here on the left to show you roughly what's happening on the south side of those areas right there. So Fort Myers Beach is right about there. We have an onshore south wind. That camera is looking southwest. So the water is coming right in from the Gulf of Mexico and pushing inland as we speak right in that zone. Now in Naples, there's a 5.8 storm surge already that is one for the record books. That is number one going back to 1965. And there is one more location there, Fort Myers Beach. That is the location that you're seeing on the right with all of that flooding, that inundation. It is going to continue to rise as Ian continues to move roughly along a path like that. And we will continue to see the winds increase, the waves on top of the rising water. Conditions in Fort Myers Beach getting worse. They're already life-threatening. And many other locations, we're going to see the weather only get worse. I'll leave you with this one last picture here of some of the areas that we expect to see the worst of it. I put the National Hurricane Center's track on here to show you where the center of Ian is going. Along and to the right is where the strongest winds are going to be closing in on Punta Gorda in the matter of an hour or so.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly to mostly cloudy, high 71. Winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 56. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, sunshine, high 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Pick up here, and we're getting close to the eye wall. We're going to show you here Fort Myers Beach first and the surge that is pushing in. And I'll tell you what, in Naples, south of here, we had a record-setting surge, over 4 feet, crushing the old surge. We're nearing around 6 feet there. It's just tremendous, the surge that we're seeing down into Naples. Here, we are concerned about the surge over right on the ocean and on Lemon Bay. We're about 2 miles from the ocean, so we're not necessarily concerned about surge here. Yes, flooding, we could see an issue, but I am worried about the people that are right on the water when it comes to the surge. Where we are a little bit inland in this neighborhood, I'm worried about the wind and the catastrophic wind. That eye wall is just to our south. It's rotating in, and the reason I put my helmet on is because there and it's those little pieces you can see down the street. We have some palm fronds, we have some branches, but we've seen some leaves flying in the air, and you don't know those little particles that can get picked up. And so I put on the helmet, and then when it gets a little bit closer to us, we're going to have to retreat back into our safe place because that eye wall is absolutely no joke. Let's go to meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is close to the water, so he's much more exposed than I am. Mike, how have your conditions changed over the last, let's say, hour?
They have gone downhill right now. You can see on the radar, we are in the eye wall of Vienna. This is a Cat 4, almost a Cat 5. Our winds are gusting, we've had an official gust of 97, sustained at 70. That's just below hurricane force. Behind me is the Caloosahatchee River, and you can see it's starting to come up on the pool deck here. I don't have an official surge measurement, but I'm estimating now about 3 feet so far, just based on where the water was last night. You can see also the wind, these gusts, picking up the salt water and blowing it in. What you can't see, there's a condo building next door, and I looked over there and went, whoa, that whole building is now surrounded by the river. I'm going to try to get over there safely and on the end of the hotel and just shoot some video. We'll get that on the air and give you an idea because we're higher up. And look at this, water coming in. We've got a safe place. My cameraman, photographer Mike Hall is up there about 20 feet. Want to walk around this side. This helps with the building blocking the wind. Then you get out here into the force and the rage of this hurricane, moving at 10 miles an hour, and water is now coming up on the pool deck. The question is, do we get into the eye for a short time? I'm not certain that's going to happen, so we're going to stay in the eye wall for a long, long time, and we're just going to be battered by 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. Already 264,000 customers without power. That number is really going to go up, and that's all here in southwest Florida. Here's a gust here. It's got to be over 70 miles an hour. And just howling through the buildings, I'm seeing a lot of small pieces of palm fronds flying around. That's about it. The building itself is very, very sturdy, very, very sturdy. So we'll keep you updated here. We'll stay safe and follow the movement of the eye wall, and we'll see if we do get Dr. Postel actually in the eye and we get a break. We were so close in Ponce with Fiona that we could see the skies brightening off to the south. We thought we were going to get into it, but we never did. And I have my feelings that we'll probably not get into it. We're going to be into this for a good part of the afternoon as Ian makes its landfall just north of here and heads up towards, right into where Stephanie is in Englewood and Jim in Punta Gorda. Speaking of Stephanie, we'll take it to you. I know you're inland, I'm on the water, and there's nothing stopping this wind from coming in off the Gulf of Mexico except the hotel. But I'm out here exposed, and it is really, really howling and blowing the river water right up at me in my back. Stephanie, take it away.
Yeah, I see that, and that's happening all along the coast, and we're about 2 miles inland, as I've been mentioning. And so for us, if you look at that eye wall, it's rotating in. It's been hitting Sanibel Island really hard. Of course, the water's gone up there. Naples, Fort Myers. Where we're located, we do have some protection from that water. Of course, there's rainfall you have to worry about. But in some of these places where you're a little bit inland, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, it's the wind. And so when you see that eye wall starting to rotate in, those winds are going to start strengthening. They're going to be very intense, and they could last for a couple of hours. So that's when you get into the safe room. And that is the most interior room, lowest level. You can see on the screen also that surge. This system has it all. We're going to see flooding rain. That goes through the interior. So this is not just a coastal event, and I want to re-emphasize that. If you live in the interior sections, you're going to feel this. They don't just die when they hit the coast. It takes time for them to wind down. So you could still get Cat 1, Cat 2 winds, even if you live inland here into Florida. So this thing is really starting to ramp up. It's starting to come ashore, and we expect landfall here coming up in the next couple hours.
Category 4 Hurricane Ian lashing the west coast of Florida with 155-mile-per-hour winds making landfall as we speak. And the Weather Channel brings you live, continuous coverage with the former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb, with instant analysis. Our live crews in the field, Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, Mike Seidel, Chris Bruin, Alex Wilson. We're going to bring you everything you need to know and bring you the images of landfall. Let's get right to Mike Seidel. He's in Fort Myers with the very latest. Mike, what are you seeing?
We are in the eye wall right now of Hurricane Ian. We've had wind gusts up around 100 miles an hour. I'll set the stage here. We've got the hotel in front of me, a huge hotel, about 12 floors. That's blocking the wind somewhat from where we are on a crew, and we're up about 20 feet. You can see how the winds are gusting right now, talking triple-digit gusts. Sustained winds have been up around 70, just below hurricane force. The other issue is the surge. This is the Caloosahatchee River. Boy, it looks like the North Atlantic. You can't see very far out because of the rain and just the spray coming in. But what you're going to notice, and we're going to head to higher ground, I'll head to higher ground when necessary. The water now is about 6 to 8 inches deep. So the surge has come up several feet, at least several feet, because the water was below this concrete bulkhead here on the edge of the pool this morning, or I should say last night when we got here. So the winds are whipping up. The surge forecast between Bonita Beach and Englewood, where Stephanie is, and up through Punta Gorda, where Jim Cantori is, the Port Charlotte area, 12 to 18 feet. Now, that's the worst-case scenario on normally dry ground. One thing going in our favor is the fact, look at that wave coming in. One thing going in our favor is the fact that the tide is trying to go out. The next low tide here in Fort Myers is about 6:30. So that takes some of the edge off the surge, but boy, it's like putting a Band-Aid on the whole situation. That's not really going to help. Right now, there's over 250,000 customers without power in the state of Florida. They're all down here, but those numbers are going to skyrocket as these strong winds move inland and blow down trees. Most of the wind now has been out here. The strongest winds on the barrier islands where you have palm trees. And other than that, not a whole lot of vegetation. But these winds are going to move inland, and we're going to have a lot of power out. Some of it may be out for at least several days. The real issue here is the surge and the wind. I looked at the condo next door. That whole parking lot, that whole building now is surrounded by the river, and you can see how the water literally is rising as I'm standing out here. Now, the surge doesn't come in like a tsunami. It comes in gradually, and it pushes up. And then once the wind goes offshore, it'll go back out. How long it stays up remains to be seen. The hurricane's only moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. The other question is, do we get into the eye? Probably not. We're going to stay on the edge as it circulates and spins inland north of us. We're going to stay in the eye wall for quite a while. So that is really going to batter this area with sustained winds, hurricane force, and these wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour. Now, the peak wind with Charlie was 147 miles an hour. We'll see if we get that. But the surge, I think that's going to be topped at Fort Myers Beach, which was 9.4 feet. Charlie was a fast-moving, smaller storm, like a giant buzzsaw that went right up through Orlando and produced a gust there of 106 miles an hour. So, Mike Bettis, this is what we're going to have for the foreseeable future, unless for some reason it jogs a little farther east of north, and we can get right into the edge of the eye and the winds will back off. But I'm not betting on that right now.
Mike Seidel for us in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Mike, thank you so much. Want to get to our Stephanie Abrams. She's in Englewood, Florida. Stephanie, looks like the eye may come directly over Englewood. Your pressure's dropping there, meaning the storm is getting a lot closer.
It is. So, Mike, let's talk about this because give me an update if you could. It's hard out here with everything going on of what the current central pressure is. Right now in Inglewood, we're at 988. We've been dropping. I would say within the last hour, we've dropped 2-3-ish millibars here. But Bettis, what is currently that center circulation? Where's that pressure
Steph
reading?
just got the updated advisory from the Hurricane Center, 937. So you've got a ways to go. That'd be in the middle of the eye, generally speaking.
All right, so Mike, how long do you think that's going to take? I know that eye wall is just off from us here. What's your anticipation of that landfall, and do you think it's going to be over Sanibel Island? Do you think that center circulation is going to get over Sanibel Island, or it's going to be moving more northbound? What's our direction? Are we still northeast?
Yeah. Well, I think you're pretty close to I think you're probably going to be right there in the eye, Steph, or maybe just on the western edge of it. But I think between Sanibel and where you are is where the eye is going to be here, and the front side of that eye wall is already onshore now, so already experiencing some really intense winds just to your south. But I think those real intense winds are going to come right over you momentarily.
All right, so we're going to continue to go downhill here, and you can tell noticeably that the winds have started to pick up. And when that eye wall comes in, I'm watching the radar here, and I know our crew back at the Weather Channel, they can say to me, Abrams, it's time. We will move into our safe place. I put on the helmet because we are seeing little bits of debris that are starting to fly around, some palm fronds, things like that. We haven't seen any huge debris. We did have the tree behind us. If you were watching earlier, that cracked, and we saw one larger branch kind of tilt over from that. We shockingly still have power. We know that that's going to go down as well. And you can see it's just kind of like tree branches littering the area right now. We're also watching that boat cover. That's been getting torn apart, and we're not into the heart of this thing yet. This community is going to look a lot different as we head over the next couple of hours and into tomorrow. Now, Mike, we have that eye wall, and then of course you go through the eye, and then you go through the second eye wall. But there's going to be some places, maybe just to the north of here, Mike, maybe South Venice or the Venice area, that they could stay in the eye wall for several hours.
Yeah, then when you're in that eye wall the whole time, that's when you're going to maximize the surge. That's when you maximize the damage. That's when you maximize the number of power outages. It's almost like, think it almost as a category or an EF1 or an EF2 tornado for a prolonged period of time, for hours, not just seconds, which is usually what a tornado would be. Let's get to Punta Gorda, Florida now with our Jim Cantori. Jim, same deal for you. Here it comes. Conditions about to get really, really rough.
Yeah, we're starting to get those bigger gusts, Mike, starting to come into Punta Gorda now. It's weird, though. Sometimes, the rain goes down to just a little mist. It's certainly not raining very heavily right now, but we're not into the eye wall yet. All right, we're not into the worst part of the eye wall. We're just on the outer fringes of that. It's about 10 miles away, so it will absolutely come in like a hammer. All right, I want to take our storm path camera because this is where we were this morning. This is Charlotte Harbor. This is one of the marinas there where the boats are being housed, and I want to show you what it looks like out there. Okay, I mean, look at this. The boats are sitting on the ground. They're in the mud. So we're still seeing enough of an easterly push to take all the water and slosh it onto the other side of the harbor or out into the Gulf. But when, again, as that eye comes north and those winds start to change around, here comes the water back in and the big rise. So that's what we're watching here with this. That's just an amazing sight to look at out there, with those boats, because they're all on these about 8-foot stilts. And if we get the water higher than that, they could come off of those stilts if they're not tied down properly. So that is absolutely one of the bigger concerns in through here. Again, guys, southeast is that way. So I'm a little blocked by this building here. But, you just go up a little bit. You look at some of the trees. The wind will come howling down this road. And if we get in the eye wall, there's not going to be a lot of protection for anybody, that's for sure. The big question is how high is the water going to get? We're not very high. Punta Gorda is very, very low, especially the historic district. So we're counting on surge and damaging winds, all right? We had damaging winds with Charlie, but we didn't have the kind of surge, certainly, we could have here. You're talking about 12 to 18 feet in worst-case scenario coming this way. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's look at the radar here, Mike, if we could. I want to show everybody where we are in Punta Gorda and where the eye wall is, where you're talking about some of these winds that even up at 8,000 feet are gusting 180, 190 miles an hour here. Just absolutely ridiculous. And if we pop up the radar, you can see exactly what we're talking about here with this. So there I am. Look at the lightning in this thing. Absolutely unbelievable. And some of the high resolution radar really kind of showing those little clefts within the eye there, typically noted certainly with some of the more intense hurricanes. But again, like I said, we're about 10 miles from some of the worst of this thing, and it'll be really amazing to watch things go downhill. Now, the big question is, do we get the eye, or does this jog back to the left, Mike, and keep us in the eye wall? That's probably the multi-million-dollar question, frankly.
It is
because of the kind of damage. Certainly, you could see with the eye wall.
Is it going to be? Is it doing a little wobble right now, or is it actually going to make more of that east turn? We just don't know quite yet, because we're literally going frame by frame with this right on the radar. So it's so hard to tell without having any knowledge there. But the jog, the last couple frames there, Jim, just a slight jog east, which might put you right in the eye.
Right. We're either going to take the eye wall for a long, long time, or we're going to get in the eye, maybe get a little bit of a break from that. And what will be interesting, too, Mike, is if we're just inside the eyes, it's coming in, we may get somewhat of a little bit of a stronger break. But we got to go through the eye wall, okay, to get into the eye, as you know. And then you got to go through the backside of the thing, which is just as powerful, but the winds are the other way. Yeah. So remember that. If you've got power in your home, you're like, oh, it must be over. No. Not if you're in this area, because that means you're going through the eye. All right, winds will lighten up a little bit. It may be, a little dirty depending on where we are here in Punta Gorda. If we see this thing jogging up to the, to the right, we'll obviously get into the deeper eye. Maybe, we'll see the sun, because here's a rare daily landfall, right? If we stay in that eye wall or just on the edge of it, it may be kind of the dirty part of the eye. But I would imagine, at least even looking at this, if we get into any part of the eye, it's going to brighten. It's going to brighten a little bit, Mike, and that's when you'll know, guys, if you're watching us from home, Jim, that you're in it as well.
Super concerned about what the back edge of that eye wall could do for you. You're just in a really precarious position for the back eye wall to now bring the surge in. So, people might be lulled into this phone system security that they got through it, right? Maybe the front eye wall's not that bad. You didn't get any surge. The water actually moved out, but the back eye wall is going to bring it all in.
Exactly. And that's the thing. You got to remember, you're going to get water push from two different directions. And so you may be safe looking at like what we're looking at on the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor now, where that wind's pushing it on the other side of the harbor. When it comes sloshing this way, that's a whole different animal. But that camera's amazing to me, Mike. That storm path camera. Looking out there at essentially just mud and those boats sitting in the marina.
That is wild, because it's such a contrast. You're not that far away from Fort Myers, and the camera in Fort Myers is showing the onshore flow, and it's feet of water that's gone up over Estero Boulevard. That's it right there. I mean, we've got a whole row of condos, look at that water, and it's violent too.
It is violent, and we've seen at times too, Mike, as you've been pointing out, debris floating around in this water. So you don't know if that's somebody's dock. If we've seen some of the homes, beach homes undermined there, you just don't know what it is. But this is like a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare when you see this, because the surge and the power of the water is doing incredible damage. And of course, that wind is pushing it all in. So big time eye wall storm surge going on there at Fort Myers Beach as a result of this thing. These barrier islands are going to take a major hit. And Mike, you remember with Charlie, we actually had a cut across Captiva. And so there's a very small barrier island there, but a long one. So we could actually have several cuts, if not a very large area of certainly Captiva that's cut by this. Big time. It's good. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Catastrophic.
Look at how dark it is.
Catastrophic weather happening for us right now with that live view in Fort Myers. Jim, thank you. We're going to get back with Jim in just a second. Let's go to Fort Myers again with our Mike Seidel. Mike, where you are, it looks awful. When we see this camera, it's awful. Update us again on what you're seeing.
Yes, in the eye wall, and we're going to be in this for quite a while. I do not think we're going to get in the eye and get any break from this. The winds are gusting over 100 miles an hour, and we're getting gusts. Right there's a gust of 75, 80. These are coming off the Gulf up through San Carlos Bay. This is the Caloosahatchee River, and boy, the surge is coming in. The water continues to inch up here around the pool deck at the hotel. And we're up nice and high. This hotel is all built up high. The lower level is like the parking garage and equipment. It's not where people live and stay. So we've got plenty of elevation. But the buildings around us, this condo over here, I'm going to try to get some video shortly. It is surrounded by the river. And it's going to be surrounded all afternoon until the wind starts to shift around this evening. We're going to have this surge issue. We're a long way from the peak of the surge. NHC forecasting 12 to 18 feet. Now, remember, that's above normally dry ground. 9.4 was the top number over at Fort Myers Beach, just over there. You saw the camera on 41, or I should say on Estero Boulevard. And that gives you an idea of what the water's doing on those barrier islands. Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva. Just a real disastrous situation, Dr. Knabb. And you can see where I'm standing. I'm in the eye wall. And from as far as I can tell, we're probably not going to get into the eye. We're going to be battered for several hours at least as Ian heads towards the coast, just north of us, up towards Stephanie Abrams. Dr. Knabb?
Yeah, Mike, in some ways it's worse to not get the direct center. It is often worse to catch the eastern eye wall for basically the entire storm. Let me tell you what's going on with the satellite and radar and where we're getting the strongest winds, the onshore push, as this 155 mile an hour Cat 4 with max winds right just shy of Cat 5, so it doesn't matter. It's right at the Cat 4 or 5 threshold, and the pressure really low at 937. Now, north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, so it's still kind of generally taking this path. When you're computing the motion that they put in these advisories, they don't just look at a few radar images. They do a long-term motion over a few hours. So there's the center just west of Sanibel. So here's Fort Myers Beach right here, and the Caloosahatchee River is right up here going into Fort Myers. So the maximum push up that river probably hasn't happened yet. Once this part of the eye wall is going directly over that opening to the river, that will push the river right up into Fort Myers. Now, look at all these gusts that we've got, 60, 70 miles an hour. We still have the extreme wind warning, and we've had plenty of reported gusts over 100 miles an hour. We'll detail that later.
Category 4, Hurricane Ian making landfall right now along the west coast of Florida. That's a live look at Fort Myers Beach, where that is a storm surge coming over Estero Boulevard. This camera is about 500 feet from the water's edge. Look how high the water is, estimated here to be 3 to 4 feet high with waves on top of that. Life-threatening, catastrophic storm surge occurring right now around Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel Island, as well as Captiva, and that may only go higher from here as the core of winds are just now pushing on shore. We have live team coverage for you throughout the landfall, including with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knabb, are we maximizing the winds right now in these spots?
I think we are still yet to see stronger winds in some places that have already gotten some incredible winds, and that water you see there could still get higher as this moves north-northeastward at 9 miles an hour, and it's going to be moving more slowly. And the only reason I'm going to show the cone really quickly is just to give you a general idea of the trajectory this is on. This is not going inland perpendicular to the coastline. This is going north-northeast, and in many ways this is among the most catastrophic of hurricane scenarios. A large, very intense, pretty slow-moving hurricane moving in many ways close to parallel to a populated coastline in one of the most storm surge vulnerable areas in the country and rivals many places around the world. Now, a lot of the surface wind observations are not right on the beach and not in the eye wall, but we have gotten plenty of conventional surface observations gusting 60, 70 miles an hour. Look at that Punta Gorda gust to 79, and they haven't even gotten into their strongest yet. And we still have the extreme wind warning up in the Inglewood area, up at the border between Charlotte and Sarasota counties. This is shelter for a tornado kind of situation where you are taking shelter from major hurricane force winds that can do tornado damage. And now, if you look at this, is the Fort Myers area right in here, and the Caloosahatchee River goes right in through here. So we are, in that concave-shaped coastline where Fort Myers Beach is catching probably their maximum of the onshore push right into that area. And the more this moves a little bit farther north-northeast, that will put Fort Myers and that river in a position where the maximum push will be up that river. So it's all about the direction of the push. We've already had some. And we are still in the eastern eye wall, pushing this water up into Charlotte Harbor, into the Punta Gorda area, and across Captiva and Sanibel And look at some of these wind observations. Punta Rasa down here near Naples, 107-mile-per-hour winds. That's at Sanibel area. Then we've got, that's up in here. Another gust at Sanibel, 84 miles an hour. St. James City there, just between Sanibel and Fort Myers, that 97-mile-per-hour gust. Captiva, a gust to 100. We have some others. The Pelican Bay gust down here near Naples, that's 112 miles an hour. And we're already getting strong winds even farther to the north. Look at Punta Gorda gusting to 79, even up in Sarasota now gusting over 70 miles an hour. Stephanie Abrams, you are probably less than 3 hours from getting the closest that you will to the eye, but it is still 25, 30 miles off to your south. So I fear that things will be getting a lot worse in the next few minutes here before they get better.
What I'm worried about here, though, of course, is the eye wall. So let's talk about that eye wall. How far are we away from the eye wall? And then exactly how long do you think we're going to be in it?
The northern eye wall. Now, that is not necessarily the strongest winds that this eye wall around the entire circumference of the hurricane has to offer. You probably have the strongest winds on the northeastern or eastern side, but you've got a pretty convectively active northern eye wall there, and you'll be in it for several more minutes, but it won't be long, Steph, before you get into the eye. And I would take this opportunity to urge people to not venture outside during the eye, because once that other side comes in, it will be roaring into your area, and not all of you will catch the exact center of the hurricane. Some folks will only be in the eye for a few minutes if they just barely get inside it, Steph.
Yeah, and it's a good reminder, too, also, Dr. Nab, to talk about down power lines. We shockingly still have power. I'm actually quite impressed that we still have power here. But once we get those power lines that go down, you don't know, even if you don't have electricity, if the wires are still hot. And then if you have a generator, we want to make sure that you keep that away from the house. Start thinking about those things, because these are going to be our next steps in the storm. Once we start seeing the power go out, the water go out, the debris starting to fly, then that passes, and you have to start doing things like turning on your generator, and the cleanup process will begin. But before we get to that, we are going to go through several hours of very intense winds for us here, not only in Inglewood, but also northbound. If you live in the Venice area, more live reports when we come back.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live continuous coverage of Category 4 Hurricane Ian. That's a live picture of Fort Myers Beach. This camera is at least 6 feet above ground, and the water is lashing up on it. This is Estero Boulevard. You're looking across, and you can barely see it, the Lanikai Hotel. Dr. Nab, our hurricane expert, is with us. Dr. Nab, you literally said to me off air, I don't know if Fort Myers Beach could be in a worse position right now. Why do you say that? Because you have, the most intense hurricane. It's borderline Cat 4 and 5, so it's, it's essentially top end intense. It is not very small. It's a pretty large hurricane, and the direction of onshore push is perpendicular, aimed at Fort Myers Beach, and Fort Myers Beach, where this camera is at the apex of a concave-shaped coastline with some of the most shallow water, and you're going underwater there in that camera. Goodness. And now, this is what it looks like when you verify forecast of storm surge flooding of 12 to 18 feet above normally dry ground. And that water's probably not done rising. So we're right in here. That's where Fort Myers Beach is. So concave-shaped coastline, you're so vulnerable to storm surge because of how shallow the water is, a great distance as you leave the beach. You're getting the maximum onshore push there from a large hurricane at the Cat 4-5 threshold, where, by the way, we still have this extreme wind warning. You got to shelter like you would for a tornado if you haven't evacuated from that zone. But let's go into here, and look, we have the Caloosahatchee River that goes in from here too. So, Mike, before long, after we maximize the storm surge here into Fort Myers Beach, this gets a little farther north, and then we're going to push all that water up the Caloosahatchee River, so miles and miles inland from the Gulf front into Fort Myers itself, not Fort Myers Beach, but Fort Myers along the river is going to experience a dramatic storm surge. Dr. Nab, this is in essence the Gulf of Mexico on Fort Myers Beach. I want to give our viewers some perspective, all right?
Yeah, so
that's that's the exact spot where the camera is, and that's what it normally looks like. And then you look at the upper right-hand corner, that's what it's doing currently. That is so dramatic.
Yeah, so I believe on this camera shot on the left there, the before shot, you're looking across the main road, but the Lanikai Resort itself is Gulf front.
Right.
Okay. So the shot we have
hotel is the beach.
Yeah. And so the shot we have, I believe, is the water going down the street.
Yes.
But it is coming from the Gulf. You can't tell in this shot, but it is coming from the Gulf of Mexico. So if you had an aerial shot here, you would see the Gulf of Mexico covering Fort Myers Beach completely in several feet of water, maybe in that 12 to 18 foot range.
I just saw something fly by, so there's also extreme wind right now.
Yeah, and the reason the camera goes underwater and then above it and under it, you have wave action on top of it, and this water is moving, and it is incredibly heavy and damaging. So that's going to destroy some structures, not just get them wet. Let's go to Stephanie, who's in Englewood in the northern eye wall.
So things are, we just had the camera off there because we saw sparks flying from the power cords that are up there. And so you can see there is what I believe is a transformer. And Mike Bettis actually, if he can hear me, Mike, maybe you can give us all a lesson because we're going to see a lot of this. The sparks, the transformers, I know that you really know. You see the green flashes, what that means. Give us a quick explanation again when people say, oh, we see the transformers sparkling or that green color happening.
Steph, power is going to be a huge concern for us, and there's all kinds of stuff flying behind you, so I'm glad you have your helmet on and you can be safe here. Power outages are going up dramatically right now, so I think we're going to get a lot of damage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see structures damaged, maybe roofs compromised as a result.
Stay on that. Yeah, all right, Mike, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted Austin to get, I could see it was sparking, and I just wanted to show you guys, but of course it stopped right now, but we'll keep following that. Mike, I also want to point out these trees behind me. Notice all the palm trees, and also the visibility. It's drawn dramatically. Look at all the debris that's starting to fly in the air, and these bigger trees that are starting to already tilt over, and we are yet to get in the worst of it right now. Right now, our pressure is still dropping. We're now at 983.3 millibars. So we're getting closer and closer to that eye, and the center of the eye is where we have the lowest pressure. And when we talk about pressure, it's significant because the lower the pressure, the stronger the winds. They correspond with each other. And so the fact that I see that we're dropping down to 983, that to me means that we are getting closer to that eye wall, and then eventually into the eye, which is the dead center of this. That's when they will call landfall. Not when a piece of the eye gets over land. When the dead center of it gets over land, that's when we'll have landfall. And that is something that is right around the corner from now. We'll be back with more live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
You're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You're getting a firsthand, very rare view of live storm surge in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is on Estero Boulevard. You're looking across the street at the Lanikai Hotel. This is a very rare perspective that you hardly ever see. But this is what it would be like if you were standing on the street on Estero Boulevard and watching the storm surge come in. This street is roughly 500 feet away from the water's edge. The water's come up the beach, over the parking lot, through the hotel, and up to the street here. This water probably roughly 3 to 4 feet deep with waves on top of that, Dr. Nab. This is what you were warning everybody about. This is why you're evacuating. This is not where you want to be when a hurricane hits.
No, it is essentially the worst case scenario for Fort Myers Beach, to have the center of basically a top-end hurricane. It's right at the 4 or 5 threshold, and it is large because that eye wall replacement cycle went through, and it is pushing its strongest side with the maximum onshore push aimed straight into Fort Myers Beach perpendicularly, and Fort Myers Beach is at the apex of this concave-shaped coastline that acts like basically a catcher's mitt to receive all that water in generally Southwest Florida, one of the most vulnerable storm surge areas in the country, rivaling some around the world because of how shallow the water is for such a long distance. And add to that it is a slow mover. This is moving less than 10 miles an hour, so the onshore push will continue for a longer time than if it was a faster moving system. That allows the water to pile up even higher. And this is going to go up the Caloosahatchee River into Fort Myers. Fort Myers Beach is here. Fort Myers is up in here. So we haven't yet seen the max push up the river. Mike Seidel, what are you seeing where you are?
Good afternoon from Fort Myers, and this is the worst of Hurricane Ian. We have come up here for safety from the surge. Look at the wind howling through here, and where we were earlier, it looks like there's 3 or 4 feet of water. Waves crashing over the area from this morning. These winds are howling hurricane force plus and gusting over 100 miles an hour. The entire area, everything that's not up 20 feet is underwater right now. And it's just, this is one of the worst hurricanes I've ever been in, and maybe the worst as far as covering. Over 25 years and 90 storms, to be right in the eye wall of a high-end Cat 4. And the wind, let's just listen to the wind. Just amazing. And the issue is we're going to stay in this eye wall for a foreseeable future, so this is going to continue. I got to believe Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, it's going to look like Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael 4 years ago. I'm seeing debris floating in the Caloosahatchee River. If you can see it, it looks like a North Atlantic Ocean storm here in Fort Myers. But let's turn back around and show this wind. Now it is getting channeled a little bit, but boy, this is just incredible. A hurricane season we thought wasn't going to even turn on. And look at this, late September. And we've got our first landfalling hurricane shortly here in the continental United States. I'm going to go right around the corner here. Stay out of the wind. Oh my gosh. The ocean, the river and the Gulf have just taken over everything. Water out here looks like about 4 feet deep. The pool has been completely annihilated by the surge. And I can't even estimate the surge at this point. Basically, the river has taken over everything around the hotel and these condos here on the river. Again, we're just inland from Fort Myers Beach. I haven't had a chance, Dr. Knabb and Mike Bettis, to check the latest wind measurement across the water from here at St. James Bay, but last time we checked, the gust was 97. It has to be higher than this now. Just the roar continues. And because it's moving slowly north-northeast,
Can we report 126? 126 Redfish Pass.
Several more hours at least. Shoot back over here and look at that wind. Just howling, and there's no let up now. And the rain too. My gosh. Dr. Knabb, Mike Bettis will take it back to the studio. We'll keep you updated from here. Keep an eye on the radar and see how many hours are going to be in this.
Mike Seidel for us in Fort Myers. Extreme wind, extreme storm surge. You're looking at a rare view of live storm surge on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. More from our teams, more from our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, after this.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, considerable cloudiness, high 70, winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 56, winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, generally sunny. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Category 4 Hurricane Ian making landfall right now. You are looking live at a storm surge camera in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Now you're thinking, what is going on here? The water's coming up so high, it's now basically taking over the camera. The camera's 6 feet off the ground, and most of the time the water's now crashing over that camera. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Dr. Knabb, you said that you believe there'll be buildings here on Fort Myers Beach that will not survive this storm surge.
Yeah, and even if parts of the buildings survive, they might be very well gutted because, as you can tell, storm surge is not just a gentle rise of the Gulf of Mexico waters. It is the Gulf of Mexico violently coming onto normally dry ground, and that water is moving quickly. We've seen when it was lower level, Mike, we saw debris in that water, and there are waves on top of it. And so this was a camera that was placed, by someone to specifically, monitor this. So it's built to take these conditions a little bit more than just some traffic camera or something like that. But what we want to look at is what this road and this beachfront community looked like before the storm. So that's Estero Boulevard going through the west, northwest end of Fort Myers Beach, and the Lanikai Resort there is Gulf front, all right? And now what we're seeing on the bottom right is the water being pushed generally from left to right or from kind of southeast to northwest along that road. And the reason that the storm surge is maximized here, if the camera's 6 feet above the ground and we were anticipating up to 12 to 18 feet of storm surge flooding in this zone from Bonita Beach, south of Fort Myers, up to up past Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, then it's not surprising that this thing is going underwater. And again, Fort Myers Beach is facing directly into the strongest side of this Cat 4 or 5 threshold hurricane that is large, and it's on a concave-shaped coastline. Fort Myers Beach is at the apex of this concave-shaped coastline with very shallow waters going out miles from the beach, and you are getting the maximum onshore push basically aimed perpendicularly into that concave-shaped coastline. So this is where Fort Myers Beach is right here, and you're getting the push into this concave-shaped coastline. That's why we're maximizing the surge there. So right in here. And then now it's going to go up the Caloosahatchee River, and where Mike Seidel is in Fort Myers. He's not Fort Myers Beach, he's Fort Myers along the river. That surge has yet to experience its maximum push up the river. Mike, are you able to see water levels coming up along the river?
Hey guys, yes, it's coming right up the Caloosahatchee River. I can't tell how the surge has been, but look out here. It's gotten worse looking out this way. The visibility has basically gone down to maybe 100 feet. The wind just howling through there. We're staying out of the wind to be safe. Things are blowing by us out. There goes a part of the building, or part of a roof just flew by. Now we want to swing around. Mike Hall, our photographer out here, we appreciate his work. And we're going to walk down here and show you the pool area. This is where we were earlier. Now it's way, way too dangerous. Mike's going to come down here and show you this area here. My gosh, the pool has disappeared by the surge. Watch that below you. The hot tub is underwater over here. And the wind's just whipping in. Look at all the debris that's come in. And the waves crashing into the pool deck, much like you were out on the beach. Over at Fort Myers Beach, we've got waves crashing. There goes a palm prawn. I can't tell, these 3 or 4 footers coming off the Caloosahatchee out of the bay and then into the hotel. And by the way, everything is surrounded by the Gulf. I looked out front. There goes another palm prawn. The weather station across the way, St. James City, is not reporting. I guess the power went out, so no idea how strong these gusts have been, but I'm thinking at least 125 miles an hour. We do have generator power, by the way. The power actually went out here about 10 a.m. this morning. Very early out here on the river. This side of the hotel's in pretty good shape because the wind's kind of going over the hotel. Not worried about the way it's shaped, this concave shape, but we're not really worried right now about windows getting blown out. They have had worries on the front door because the wind's coming right in at the front door. Let's walk back over here. We'll show you more of the Caloosahatchee and give you the idea of how strong this storm is. We'll keep you updated. We'll go back to Jim Cantori and Stephanie Abrams in the eye of the storm here this afternoon on the Weather Channel.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live continuing coverage of Category 4, 155-mile-per-hour Hurricane Ian. This is a live, rare first-person view of what storm surge can do in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. The camera's getting a little muddied here because the water's gotten so high. This is on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. Across the street is where the Lanikai Hotel is, and then the water's about usually 500 feet from where this camera is. This camera is 6 feet up. So Estero Boulevard is under roughly 5 to 6 feet of water with waves on top of that. Catastrophic storm surge is occurring for us right now along the west coast of Florida with a major hurricane making landfall as we speak. The eye hasn't officially made it onshore just yet, but our crews are out there in the field covering it for you. We've got Jim Cantori, we've got Mike Seidel, Stephanie Abrams. We've got our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, here at the Weather Channel headquarters with instant analysis. Let's get to Punta Gorda. Jim Cantori is there. Jim, things are going downhill very quickly. Update us how your conditions have changed in the last hour or so.
Yeah, they have. It's really coming around to the east-southeast, Mike. And that's what I'm learning. Hey, back at the Weather Channel, do me a favor. Take the mix minus out of my ear, please. That would be a huge favor for me. So thank you very much. Again, looking right down the street here, this is off Olympia. As you can see, the wind is just howling down here, and in some cases cutting across it. There's just really, the only thing I've seen so far is small debris, okay? Small debris, palm leaves and prawns and stuff like that. But look at this. Look at the clouds just racing. All right, that's right around this northeastern eye wall. That's what we're dealing with, this northeastern eye wall. It's just about on top of us. We haven't gotten into the worst of this yet, all right? Let's take our storm path camera. This is a marina about a half a mile from me. Because winds have been so easterly, what they've been doing all day is pushing the water out of or onto the west side of Charlotte Harbor. So those boats are literally sitting in mud. When wind, if this thing stays to our west, then we're going to get the south wind. That's going to start filling back up again. And then when the winds go westerly, the east side of the harbor fills up. And that's where we're going to see those boats start to float again. Still a precarious situation, especially given those pylons are only about 8 feet high. We've got about 500,000 customers without power now, and we've really seen the trend of power outages go up quite a bit. All right, not surprising. We're seeing more areas of real estate that are being impacted. The big question is, where does this 30-mile wide eye go? Does it come right over Steph and I in Englewood? Okay. And we both get a chance to be in the eye in 2 different cities. That'll be something interesting to watch. Or does she get the eye and I stay in the eye wall? All right, those are all possibilities at the present time. Either way, what it means is there's a new section of Florida really getting the heck beat out of it. And more of you are going to lose power, more of you are going to start seeing structural damage, and even downtown Punta Gorda here, we could see it as well. So depending, again, on where this is, makes all the difference in the world in how much water we eventually wind up here with in Punta Gorda, okay? A storm to our west brings the southerly flow up through Charlotte Harbor, holds the water trying to get down from the Peace River, and that's where you start to flood. All right, that's a worst-case scenario. A storm that bobbles over us gets us out of that a little bit, that component, and then eventually once it goes north of us, some of the worst surge comes in because now the water is being pushed back to the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor, and that's where we are, okay, here in Punta Gorda. That's what we're looking at. Again, it's gotten a lot windier here, but I don't think we're certainly in the teeth of this thing, that's for sure. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to stand out here when that comes in. Either way, Mike, you've got some debris as far as the eye can see, and other than that, so far, no signs at all, even with that 106-mile-an-hour gust, of extreme structural damage. But again, we have not gotten into the worst of this thing. Maybe we're just about to.
Yeah.
Back to you, buddy.
Yeah, 106, Jim's pretty intense, right? You might get gusts that go even higher than that, right? So I would think at this point, especially for where you are, two major concerns. We may not actually get all that much rain, honestly, but the surge and the winds are going to knock out power. They're going to destroy buildings. How much different, for a lot of folks that are watching us that are familiar with Charlie, maybe they lived through that, how much different is this going to be than Charlie? To me, the two things that stick out are it's stronger and it's bigger.
Yeah, what was interesting about Charlie is you still had something intensifying as it came ashore. But you're absolutely right. It's bigger. So, out toward Captiva, there'll be cuts again across that island. Maybe bigger cuts. We'll see whole sections of that barrier island that will be cut and washed away. Obviously, extensive damage. One of the first maps we had, Mike, in Meteorology 101, and I know you remember this, is the Saffir-Simpson scale map, right? And with that map, it talked about what type of damage you would get with each category. And so now that we're up here on the high end 4 and into the 5, you're talking about potentially catastrophic damage. And we've certainly seen a lot of structural damage already down there with that Fort Myers beach camera. All right? That's been a horrible situation, and you don't really know what that is that's floating around there until you can get back, obviously, to assess the situation. And we're not going to be able to do that this afternoon. We're probably not going to be able to do it tonight, even though when winds do shift offshore, or at a different angle, if you will, than they are right now, maybe there'll be a little letdown. But that's the other thing, too. Whether we're onshore from the southeast or onshore from the northwest, they're not going to stay offshore potentially for a couple of days here.
Jim, maybe one of the benefits that we have is after Hurricane Andrew, they got a lot stricter with the building codes. A lot of the new buildings, at least in the last 30 years, are built stronger. They're built higher. First floors are meant to take on water. So those are all good things, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a good job with the evacuation orders, and probably one of the most confident. I'm going to come in out of this wind a little bit. My cameraman's, and this is the good thing, my cameraman's protected. He's sitting underneath, this overhang in through here, which is dry. That's how we're giving you the shot. But when you walk out in the teeth of it, which isn't really being funneled, okay, it gets nasty. And that's where we want you to obviously avoid. But unfortunately, sitting out here are structures. Sitting out here are people's homes, trees, power lines, things like that. And so that's why we're seeing the power lines really increase. So we got him protected. No signs of any kind of water rise here because of what I said. The way the wind direction's been right now, it's pushed all the water on the other side of Charlotte Harbor. And that's been a good and bad thing. The problem is it's allowed those boats to literally sit in the mud. The bad news is when the winds shift around and the storm goes to our north and they come in from the west. Then we get the big component of the storm surge. And if it gets high enough, which it could, Mike, you're talking about something that's going to bring those boats over the top of the piling. You can see that from our storm path camera. That's exactly the shot. That's where we were this morning, and that's what we're looking at. But we're just starting. We're just starting to get into the eye wall of this thing now, and you get these occasional gusts, big time. You mentioned the 106. I think some of that's starting to make its way to us here in downtown Punta Gorda, from the airport over to us right now.
Absolutely amazing.
My IFB up, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely
it's
amazing.
So loud, I can't hear you guys back at the Weather Channel.
Jim, thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. Grab some shelter real quick, my friend. Let's get out to Stephanie Abrams. She's in Inglewood, Florida. She may experience the northern part of the eye wall there and then the eye. One thing we're worried about for you, Stephanie, are the extreme winds. You may be a little bit more protected from surge, but the winds could gust well over 100 miles an hour, knock out power. Already last check, roughly 500,000 customers without power already.
Yeah, and Jim, sorry, we were just talking to Jim Bettis. Sorry, it's been a long day so far, staying in the middle of the storm, so my apologies on that, Bettis. I know that your feelings aren't hurt, though. Let's show you what we've already seen. And as you mentioned, we haven't even gotten into the heart of it. And this tree next to us has been twisting and falling down. You can see on these lines here. And again, another good reminder that once we get into the eye, do not, really at any point, if you're coming out, don't mess with the power lines. You don't know if they're still live. Again, we're about 2 miles as the crow flies to the beach if you're just joining us here. And I had to get my photographer, Austin. Justin was trying to get protected. He said, I'm getting too wet, and look at him coming right back out in the rain. But you can see the siding on this house across the street is starting to tear away. The thing about these homes, though, is you can notice those are made of solid brick. So these homes are very sturdy homes in this neighborhood. But when you have siding like that, that is starting to rip away. And you can see the trees all bending and getting blown around. And another pressure check here, 981 millibars is what we're down to. I can show it to you, and if you're just joining us and didn't get a chance to learn about this, the lowest pressure is going to be in the center of the storm. And we expect landfall here as we go throughout the next couple of hours. And when you're going through the eye walls, those are the worst parts of the storm. We're getting close to some of the worst. This is not the worst of it. And Dennis, I don't know how far we are at this point from seeing that really main eye wall right before the eye. That's when you get into the absolute worst part of the storm.
It's not far away. Dr. Knapp's got you on the radar there. Dr. Knapp, what's your estimate of how far away she is from really the worst of the wind?
I think she's going to be getting closest to the exact center of the hurricane in a little over 2 hours, but she's going to be experiencing the north to northwestern eye wall. Now, one thing about this is it's not going to be a straight north motion from where it's been west of Sanibel into Inglewood. It's got an east of north component to it, and right in here is Cayo Costa. That is the island, the Barrier Island, on which Charlie made a landfall in 2004. It is entirely possible that this either clips or goes right over Cayo Costa. It could go farther to the north and go closer to Inglewood, but that makes all the difference for a place like Inglewood, because if it were to wobble to the right a little bit more in the next couple of hours, Inglewood might just barely get into the eye, or maybe even not quite at all. You could stay in the northwestern eye wall, but in any case, a large number of folks up in here could get into the eye. And again, I urge people to not go, if you're not evacuated, urge people not to go out in the eye. When this goes farther inland, it'll still have an eye, and there will be a calm for a period. But we've got to not go out in the eye because, number one, you're not really going to know if you're going to go through the exact center or how much time you have before the back end of this comes in. If you only clip one little part of the eye, you've got just a couple of minutes of a break as opposed to an hour or two. But you do not want to go out during this. But Stephanie, you are in the north to northwestern eye wall, and I guess right now I can't guarantee that you'll be in the eye, or even if you are, whether or not you're going to be in it for very long.
Steph, we might have lost her there briefly. We got a lot of crews out there. We'll get back to them here in just a moment. I want to show you what's going on in Naples, Florida. Also a place getting hit pretty hard with a lot of water coming in there. Look at the live view here. Look at the water just going down the street here. Again, this is in Naples, Florida. The storm surge has come in several feet high at this point. And folks, this is why you're always encouraged to evacuate. You're running away from the storm surge because it can be so damaging. We are forecasting at peak the storm surge here to be roughly 12 feet, maybe slightly more here, Dr. Knapp. And you look at some of the wave action on top of that. And you mentioned this. The water's coming up, but the wave action on top of that is what can oftentimes do the damage.
Yes, and this is obviously not Gulf front. There's a lot of waterways immediately inland from the beach at Naples. So Bonita Springs is here, and the Naples area is down in here. And so we're still getting an onshore push, not as perpendicular, not as maximized, with not quite as strong of a wind as up on Fort Myers Beach, but this whole concave-shaped coastline is catching the onshore flow side of Ian. So we don't have a view that gives us necessarily what the maximum water rise in Naples is, but we are still expecting a few to several feet depending upon exactly where we are. And this is another point that's important to make. how much storm surge flooding, inundation above normally dry ground you get at any one location is highly specific to that location, not something that the storm puts the same amount of storm surge flooding at every point along the coastline in an area. It is highly dependent upon exactly where you are and shape of the coastline and exposure to the onshore push and so forth. And if you're on the immediate beachfront, like we've been showing on that top right camera in Fort Myers Beach, you are getting the maximum force, the movement of the water. The Gulf of Mexico has come onto the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach, and then on top of that, you're getting the large and battering waves. So the water is moving. That is when storm surge is at its most destructive. It doesn't just get structures wet. It can flatten them or gut them. And now on that bottom right picture in Naples, you've got a water rise there, but this is not right on the beachfront. Now, Mike, what are we seeing here? Not a whole lot because it is whiteout.
That is a live view of Naples. That is just stunning, right? The wind is so intense right now, it really reduces the visibility. We're getting the water now pushing in. And look at this. Oh, my gosh. Look at the vehicles underwater here, Dr. Knapp.
See how location-specific storm surge is? This is a totally different take on the surge in Naples because we've got a different view, that is several feet of storm surge flooding. My goodness.
Stunning. Vehicles are underwater. The water's up to the roofs of these vehicles. They've been totally swamped with water at this point. The storm surge is maximizing right now in the right front quadrant of Hurricane Ian. It's a Category 4 making landfall right now with 155 mile per hour winds. It'll be the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the United States probably since Michael back in 2018. That was a Category 5. This is just below Category 5 strength, Dr. Knapp.
And remember, we were anticipating south of Bonita Beach, that includes the Naples area, to get 8 to 12 feet of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground. And I fear that at some place that has been realized. What a catastrophic water event that is on its way inland as well.
Hurricane Ian's a Category 4 hurricane causing extreme storm surge right now. That's a view from Naples, Florida, where the water is now up to the roofs of vehicles. The strong onshore flow here is devastating to parts of the west coast of Florida. By the way, Sarasota County now saying they are no longer responding to 911 calls, so no emergency response in Sarasota County right now. Do not call 911. You will not get assistance if you need it. But Dr. Knapp, hopefully everyone has taken the warning seriously. They've gotten out of town to avoid this.
Yeah, and Mike, that is something that's going to happen over a large portion of Florida during the height of the storm. In tropical storm conditions, help can't come in most cases. So you've got to be in a place where you've got a first aid kit and you can fend for yourself.
Naples and Fort Myers are really being battered right now. Sanibel, Captiva, we're getting the eye that's coming onshore now. We'll get a designation from the Hurricane Center probably in a couple of hours. We're getting the forward eye wall at this point hitting us. We've had wind gusts to 126 miles per hour, Redfish Pass, 106 in Punta Gorda. We want to take you to Punta Gorda with our Jim Cantori. Jim, the winds are really cranking right now, and some of the storm surge that we're seeing is truly mind-blowing.
It really is, dude. Watching this thing come in just like a buzzsaw in through here. Some of the pictures, obviously, of the surge. We've gusted already to 106 miles per hour at the airport, okay? And, out here in the street, I'm on 41, US 41 right now in downtown Punta Gorda, and it's just coming straight down here from the south. All right, so this is a north-south route, and it's coming right down the road in through here. In terms of what we've seen, sure, there are some palm fronds here and there. I don't see any heavy structural damage where I am right now, but we still got a long way to go in this northeastern eye wall. The other thing, too, is part of that eye wall has come inland, all right, from the water and has come and traveled all the way from the south and then back at us here in Punta Gorda. But do we get into the center? It's absolutely a possibility. As a matter of fact, Abrams and I could both get in the center at the same time. All right, then we're going to deal with the backside of this thing, which looks, certainly interesting from a radar perspective. Some of the stronger winds, especially about 8,000 feet up earlier I was looking at, were in the backside of this thing. So it's got plenty of power, and all that just comes translating down and starts spreading out. We still got a long way to go with this. We got over 500,000 customers without power right now. All right, I still see lights on in the streets. I don't know if those are run by some type of generator, but in terms of homes and businesses and things like that, it appears to be pretty dark at the present time. So just looking around, you can see the palm trees blowing. You can see the water going down the road. We're not in really heavy rain now. But one of the things, that I've seen with this so far is a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, which earlier on when the winds weren't blowing so hard, I could actually hear the thunder with it, so it was right overhead. So an amazing amount of thunder and lightning in the eye wall. If we got one shot here to look at our storm path cam, I want you to look at this because this is over at the marina. With the winds now with a slightly more southerly component here, the water may be starting to come back up into the east side of Charlotte Harbor. All right, and that means it's going to fill into that marina where we essentially earlier were looking at boats just sitting on the mud at the water's bottom. Again, guys, hunker down, be careful when we get in that eye. Don't think the storm is over because you still got to deal with one hell of a backside. All right, and it's going to hit you. All right, let's go to the northern eye wall where, again, like I said, it'll be interesting to watch here if Stephanie and I get the chance to share the eye wall, or the eye center, I should say, later. Steph, you're in that wall, though.
Basically off Inglewood, and you see things have really gotten pretty rough here, and they're actually going to get even worse because we're really just getting into that eye wall, which is about 15 miles thick, and so we're not even in the heart of it yet here into Inglewood just yet. So far, there's been a lot of debris. See, a lot of trees are scattered here. We've had these limbs completely ripped off of this tree now. Thankfully, did not fall on the house. Though I will say we have pretty well-built houses here on this block that we're in. I see the siding, though, which obviously is not as strong as what looks like. These houses look like they're made of brick, the one at least across the street it does. But you see the siding has been ripped off, and we are still not into the worst of this storm yet. Power, shockingly, ours went off and then came back on. It's unbelievable that we still have power, but if you've been following along, our pressure continues to drop. 977 millibars. A couple hours ago, we are at 990. The lower the pressure, the closer we are to the center. And this all depends. Jim was talking about that eye and just how big it is. Could we both be in it? As a crow flies, I'm about 20 miles from Jim down to Punta Gorda there. And so we'll see exactly where this lines up, but then you're going to have to go through that back eye wall. Venice, Sarasota, towns in between. We still have a long way to go, so buckle up, everybody.
And welcome into the northeastern eye wall of Ian as it continues to work its way slowly on shore now, maybe making a landfall somewhere near Captiva. But either way, we're in the eye wall. We're in the worst part of this thing. Eventually, it looks like we may get in the eye, the calm, if you will, in the storm. But then we'll have to deal with the backside of this once it moves on through. Again, a lot more, if you will, that smell of timber that usually accompanies these things when you know you have tree damage, okay? We've also just recently there's a lot of lightning in this eye wall. A lot of lightning. We just had a bolt that was pretty doggone close to us, okay? So, that happens again, I'm walking off. Cameraman's protected, producer's protected. We're out here sharing the street, obviously. This is 41, right in downtown Punta Gorda, where we are taking this eye wall. But what a difference. I mean, literally, almost in 2 minutes, it just started coming in here with such ferocity. Not to mention the visibility's down. Probably a mile at best is what we've got for you in terms of the visibility. Okay, maybe a mile at best in what we're dealing with. But either way, more power loss. This is what takes out the power. This is what causes the extensive structural damage here. And that's what we're expecting with this thing as it continues to push on off to the northeast. Remember, it's going to take a minute for this thing to wind down. I mean, you're on the upper end of Cat 4. So damage will go well inland with this. And in some cases where there's more trees, and more structures, it's going to be even a worst case scenario. So a lot of surge. You saw that video from Fort Myers Beach. A lot of debris in that surge. The big question here, if we can take our storm path camera, we're kind of looking out again. We're on the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor in Punta Gorda. The wind has been essentially pushing the water out of the east side of the harbor all day today. Now, winds are coming around a little bit more southerly, so it's allowing the water to come back in. The big question is, how much time do we spend in the eye wall, or do we get into the eye where that'll at least calm down maybe a hair? But then you got to deal with the backside, and that's what's going to take most of the water and bring it onto the eastern side of the harbor and potentially flood places in Punta Gorda. So that's where we're going to get our surge issues coming from. But just so eerily weird to see the water pushed out. We saw it again up in Tampa Bay because they're an offshore wind like they were in Wilma as well. And now we're dealing with, again, this eye wall. Heavier rain, low visibilities, occasionally debris just rolling down the roads from time to time. But holy smoke, guys. We're taking it. We're taking it now. And occasionally, those winds are gusting over 100 miles an hour. All right, Steph, Englewood, what do you think? You think we'll be able to share the eye or what?
It's possible, Dan. We're only about 20 miles away from each other. And you can see how we're both just getting hammered by what I would like to kind of call, not the heart of the eye wall yet. We're still getting in it here. And as you can see, it's really rough. I will say, we just got an alert on our phone that emergency vehicles are no longer responding here in Sarasota County. So if you call 911, it's too dangerous for them to come out and rescue you. So keep that in mind. And the police will do this. They sometimes go house to house and say, listen, they've actually come up to me on a hurricane before and said, look, you should leave. We're going. We're not going to be able to rescue you. You're on your own. They say that. So they can only go out when it's safe to do so. Here, you see the visibility has dropped tremendously. Rainfall, we have a lot of debris from the trees. And the thing about Florida is there's palm trees, right? Everyone knows about palm trees in Florida. These are doing quite well, and that's why we have them, is because they're tropical entities, they're skinny, they don't have lots of leafage. Obviously, we have the palm fronds. Those are ripping off from time to time. You can see this one is struggling, but what I will say is it's never a good sign when you see a palm tree that has gone down in a storm like this. And up the road, which I got to keep my photographer safe for now. Okay, Austin wants to come out. Way down the road, I don't know if you can see it anymore. We have a palm tree. Austin, if you can come by me, here, I'll hold you. There's a palm tree that's starting to lean on one of these palms down here. And hopefully it doesn't hit their roof, but the visibility is starting to go down. And so far, that's the damage we've seen of these trees, and then some siding. If you can even see, it's starting to rip away from this house over here, and you see how that becomes a projectile. So if windows aren't boarded up, those can hit it right in that sweet spot, and then you can get all the rain and the wind inside the house. You can see numerous houses boarded up. Everyone is inside here. Everyone's staying safe. I've not seen anyone out, which is the good news. But again, we still have a ways to go. We are just getting into the thick of it now. Then if we get into that eye, it's not over. We have to get through the other eye wall. So we still have many, many hours to go with Hurricane Ian. Winds still at 155 miles an hour. We've already had those gusts over 100 miles. 126 to 109 in Punta Gorda. We're going to be right back after we take a really quick break. We got you covered.
Hurricane Ian in the process of making landfall on the west coast of Florida. That is a live look at Englewood, Florida, where the wind gusts are now 79 miles per hour. The eye is basically over Captiva Island right now, Gasparilla Island, Boca Grande. Our Dr. Nab saying that the call of landfall is probably going to be imminent, right, Dr. Nab?
It could be at any time now, because now it's just a matter of when the exact center, as you determined it on radar, has crossed the coastline. But we have, as you mentioned, a lot of those islands that are already, in the eye. So if we just kind of telegraph where the center probably is about now, it looks like it's very close to North Captiva, but it is a 25 to 30 mile wide eye. And where you are relative to the center of the eye will determine how long you're in it, obviously. In Englewood, where Stephanie is, might not get into the eye at all. Punta Gorda probably will, but look at how electrified that eastern side is. And then in Fort Myers Beach, we're still in the southeastern eye wall and may never get into the eye. Mike Seidel, I don't know if you're going to get much of a break. If you do, it'll be very short.
We got a bit of a break. The winds backed off a hair just 4.5 miles away. The weather station dropped a gust to only 17 miles an hour, but we didn't get that kind of break. Look at the wind. There's debris everywhere. We're seeing all kinds of debris rolling up the river. The river is just full. It's hard to see maybe on camera, but with the naked eye, the river is just full of structures. We've seen boardwalk, we've seen chairs, everything going from left to right that's blowing upriver from San Carlos Bay over the bridge out to Sanibel. And look at the pool area. I was standing out there earlier. Now we've got about 3 to 4 feet of water. The fence out there at the edge of the river, that's gone. These palm trees have been ripped to shreds. The cell service is spotty at best, as well as the internet. But we're back here. Look at my feet here. This is stuff that's been blowing around. These are the plastic shades off the lights out here. The wind right here is calm for now. I think it's rotated a bit, but you get out there and it's just the full force of a high-end Cat 4 hurricane. We've had wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, and that has not let up now for about 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours, as the surge continues to come up. Right on the river, you can't tell where the river ends and the pool deck begins. 3 to 4 feet of surge here. Power has been out. It started to flicker around 10. It's out. And the whole area, we're nice and elevated, up about 15 feet above the pool deck, but the whole area surrounding this hotel, all the condos, it's all underwater. The surge has overtaken this whole area in Fort Myers. Now we're just off the river. The beach is just off to our east. To our north and east is Sanibel Island. Those barrier islands have been decimated. That's a given. We've seen that on the camera. I think we're going to see pictures much like we saw in Mexico Beach from Cat 5 Michael, because of the persistent pounding of the surge, Stephanie, and these winds still here howling and gusting over 100 miles an hour. We're on the eastern and southeastern part of the eye wall. You're up in the northern end. What do you got for us up there as far as wind? And Jim has mentioned there's been some lightning too. Have you seen any lightning yourself?
No, Mike, we have not seen any lightning, which is good because we have to go inside, obviously, if we see any lightning. It's been the rainfall going horizontal. It's been that visibility going down, palm tree leaned over, lots of just leaf debris, if you will. And across the street, I've been watching the gutter of this home kind of flap around. That type of thing is what we've been seeing so far. And I also think just something to point out is the way that the wind blows the rain up and over the roofs. It gives you an idea of just how strong that wind is. I think how it kind of races up the roof, or you see it maybe on the eaves of the building. You can see that wind-driven rain plow over the roof. And the visibility is just really bad here. Emergency services, they're not going to go out and save anyone. He has sent that via the alerts on the phone. But conditions are going to get worse than this, if you can imagine. Now, if that eye reaches approximately, let's say, 30 to 35 miles right now, and Cantori is off to my southeast a little bit in Punta Gorda, we could both be in the eye. But the question is, a little wobble this way or a little wobble that way, we could stay in conditions like this for hours. And if you get in the eye, you get a little bit of a break. Don't let that fool you. You still have to get through the next eye wall. So it's not like you get in the eye and you're finished. Kind of like when a thunderstorm blows through and you get a big squall line that comes in and you're like, woof, okay, that's finished. We're good to go. Not the same with hurricanes. It's hours and hours and hours. So we're really just kind of getting started with this, and we're not even into the thick of it yet. So this is going to go on and on and on. This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And we're going to see more damage as it's just hour after hour of punishing wind, and winds over 100 miles an hour like we've seen gust. And there's a lot of big trees that can be taken down. And so many times you see a home really would have been fine if a tree didn't fall on it. And then, of course, all the surge happening at the coast. More on that coming up.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, mainly cloudy, a few peaks of sunshine possible. High 70. Winds northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 56. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, plentiful sunshine, high 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane Ian is a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour and is in the process of making landfall as we speak. Thanks for being with us here on the Weather Channel for continuing coverage. I'm Mike Bettis. That's a live look right now. What's happening for us in Fort Myers, Florida. Storm surge is taking over. The winds extremely high. The storm surge catastrophic for some of these coastal communities, Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, and Mike, this is at the opening to the Caloosahatchee River. So this is not on the immediate Gulf front like Fort Myers Beach, but it is what is in the process of making its way up the Caloosahatchee River. So it's overflowing as it enters the river, but it's headed north into Fort Myers proper from here.
Absolutely stunning. It's not the only place getting hit, though. Numerous places along the West Coast are getting ravaged by wind and water as we speak. We've got Naples, Florida we want to show you, and your jaw might just drop when you see this.
Oh, my goodness.
There are cars where the water is up to the roofs here. This is how bad the storm surge has gotten there, and that's on the south side of the hurricane.
Now, imagine standing next to your vehicle, how high your head is relative to the top of a van or an SUV. You would be mostly in water, and that water is moving. And Mike, there will be debris and all kinds of objects in that. And then Fort Myers Beach has taken the brunt of this catastrophic hurricane. Essentially, Mike, what I would consider the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach.
You really can't either. The visibility is so poor right now because of how high the winds are. Now we go to Venice Beach.
North Eye Wall.
Now this is the North Eye Wall. The water is actually going parallel to the beach or going out. But there is a building at the end of that pier that you can barely see, Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, and so they're really taking the strength of that northern eye wall. And that, as bad as this looks, and it is horrible, it is not the strongest part of the hurricane. That would be on the east side.
That's stunning to think that that's not the strongest part right there. Let's get you to the teeth of it. Our Jim Cantori in Punta Gorda right now. Jim, the storm is really maximizing as we speak. That eye wall is ferocious.
Yeah, we're in it, man. Big time. And, you know, you kind of look around a little bit, Mike. You're looking for damage, but sometimes you can't see it because the visibility's so low. That was the wrong thing to do, turn into the wind. But I wanted to show you the tree that's across the way there. It's just kind of laying over. There's obviously a lot of debris and whatnot. I have not seen any big chunks of roofing or things like that yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any out there. The visibility is very low, maybe a half a mile, and that's about it as we deal with this northeastern eye wall over here in Punta Gorda. Now, what's changed is our wind direction has come around a lot more from the south. All right, so we're southeasterly still with the component of the wind. That's pushing all that water on the other side of Charlotte Harbor. When we get into that eye, and then eventually the backside of it, all that water on the western side of the harbor is coming this way. So if you remember that story as a kid of the 5 Chinese brothers where they were warning the brother not to get out of the water, well, we can make an absolute analogy with that because the water came back up when he was caught out there. So don't get caught out in areas that don't have a lot of water now. It's because the wind is holding it on the other side of the bay, okay? That's going to change. It's going to change big time when we get on the other side of that eye. So just be forewarned right now. I can't tell if we don't have power or not, but I can tell you one thing. There are no street lights on anymore that I can see. There's not, even the signal lights aren't working. I see a lot of flashing going on. But that's what I'm looking at here, guys. Oh! Just give me a second here. All right, I mean, that's what we're looking at. as this thing comes roaring in, we've already lost a street sign right here. All right, you can see how that's pushed over by the power of the wind. They just start flapping around like that, and as soon as they get caught, they get blown over as a result of that. But this is our worst wind right now as we're getting into the eastern side of this. Tons of power outages, millions of you without power, and this is why. I mean, well, what could take this? You know, trees, homes, roofs, things like that. Just an awful situation with the wind here coming through Punta Gorda right now. The big question is, how much water do we get to come on the west side of Charlotte Harbor back over this way when we get to the backside? Remember this shot that I'm showing you right now, because eventually, maybe 30 minutes an hour, I don't know, we're going to be into the eye, and we'll probably see some blue sky up there. Steph, let's go over to you. You may be in there with me, as a matter of fact. Dr. Nab, I'm sorry, back to you.
Okay, Jim, we'll take it from here. Yeah, you may get into the eye, Jim, but in Inglewood, where Steph is, she may not. And anybody who gets into the eye, please do not venture outside. The backside of this will come roaring in, and you'll be putting yourself in danger. And there's a lot of cloud-filled aspects of this eye. It's not going to be super clear, but the winds will die down briefly. But then the backside of this is going to push a lot of storm surge on to Punta Gorda and Charlotte Harbor, and heads up inland. This is moving across the peninsula. Catastrophic Hurricane Ian in the process of coming ashore in the southwest Florida area. And look at this devastating storm surge in Naples, Florida. A road with vehicles completely inundated, and you can see how the spray on top of the water with the wave action and the debris in the water. Can you imagine, if you're standing next to your vehicle, how high that water would be, how much of you would be underwater? Here again is another shot at Naples. There are a lot of just inland waterways that are not immediate Gulf front that are experiencing the push of water. It is not just a Gulf front, beachfront problem, storm surge. It's a very location-specific hazard, and look at the debris. It's not just going to be water. The water's going to be moving, and it's going to be carrying debris. And in Fort Myers Beach, you know, the Weather Service has relayed that they're getting a lot of social media posts that storm surge flooding the salt water. The Gulf of Mexico has come on to the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach and has come up to the roofs of some homes. Now, in the northern eye wall, you're going to be getting that in Venice before too long, and you're on the northern side, you may never get into the eye. Now, someone who very well could get into the eye before too much longer is our Jim Cantori, who's in the northeastern eye wall. And Jim, it's going to be rough for a little while longer, but you will start to get a decrease in the winds. But we're going to have to urge people not to go out in the eye, because not everybody's going to have the same length of break. How has that northeastern eye wall been?
Yeah, and the other thing, too, Doc, is, you know, what happens to that water that's been sitting on the western side of Charlotte Harbor? All right, once we go westerly on the other side, it's going to all slosh this way. I've seen that a lot when I've been on the Outer Banks of Cape Hatteras on the sound side, where the water's pushed toward the mainland, and then the winds reverse, and we get the sound side flooding as a result of that. It's kind of the same thing. We're just going to push the water this way. Like having, you know, water on a plate, and you're just tipping the plate different ways with respect to the wind and bringing the water back that way. So that's two reasons why we don't want you to go out, because we could have just as ferocious a west end. Remember, this is a very well-defined structural category 4 hurricane. All right? So there's absolutely no reason to believe that the backside won't be as bad as the first. And as a matter of fact, what may be interesting on the backside is, even though the storm may move to our northeast, unless it weakens, we're going to take more wind that's been over the water versus more of it that's been over land. In other words, we've had to wait for all of our wind to come from the south and east side, so it's been over a lot more land. Now that wind direction will change, where it's going to spend most of its time over water, and it won't be dampened down a little bit. So, Doc, you know, you tell me, we could, if this thing, like I said, doesn't rapidly weaken, we could take worse winds on the west side. Woo. Woo. I don't know if you guys can hear the wind in my mic here, but it's pretty ferocious out here. You can hear it whistling down the street from time to time. Also the visibility. I mean, we're in one of these real heavy rain and wind bands right now where the visibility is so doggone low. And as a result of that, I can't really see much, especially with these goggles on. But in terms of, big, intense structural damage, you look at wind like that just off the way there. There's a tree down. I don't see the roof damage at all on this particular building behind me here. And again, remember, I can only see about 50 to 70 yards here. And even at times I can't see that. And then you look over. And then you look over at the tops of some of these metal roofs, and they seem to be holding. Remember, Florida has really strict building codes, and a lot of people build above that code. And this is why. All right, because they want to have something to come home to. They don't want to have a wrecked house. They don't want water into their house, especially if they can't get back because of debris and restrictions and whatnot, and that mold just starts to accumulate and accumulate. Either way, there's going to be some damage, and in some cases major structural damage, whether you've got an old home or a new home. It's just that Mother Nature doesn't really get choosy. She takes whatever she wants, unfortunately, and really can wreck it. So, guys, we're still into this eye wall. At times we get some pretty nasty gusts coming right up US 41 and through here from the south, but not much has changed, if you will, for the last 30 or 40 minutes or so. Occasionally a palm frond will fly by, but at least it's not a piece of a house. Anyway, guys, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, so Jim, at the airport there in Punta Gorda, that is off to your east, and that is a little bit inland, and they've had gusts over 100 miles an hour, but they don't have as much open exposure with water, and you have some taller structures. Right, so the wind gusts are likely stronger in and around where Jim is, and higher up on some of those buildings. So this has got to be doing a tremendous amount of catastrophic wind damage along with the storm surge. The 3 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center says that the center of Ian is about to make landfall. It could be just moments away when the center has been declared to have crossed the coastline, but that hasn't quite happened yet. But the area around Captiva is in the eye. 155 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane. Just for reference, just for comparison, Charlie came ashore in about the same area with max winds of 150 miles an hour as a Category 4. Charlie's pressure was higher. It was a smaller storm. This is a bigger storm with a lower pressure at 937. Northeast at 9. So it hasn't made a dramatic change in path. There's a little bit of wobbling going on. 9 miles an hour is not very quick. Here's the big picture of it. So it is about to affect a lot of people inland in central Florida. And just now coming up on the screen here is this big area that's wrapped in purple, and I want to describe what's going on here. This is an extreme wind warning that is for this northern, northeastern, and eastern eye wall area. This is just like a tornado warning in terms of what you should do. This entire area needs to be taking shelter, lowest level, most interior room, or lowest dry level, most interior room, if there is any water in your vicinity from salt water, from fresh water, whatever the case may be. But you got to get away from windows, away from exterior walls. You want to maybe put a helmet on, put a mattress over you. This is the take final shelter for the winds of a major hurricane. This is issued when we have a major hurricane coming ashore. So this includes Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Inglewood, going up to Arcadia. They had damage in Hurricane Charlie, but this is going to be a much wider area of damage. So it's not a case where you can, well, I hope that the eye misses me and then I won't get wind damage. No, this is moving slowly. It is larger. It is very intense up at the Cat 4 or 5 threshold. So this entire area at risk for life-threatening winds. So again, the extreme wind warning until 6 p.m. in many portions of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Lee counties. Now, looking at the visible, you can see how the cloud-filled eye does not mean it is losing much punch. It is just a matter of the dynamics of the hurricane. But the more impactful dynamics of the hurricane that are going on here are not just the wind, where we've gotten at these are just at the airports that in Fort Myers, that's not even in the eye wall. It's east of there, starting to get in the eye wall, but have gusted over 100 miles an hour in some places. But look at Venice, you're getting an offshore wind. A lot of lightning in that northwestern eye wall. You're never going to get in the eye. Fort Myers Airport is not likely to get into the eye, at least not for long. Punta Gorda, you probably will. So those are just the airport observations, but here are some of the more recent observations. Punta Gorda, you peaked at 106 mile an hour gusts, and then we've got Fort Myers Beach relayed by the Weather Service, multiple social media posts showing storm surge levels up to first-story roofs. Had an elevated observation there in Naples of 105 miles an hour. Now, this is earlier in Fort Myers Beach. This is the Lani Kai Resort that is on the other side of the street there. It's Gulf front, but now the Gulf has moved onto the barrier island in Fort Myers Beach. And this is about 6 feet above the ground that the camera was mounted, and this is when the water wasn't quite that high, but it has gotten higher since. You can see the debris in the water, how fast moving the water is, the waves on top of it. This is not just going to get structures wet, it is going to gut some structures, destroy some structures. This is the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach. Now, our Mike Seidel is just a little bit to the west and northwest of Fort Myers Beach. He's at the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River on its way up to Fort Myers. Mike, is the water continuing to rise there?
It is still rising, Dr. Knabb. We've noticed a bit of a shift in the wind. It's come around a little bit more to the south. And what we noticed earlier is we got some brightening. We almost saw the sun briefly, but we never got the winds to really die down. They were still howling, basically in the picture from left to right up the river. And look at the waves crashing into the pool deck, which has been obliterated. We were standing out there earlier. We must have about 5 to 6 feet of water above the pool deck, and then the water was not even up to the wall, the concrete wall, which divides the river from the pool deck. So our surge has got to be close to 9 or 10 feet right now. Look at things just flying around, mostly palm fronds. The other thing we saw about 20 minutes ago, a big yacht came up the river. It went from left to right up the river. It got unmoored somewhere. Now, there was a boat around the corner next to the condo. I don't know if it was that boat or not, but it just went on by. There's all kinds of debris getting blown up the river from the bay and from the Gulf of Mexico. But the wind is still howling, the roar of the wind. We've gusted at least 100 miles an hour. We're still trying to get a hold of that weather station. Our issue here is cell service and the internet. We've got one cell company that's working right now, which is why we're able to broadcast, and I can talk back and forth to the control room and to Steph and Jim. But this has been unrelenting now for, what is it now, about 3 hours. These winds just howling and pushing the water from the Gulf up through the bay, up the river, and into the hotel. Everything is surrounded in this area in Fort Myers. We're out here on this point. Everything is underwater in this general area, but we're elevated. This hotel is built up high. And look how bright it's getting. Look up here. Looks like the sun. I mean, this is as bright as we've gotten. I almost thought I saw a little patch of blue sky. So we're right on the edge of the eye wall in the eye. You can see that on the radar, how close we are, our point here on the water in Fort Myers. There's several boats that have come up in here. Just a real mess. And this eye wall is going to be with us for a while because Ian's only moving 10 miles an hour. So look at what's rotating in over where we are in Fort Myers Beach. That's all got to rotate in as Ian slowly lifts off to the northeast. So a couple more hours of this, and the power of the water alone is just taking out structures. Where we were this morning, the dock and the house by the dock, it's gone. It's all gone. All we see are the pilings right now. So that's all gone from the surge. Here comes another gust, and look how it's swirling around the building here. Just whipping around here. It's really impressive. I mentioned earlier I've covered, I think this is my 91st hurricane and tropical storm, anything with a name with it, Stephanie. And this is the worst I've ever covered or seen in 30 plus years at the Weather Channel. Now, granted, I haven't been in locations sometimes like with Ike where you were in Galveston, but this is the worst by far as impacts and surge. I mean, the surge coming up here is just amazing. Let's go up to Stephanie up there in Englewood. Stephanie, you're in the northern eye wall. Tell us what you have.
All right, Mike, and that's the thing is when you're in the eye wall for hour upon hour, it's just brutal. Whether you're in a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4, it really doesn't matter. Obviously, the higher the category, the worse the weather, the worse the storm. And this storm is going to be with us for hours. We started in this eye wall here in Englewood, I mean, just after 1 o'clock. So we're going on 2 hours, and there's really no rest in sight for us. And you can see that the water is starting to pond up. No significant flooding, but these culverts drop down and collect water, and we have breaking news. We now have landfall. I'm being told we officially have landfall now of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane, and of course the center of the circulation, the eye had to go over Rhiannon. Do we have an exact location yet of that landfall? When you do, hand it off to me. Say it one more time. Cayo Costa is where the official landfall is of this hurricane. Now, this is its second landfall. Don't forget, it went over Cuba, had a landfall there. Its second landfall, believe it or not, this thing could have a third landfall. We'll see what happens as it goes over the state. Does it go off the coast and make another landfall, perhaps in Georgia or South Carolina? That is still a possibility and something we'll watch, but you know what? We've got to get it through Florida first, and this is affecting the entire state. Obviously, not as bad as we're dealing with here in Englewood and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples, but we're feeling the far-reaching effects. Over 600,000 are without power. And remember, this is a very long state, so there's going to be so many without power. Even as a Category 1, as it moves inland, we're going to lose power. So I would say if you're watching us from other parts of the state, Central Florida, Northern Florida, you need to have your plans in place if you are to lose power, because it's going to take quite a while to get power back throughout the entire state, and that was quite a gust. I think that was one of the biggest gusts we've seen so far, and we're getting closer and closer to the center of the circulation, which just means that our winds are going to continue to go up. And could you hear that sound? We're going to give you a listen here as we go to break of the sounds of Hurricane Ian just making landfall.
For Hurricane Ian making official landfall moments ago, 3:05 p.m. at Cayo Costa, Florida. That's a live look at Punta Gorda, where the winds are gusting to 110 miles per hour. Pieces of debris flying down the streets, street signs that have been bent over down at their bases. Those are cemented into the ground. Really extreme surge and wind right now. That's Punta Gorda right there. Winds this location gusting to 93 miles an hour. Look at the palms, how they're swaying. The water's really coming up now as well, as we're getting a strong onshore flow, a big push into places like Charlotte Harbor. We've been hammered out on the Barrier Islands, and places like Fort Myers Beach have gone underwater. We have complete coverage for you, including with our teams out in the field, including our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knabb, landfall location identical to Hurricane Charlie. You were on the operations floor at the Hurricane Center when Charlie made landfall. Compare the two for us.
Well, I remember Bill Reed and I at the time talking about how this Charlie at the time is going to be the hurricane of record for southwestern Florida. And for some people, it may very well stay that way, but for many, many more, this will be the one that they remember, because it's affecting more people in a worse way with wind and water. And this is a slower mover, it is larger, and it's going to have a much more significant impact from wind and water at the coast, and for so many more people inland. It's gusting 50, 60 miles an hour in Tampa right now.
We're easily going to get at least 1 million people that lose power as a result. Mike Seidel is in Fort Myers. Mike, the conditions have been awful. We've watched you for hours now. Are they getting any better? That's what I want to know, because you've been in that eye wall. The winds were so extreme, and the surge coming up every single hour.
Nothing has improved. It's only gotten worse as far as the surge goes. We never got really into the eye. We had some brightening. But look at it right now. We're up on the 3rd floor, and this is the bird's eye view That is the Caloosahatchee River, and the wind still gusting over 100 miles an hour. Waves crashing into what was the pool deck. We were down there earlier. Looks like the surge is at least 4 or 5 feet above the deck, but again, the water was below deck level. A lot of debris going upriver. Look at the spray, because the wind has shifted a little bit and it's swirling around. We're standing up here on the balcony, and yeah, it's 10 or 15 miles an hour. So we're in a perfect position to get out of the wind and avoid the debris. But we've seen a lot of stuff come upriver. We saw a big yacht float by. We've seen deck chairs, boardwalks, and I don't know, Mike Hall, if you can see that in the distance, that's the pier that was there earlier. The only thing really left there are the pilings. That's all that's left. We had a building at the edge of the pier. That's gone. We're watching this building back here, but this is a brick building down here. I think it's like a pool where you can get a burger on a nice day, and I think that's going to stay put. These roofs are basically hurricane-proof, but just an incredible view from up here, Jim, with these 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the river taking over all of this part of Fort Myers. Let's go back to you in Punta Gorda, where I know you've had gusts over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, just won a couple rounds with Rocky Balboa out here. You know how that goes. You're not going to win. So it's all good. We're all good. Our crew's good. There's always going to be bumps and bruises after stuff like this, but that's the way it is. This isn't about me. It's about all these people that are losing power, losing homes, losing property, as we've seen with so many videos. Erickson, that's panning a little bit to the right. And this will probably give you a pretty good idea why we had to get out of this wind. It's really howling here. We just had a gust at Punta Gorda Airport, 110 miles an hour. And I'm telling you, a lot of people ask me, Jim, what's like the strongest wind you can stand in? And I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, 100 is a lot. It's going to knock you off your feet. And when it comes instantaneous like that, and it's even a little bit stronger, it's going to knock you off your feet. And that's how it goes. Again, but notice, just since Erickson panned over there, you kind of saw the wind come and even go a little bit. So overall, it's not as consistently strong as it was. So are we, in fact, getting to that point where we all of a sudden break into the eye? And what we'll see, and what we should see before that, is obviously this wind, but you'll start to see the sky brighten up a little bit, because we're getting that sunny hole that's starting to come toward us. The other thing, too, is sometimes when these things come ashore, the ice starts to fill in, and you get robbed of that. But either way, don't be fooled. The water's going to come across the other side of the harbor. That's the first thing. And then it's going to get blown into the east side of the harbor and up the Peace River. So please be safe, everybody. We got a long way to go here in Punta Gorda in southwest Florida.
You're watching live coverage of Hurricane Ian making landfall 3:05 Eastern Time officially at Cayo Costa in the west coast of Florida. That's a live look at Venice, Florida, out on the Venice Fishing Pier. Winds here have gusted around 82 miles an hour. And it's more of an offshore wind, or maybe even a little bit parallel to the coastline here, but we haven't had the big surge on the north side of the eye as we do on the south side, where all the onshore flow is. But we appreciate you staying with us here for our continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel. We have our team in place, keeping you up to date, including the former director of the National Hurricane Center and our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. We'll check in with him in just a moment. First, though, to Punta Gorda, where Jim Cantori is. Jim, the winds have been howling, a lot of debris flying around here. I did want to ask you, had a little encounter there. Everything okay? It looked like you might have even lost a shoe. Just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, buddy, we're good. Thank you very much on behalf of my team and I. We're good. The drill, Bettis. We're out here, and sometimes you get those big gusts. I knew I shouldn't have gone on that diet until after hurricane season, but it is what it is. You're looking out at why. We just kind of stepped out of harm's way here for a second due to these stronger winds. Frankly, I've never been lifted off my feet before, so that was a first. But you can see across the way just the way that the wind just kind of forces downward. It goes up and down and forces and pushes, and it's been enough with this latest gust at Punta Gorda at 110 miles an hour to even remove some of the shingles off of the roof here at CJ's Tavern, which is right across the street from me. So, it's just been constant now. We've been in this for about 2 hours. It's done nothing but increase and increase. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, you can hide from this stuff. You don't have to be out standing in the middle of the street, okay? You can hide from it. But I do what I do to show you what the heck's going on out here. The other problem is we ask you to leave because of this. Let's take you down to Fort Myers Beach. Look at the surge. Look at the surge. Who's going to come get you if you're in that? Nobody. You're on your own. That's why these evacuation orders are given. This is why we want you to heed them. This is why we want you to stay out of harm's way. The water will go out. It always does. But you got to wait for the storm to go by. And in some cases, 2 times. So you go through the eastern eye wall, then you go through the eye, potentially, and then you get on the backside of the storm. And the fact that the wind will be still, even some kind of northwesterly component, means it's still coming from the water area. So it's going to remain up for a while. Now, places like the Caloosahatchee and the Peace River, once the storm gets to our east, those winds will be pushing the water back out again. So it may actually go out faster there. But the problem, we're not out of the woods in Punta Gorda, because we're going to see the eye, then we're going to get on the back side of the eye, and everybody here on the eastern side of the Charlotte Harbor is going to watch the water from the other side come back over this way. So our worst water rise is coming on the back side of the hurricane. So please don't be lulled into getting out there and say, oh, we never got any surge here. No. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. Again, we're still not in the eye. We're still dealing with these very, very gusty winds. But I will say, Dr. Knabb, sometimes you get a gust like we're getting right now. Sometimes it quiets a little bit. It's not as persistent as it's been. But you tell me, how long are we from seeing some sunshine?
Well, just moments away from getting into the eye, and you'll get out of that northeastern eye wall. It'll be kind of a milky sunshine, I think, at times. But again, regardless, you don't want to venture out into the eye because you don't know how long you're going to be in the eye, because the motion can be erratic. If you go right through the center, it can be a while, but if you're closer to the edge, it can be very, very quick, and it'll be an abrupt howling wind on the backside of this. So it's scary to think that in Punta Gorda you haven't even gone through half the storm yet. And look at this, at the Punta Gorda airport, off to the east of where Jim is, farther inland, sustained 75 gusts to 124, and that doesn't have the same kind of exposure that places that are getting the wind coming off of the Gulf of Mexico. So this is from blowing from a direction from land toward Charlotte Harbor, and you're 75 gusts 124. So this is a Cat 4 hurricane. You wouldn't be surprised if there'd be stronger winds elsewhere. But here is the eye, and this whole area, because of major hurricane conditions, major hurricane force winds affecting such a large area in the northern, northeastern, and eastern eye wall, we've got this huge area under an extreme wind warning. This is shelter like you would for a tornado. This is lowest dry level, most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, helmets on, mattress on top of you, whatever you need to do, because of what damage could be done, and things flying through the air could fly onto your home. And the reason I say lowest level, most interior room, but lowest dry level, is the rainfall that is happening has prompted a flash flood warning up in here. So that is the other aspect of this that will become more and more dire the longer that this large, intense, slow-moving hurricane dumps rainfall. The more we're going to have rain-induced flooding, and some of that is happening in coastal areas that are dealing with storm surge. But the bottom line is that this has been a worst-case landfall scenario for places like Fort Myers Beach, with the catastrophic storm surge that has flooded up to the roofs of buildings.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 56. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, generally sunny, high 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, partly cloudy skies, low 54. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Category 4 Hurricane Ian has made landfall with 150-mile-per-hour winds, and that is a live look at Venice, Florida, on the northern eye wall. This is an offshore wind, but look how poor the visibility is right now. A wind-driven rain, gusts here exceeding 100 miles per hour. Absolutely stunning what we're seeing. You can't even see the Gulf of Mexico anymore, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, Mike, and what's amazing is as astounding as some of these wind gust reports that we're getting from airports and other locations, temporary anemometers, we are not catching the strongest part. You can't really do that with surface observations. We just don't have enough observations. No, they're too sparsely spaced. And the strongest eastern eye wall is, toward the coast, closer to the beach from Fort Myers Airport, but the Fort Myers Southwest Florida Airport, that's east of I-75, way inland, just gusted 100 miles an hour.
Oh, my God.
And they are east, maybe catching the eastern eye wall now, but maybe not the strongest winds. And we still have an onshore push into Fort Myers Beach, and it's going up the Caloosahatchee River, too. So these strong winds are what has prompted this extreme wind warning, where you got to be sheltering like you would for a tornado. But we also have the water problems that continue to be catastrophic at the coast. The gauges, same problem, Mike. Very few observations. 4.3 feet above normally dry ground, way up the Caloosahatchee River in Fort Myers. And so that is what storm surge can do. It can bring the water all the way through the inlets into the rivers and then way upriver. So that is an indication of just how connected all of the water bodies are. So we've had the storm surge here into Fort Myers Beach, and then our Mike Seidel has shown us the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River, how much water is accumulating there, and then the water is going upriver. So we're going to go to our Jim Cantori, who's in Punta Gorda, and it's amazing, Jim, how at these airports east of you, farther inland, you've gusted over 120 miles an hour. So I got to believe that these waterfront locations are getting stronger winds, and then wait till it blows from the water toward that eastern part of Charlotte Harbor.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, when it comes at you at 100, it's pretty hard to stand up. I won't lie about it, and that's why we're not out in it right now. We're just going to show you the pictures. I got Chris Erickson on camera, and we're in a protected area kind of behind this big brick wall now. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I just don't feel like rolling down the street. It gets a little old, and you can see what's going on here. Big wind coming on through. Still waiting to get into this eye. I'm wondering, Dr. Nab, this thing's stalling a little bit. Kind of taking a little sidestep and maybe even stalling just a hair here for a second, because we really haven't seen the break. I thought we would get into a break. It almost looked like it was brightening a little bit, and then we just went right back into, and I was almost going to stand out there again. But the winds just started absolutely ripping through. But again, don't be fooled.
Yeah, Jim, you're right on the edge of the eye wall. You're right on the edge of it. And so it just little bits of wobbles in the overall hurricane and changes in the character of the interior part of the eye wall can make it very borderline what you're experiencing. But
we just lost the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we right there. It's the right side, Chris. The right side of the roof of this building and the sign. There's more shingles and the sign's gone. The sign's gone. Holy smoke. Sorry, Doc. Just stuff, when stuff like that happens, you see it right in half front of you. That's why, actually probably a good thing we're kind of standing back here protected from all this debris. That's the thing, being in a city, you got all these buildings and whatnot. Stuff comes from different streets. It comes from high elevations, and you don't see it coming, especially when these visibilities in some of these rain bands. Holy smoke! Look at this! Look at this! Right down the street. Nora, thank you for pulling me out of the street. Thank you, Nora. Seriously. Mama knows best. I appreciate that. Wow. All right, guys, again, the signage, things are still blowing around, just like Dr. Nab said. It's going to be great when we get in this eye, because everybody's ready for a break here. But this is why. I don't know why people are driving around, because when that debris comes along, it's going to go right through those windows. The smaller the debris sometimes, the worse it can be, especially if it's hard. So, just stay off the streets, guys. And remember, when it gets calm, we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. It may take a minute before it gets to us, but we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. I've been seeing a lot of styrofoam, a lot of fascia, plywood coming by.
Yeah, so another thing about the eye is it's kind of cloud filled, so you're not going to have as much clearing as you might think, so it'd be even harder to tell when the eye is about to depart and you get the backside.
Guys, our continuing coverage of Ian as we here in Punta Gorda are kind of waiting on the eye. Believe me, after some of the winds that have rolled through here over the last hour, you're talking about gusts over 120 miles per hour. We've actually seen, debris at times, signage, has been literally ripped right out of the sky from in front of us. Let me show you here. This is just a few moments ago, right across the street. And you can see how these signs just get blown right out of here. I mean, eventually the wind and the power of the wind, especially as it's been so gusty, the sign can't hold itself in there anymore. So trees, debris, I don't know if it's siding, roofing, some of these aluminum. Wow, you know what? It just got calm. It just got really calm here. Look at this, Erickson. Wow. Yeah, all right. Doc, you said it. We're almost in the eye. I mean, it's still a little breezy, but I'm going to be honest with you. I could not walk out here stand up straight before. I could not. It's still gusty, so it's not clean, but this is a big difference. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. All right. Ooh. Man, I thought we were in the eye for a second. I really did. I mean, we're trying to get there. If you look at the radar and you look at the way that this thing's coming at us right here, look at this here. I need your steady my shoulder for me. Just hold his shoulder. Hold his shoulder right here. Better act. Steady his shoulder for him. Okay. So we can just keep shooting and I can talk behind this thing. Wow, that was crazy. Well, now you know why we ask you not to go out in the eye, or what you think is the eye. Dangerous out here, guys. Debris still flying around. If anything that's changed, we've lost the rain. Okay, it's not raining hard. We got good visibility now. We can see all the way to the bridge. We can see across parts of the city here. Again, we're right on 41 here in downtown Punta Gorda. No sign of water intrusion yet. We'll see what happens again when the winds come around from the other side. When they calm a little bit, which isn't happening right now. We'll be able to get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on out through here. But right now, we're kind of lulled into this sense of being in the eye, or tried to get in it. But for the moment, we're still on that, I guess, northeastern edge of the inner eye wall. Nab, over to you. Let's go back to Dr. Nab in the studio.
Actually, Jim, I'm going to take it from you right now, as we're just basically off to... Listen, as the crow flies, Jim Cantori is about 20 miles off to my southeast. Not very far. And he looks like he might get into that eye. And remember, with hurricanes, the eye is shaped, it's like a stadium effect on the inside. And so if he's just on the edge of that, he might not really get into the center of it where it'll be a little bit cleaner. I know that it's a little bit of a dirty eye, but it doesn't look like we're going to get in it at all. We have been in the eye wall since around 1 o'clock. So 1 to 2, we're going on 3 hours now of the eye wall, and it's just been relentless. Hurricane Ian has been relentless here, and what I can see around me is a lot of palm trees that are down. I don't know if you can see the one over here. I know my photog is trying to stay as dry as he possibly can, but what you see across the street there's a lot of palm trees like that. You can see, I think, in this field across the street as well. What I think is impressive is that you can see the wind-driven rain. That's not something you see all the time, and that cuts down the visibility. I literally cannot see past that house where I just showed you the palm tree. You can't even see it now with this wind-driven rain. And this is probably the gustiest wind that we have seen so far here in Inglewood. The only flooding that I've seen is this type of flooding in the culverts, more palm trees down as I look down the street. But we haven't had significant flooding. This dips down and the rainwater is collecting in there. So far, the damage that I've seen, there's a shed across the street that's getting ripped apart. tree debris around, and we also are seeing the siding come off the house. You can't even see across the street. You cannot see across the street right now. That's how bad it is. We're talking just a matter of feet. And we're not going to get in the eye, it doesn't look like here in Eaglewood. So we're going to stay in this type of weather. We've already been in it 3 hours for several more hours. I don't know if Bettis or Dr. Nab is in there. Maybe give us a heads up. Obviously, our technology is not really working out here. Bettis or Nab, any idea? More hours.
You're going to be in it for a while longer, unfortunately. When watching that eye wall, Dr. Nab followed on the radar too. She could be in it for a while here, Dr. Nab. And that little wobble east has made the difference up there around Inglewood or maybe up toward Venice or up toward Sarasota as well. They're going to stay consistently where they are now.
Yeah, both because of the slowing down erratic motion of the hurricane as it comes ashore and the changing character of the eye wall as this interacts with land and you get some frictional effects. All kinds of things can happen. It really is going to be a very wide-ranging set of experiences that people have with regard to how much time they were in the eye, whether they were in there at all. And it's so important not to venture out when the calm of the eye comes, because you don't know really how long you'll be in the eye. And also, I'll show you on the visible imagery here that the eye has become more and more cloud-filled as it has come ashore. You see how you can see the swirling low-level clouds when it was just offshore, but it has become more cloud-filled as it's come inland. So you're not going to really have much in the way of visual cues that the clearing is now going to change to cloudiness. You might hear the wind coming, but it will not give you a whole lot of notice. So it is really vital that we shelter for this extreme wind warning. And we look at where that's in effect. I want to back out and show you that, because that is the warning that is like a tornado warning, and it's for a very large area until 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lowest dry level, most interior room. We do have a flash flood warning in the northwestern part of this, and we've got the storm surge flooding that's happening in the coastal area. So if you aren't evacuated and you are sheltering from wind, you don't want to be going down to the levels that are flooding with water. So it's a dire situation, no doubt about it, but we got to shelter like we would for a tornado with this. And there's the flash flood warning. This is going to become more and more of an issue that could become the issue for some of the inland locations. Just some of the more recent wind reports that we've gotten: Cape Coral and Captiva gusting well over 100 miles an hour, and the surface observations from the airports have been showing us gusts up in the range of 100, 120 plus miles per hour. Mike, it's amazing to get those kinds of reports at the airports that are farther inland. Certainly the winds are even stronger when you have the open exposure to the water.
We're going to be in it for a while, too. The slow motion here is not helping our cause whatsoever. I want to take you up to Sarasota. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is there. Chris, really strong east winds for you. What effect is that having on Sarasota?
You know, first off, I will say the surge has been a negative surge. We've seen that in Tampa Bay. I'm sure you've seen some of the conditions with the water coming way out, even further out than what we saw with Irma. So that shows you the power here with Ian. Sarasota Bay, I was out there earlier this morning before conditions deteriorated, and there was already a push of water all the way out. So we're continuing to see that surge being drawn out to the Gulf of Mexico. So the coastal areas have actually fared fairly well. We haven't had a lot of issues with at least storm surge yet. That's if we stay on that north side. Once the winds start to wrap back around, we will get more of a push. But I think the worst case scenario as far as storm surge goes for Sarasota, we're looking hopeful, all right? But still going to have 3, 4, 5, 6 feet potentially as this works its way up through central Florida. Wind is our bigger issue, all right? Guys, I can't stress this enough. We are in Lakewood Ranch. Our hotel got evacuated because we were near the water in Zone A, and they closed down. So we had to relocate. We're back near I-75 in Sarasota, right on the Sarasota-Manatee County line near University Parkway. You know the area well if you live here or visited. This is Lakewood Ranch, Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, right? And you get an idea what conditions are like here. we're getting an offshore wind. So winds are coming out of the east, pushing on towards the beaches, right? They're coming out of the land. So that's helping break them apart a little bit. But even so, we've had gusts over 75 miles per hour. I saw the highest observation in Sarasota, 77 mile per hour wind gusts. We're persistently gusting 50, 60 miles per hour right now in Lakewood Ranch. But you look at the radar, look at that northernmost outer eye wall. That's not far away. We already saw the conditions in Venice. That situation, those winds are nearing 90 to 100 miles per hour. That's working its way into Sarasota. So conditions are going to get much worse in the next 2 hours. And guys, you know, Charlie really caused a lot of tree damage in Punta Gorda and areas around Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor. We had Wilma and Irma over the last several years that have really made it through southwest Florida. But Sarasota hasn't been rocked by winds at 100 miles per hour in a long time. The tree canopy here is likely going to be tested in a way it hasn't seen in decades. So I expect massive power outages that could last for weeks. And also the potential of being blocked into your neighborhood, especially the banyan trees and the oak trees that we have here in Sarasota. That is a big concern in this part of Florida.
Chris, thank you so much. Those banyans are beautiful, but they're huge, and they can really come down all over southwest Florida. Chris, thank you. Want to show you maybe some of the more dramatic moments that we've seen from this hurricane officially making landfall at 3:05 Eastern Time. We're with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've got this camera placed on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. It's pointing over toward the Lanakai Hotel. And this is a time lapse. We sped it up. This is go minute by minute. The amount of water that comes up and how quickly it comes up is astounding.
Yeah, so this is on a barrier island, and you're looking toward the Gulf of Mexico. Buildings on the other side are Gulf front, and this is the Gulf of Mexico coming onto normally dry ground. And look how, I mean, yes, it's sped up because of the time lapse, but even in real time, that water is moving. It has got debris in it, and it is gradually rising because you have the continued onshore push on the eastern and then southeastern side. And Fort Myers Beach has been facing the onshore flow for hours and hours and getting to be close to high tide. And this camera is mounted, what's it, about 6 feet up above the ground for the sole purpose of, they placed it there beforehand to monitor the storm surge. And you'll notice that before too much longer, this camera goes underwater. We were anticipating storm surge flooding of 12 to 18 feet within this general area of coastline.
Just amazing, Dr. Knabb, because if you look at the before pictures to give some people some perspective, it's beautiful. A lot of people who live there know it. A lot of people that live in other states go there to vacation. They're very familiar. It's really alarming to see how much surge came up, how quickly that surge came up, and how damaging that can be. You said to our viewers, like one-story buildings may not survive this surge.
And even multi-story buildings could have, you know, their lower floors gutted by the water, and then you have maybe the wind damage. And water that's moving this quickly, you don't realize how heavy and damaging and deadly water can be, and it is going to be plowing through these buildings. And this is why we evacuate, because you can't ensure your survival. The only way you can is to not be there when this happens. And who knows how high this actually got in other places that we're not looking at.
What's interesting about it, too, is you see the water come up. There are no white caps or anything like that because the surge is coming ahead of the eye. But then once the eye and the eye wall get there, that's when the winds really start to crank. You see the palms really going, and then you really start to see the waves on top of the surge.
And, you know, again, because this is such a large and powerful hurricane and a slow mover, the duration of the push of the Gulf of Mexico toward the coastline, and this is a part of the coastline that is concave shaped. It's one of the most storm surge vulnerable areas in the country, even the world. And this is the worst case scenario that led to this. Strong, intense, large, slow moving, and concave shaped coastline with really shallow water going out from the beach. That's why we maximize the storm surge. And it isn't just a beachfront issue like we're seeing on these barrier islands. Where Jim Cantori is in Punta Gorda, he's on Charlotte Harbor. And before long, Jim, we're going to have a push from the west toward the eastern part of that harbor. You could get storm surge when that second back eye wall comes through.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to push. It's like having water on a plate, Doc. It just sloshes it back the other way, right, as the wind pushes it across. So it's going to get worse on the water, trust me, here on the Punta Gorda side. Again, it's still breezy. It's still gusty. We've gotten to a side here where at least you can stand out in front of the camera. But look at this. The last time I saw pictures of palm trees and all the palms ripped off the top of the palm, you have to go back to Wilma in Cancun. I remember seeing this in Cancun. All right, that's an incredible wind, Doc, as you know, because these trees are meant to take a good bit of wind and just sway with it. But look at this. They were just ripped right off the top here, literally right off the top. That's a pretty incredible sight, to say the least. Again, guys, a lot of debris from those trees. We saw sign debris. We've seen roofage that has been ripped in places from time to time. But the wind and at least the rain now, I'm going to say the rain for about the last 10 minutes has pretty much ended. You get an occasional spit here, but now you got visibility, and you can see how far out that we can see a lot of this. But, I see people now leaving the garage, and I hope the heck they don't realize, and they don't live in a low-lying area that's on the east side of Charlotte Harbor, because that water still has a big chance of coming up. Guys, it's starting to calm a little bit. Do we get in the eye here momentarily? We'll see, but we still got a long way to go.
Category 4 Hurricane Ian has made landfall on the west coast of Florida, officially at 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time at Cayo Costa, and it is still lashing the coastline right now. This is Venice, Florida, where the winds here are gusting to about 80 miles per hour. We're on the northern eye wall of this. The winds have been so extreme that already early stages of this hurricane, more than 1 million customers have lost power in Florida, from Lee to Sarasota, Collier, Charlotte, and Pinellas County. Pinellas County, up where St. Pete and Clearwater are, we're talking almost 83,000 customers without power, and they are well away from where the eye is, just kind of showing you the scope of the winds associated with Hurricane Ian. The latest advisory that came in at 4 o'clock has the winds at now 145 miles per hour and a northeast movement at 9 miles per hour. A lot of coverage to still bring to you. We have our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, the former director of the National Hurricane Center, with instant analysis from the studios here at the Weather Channel. Our crews are in the field as well, including Stephanie Abrams, who's in Englewood, which is on the north side of the eye. Stephanie, you may never get the eye. You may stay in the eye wall for hours. Can you update us on the winds there in particular?
Dennis, it's been relentless for hours already, and now we got to tell people at home that they're going to still be in this for several more hours. I will say what you're seeing now, it's been pretty consistent for a while. You get some of these bigger gusts, rain like that, a little more intense, then it backs down a little bit. But I mean, we're talking relative here, so it's not like you're really getting a break. I'm just saying you're getting a break from really getting, it handed to you. But what I will say is, just recently, Bettis, we just heard some thunder. We're really out of communications here as it is. I can see sparks flying from power lines. The water is out. But can you maybe give us an update on what the situation is lightning-wise in this eye wall?
Yeah, there's definitely lightning there. Dr. Knabb's been following that really closely for us. Dr. Knabb, I want to bring you in. What are your thoughts on that lightning in that eye wall?
Well, it wasn't more than about an hour ago where you had a really vicious lightning outbreak there in the northeastern eye wall over Punta Gorda. But these, areas of deep convection rotate around. And now, Steph, it's not as potent as it was, but there's a lot of lightning between Port Charlotte and Englewood, and very close to you.
All right, so do we see that this thing is starting to weaken at all now that it's made landfall and it's moving on shore, or is it still holding together?
Well, the maximum sustained winds are still way up. The pressure is still way low. It's going to take a while for it to spin down. But in terms of its appearance on the radar, we are seeing some erosion of the convection on the eastern eye wall for now. And the northern eye wall and the northwestern eye wall are the most convectively active, up in here and up in here. But we have still, we've got that extreme wind warning over this whole area. I'm not saying it's weak enough that the winds aren't of major hurricane strength. They are throughout this warning area. But when you look at what's been happening, not just near the coast, but inland as well. Some of these airports on the east side, so Steph, on the exact opposite side of the hurricane from you, inland Fort Myers Airport has been gusting over 100 miles an hour recently. So it could be worse if you had the convectively active part of the storm where you are on the eastern side. So you're not getting the strongest part of the hurricane, but it's bad enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty bad here. And I will say, guys, I am happy that we're going through this during the daylight, because so many of these storms come in at night. It's hard to see. It's extra scary because it's so dark. The other thing I want to note is the construction of these homes is really solid. But Ben, as you can see, some of the siding is ripping off of the home here that you can see. And I can't see literally. I can see this house. I can kind of see the one next to it. I cannot see past that. That's how bad the visibility is. But so far, Bettis, that's the type of damage I'm seeing. The siding, you can see, maybe you can't see it. It's hard to see a shed across the street and trees coming down, but I know that everyone is not this lucky. I know that all communities are not this lucky, Mike.
No, they're not all built equally, right? And the visibility is so evident, how poor the visibility is, Steph, on camera. But what I wonder is, looking at some of those houses there, they appear to be well built, but I bet you a lot of them, I would guarantee they have hurricane straps, right? Which is really keeping their roof attached to their home.
Mike, after Andrew in Florida, they really made people upgrade their homes, especially new ones that were getting built. And I will say that so far, the roofs are all staying solid, but as you mentioned, we still have many more hours to go through this. So it's something we're going to continue to keep our eye on here. Our water is out, so we have no more water here, at least where we're staying. And the power, shockingly, Mike, if you can believe it, is on, but we have no water.
Hurricane Ian has made landfall in the west coast of Florida, officially at Cayo Costa. That happening at 3:05 Eastern time, and it is still there. A slow-moving hurricane lashing us in Venice. Winds here gusting to about 80 miles per hour. An offshore wind here, so we're not seeing surge that's happening at this location, but plenty of places are. Extreme storm surge right now in Fort Myers Beach. We have our crews out there covering it for you. That's a look, by the way, at Naples. This is south of Fort Myers, and this is a good bit away from the eye, but a consistent onshore flow. The storm surge, Dr. Knabb, with us here in the studio, goes on as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, so obviously, this is why we've been saying this is not just a beachfront problem. In Southwest Florida, it's so vulnerable, and with a large high-end 4 into 5 hurricane, it's going to push the water blocks, if not miles inland. Here is on Sanibel Island in Florida, and on these islands, it's being pushed ashore. Essentially, these barrier islands, Mike, essentially entirely going underwater.
How much different is it, Dr. Knabb, when you get saltwater intrusion as opposed to freshwater intrusion? Is there a difference?
Well, it can make a difference in terms of what it does to certain metals and other materials.
Corrosive, right?
Yeah. But flooding is flooding, and once you just get a few inches of water of any kind into a house, it's going to be very damaging. But the difference with storm surge, Mike, is that this salt water is moving quickly, and it's got waves on top of it, so it's not like some river flooding that might come up more slowly. Some river floods, like in Kentucky this year, they were moving too. But with storm surge right near the coast on these barrier islands, it is moving, and we're seeing more and more pictures, different than that aerial we saw of Naples, where it was a little bit less moving water. But aerials in Fort Myers Beach and other places where the water has come in and obliterated structures because it was moving with waves on top of it.
Dr. Knabb, we know the track takes it through Florida. Can you help explain to our viewers that might be watching from Kissimmee or Orlando what their flooding might look like and how it could be different from what we're seeing right now?
Well, the end result in isolated spots could end up looking like this if we get the 1 or 2 feet of heavy rainfall in some very flood-prone areas. So inland flooding could be very, very significant over the next couple of days. And also, Mike, northeastern Florida is going to get storm surge and rainfall and could have flooding that looks a little bit like this.
Yeah, good analysis, Dr. Knapp. Let's take you to a place being hard hit right now. That's Inglewood. Our Stephanie Abrams is there. Steph, you've been in this eye wall for hours now. Could be hours before you're out of it.
Hours.
One thing that's interesting to me is that at least where you are, maybe you can give us a lay of the land, there hasn't been any flooding, but you've had a lot of rain.
We have had a lot of rain, and Bettis, the flooding that you can see is happening behind me. These are those little dips, maybe culverts. I don't technically know the name, if you will, but you see these all over Florida. I was born and raised in South Florida, and we had these West Palm, Wellington, those areas, Boca Raton, and that's where the water is really accumulating. Other than that, we haven't seen any significant flooding, but yes, it's been raining nonstop with this system as well. And Bettis and Nab, before you guys go, I know you need a break maybe, but I just had a quick question for Dr. Nab, if you can still hear me. And Dr. Nab, this is a little out of left field, so there might not be a good answer for it, but you know how we can calculate, 75 mile an hour Cat 1 versus what we're dealing with, 150, 155 winds. The damage can go up exponentially by like 300 times. We know that as you go up away from friction from land, you can calculate the winds. We're 2 miles from the beach. Is there a way to determine how much stronger those winds are? We have a little less friction at the beach versus being 2 or 5 miles inland.
Well, because you have wind blowing from land toward the Gulf of Mexico, on the northern side where you are, this wind speed at the beach is probably similar to what you're experiencing because it's a land exposure. But once you get out over the water, to the west and southwest of the eye, still out over the Gulf of Mexico, the winds would be stronger. And that's why we've been saying on the opposite side of the eye from you, even inland, east of I-75 in the Fort Myers area is getting stronger winds than you because they have the stronger side of the hurricane and it is a little bit more exposed to what's coming off the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. Thanks for that, Dr. Nab. And we're going to go to Chris Bruin, who's in Sarasota. By the way, when we come back, we're going to change our shot up, take you to the back side of the house to show you what's going on there. Chris Bruin, what do you have coming up?
Hey, coming up, we're going to take a look at how things are going downhill rather quickly in Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota. The worst of the conditions are miles to our south, and they're working in. As we go to break, take a look at what scenes look like on Main Street, Lakewood Ranch. Completely empty, which is good. We still have power, but winds are rocking. Look at all the palm fronds, and it's not going to be long before we see trees starting to come down. The palm trees are already getting rocked. We'll be back.
At Venice, Florida, where extreme winds are still hammering us here with the northern eye wall. Gusts to about 80 miles per hour. You can barely see the water out there. That's a look at the Venice fishing pier. Little building out at the end that's really becoming obscured. The palms are really leaning right now, and that's what would be considered the clean side of the storm, not even what the locals would call the dirty part of the storm. But having said that, it is still extreme right now. We had an official landfall at 3:05 Eastern time at Cayo Costa, that with 150 mile per hour winds and a central pressure of 940 millibars. With the latest update, the pressure's up ever so slightly, 942, and the winds down ever so slightly at 145. Still a very intense Category 4 hurricane. Want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. Take a look at some video, Dr. Knapp. Time lapse of the storm surge that happened today in Fort Myers Beach.
And by the way, it's still ongoing. They still have an onshore push, but it's been going on for hours. And when we maximize that onshore push on this barrier island, you are looking toward the Gulf of Mexico. Those buildings, those hotels on the other side are Gulf front, and then this is Estero Boulevard going through Fort Myers Beach. The Gulf of Mexico is being pushed by the winds of the hurricane onto normally dry ground of this barrier island. And it's not just the water moving down the street, but it's all the debris that it is picking up. It is gutting the lower floors of these buildings. It is getting higher and higher. This camera, Mike, 6 feet above the ground. And the longer we go into this time lapse, the higher that water gets and starts lapping over the level of the camera. We expected 12 to 18 feet of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground in this general area of coastline. And it's not a surprise. And look how fast, I mean, yes, the time lapse makes it even faster, but even in normal time, the water is moving quickly. It is heavy. It has waves on top of it, it doesn't just get structures wet, it guts them and destroys them.
The force of that, and then wind driven, and there's so much debris, so things are collecting things. I mean, there's going to be so much cleanup afterwards. They're literally going to have the front end loaders out there picking up debris and trying to clear the streets. But then you take a look at how the, my gosh.
My goodness.
Look at that. See all the debris in that?
You feel like you're out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, but you're on normally dry ground.
It's insane, right? So this camera is mounted about 6 feet up, and you can see that the water's probably a little bit below that, but then the waves are crashing over that, and that's really where you're churning up things and you're really causing the damage is by the waves on top of the surge.
And this is a very important visual for everybody in coastal communities to realize why we call for evacuation for storm surge, because the only way to survive this, to ensure you're going to survive this, is to not be there when it happens. Can you imagine being in the middle of this? If you survive, then you'll say, I'm never going to stay in this again.
Dr. Knapp, this view is so important because it gives you a first-hand account of what the storm surge is doing. We rarely get a view like this because everyone is out of harm's way. This is, by the way, I'm going to let everyone know at home, this is an unmanned camera.
Yeah, nobody's
This is a camera that's broadcasting on its own, but there's so much stuff in that water and there's so much force behind it. I think this is really a good vantage point for people to really, it hits home how significant these hurricanes can be.
And you make the point, the very good one, that this is a rare view because this doesn't happen very often, certainly not in any one particular point. But Ian provided, unfortunately, the worst case scenario for Fort Myers Beach because we had high-end Cat 4 or 5 borderline, large, slow-moving, pushing the water into this concave-shaped coastline. It's one of the most vulnerable storm surge areas of the country, and this hurricane went in just the wrong spot. Now, on the other side of the eye, from Fort Myers Beach, we have our Chris Bruin, who's up in the Sarasota area where they've got an offshore wind and still have strong winds. But Chris, I'm glad to see there aren't too many people out and driving because you've got some damage.
Yeah, no, I mean, nobody's out. That's good. That's good to see. I mean, I still can't get over the surge in Naples, Fort Myers, Sanibel. We haven't even seen the full extent of this, guys. The damage is just, I mean, my hometown's Naples. And to see the pier literally underwater, it just breaks my heart. I think that it was a worst case scenario for surge in Naples. They've ridden through some of their hurricanes on their own, but Wilma, Irma did not produce the surge that we saw with Ian, and it is just tragic there in Naples, Bonita Beach, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel Island, Yusepa Island, Captiva Island. I mean, these are going to be recovering in the weeks and months to come. The amount of water that has been pushed on shore is just mind-boggling to see the completely first floor to the roof submerged, cars floating in the street in some cases in cities like Naples. We're in Sarasota. We're not dealing with the surge, but I do not want you to let your guard down on the flash flood potential here. As Ian weakens and pushes up into central Florida, winds will only get stronger here as we see the wind field kind of expand a little bit. And we're also going to squeeze out additional moisture on those northern bands, which are coming right down into Sarasota, Bradenton, and even Tampa up towards I-4 as we get into this evening and overnight tonight. Some areas may get over 15 inches of rain, and while we may not deal with the storm surge flooding, we could have a very significant flash flood event on our hands. Creeks, streams, ponds, low-lying spots likely could be filled deep in water. We'll be back.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, low 56. Winds north-northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 54. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane Ian still punishing Florida. This is in Fort Myers Beach, a temporary outreach shelter that's literally floating down the street. That is wild. But they've had so much surge there. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Do we have any estimate, Dr. Knabb, on how high the surge has gotten in places like Fort Myers?
Well, the gauge data that we have and the visuals that we've had are not going to all be enough to tell us how high it has gotten, because that actually takes some forensic walking through after the fact. But I gotta believe it has gotten into the double digits in feet above normally dry ground. And Mike, when you see that big of an object floating, is it any surprise when we tell folks that just a foot or two of water can float your vehicle? If it can float this?
It's really, every image that we're getting now is stunning. We're getting more and more visuals like this, and heartbreaking to see what's happened here to the west coast of Florida. And we are a long way from through with this because it's a slow-moving storm. We want to take you to Inglewood, Florida with our Stephanie Abrams, where, Stephanie, you've been in this for quite some time. The poor folks there on the north side of this eye in a lot of rain, in a lot of wind. Thankfully, an offshore wind in these locations as opposed to the onshore wind that we've had right here in Fort Myers Beach. But hopefully we can get this thing on shore here sooner than later and get those winds to really come down, because the winds are still at 145 miles per hour. And hopefully with interaction with land, those winds will come down a little bit quicker. And Dr. Knabb, we're going to get back with Steph if we can in just a moment, but I'll bring in Dr. Knabb. How quickly do you think we can see those winds wind down, Dr. Knabb, because they're still elevated at 145?
Well, it'll take longer than we would all like, because these larger systems have so much momentum. It's not like when they hit land, they just die off. It's going to be a hurricane for hours. I mean, we've got hurricane warnings that go all the way to Orlando. Okay, so this is going to be a wind event that is a hurricane wind event way inland. So you don't have to be on the strongest side to be going through a really bad hurricane. Stephanie, as bad as what you have experienced has been and seen, it's not even the strongest part of Ian. Yeah, Steph, what's it like being not even being on the strongest side of Ian?
So sorry, having a little miscommunication here, Dr. Knabb. I know you were saying we were not on the strongest side of Ian, I think is what you were talking about. And just to give everyone a little background, we've been in the front of the house the entire time. And we came to the back. I wanted to give you guys a different look here in the back of the house. But when we came back here, we saw all this standing water. And you see, it's a little hard to see. There's a power line that's draping down. And it was actually touching that metal fence and sparking. And the big power pole over here was sparking as well. And so this is why we decided, okay, we're not going to be out here in the back. We're just showing it to you now. We're on the concrete, and we're going to go back inside and go back out to the front of the house because it's too dangerous. And this is the thing, that power line, it doesn't look like a big deal right now, right? But when it was touching that metal fence, there was a lot of sparks and they were flying. So obviously water and electricity don't mix. By the way, electricity and just people don't mix. So this is something that you have to be careful of here, that you see all the standing water, but the wind is just still howling here. It is bending trees. It is breaking trees. This fence also, you see it is now wide open. I'm going to try to get a better angle of this fence. There's another door that we can try to go out of to give you a better angle. But essentially, you can just see the winds howling in this neighborhood. Somehow, we still have power on, even with all these lights getting, all the power lines that are down and are sparking and trees are leaning on. I have no idea yet. We don't have any water. So there's no longer water here. Our tubs are filled in order to flush the toilets, but we're in this still for a while. And it's also quite dangerous back here. There's a lot of, oh, there's the sparks. You see them? I don't know if our camera was able to catch it there quickly, but we'll stay on this as we have about 30 more seconds or so. And there's a lot of just pieces of debris back here. So this is why it's just not a safe idea for us to be here, but I can show it to you from a safe place. We are literally right inside the door. And in fact, Austin, I'm going to turn around and show everyone. Bettis, you were asking me about, are we safe and stuff? Austin, if you can turn around, I'll just show everyone. This is where we are. We're literally just a step outside the door right here. And we can bring Austin in. Austin, go ahead in and close the door. And now we're going to stay away from all the guys, and we'll reset for our next shot.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. But really driving home how intense the conditions are, even on maybe what's considered to be the weaker side of the storm. Official landfall, 2 landfalls now. Second landfall on mainland Florida at Pirate Harbor, just south of Punta Gorda. And so the storm now moving inland, causing extreme power outages already early in stages of this hurricane. More than 1 million customers without power, now moving inland, likely to cause even more outages. Stay with us. More continuing coverage coming up next right here on the Weather Channel.
I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Eaglewood, Florida, and we have the eye wall since just after 1 o'clock. It's now 5 o'clock. It's been 4 hours of relentless wind, relentless rain. We are at the front of the house that we're staying in for the first several hours that we've been on air. We've tried to come now to show you around the back of the house. You can see there's a palm tree down. There's siding coming off the house over there. You see there's standing water. I would not say we have significant flooding, but there is certainly some flooding that's going on here. The boards have stayed up on the windows here. Of course, this made landfall as a Category 4 at 3:05. Kaya Costa off our southwest. We are going to stay in the eye wall, unfortunately, the entire time. We've had this fence bouncing around, and as you look in the background, it is unsafe to go out there because you see all the standing water, and we've had power lines touching the metal fence and sparking. And we've also just seen power lines sparking all around us, so it is not safe to go out there. That's just a reminder. So what we're going to do now is reset and get you back out to the front where it's safe to be for us. But let's go out to Chris Brown, who's in Sarasota. And Chris, how have your conditions changed since, say, like 9 o'clock this morning? What's the evolution of the daylight been for you?
Yeah, so let's walk you through that. Things have really deteriorated at the moment, but this morning, we were able to get around and check out the bay, which was actually really low because all the water got pulled out to the Gulf of Mexico, right? But we had those stronger wind gusts throughout the morning, tropical storm force, nothing persistent though. It was just occasional gusts that would be, last for 10 seconds and then kind of die down. That has changed. We're getting into persistent 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and we've had gusts as high in Sarasota over hurricane force. In fact, 77 miles per hour is the highest that I've been able to see, and that was at the airport, at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. We are in Lakewood Ranch, all right? So we are not threatened by the storm surge. There's a good gust right there. There's a good gust. All right? You look over here, and you can actually see, I'm facing this way, so I can see what's coming at me. And we've got a whole crew. Let's actually do a little show and tell, because people always worry about our safety. Empty streets, all right? So you got strong winds coming down Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, all right? There's a good gust right there. Front, and then as things go downhill, because again winds are probably near 70 miles per hour at our location, we've got this tunnel underneath this condo, and it is dead calm, completely safe. We got our cars to kind of dry off in, and then we've got a safe spot with the option to go inside, bathrooms and a place to go up if needed, which I don't think that'll be the case, but something we're watching. I'm noticing the power's still on. Our hotel hasn't lost power either, but a lot of people in Sarasota have. One thing that's unique about Sarasota is that a lot of the power lines are actually underground. So I don't know exactly how all that works with losing power, if it's more of a water issue or if there's substations that end up getting taken out. But it kind of gives you an idea. All right, so that gust came through. That was a lot stronger. Winds have subsided a little bit, but you see we're still sustained near tropical storm force. I would say about 40 miles per hour, and then gusting to 60, 70, even close to 75. Now, as the gusts come through, we're going to walk over this way. You can get an idea. There's the movie theater. I mean, this is a Wednesday afternoon. It should be pretty busy. You got Starbucks, coffee shop down the way. Fortunately, nothing's open as it should be. I've seen video out of downtown Sarasota, all right, and it is completely empty. The only people I've seen out on the road have been a few onlookers trying to see what things look like, a lot of them storm chasers, and then law enforcement. And that's awesome. That's what you want to see, okay? So let's walk you through how things are going to go from here, because we're still not in the worst of this for Sarasota. Now, we avoided the worst case scenario for surge, so we're in good shape there. However, as winds start to wrap back around, as Ian continues to work off towards the northeast, we will see a push of water back into the bay. It will rise, but I think a lot of the businesses and homes along, say, Sarasota Bay and then the barrier islands, I think they're going to fare fairly well. So that's encouraging. More concerning for Sarasota is the wind that could even get stronger than what we've been seeing this afternoon. In fact, that outer eye wall is knocking on our doorstep. In fact, southern parts of Sarasota County have gusted to 90 miles per hour. We've seen that in Venice, and obviously you've seen Steph's shot in Inglewood. They're getting those 100 mile per hour winds, and some of that wind energy may get up here as it kind of sprawls out and grows and kind of changes now that it's moving over land. The core is moving over land. So Dr. Knabb, we talked a lot about the wind. I think that's going to be a big concern here in Sarasota. We've got to talk about the flooding, the flash flood potential. I was driving around, water was over the road in so many spots, and that was 3 hours ago just because of the heavy rain threat. As this storm kind of now evolves over land, it's going to enhance the rainfall in those northern bands, and we could see rain amounts as high as 15 inches, which is going to cause disastrous flooding, not near the storm surge zones, but in areas where people evacuated to, the low-lying areas along I-75. There's a lot of spots here in Lakewood Ranch and in East Sarasota that are very vulnerable to heavy rain flooding, especially along rivers and even canals and ponds. So that's gonna, I think, be a big concern here in Sarasota moving forward.
And in so many other places, especially in Central Florida, the inland flood threat is really, really significant. We still have storm surge ongoing on the west coast of the peninsula. We have a storm surge risk on the east coast of the peninsula. And in between, we're going to have a hurricane for many, many hours to come. Especially when the hurricanes are large, they take a long time for all that momentum to spin down. We've got the 5 p.m. advisory. Max winds are at 140 miles an hour. It is just inland from Punta Gorda. And we want to see this number come down as fast as possible. It's not going to come down as fast as we would like, but there's a number we would like to see go up. That's this one, the forward speed, but it's going down. It is going to be moving significantly less than 10 miles an hour at times, and that means it's going to take an entire day for the center of the hurricane to cross the peninsula, and that's why we've got hurricane warnings all the way up through Orlando and Cape Canaveral and Daytona, and tropical storm warnings that go up into the southeastern U.S., even north of Florida. So we have a long way to go on the hurricane conditions. Here's the latest track and intensity forecast. This is valid at 2 a.m. Eastern time overnight tonight, still with max winds of 85 miles per hour. So you understand why we've got a hurricane warning for Orlando, and we're going to still have hurricane force gusts all the way to the east coast. And this is a big hurricane too. It's like 30 miles of an eye in diameter. So it's going to be a long duration. When you have an intense, strong, slow-moving hurricane, it is going to be a long-duration event, and the longer the wind blows, the more liable we are to have damage, and the more we're going to have the storm surge pile up, and the more that the rainfall is going to add up. And the latest forecast has it getting back to a 65-mile-an-hour storm off the southeast coast, and then making another landfall into the Carolinas and Georgia and into the Appalachians. We've had tremendous water rise, a catastrophic worst-case scenario storm surge event in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, but we're also getting storm surge that continues to go up into the Caloosahatchee River into Fort Myers proper. Okay, that gauge is up in here. It has gotten about as high as the Naples gauge there, right near the immediate Gulf Coast. So this is not just a Gulf front problem. It's not just a problem in the harbors. It's up rivers as well. So this is how hurricanes take storm surge blocks even miles inland from the beach. It is astounding how strong the winds have been far away from the beach. Here's Fort Myers, Southwest Florida Airport, that's on the other side of I-75, east of 75. They have gusted over 100 miles an hour, and they're still on the strongest side of the hurricane, and we still have a decent, unfortunately, onshore push into this concave-shaped coastline in Fort Myers Beach, which is right here. This shape of coastline is what has been catching that onshore flow. That's why the storm storm surges maximize there. We've had a very electric eye wall as it's been coming ashore, especially the northwestern eye wall has a lot of lightning. We've gusted way over 120 miles an hour in Punta Gorda at the airport, farther away from the water. And then the northern side of this is no fun either. The weaker side, but still part of a hurricane, is very, very dangerous. And this is an extreme wind warning that goes all the way from Bonita Springs up through Arcadia and Laurel, includes Fort Myers and Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte. Extreme wind warning, shelter like you would for a tornado. This remains in effect till 6 p.m. for the winds of a major hurricane. Look at some of these reports. Port Charlotte gusting to 110. Punta Gorda 124, Grove City out by the beach south of Venice, that went up to 110 miles an hour. Sarasota has gusted to 106. Down farther to the south, we've got, unfortunately, plenty of reports of, in Fort Myers Beach, storm surge levels up to the first-story roofs of buildings, and still wind gusts of over 120, over 130 miles down there at Cape Coral. And not only do we have the eye moving in, and by the way, don't venture outside during the eye. You don't know how long it's going to last. It's kind of cloud-filled. It's going to be roaring on the other side, and the winds will be very, very strong after that. And in the northwest side, this is where the heaviest rain is falling. We've got a flash flood warning, Port Charlotte up to Venice, in the south side of the Sarasota area. And where our Chris Bruin is up there in Sarasota, just south of you, the rainfall totals are getting to be a foot and a half, and the wind speeds north of you in the Tampa Bay area, or St. Pete just gusted to 77, Chris. So, that side of the hurricane you're on is no picnic. It is very, very serious business.
So, Dr. Knabb, talk to me here. Going forward, this is going to be kind of evolving. The eye likely, I would expect, expand a little bit, and then push some of that wind energy north and build in some of those rain bands to the north. What do you expect heading into this evening? Cities like Sarasota, Lakeland.
Yeah, let's take a really wide view of this, and you'll see how far to the north of the eye, which is a big eye, it's like 30 miles across, but look at how far to the north this massive hurricane in horizontal size is producing heavy rain and thunderstorms. It is already raining hard in many parts of central Florida, and if we look at the new track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center, you just imagine that being projected along this path. Again, at a slower forward speed as we go through the night. Chris, it's going to last for hours and hours. So when we get to midnight tonight, maybe the hurricane is finally getting north of your latitude, but then you still have the backside of it to deal with, and it will be well into tomorrow before things really finally clear out in places like Tampa and Sarasota. So we have to really be prepared to stay inside for a very, very long time. Do we still have Chris Bruin there? Do you hear me, Chris?
Yeah, I hear you, Dr. Knabb. Let's kind of show you what we're seeing. Again, gusts kind of come and go up near 70 miles per hour. We're sustained around 40, 45 is what I'm getting. The latest observation in Sarasota International was 46 miles per hour, sustained gusting over 71 miles per hour. We can show you this direction, and look at these palm fronds. I mean, they literally litter the sidewalk. Driving around, I can tell you generally around the greater Sarasota area, from this morning down into the afternoon, just near our area, we've noticed a lot of small trees that have been blown over, a lot of palm fronds, right? A lot of debris kind of littering around. And we're also starting to see, I saw some video out of downtown Sarasota where there's some awnings, okay? Right here, I don't see any of that. And we're always keeping a close watch on debris, on what could fall. But as winds get even stronger, the more debris will get lodged, and that could be a concern. Remember, too, this area has a huge, dense tree canopy. You've got banyan trees, you've got oak trees, and those are massive. A limb comes falling on your home or on the lanai, and that can then cause wind to get inside and cause damage. We've had reports of a lot of people's screens blown out, Steph, here in Sarasota, and winds are only stronger. You mentioned, I saw that, Steph, if you can hear me, and you may not, that's okay. If you can hear me, though, I saw that backyard shot, and there was a lot of standing water. Is that surge, or is that just from the amount of rain that you guys have seen?
Chris, that is just rain. That is strictly rain. I mean, we are 2 miles miles as the crow flies from the ocean, and there are, some canals around us, but that is strictly rain. There's no water that I can see around us. It's just accumulating, and it is accumulating at the end of the dryways as well. So this is what it looks like in a lot of places. But again, this is getting dangerous because the power is out, power lines are down, power lines were sparking. And so, we're not going to walk in that water just in case. And the good news is that right where I'm located, there's actually no power lines. And so I'm safe where I'm standing. But we've been in this since just after 1 o'clock, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. We're talking some 4 hours in the eye wall, and it's still hammering us. We still have a ways to go as this is slowly traversing through southwest Florida. Power is out, water is out, and I think one of the big problems is that there's over 1 million people without power in the state of Florida. It is a big state, it is a long state, and so getting everyone back online is going to take some time. So everyone's going to have to be patient. If you do know people that you're able to get in contact with, we have very limited communications here. In fact, the phone I'm using right now out of our entire crew, and there is 4 of us here, we have 1 phone that is working, just to give you an idea, that has a signal. That is it. So we have towers that are obviously down because there's a couple carriers that are not getting a signal out. So that will be another issue, is getting, those temporary, sometimes they will bring in temporary towers so that people's phones will start working again. So if you're not in communication with your family, it can be very scary, but just so you know, we're hoping they're okay, and it's just a matter of either power or the fact that the towers are out and they're unable to communicate and get to you. We're going to be back with more of live coverage of Hurricane Ian. We have crews from Fort Myers to Jacksonville and everywhere in between. And Hurricane Ian just will not stop here in Inglewood. We have been getting hammered hour after hour after hour. I will say these homes are well constructed. So far, what I've seen is across the street, you see that some of the shingles are starting to flap in the wind. And I will say it's very hard to see because across the street, I can tell on the street on the other side, it looks like their screened porch is totally ripped and down, but the visibility goes down. You can hardly see at times across the street. That's how bad it gets. And we're still in this thing. And I got to tell you, I'm going to have to, a little bit later, maybe chat with someone and find out how much longer we're going to be in this. Because all of our communications are down, cell towers are down, the electricity is out, the power is out, and it feels like it's never going to end. But it is going to end at some point. But we still, I know, have a ways to go until we get fully out of this system. We did not get into the eye, which you get a break. Into the eye got a little bit of a break. We've just sat in this eye wall the entire time. And we have had that more of a northerly component, northeasterly component is what our winds have been. And as it passes, your winds shift around. And so it all does shift around. Once this moves inland, we'll get more of an onshore flow. And it all depends on what the angle is. And when it moves on to places like Orlando, Jacksonville, does it make a 3rd landfall? It made a 2nd landfall here as a Category 4 hurricane in Cayo Costa. And we actually now have Jim Cantori, who's back up. Now, Jim, you're about 20 miles as a crow flies from me. And I can't see anything, Jim. We have no communication, no radars, nothing. Did you ever make it into the eye? I know you were just right on the cusp. You were on the eye wall. Yes. The last time I heard from you.
Yes, Steph, we're in the eye. It's a dirty eye. There's rain. There's some light wind. But I want to show you something, all right? Let's look up into the eye right here. Brad, don't even play with this iris as much as you can to show everybody how bright it is right there. But then I want you to turn around 180 degrees. So, Steve, watch out. And I want you to see the back edge of the eye. Okay, so this is the western eye wall that still has to come over us right here. And you can see how dark and stormy it is over there. All right, big difference. We had ASOS wind gusts at 124 miles an hour at Punta Gorda. 124 miles an hour in that northeastern eye wall. Absolutely hammered there. And now, there's debris flying around all over the place. It was nasty to be out here. I won't lie to you. Palm fronds all over the place, like you can see. And I'll tell you one thing, Steph, I don't know if you can see our shot or not. You said your comms are down. But when you start seeing palm fronds like ripped from the trees, healthy trees like that, you know you got your butt kicked. All right? The last time I saw pictures like that, seriously, was Wilma in Cancun. It stripped the palm trees like that. It also, knocked a couple of them over as well. So that's a statement right there in terms of the wind. We may have even had a few vortices roll through town. As a matter of fact, I think I was fooled by one of them in the fact that all of a sudden we got this calm. We were really close to the eye, and then all of a sudden there was nothing. My cameraman, Chris Erickson, pulls the camera off the sticks. We walk around the corner in this calm, and all of a sudden, whoom! Here comes the backside of this vortex. Almost took me off my feet. Crazy stuff. All right, we're north of 1 million without power right now. We've had radar estimates of anywhere from 5 to 15 inches of rain. That's what Steph's dealing with. She never got into this little calming, dirty eye here. All right, so she's still in that. But we're going to deal with that too, because it's going to come rotating down this way. Now, the other thing I was telling you about, and I want you to remember this, is before when we had that east-southeast wind in the eye, it pushed all that water from Charlotte Harbor onto the west side of the harbor. Now, with this calming of the wind and eventually what is going to be a northerly component of the wind and even northwesterly, it's going to allow that water to slosh back on the eastern side. So how much does that water rise come into play here in Charlotte Harbor or even to Punta Gorda? That's what we're about to find out. So we took a big hit. There's still debris flying around, for goodness sake, and the wind's hardly blowing with that. But now you're talking about the best potential for storm surge here in the Punta Gorda area and on the east side of Charlotte Harbor. All right? So keep that in mind. We are halfway over and about to start the second half of this game. And we got a long way to go. More power outages. We're without power here. You can hear the alarms going off in the garage, okay? But we're just littered with debris here, and of course now the rain is starting to come back up. The wind will gradually pick up and up and up and up. The body armor goes back on. The helmets will go back on as well. So we'll be dealing with the backside of this thing for a while. We'll give you coverage as long as we can. But holy smoke. Hang in there, everybody. You're going to deal with this. And I just saw my friends in Bonita Springs took a major hit there. They became a part of the Gulf of Mexico today in Bonita Springs, Florida.
And here back in Inglewood, our winds are starting to ground. Now, I haven't seen anything in quite a while because comms are down, internet is down, everything is down right now here in Inglewood, the electricity, water, the whole 9 yards. But we've noticed that our winds have shifted around, and now, let's see, if this way I'm facing, I know that is south, and so this must be north. So I can tell that this storm has shifted kind of off to our northeast the way the winds are coming around. And you got to see the water here. I mean, the wind's now giving us some white caps in the water, the standing water that we have. And by the way, still look at that visibility. That visibility is still terrible. We've been doing this since like 1 o'clock. Enough already, Hurricane Ian. We've had enough of you. Just been getting whipped by the wind and the rain for so many hours. And still, the fact that we still have a ways to go with this, it's exhausting, it's damaging. We've started to see shingles lifting off the roofs here. I can tell across the street, very hard to see. It seems as if, then again, the visibility is really bad, that someone's screen porch has been ripped down. Some sort of tarp is being blown off someone's roof. It's just hard to see when you're in the middle of it like this. But of course, once light comes up tomorrow, we will assess the damage. The fact that we have over 1 million people without power, it could take some time for them to restore everyone, even though they do have crews that are stationed and ready to respond. It's just a lot of people, a lot of power poles. And of course, with the water and the lines down, you can't combine the two. So it's something that will continue to follow for you here. But let's go north to Sarasota and check in with Chris Bruin. And Chris, last time we chatted, you asked us about flooding and surge. Where we are, we didn't experience surge. The water accumulating is just from the rain. What has been your experience with the rainfall? Have you seen it accumulating in Sarasota?
Yeah, it has. I mean, I've noticed the sides of roads getting covered in water, and that was a couple of hours ago. I can only imagine it getting a lot worse. There's a lot of ponds and lakes here in Sarasota that aren't on the Gulf of Mexico. They're kind of inland a bit, and this is where a lot of people evacuated to and are riding out the storm, okay? There's a good gust right there. We get these gusts at times that'll be up here 75 miles per hour. This one between 60, 70 miles per hour. And you can see what we're dealing with here in Liquid Ranch, all right? We're about 9 miles from Sarasota Bay, up near I-75. We had to come here because our hotel got evacuated, as did everybody else's in the evacuation zones. And there's a lot of people just riding out the storm right here. It's loud, it's wet, and we've got a long way to go, guys. What I cannot get over is how bad the storm surge is to our south. I am seeing video right now out of Bonita Springs, just horrific. Right there on Bonita Beach Road, right on down, up towards Lover's Key, and then down into Naples, where the water is still nearly 6 feet above dry ground. The pier was submerged earlier, and you can usually walk under the Naples Pier and have, I mean, I'm a tall guy, 6'5", and you have, you know, it's about 10 feet tall above the beach, the sand, and the water was literally over that. I mean, the stairs to get up to the top of the pier to walk on out over the water was submerged just about an hour ago, all right? We haven't seen that kind of surge here. We're not going to because we're north. We're getting offshore winds. So to get your bearings, there's a good gust. And again, my hat's kind of flying. I'm trying to keep it as long as I can. We can pan off that way, and you see the trees getting rocked. But again, the trees are holding. This area is fairly new, and so well built to hurricane code. We haven't seen a lot of structural issues, at least here where I am. Not yet. Keeping an eye out, certainly for palm fronds, but we have noticed some trees that have been taken out. Right here where we are, there's power. The street lights are working, and a lot of the power lines here, at least in part of Sarasota County, are actually underground. So I don't know how they lose power, if it's more of if a substation gets taken out or some of the higher lines get taken out, or if it's a flooding concern. I'm looking over this way, and really quickly, if we can actually, Marshall, if you're able to, we actually show you the other side before we go to break. This is our shelter, obviously dead calm in here. This is where we hang out if conditions really deteriorate. This is where we catch a break. But look at the back side. I'm noticing a porta potty taken out. You can see it there off in the distance. Obviously, those are projectiles. And then there is a bay out here in the distance. This is a man-made lake, and there's whitecaps on it. There's whitecaps, and you'll get these strong gusts that kind of come through and work their way into the area. So wind is certainly going to continue and even getting stronger here in Sarasota, Bradenton, and Points North.
Hey guys, welcome back into the what we call dirty eye of Hurricane Ian. In other words, you can't see the sky. This thing really filled in and started to collapse rapidly. The problem is, look at what's coming, the backside. We've still got to deal with the backside. That's what Steph's been dealing with up in Englewood, okay? And rainfall is extremely heavy. There are flash flood warnings out up there for what is probably double-digit rainfall right now. It is absolutely coming down. That's going to rotate through here. The other thing for Punta Gorda, okay, not only could we see winds gust back to major hurricane force. We had one at 124 miles an hour with the eastern eye wall. We could see that again. We could see over 110. We may also see part of Charlotte Harbor start to invade this area. So that'll be our best chance at getting the water to push onto the east side of the harbor. We had a stiff easterly, southeasterly wind that pushed all the water onto the western side of the harbor. Now that's going to come east. It's like taking a plate full of water and just tipping it the other way. Here comes all that water, right, on this side. That's what's going to happen as we get into the backside of this thing. Again, there's still, I was just looking at the radar, and I was seeing winds aloft, probably out of the Tampa radar, so it's about 8,000 feet. 8,000-foot winds are still 130 miles an hour in this western eye wall. So we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. I saw a couple of people leaving the parking garage. I'm like, guys, remember, we still got to go through the backside of this thing. So I want everyone to remember that. Even if you're inland, we still have a very well-defined eye. You're going to get a front side. If the eye comes over you, it's going to be kind of dirty and breezy like this. But all in all, at least for this eastern side, remember, Punta Gorda took a major hit from Charlie, okay? So a lot of this area was rebuilt with stuff to code or just above code. So we've seen a lot of the roofs here downtown hold. There's some damage. I've seen some shingles flying. There's some signage that's been blown away. But right now, every building that we look at, these look like new buildings, Brad, the ones with the metal roofs in through here, have held up very, very well. So hopefully that will be the case on the backside. And again, we haven't ventured too far out here and gotten into some of the, the more rural areas or, outside the city center, which is where we are now in Punta Gorda. So I can't tell you what that damage is like there. But we have had winds here in Punta Gorda, gust to 124 miles an hour. And on several occasions, we've had 110 and also 115, sustained winds over 90 miles per hour. That's a lot of wind. And we may deal with that again on the backside. Maybe not as high, but high enough, obviously, to cause some damage. So it's nice to get a little bit of a calm, but it's going to roar again. And if you are lucky enough to have still got power in Punta Gorda, there's a pretty good chance you may lose it on the backside of this thing. Either way, hang in there. We will have about 3, maybe 4 hours of very adverse weather. It's getting dark already right here. And then we'll start to see things begin to wind down. Winds will come out of the northwest a little bit more, and then westerly as the storm pulls away. All right, an area that never got into the dirty eye or into a calmer condition is over there in Englewood where Steph is. Steph, how awful is that to just be in that eye hour after hour after hour?
Jim, we got in the eye just after about 1 o'clock, or so I should say the eye wall, excuse me, the eye wall. Very different than the eye like you have, that nice calm weather. We've had type of weather since just after 1. So some 4.5 hours of just getting hammered, Cantori. I'm telling you, we've had enough. Thank goodness, though, like you said, the buildings, Jim, here are holding up are holding up. I mean, we're seeing, some shingles starting to come off here. We have standing water. There are numerous trees that are down. All right, and now we want to go to Governor DeSantis with a news conference that he's giving right now.
We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties. But I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all downed power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. So we're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is...
That's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis briefing from the State of Florida Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee on the ongoing impacts in the state of Florida and the future impacts that we are going to see as it moves northeastward through the state. And they're already planning for how they're going to respond once they can. You know, in a lot of places, people are calling 911 and help can't come right now. And the hurricane is still a Category 4. It just moved inland from Punta Gorda, and we have a lot of wind and water impacts farther north and east. In fact, the hurricane warning goes all the way through Orlando, over to Daytona and Cape Canaveral. Tropical storm warnings for the rest of the Florida Peninsula outside the hurricane warning areas, and it'll stay a hurricane all the way into overnight into early tomorrow morning and into the daytime tomorrow, exiting as a tropical storm maybe late on Thursday, and it will have impacts downstream. He talked about how northeastern Florida has a storm surge warning, the St. Johns River area, and then states north of that. We've still got our storm surge warning in effect for the entire west coast of the Florida Peninsula. And as the governor mentioned, it looks like the storm surge values have peaked, but the storm surge flooding hasn't ended, as these numbers are kind of staying steady. The gauge along the Caloosahatchee River in Fort Myers is starting to come down. But look at all of these impacts. Storm surge levels up to the first story roofs there. In Vanderbilt Beach, just inland in the Naples area, got a healthcare facility, water rising within a couple feet of the facility. Naples Municipal Airport EMS station evacuated due to rising water. The North Naples Hospital ambulance bay and helipad under several feet of water. And the Naples Fire Station 1 completely flooded. Almost all the equipment will have significant water damage. And now we've got the wind issue moving inland to contend with. We've had this extreme wind warning that you shelter like for a tornado. That has been extended northward and eastward past Arcadia as we go till 7:30 p.m. parts of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties. Follow our ongoing coverage of Ian anytime with our streaming app, available on smart devices. You can find multiple live experiences and our full coverage of Ian.
Well, you can only stay in the dirty eye of Ian for so long, and now here we are on the backside of this. All right? And the winds are howling, and now they're coming in from the north. And they're coming right in the garage, which is where we are. This is also going to bring the water over toward Punta Gorda from Charlotte Harbor, okay? So we're going to see how high the water gets. This is the test for us in terms of the surge. This will be our big test here coming up as we go through the next few hours with this. But this is just relentless. I'm going to be honest, the visibility with this fan is lower than anything we've dealt with on the east side. Now, we had winds already at 124 miles an hour in gusts, all right, at Punta Gorda. Also 115, 92, I think at 1.2, 92 sustained on one of the anemometers, which is incredible when you think about it. But now we're on the backside of this thing, and it's spending a lot less time over land. And so we can see winds easily gusting equally as strong. The problem is now we got a chance to push water into Punta Gorda. And that's why we're in the parking garage. All right? Believe it or not, I'm actually inside the parking garage. Look at that. So everybody's here. We'll just go up if the water comes in, and we'll be able to show you that. But either way, this side, again, relentless. Absolutely relentless. We've got 1 million plus across the state right now without power. I was talking to friends of mine in Bonita Springs. They had at least 10 to 12 foot of surge. The Gulf of Mexico essentially became a part of Bonita Springs. All right, huge problems there. Fort Myers Beach, we showed you the surge there. Huge surge component. And we're not going to be able to see, a lot of the damage, obviously, until this thing gets out of here. But I think you're going to reveal, obviously a historic hurricane hit in southwest Florida from what was essentially almost a Category 5. And when they go back and reanalyze this, they may find enough to call it that. The surge was huge, absolutely huge. You could literally take Charlie, and put it inside Ian. That's how much bigger it was. So a much bigger issue. The barrier islands will never look like they did before this thing again. All right? There's going to be major cuts across these islands because of the wave action and the storm surge. Just incredible. All right, guys. I'm as inside as I can be. It's coming right in the door. Woo. All right, let's go back to Dr. Knapp.
All right, Jim, yeah, stay safe. It is exhausting to battle Ian like this, and we have a formidable hurricane that will remain so for hours and hours to come, as this is what it's like to be beginning just the second half of a hurricane. When it's large and slow moving, the long duration of the winds is maddening, and it adds to the damage. And some people will go through a long duration in the eye, relatively speaking, compared to a small fast-moving hurricane. But some people will just barely get in the eye for a little bit. So please don't go out into the eye. Don't go wander out there, because you just don't know how long it's going to be before the backside roars in. And it's kind of cloud-filled, too. So you're not really going to be able to tell when the backside is coming in. We're not getting really new observations from the Punta Gorda Airport. It's been stuck on that number for a while. But even down in Fort Myers, we're still getting the southeasterly side. So the northwestern side of this is very convectively active. So there's a lot of lightning in this very active eye wall. And we are in a situation where we need to be sheltering like you would for a tornado. This very large area under an extreme wind warning until 7:30 local time is essentially like a tornado warning, but for the winds of a major hurricane. And it goes all the way from the Fort Myers area through Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Inglewood, Port Charlotte, up into Arcadia. These are parts of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties until 7:30. Again, lowest dry level, most interior rooms where you want to be, because this could do tornado kinds of structural damage, and objects and trees can fly into the buildings, and you want to be as far away from the outside as possible. Now, with this extreme wind warning, there is some overlap with this big flash flood warning. In fact, they're just about completely overlapping. Very large area under a flash flood warning. So that's why I say lowest dry level, most interior room. And the rainfall rates on this northwest side are really, really adding up. So even if the winds aren't all that bad, but they're bad enough to be inside, there's no reason you want to be out and about in this. And the rainfall totals are really adding up on this side of the storm. Radar estimates, over a foot already. And this is what is headed toward places like Orlando. And even on the far northwest side of all of this, we've got some strong winds in the Tampa Bay area. Look at St. Petersburg gusting over 70 miles per hour. And we have the eye of this system that has moved completely inland, and it's losing a little bit of its definition, but it's going to take a long time for this system to die down. And one thing I want to highlight when we talk about the flood risk that we're dealing with, we saw that big area under the flash flood warning, and we've got tonight through tomorrow morning high risk of very significant flooding, and that will continue tomorrow into the next day in some of the same areas, including Orlando. So heads up in Central Florida, Chris Bruin. In Sarasota, you've got the strong winds. You're gusting 70, 80 miles an hour plus. The flash flood warnings over this large area where you are in Eastward. So I hope people understand that even though you're not on the strongest side of the hurricane, it's no picnic with the wind, and you're arguably on the wetter side when it comes to the rainfall.
Yeah, just south of our location, Dr. Nab, I saw a total of 14 inches near Venice. So we're getting to that double-digit rainfall total, especially with that band that Steph has been enduring for over 4 hours now. In Inglewood, you had rainfall rates there between 3 inches per hour and even more. So that's what we're dealing with. That's stayed just to our south, and we may miss that, but it's going to be interesting to see how things kind of evolve as this all becomes off towards the northeast and kind of interacts with land and maybe spreads out some of that moisture off towards the north. Also, remember that front that came in that's carrying this off towards the northeast. That's also going to have an impact on how much rain we get with the overall total of Hurricane Ian. While the winds are less, see these benches right here? Okay, so I'm going to walk over here really quick. They're bolted to the ground with 4 bolts, okay? And they're heavy. These benches are heavy. So look down this way. We noticed this in the last 20 minutes. We heard this loud bang. We got a bench literally flipped and came dragging down part of the street here. We also got a trash can that got flipped. Again, so things that are heavy, but that can become projectiles as you get these strong wind gusts. But overall, the buildings are held really well. We haven't seen any structural issues. I mean, I'm even shocked a lot of these awnings are in good shape. So no issues there. No street flooding, at least in this vantage point. This is Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, which is part of Sarasota and Bradenton. We're right on the county line, okay? If you're familiar with Sarasota, you know where we're at, right along I-75. We're out of the surge zone, and that was why we came here, because our hotel got evacuated. So that's something that we're watching. Really quickly, I want to come over on this side and just kind of show you. We are noticing a slight shift in the wind direction. And if I take you to the backside of this street, and this is just an empty parking lot, but there's a big lake here, man-made lake that has white caps on it, and you get a little bit more exposure here of the winds, and you can kind of see just how strong some of these are when you get into these more open areas. And I'm noticing a lot of the storm drains right here. A lot of these storm drains starting to get clogged, and as they get clogged, they build up water. So that is something that we're watching here too. Winds are going up, but they likely will not be anywhere near what we're seeing in Punta Gorda right now. That's where we find Jim Cantori. Jim, I saw your shot earlier. And how are things? You're going to be in this for a long time, but I'm amazed at how well Punta Gorda has held up, given the fact that they've rebuilt better than ever before after Hurricane Charlotte.
Listen, there's other news crews in here with me. I'm asking my guys, and this is worse. This is worse than what we went through on the east side. I'm telling you right now. So, again, I'm wondering how much more wind damage we're going to have, because the potential's still there. I told you before we did the shot how I was looking at the radar. There's still 130 mile an hour winds at 8,000 feet. Now, granted, you may not get all of that, but you can get 115. You can get 120 down to the surface. That's a big wind gust. a huge wind gust that could easily come down to the surface. And we're obviously getting the backside of this right now with relentless rainfall. Relentless rainfall. I mean, it's very, very low visibility. I can see maybe, oh man, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 yards at the most. This visibilities are way down. So, you know, again, if you were lucky enough to keep power earlier on, you may not be lucky enough now, and you certainly aren't going to have it in this. Again, this is a backside of a Category 4 hurricane where winds are stronger. The other thing, too, is now we're pushing water back down the Peace River, and we're pushing it back toward the east side of Charlotte Harbor, and that means here in Punta Gorda, we may see a water rise, all right? Pete just got back from the marina where we were telling you earlier how the boats were sitting on the mud because it had pushed the water on the west side of the harbor. Now that water has started to come back up once we got in the Dirty Eye, and now you wonder, you know, as winds start to come around a little bit more northwesterly, how much of that creates a water rise here in Punta Gorda. So now we got the twofold problem. It's not just the wind now. Now we may face the surge issue, and we are also facing winds that could be just as strong on the backside of this. Again, don't let your guard down because we have got a long night ahead of us here. Guys, would you believe I'm actually inside the garage right now? We're inside the park garage watching this go on the outside. Dr. Knapp, there's no way I can stand up. I already have been lifted off my feet a couple of times today. That's enough of that. But you can see what's going on outside this garage.
Yeah, so Jim, you must, even though you've got some interaction of the hurricane with the buildings there, you must have noticed the completely different wind direction that things are coming from, yes?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming in at us. Before, when we tried to broadcast from here and keep our cameraman inside where I could walk out in the elements, it was fine, but it was protecting us from the wind. Okay, so that southeast component means that I was protected here, and so were they. Now they've come around from the northwest, and it's coming right in the garage. And that's why, you know, you're seeing Brad wipe the lens. You're hearing car alarms go off every once in a while because it's moving the cars like somebody's standing outside the car and shaking it, which usually causes the alarm to go off. Either way, we still can retreat to high ground, but I wanted to be down here to show you guys just how quickly, and I'm telling you right now, it was 2-3 minutes where we went from a little light rain shower and a breeze with a gust of about 10-20 miles an hour to all of a sudden this, where we're probably gusting over 100 miles an hour. And there goes the stop sign. That's why I'm not out there. Anyway, Dr. Knapp, I'm going to...
And Jim, you've got now, here's the really sobering part, is you've got hours of this now to go on the backside. It's still blowing onshore right now on the south side of this into Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, and that's a problem because that's going to keep the water up. Dr. Knapp, I was talking to friends of mine earlier down in Bonita Springs, and they literally had the Gulf of Mexico come right in and across into these little, you know, intercoastal waterways and things like that. There's my friends. I'm telling you right now, there's at least 12 foot of surge down there in Bonita Springs. They got huge problems, and again, we're not going to be able to. I just want to make sure that stop sign's not going to flow in here. No, it's not. Okay. When this thing gets, you know, revealed to us as it pulls away, and we get, you know, aircraft to get up there and give us an idea of what's happened here, you're going to see Southwest Florida completely rearranged. A lot of these barrier islands, some of them may have cuts through them. They may be gone. This is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, because Jim, the couple of gauges that we've got down there are very unlikely to be capturing the highest levels of water above normally dry ground on Fort Myers Beach and in Naples. And we have really seen this time how this is not just a beachfront problem on Fort Myers Beach and Naples.
No.
It was going blocks inland in Naples. And even the gauge along the Caloosahatchee River in Fort Myers, the closest gauge that we have to you that's inland, but it's along the river, is still up at 7 feet above normally dry ground, miles from the Gulf of Mexico.
Doc, do you remember the hurricane they had? What was it, in the 60s? Was it Dora? I'm just trying to remember the one.
Well, you're probably thinking of Donna 1960. You know, that came in and went through the Keys, Southwest Florida, and then up the entire east coast of the U.S. And a lot fewer people and structures were in Southwest Florida and Florida in general at that time, some 62 years ago.
Oh gosh, there's a car trying to come in while one is trying to go out for some reason.
Yeah, you wonder if that was a person who was out during the eye and just made it back.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what, you know, if you think about it too, since 1964, all the changes, you know, a lot of these areas were just left alone, and now pretty much every inch of sand is covered by a property, a home, and unfortunately now, Hurricane Ian storm surge. All right, guys, hunker down, be safe. This is all heading northeast, and as you can see, this is one powerful hurricane out here.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You're looking live now at Venice Pier in Venice, Florida, where you have an offshore flow now. So your winds are coming in more northeasterly direction. And you can see the water has receded somewhat. But look at those winds. We're still getting frequent gusts at hurricane strength between 60 or 75, 80 miles per hour at times. So damaging winds are continuing to pummel this area. Storm surge, of course, has been a big issue here, as well as rainfall. In fact, Doppler radar estimating rainfall amounts over a foot in many spots, and we've got a lot of flash flood warnings across this area now because of that flood threat from all the rainfall. We want to get out to our meteorologist, Jim Cantori. He is live in Punta Gorda. And Jim, you're still getting hammered there with the eye wall. You've got hours to go still with the worst of this storm.
Yeah, gee, thanks, Jackie. Yeah, this is just awful. And I'm telling you, the backside of this is far more ferocious and filled with water. There's so much rain. I mean, before we would get a break, it wouldn't rain as heavy, but now it is absolutely hammering. And I am not, standing out there. I've had taken a few lickings today. That's enough of that. There's stop signs laying around. Hopefully those won't come flying in at some point. But we're in a parking garage. We can retreat up if we've got to. But I just wanted to. The problem is where we chose to protect for the eastern side of the storm is now not so protective, if you will, on the back side of it, because the winds have changed direction. They're coming around from the north now instead of from the south. So now we're getting the wind to come in the parking garage from here. Either way, what we're going to watch for, not only additional, the rainfall that's falling down here, but do we actually start getting parts of Charlotte Harbor to rise enough so that they start coming into Punta Gorda. Punta Gorda is really low. They didn't have surge in Charlie. All right, that was more of a damaging wind issue, and we talked about the tornado-like damage. But now you've got that and the chance to get the flood. So that's why, again, the backside of this, for all intents and purposes, could be worse than the other side of it. Everybody's without power here. We're north of 1 million now across Florida. That's going to grow. It's going to be interesting, actually, to see how far we actually do get with these numbers here. But either way, nobody needs to be out in this. Make sure you stay at high ground if you're still in the surge zone, because you still have a chance to get really our worst case scenario for flooding, and that comes in from Charlotte Harbor. Otherwise, guys, we're hanging out here inside this parking garage. We can still get up if we have to, but in terms of getting out and that stuff, it's going to be a few hours. It's going to be a few hours. All right, let's go back to the Weather Channel. Yes.
I'll take it from here. Give you a break, get your breather, and we'll check back in to see how things are unfolding in Punta Gorda. Not as extreme here, but winds are still fierce. One thing that's helped us out, I think, is that the rain has let up a little bit. It's just light rain mixed in with some high winds, still gusting 60, 70 miles per hour in Sarasota. But here in Lakewood Ranch, the main street, we've got power. I think our hotel still has power, which is encouraging. Although there are a lot of people here in Sarasota that don't have power at the moment. We can take a look down the street and you can see some of the debris kind of pulled over, a lot of palm frogs. But what you're really noticing is the bench right there in the middle of the road that got overturned, flipped upside down, and dragged down the street. You also got some tipped over trash cans. Saw flipped over porta potty. We head down this way just a little bit. Some of the drains that take the water out are starting to clog, so that would be a problem. And you'll get these strong gusts to come through. And then we're going to continue to deal with this, guys. So let me walk you through the timing in Sarasota, as you're kind of curious, how long is this going to last? How long is this going to last, right? Well, the worst of the winds are going to continue as this pulls off to our north and east, all right? But we are going to start noticing a shift. That's going to happen here in the coming hours, and then we will start to see a more onshore wind, which may actually keep the wind speeds higher because you have less friction as it comes in off the water. That will bring in the water. So we will have a storm surge here in coastal areas of Sarasota, Siesta Key, Lido Key, Longboat Key, but it's not going to be nearly as high as what they are seeing south of here in Fort Myers and Naples. That is not going to be the situation in Sarasota. However, low-lying roads near the coast will likely take on water, but I think a lot of the properties should be okay. It's the flash flood potential that is most concerning, along with the high wind threat. We are under a flash flood warning until further notice here in Sarasota and many other counties.
Sanibel, look at you, taking some big water and waves, unfortunately, on the chin down here as you dealt with a massive amount of storm surge, as did Fort Myers Beach, as did Bonita Springs, as did part of Cape Coral here, dealing with just such a tremendous push of water coming on shore here. And in some cases, probably more than most people that live down there have ever seen. All right, and that's to be determined, obviously, but you're talking about a phenomenal amount of water. We are here in Punta Gorda. Believe it or not, we're dealing with the backside of this thing, which I'm going to be honest with you. This is just relentless. It's a lot stronger than what we dealt with, I think, on the east side. It sure came in fast, too. Probably about 2 minutes, and we were already roaring. By the way, I'm probably 15 feet deep inside a parking garage. The same one that we were going to use to show you the eastern side is now not such a great place to be, but it's also a place to go up should we start getting any kind of storm surge or flooding here in downtown Punta Gorda. And this place does flood. So we're dealing with the backside of this. We've got 1.5 million customers without power right now in the state of Florida. Do we get over 2 million? There's a very good possibility, because some of the worst of this weather is going to be making its way again north toward Orlando, certainly as we get into tonight and tomorrow, and then just continue to move north. So we're going to be well north of 2 million, and there's going to be a lot of work to be done, especially down here with the kind of winds that we've seen. What have we had here? 124 miles an hour was our max gust. We also had a gust of 110 miles an hour. And I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to look at my phone yet, but I'm wondering what the backside of this is going to bring us. It would not surprise me to equal what we've already had. In this case, though, the biggest change on the front side versus the back side is the rain is so much heavier. It is relentless. Oh my gosh, I'm going to say maybe 100 yards visibility out there. That's it, with the rain that's coming down here. And of course, it's wind blown, it's getting in everything. It's just coming from a whole different direction. It's coming from the north or on the backside of this thing. So guys, we're going to hunker down as long as it takes. Unfortunately, we have several hours of this. What you're seeing right now, it's too strong to stand outside in. Way too strong to stand outside in. So we're in here. We're going to bring you coverage as long as we can. All right, Dr. Knapp, speaking of how long we're going to spend in this, what do you think it's going to be for places like Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte? How long are we going to be in this relentless rain and wind?
I think you need to be planning until midnight, plus or minus, and then I think, plus or minus that, things will get better. It will not be over, but I think that would be the worst of it. So it could be several more hours. And Jim, larger hurricanes just take a lot longer to wind down. And you are absolutely right about the northwestern, western side of this being rainier. That's where the heaviest rainfall totals have really added up. And it doesn't happen every day that you have a hurricane warning that goes coast to coast. on the Florida Peninsula, but that's what we've got right now. This is going to stay a hurricane for a while to come. And even Orlando, Daytona, Cape Canaveral under a hurricane warning. Even Tampa and Sarasota are as well. And we're going to have widespread power outages. It's going to be extreme power loss there in the core of the hurricane where it came ashore. But heads up in Orlando and Melbourne and Daytona and Jacksonville, likely power outages as this moves ashore. So here's another way to look at this. It won't necessarily be exactly right. It's one model's depiction of it, but we'll take this through about midnight. So you can see here in Punta Gorda. So maybe that's when we're really on the back end of the really strong wind and heavy rainfall, but it will be blowing hard and raining very hard. And look at how that northwestern side stays the rainier side in the model's eye and how long that lasts. It'll be an all-night rain there in Central Florida. We'll just have a few showers on the backside of this as we go into tomorrow. But here's that track and intensity forecast. It stays a hurricane well past midnight, well into tomorrow. It takes till tomorrow afternoon maybe to weaken to a tropical storm. And if we look at what we've got to deal with right now, this is a shelter like you would for a tornado situation. Extreme wind warning for portions of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties here from Fort Myers all the way up through Arcadia, including where Jim is in Punta Gorda and in Port Charlotte. And you want to shelter like you would for a tornado, lowest dry level, most interior room. And I say that because we've got plenty of rainfall that's occurring, and there's a flash flood warning over this really large area, which is essentially overlapping the same area. We've got a team of meteorologists and reporters to guide you through this long storm.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. You're looking at video over Tampa Bay. You might be asking yourself what happened to all the water. That offshore flow, it's the reverse basically of storm surge, is that the strong winds actually emptied out the bay earlier today. There you can see a person actually out walking over that. We don't recommend that because guess what? That water eventually comes back. We just got word from officials in Fort Myers, Florida, that a curfew has been extended. They're asking people to stay in their homes for 48 hours from now. So that takes us up to Friday evening. We want to get out to our meteorologist, Chris Bruin, who is live in Sarasota right now. And Chris, you're still getting those 50-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts there, but the rainfall is going to be a big concern under a flash flood warning, and seen reports around 7.5 inches of rain so far about where you are.
So, Jackie, we actually cut out. I missed out on your question, but you mentioned the curfew in Fort Myers. There's also a curfew for the city of Naples, okay, just because of how extensive the surge is. And that's in effect immediately just to keep people out of danger. And we've seen just an unbelievable video when it comes to storm surge. We're getting some persistent winds here in Sarasota. That's where we are. This is Main Street, Lakewood Ranch. You got some strong gusts kind of coming in. They don't last more than 30 seconds to a minute or so, but the sustained winds are around 40 miles per hour, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. We've had gusts as high as 77 miles per hour here at SRQ, Sarasota International Airport. And I'm going to see, while we're paying off, see if I can get IB connection, because I want to talk to Dr. Knabb. But before I do that, I want to show you kind of what's going on here around Sarasota. Again, we're in Lakewood Ranch, so it's along I-75, and we had to come inland because our first hotel where we were staying was at the Zone A evacuation. So they closed all the hotels, and then they made us move. We were able to snag a room here along I-75. So we're with a lot of people who evacuated. And this is where people are riding out the storm. These are what conditions folks are dealing with as they're riding out their storm. They're trying to imagine, whoa, it's bad here, but what is it like in Siesta Key? What is it like in Longboat Key? Those are things that we're thinking about. So certainly something we're watching. So We're going to continue with conditions like this probably for the next 3 hours and then slowly start to see the winds taper off. But thankfully, we haven't seen them creep up. We have been within miles of the eye wall where you have those 100+ mile/hour winds. That was about 10 to 15 miles to our south and to our east. We just missed out on that. And I'm not seeing it expand like it could have. So not to say we're out of the woods completely, but something that we're watching, Dr. Nab, is the potential for 100-mile-per-hour winds to kind of move up into Arcadia and inland communities like Wauchula. Similar to what Charlie did, those areas were hard hit after Charlie came through. I want to ask you something. When we see this storm, we haven't officially had a measured gusts up to Category 5 strength, but why is the surge so extensive with this storm? Obviously, the winds were so strong, but size has got to be a factor here too, because this storm is a much bigger storm than what we saw, say, in Hurricane Charlie. And I think I'm back to Ike, Category 2, but we saw just unbelievable amounts of surge in Texas because it was such a massive storm. I got to imagine Ian being one of those types of hurricanes.
Yeah, Chris, a strong Category 4 hurricane is bad no matter what, but when it is large and slow moving, then it becomes so much more of a storm surge producer, and we have more than doubled the record gauge measurement there on that Fort Myers gauge there along the Caloosahatchee River, and gotten over 6 feet at Naples, and we still have onshore flow on the southern side of this, Chris. So this is a catastrophic worst case scenario for a place like Fort Myers Beach.
Let's talk about rain. Let's talk about rainfall. You're looking at the radar. We can even pull up the radar. Who is next in line for those double-digit totals? Where are we going to get those bands that kind of just set up and just, you know, it's a slow-moving hurricane. It looks like it's moving a little bit more quickly than, say, 24 hours ago we were thinking. So that's at least encouraging. But who's next in line to get those double-digit type rainfall totals?
Yeah, in general, Central Florida. I mean, the I-4 corridor is just beginning to have the really heavy rainfall. And let me show you where all the rain is falling. So there's Arcadia that Chris mentioned. So we got this large area under an extreme wind warning. Shelter in lowest dry level, most interior room, like you would for a tornado, for the winds of a major hurricane. But we've got this flash flood warning that goes all the way up here to near Sarasota and Sebring. But then after that, we're going to have the flash flooding become very, very concerning in Central Florida today and tomorrow. And when you're away from your TV, you want the most up-to-date alerts, check us out on Sirius XM, channel 134, digital SXM 512.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 55, winds north-northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, partly to mostly cloudy. Low 55. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Absolutely relentless. I'm even inside a parking garage and getting hammered like this. It's coming right in the door, and we knew that was going to happen because we picked a spot to show you the eastern side. But the biggest difference between the eastern side and the western side is there's so much water. There's so much rain on the backside of this thing. It has been relentless. Our visibilities are very, very low as a result of the heavy rain that is also coming down. So we got a flood threat. We still got a surge component to deal with, and obviously a damaging wind threat. We may not be able to see any extensive structural damage from where we're at. You can look out pretty well here when the visibility comes up. but I guarantee you it's out there. We've had loss of power now for about 5 hours, and we're just one place across Florida that's lost power. We're north of 1.5 million customers now. Do we go to 2? Do we go to 2.5? We'll see. It's going to be a long night, and there's not going to be any power coming back anytime soon here, especially given the kind of tree damage that we have around here. The palm trees, fronds are completely ripped off. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb and talk a little bit about this storm. And, Doc, it may be a little early for Monday morning quarterbacking, but I want to do this because I think, the ensembles that we look at, which are all these different directions in which this thing moved. North Florida's in play, heck, even the Gulf at some point, but even the Keys, Cuba, they were kind of spread out all over the place. And we really didn't get a good consensus on this till last minute, maybe. I mean, was there enough time for, Southwest Florida to prepare? They didn't have as much time, let's say, as Tampa.
Well, you're certainly right, Jim, that the models were not in good agreement as far in advance as we would all like. No doubt about that.
Right.
But the storm surge warnings went up pretty early in the game, even though the storm surge forecast values changed and became higher farther to the south. And even in Lee County, Florida, where Fort Myers is, the evacuation instructions were up early yesterday, and most of the people that I talked to on social media who were dealing with an evacuation question, the question wasn't, I really want to evacuate and I don't have time to get out. The question was, do I really need to? So I think if everybody would go right when the instructions are issued, I think we would have had time to get everybody out. I think the bigger problems, Jim, are twofold. One, evacuation compliance among people who have the ability to go, and number two, evacuation assistance to get the people out who can't get themselves out.
Right. So it's so important not to pay attention to the center point of that cone. Especially early on. We know the errors can range anywhere from 100 to 200 miles plus. It's gotten better, but in terms of track forecasting, this is one of the more difficult tracks to nail down early in the game that we've had in a while.
Yeah, we've been spoiled on occasion by track forecasts that were really accurate, and that's a good thing. But we talked about it a lot this week, that not all the time does the storm go right down the middle of the cone, certainly, and not all the time does it even stay completely within the cone. We talked about that possibility of a right side of cone coming ashore sooner or stronger, and a lot of evacuation instructions came out pretty early, and they were telling people the earlier you can go, the better. And Jim, I think another thing is that some people think that if they evacuate, they have to go a long way. And I think if people realize that their evacuation only has to take them a few miles just to get out of the storm surge zone.
And you know what? And let me tell you something, Doc. My hat's off to Governor DeSantis for saying that. He actually helped us with that message, which I really appreciate. Certainly hearing that from a governor. Good, succinct information. Now, in terms of intensity, this is one of the better intensity forecasts that I've ever seen, especially long term.
The intensity forecasting is something that still is overall a very big challenge, but this time around, Jim, the intensity forecast models, the rapid intensification index, even the anticipation before it became a depression or storm that this was going to be ripe for rapid intensification. I mean, I was that whole week leading up to the actual rapid intensification, every day I went to bed thinking, I hope we're wrong, but I just don't think we're going to be. And it ended up being really, really strong and very large.
Well, Doc, we're not out of this yet here in Punta Gorda, I can tell you that. This backside has been absolutely relentless, and it's going to be this way for several more hours. Guys, batten down the hatches. Ian means business. Our continuing coverage of yet another historic hurricane, and certainly one of the worst hits we've ever seen in Southwest Florida, with Hurricane Ian coming on shore with big storm surge. Areas that had never seen water this high saw it, unfortunately, today. This thing is holding together very well. Believe it or not, I'm in Punta Gorda, dealing with the backside of this thing now. And it's just as bad as the front side, except it contains a heck of a lot more water. All right? A lot more water. We've had wind gusts over 100 miles per hour here and in many other places. We've had crippling storm surge over much of the southwest Florida coastline and those beautiful barrier islands. And it's not over. What we're worried about in Punta Gorda is what's going to happen with the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor. Do we have enough of a westerly wind component to push that water now on the other side of the harbor in toward Punta Gorda? And that is absolutely a concern. So not only are we worried now on this backside of winds just as strong, heavier rain and flooding from the freshwater flooding, but also potentially a storm surge component. So interestingly enough, it's the backside that actually poses us a little bit more threat. But either way you slice it, we've got 1.5+ million customers in Florida without power. This should easily go north of 2 million. And then it depends on, how much population certainly gets into some of these, horrible winds as we go through tonight. There'll be plenty of you that will deal with it. So get ready to lose power if you're in the path of this thing as it makes its way across Florida. It's just not moving very fast right now. So we're going to be dealing with this for several hours. Absolutely relentless. All right, let's go up to St. Petersburg and talk to Paul Goodlow, who is on the northwest side of the storm, but it's dealing with more of an offshore flow there, Paul. So potentially from the bay side, a little flooding for Pinellas County.
Yes, Jim, flooding in the wind direction has been a major factor today across not only Tampa, but where I am here in St. Petersburg. We've been dealing with a drop in the bay of between 5 and 9 feet of the water is a lot lower than it has been because of that constant offshore wind that we've had. Eventually, the wind will come back onshore, but and then eventually the bay water will come back in. But it's that persistent wind. In fact, there's an airport right behind me. We've been dealing with 70 to 77 mile per hour wind gusts over the last couple of hours here. So even though we are roughly 60 to 70 miles from the center of Hurricane Ian, we're still dealing with hurricane force wind gusts here. So we're not quite out of it. The good news is the center came in south of us, so we had that persistent offshore flow, and they came in north of us right on us. We could have had that type of flooding in St. Petersburg, in Tampa, that they did in Naples. We're definitely feeling for our neighbors to the south, but it's definitely people here a huge sigh of relief because of what we dodged here. We know it's just a matter of time. The other concern is we're going to have a lot of rain coming on through. This hurricane has been heavily laden with the rain on the north and the west side, and those bands now are rotating over the Tampa Bay area. Reports of between, say, 3 to already over 1.5 feet of rain in some locations has already fallen, and we still have maybe another 3 to 6 inches to come. So rain and flooding from the water, the rain coming from the sky, also an ongoing concern, as well as these gusty winds still blowing on through here. So also the duration. The storm has slowed down, making landfall at 10 miles per hour, then 9 now moving forward at 8 miles per hour. So we still have a multiple line of hours to get through with these gusty, damaging winds. We've been dealing with power flashes, some sporadic outages here across St. Petersburg and across the Tampa area, but the main thing that people are noticing is the lack of water here in Tampa Bay, and that is a good thing. If it was the other way around, we would have major flooding like our neighbors to the south. That's some good news. But right now, it's a matter of riding out these winds. For the power outages, the winds will be coming down slowly throughout the day tomorrow. When they get under 35 miles per hour, then the bucket trucks go back up and perhaps reestablish power pretty quickly across the area. We're not dealing with the power outages. They are a little farther south of here. But again, St. Petersburg just one of several cities in the Tampa Bay area. Let's send it across the bay to our Justin Michaels. He's in Tampa, eyeing the situation there. And Justin, I know you too dealing with gusty winds and also a lot of rain across the bay.
Absolutely. We still have several more inches of rain to go, Paul. And as far as the power outages you were talking about, here in Hillsborough County, we're just north of 30,000 power outages. Customers without power. Have to believe that number may go up because we still have the winds that are offshore. I'm going to show you evidence of that in just a moment. You also heard meteorologist Paul Goodloe there say how little water they have there in St. Petersburg. Well, the exact same thing is true here. And in fact, the offshore flow of this storm pushing water out into the Gulf of Mexico has taken Tampa Bay down about 6 or 7 feet below where it should be. Evidence of that? Take a look at how high the barnacles are here. Yesterday, all of this would have been underwater. Underwater. The water line was right about here. So if you can only imagine the dock we're on being about, 7.5 feet higher than we are right now. I can also show you the water continuing to leave Tampa Bay, and it's not going to be coming back for all night long, maybe into tomorrow. And when it does start to come back, it's going to be a very slow trickle back through into the Tampa Bay area. But you can see, if you take a note there, Ben Trailer behind the lens, if he just fixates on that water, you're going to see that flow heading from the left of your screen to the right of your screen. That's flowing out. Okay, so the water is still heading out into the Gulf of Mexico. It's amazing to watch it with the naked eye to be able to see it actually happening. I can tell you, though, we were here earlier today and it has slowed. Earlier today, it was rushing past here enough that it was actually creating white caps. That's not happening now. So as is expected, as the storm continues to push off to the northeast and the offshore flow lessens, a little bit of water is going to be able to come back in, but right now that water is being held out in the Gulf of Mexico by the power of the wind, Dr. Nab. Amazing to see this type of meteorology and this type of science with your naked eye, to be able to stand here and know we should be up 7 feet higher in the air. Dr. Nab, also a safety issue here right now. Down power lines are happening all across, of course, this part of Florida, including here in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. There were 3 fires today in the city of Tampa. They were responded to by Tampa Fire. All of them put out, no injuries, no loss of life, but still 3 structure fires caused by down power lines, Dr. Nab. A safety reminder, if you come across down lines, avoid them at all costs.
Absolutely.
Dr. Nab, to you.
Yeah, down power lines, getting into water-covered roads, a bad combination. And you haven't even gotten into the strongest part of the storm for that area, because the eye of the hurricane is still well off to the southeast. When it gets farther north, then we're going to be getting into the rainier, windier part of it in the Sarasota to Tampa Bay region. And we still have this extreme wind warning that goes from Fort Myers up through Arcadia, including Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte till 7:30, so a little while longer. You got to stay sheltered like you would for a tornado. There are some really strong winds, as our Jim Cantore has been showing us, on the northern and western side of this, and certainly on the southeastern side, the stronger side of typically of hurricanes. That will be blowing hard as well. And the rain is really coming down on this northwestern side with some lightning in there in what is the kind of the deformed eye wall now, but that is still a convectively active zone, and we got this big flash flood warning in effect till 9 p.m. for much of DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. And we've already had this swath of really heavy rain. Radar estimates over a foot in the Venice area. Sarasota to Sebring has had a lot of rain as well. And on the eastern side of this, we're just beginning the rain-induced flood problem. So you've got this big flood warning in effect for Titusville and Orlando and Kissimmee, and then the real business end of the hurricane is about to come in and add to this. We could have a very significant flood event in central Florida as this large, slow-moving hurricane moves ashore. So a lot of preliminary rains, but then this shield of rain is going to last for a day or more in some parts of central Florida. So the highest risk for flash flooding due to excessive rain from the Weather Prediction Center from Daytona down to where we still have the storm surge flooding coming in. And that extends through tomorrow. So Orlando is still in it. 2 consecutive days of highest risk rain-induced flooding. And that gets up into Jacksonville. And that takes us to the water problem on the other extreme of Florida, in the northeastern part of Florida, where we have the storm surge warning that not just includes, the St. Augustine area and Jacksonville Beach and Ponte Vedra Beach, but into the St. Johns River Basin as well. And then that storm surge warning goes into Georgia and to South Carolina. So we've got a lot of water issues to deal with within the peninsula, especially central Florida, and then in the northeastern coastal areas. So it's going to be several more hours before we finally get the wind and the rain out of Sarasota and Arcadia and Fort Myers. But tomorrow things will be a lot better. But if we look at what's going to happen as we get into the northern part of the state, it'll still be a hurricane well into tomorrow as it goes through Orlando, exits as a tropical storm late tomorrow. And then let's look at the northern future radar, a model depiction of this. Look at this rain all night long in central Florida. That will continue with the backside of it and into Daytona Beach. And then here we've got the storm surge and rain-induced flood combo for northeast Florida. The rain continues in central Florida all the way through midday tomorrow. So, Chris Bruin, you are on the weaker side of this hurricane, but you've still got strong winds gusting to hurricane force and really heavy rainfall from Sarasota northeastward. Get ready for the flooding due to the heavy, heavy rain.
Yeah, we've been in that 5 to 10 inch range, depending upon where in Sarasota, Bradenton you've been. That's how much rain we've seen so far over the last 24 hours. Okay, that's a lot. A lot of that fell in a short period of time. We've still got a lot of heavy rain to get through, and we're still getting those hurricane force gusts. I checked the latest observation, and we had a gust over the last 45 minutes up to 86 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. All right, that's a high wind, Category 1 strength right here in Manatee and Sarasota counties. Now we're a little bit inland. All right, remember all day we've had offshore winds, so there's more friction. It's going to slow down the wind just a little bit. It's going to kind of break its intensity and spread it out and diffuse it. The more exposed areas, I was driving down this morning and our hotel was pretty uneventful, right? You drive out just a little bit down Cattleman, if you're familiar with Sarasota, Cattleman Road, over by all the shops and malls and restaurants that you have there between University Parkway and I-75, and there's that huge body of water, right? They do championships for rowing. That area was rocking early this morning because of the exposure. There was a lot of open space for that wind to then gain traction and then come in more, forcefully. So it's kind of dependent upon the local terrain of your neighborhood, of what's going on. We have also noticed a shift in the wind, all right? Here comes a strong gust right here. They last for a few seconds and then they kind of die back down. Sustained winds, though, easily in the 40, 50 mile per hour range and gusting 60, 70, 75 miles per hour, even now, as we're starting to lose daylight and head into the evening hours. So moving forward, we're going to continue with this type of situation, gusts easily up to 70, perhaps even 80 miles per hour over the next couple of hours as Ian continues to race through central Florida. Rain is also picking up. I'm noticing if we can actually take the radar, I'll show you what it looks like at our shot. And the heaviest rain now starting to wrap in on the west side of the eye, and that's coming back into Sarasota, Manatee counties. Okay, so we're going to continue dealing with the heavy rain threat, the risk for flooding, and I can just feel the rain picking up more than it has in the last few hours. This is some of the heavier rain that we're starting to get in, and this will continue, and these will usher in strong gusts too, and we're going to get that onshore push because, Jim, we've had a negative surge all day. All the water's been pulled out of Sarasota Bay. All the water's been pulled out of Lemon Bay and obviously out of Tampa Bay. But as this continues to push off towards the northeast, we're going to start to get a surge here near the barrier islands like Siesta Key and some of the more vulnerable areas. But it's not going to be anything like what we saw down your way and certainly down into Fort Myers and Naples. We will not get the worst case scenario here in Sarasota or Tampa, but we will see some water rise as we get those onshore winds as they switch out of the south and southwest.
It's amazing how water pushes around the circulation, and a great example, obviously, as to what happened in Lee Collier counties, the Lee and Collier counties across South Florida, like Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, absolutely crushed. One of my very best had first floor. Okay, so guys, this was serious business this morning. Now it's a serious rain event, still here in Punta Gorda, and it's a serious wind event. We've got just as strong winds as we had on the eastern side here on this western side, and this is going to be with us for several hours. This thing's in no big hurry to get out here. So a lot more flash flood warnings as we go through the overnight hours. Plus, last time I checked, we were 1.5 million customers without power. How far above 2 million do we get? Because we're likely to go there. We're going to see, some of these stronger winds start to get into more populated areas once again, and we're going to see more power outages as we go on through the night tonight. All right, so tomorrow, hopefully we'll be able to get out and assess some of this, but you're going to see Southwest Florida forever changed from a historic hurricane making landfall today here at Captiva. Stick around. Our Ian coverage on the Weather Channel rolls on in just a moment.
We are tracking Hurricane Ian right now. You are looking live at Punta Gorda, Florida, which is still just getting hammered with these hurricane force conditions. Winds have been clocked here this afternoon, evening at 124 miles per hour. They've been dealing with eye wall conditions and extreme winds for hours now. And we've also been getting some incredible amounts of rainfall across this region. We still have a number of hours to go before these winds die down. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Jim Cantori, who is alive in Punta Gorda right now. And Jim, I was just checking the radar. You've got another big band that's going to be coming in here in just a little bit. It's the same band that Stephanie probably just went through in Englewood. So hang tight because you're going to get another big burst of strong winds. I'd say probably within the next 20 to 40 minutes or so.
And actually, Jackie, that's really... I'm going to ask you a question based on that because, we've been out here all day and we're going to hunker down in this parking garage until some of this dies down because we're still gusting, well over hurricane force outside. And that's why I'm in here because I can't even stand up out there. And I was already knocked off my feet twice today. But, is there, for Punta Gorda, is there a timeline of when we're going to see these winds drop a little bit, even a little bit from where they are now?
I think it's still going to be another couple of hours. Nab, we were talking with Dr. Nab earlier. He was thinking around midnight. I think that you're going to see some improvements probably in the next couple of hours, maybe not 4 hours yet with the duration, just based on what I'm seeing in terms of the radar trends, right? It does kind of back off a little bit with some of the convection, I think, once you get through there. I know it's been tough. Jim, you've been in every hurricane I can remember for the past, 20 plus years perhaps. Do you remember being in eye wall conditions, in these hurricane conditions for so long before?
Yes. So I'll say yes because Gene in 2004, Gene, I almost forgot about Gene, Francis, Ivan, and Charlie, which of course I'm in Charlie territory. How ironic is that? So, that thing just sat there. It was relentless, but it wasn't a Cat 4. Okay, it wasn't a high-end Cat 4. It was a lot weaker than that. So there was occasionally kind of a break in just the onslaught of winds. I can't even stand up out there, Jackie. And like I said, I got knocked off my feet a couple of times. But here's the deal. Here's what matters for the rest of Florida tonight. We've got 1.5 million customers without power now. And that number's growing. I actually heard that an hour ago. If you guys have an update for me, just go ahead and scream it in my ear here as to what we got. But one of the things about this backside that's been so different is actually, I think the winds have been more ferocious, to be honest with you. And the rain has also been relentless. So it has not stopped. It's pouring out, and there's been no let up at all in the rain. On the front side, we got it. We got the let up. But that back here, none whatsoever. So I have no idea what's happening in Charlotte Harbor. No idea whatsoever. Did we get a component of that harbor that's come across now on the other side, or is coming across toward the other side? Do we have enough of a westerly wind component? Because that's what will bring it over toward Punta Gorda. So we can still see some water rise. All right. What kind of wind damage do we have out there? Pete just came back before we got into the eye wall here. He came back when we got into the eye, and he said, there is structural damage. There is some structural damage. And we can get those pictures loaded up and sent to you. It's just really hard to get information out right now and get it off to you. So, that's what happens. You lose cell towers. You start losing communications and things like that. It's just going to take some time. All right. this is just one area, guys, getting hit. One area getting hit. Let's go up to Chris Bruin in Sarasota and find out how things are faring there. Chris, I know you're in this as well. You're in the rain.
Yeah, the rain's picked up a lot, Jim, especially over the last 10 minutes or so. We're getting into some of those bands that you're getting in, but the key is they're coming out of the north here at our location. So they're not coming onshore where they have less friction and are able to stay stronger. They're coming due north pretty much here in Sarasota and Bradenton. So we are seeing a shift. When we started throughout the morning and early afternoon, they were coming out of the east and then northeast, and now they're pretty much due north. So we're seeing that shift. As we get to due northwest and then westerly, that's when you're going to start bringing water back in towards the coast. Sarasota Bay will fill back up if it hasn't already, and we'll start noticing those water levels getting higher. So that'll be the surge, but it'll be minimal. We'll talk about 3-foot water rise or so on top of what's normal for this area. So likely having some coastal flooding, but nothing like we're seeing out of the devastation in southwest Florida. Tonight it is going to be a wet night. Do not underestimate the flash flood potential here. Not just where we are, but we are getting hit very hard in Arcadia and Wauchula, working up into Bartow and Winter Haven. So stay tuned here, the Weather Channel.
Over a couple of hours ago, Charles Peak got a chance to get out and just survey the area a little bit, and this is what he found. Look at this. The roof completely gone. Now remember, we've had sustained winds of over 90 miles per hour here in Punta Gorda. We have had gusts at times 110, 115, 124. That obviously did a job on the roof here. Isn't it the weirdest thing? You look at it, the TVs are still hanging on the wall. Unbelievable. So that place is total. Now, that's just one building in one area of town that we got to see. I have no idea what the rest of the place looks like. But the fact that we've gusted to 124, there's probably a lot of wind damage out there. We saw signage. I saw a palm tree, which I've never seen before. Actually, several of them completely stripped of their fronds. Stripped of their fronds. And the last time I saw pictures like that was with Wilma on the island of Cancun, down in Mexico. All right? That takes one heck of a wind to do that. That is absolutely relentless. So that's what we're looking at. We certainly anticipate, sadly, that we are going to see more types of damage like this. Again, it's hard to imagine, and you're always hoping for the best. But what we've seen today is extensive storm surge damage. Sanibel, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Cape Coral, the area that took that southern eye wall, which came right off the water. No friction to stop it. So it just pushed the water right in, and you saw surge well over 10 feet in spots, without question. I know that because a friend of mine's down in Bonita Springs, and I know his first floor starts at 12 feet, and he got it all the way to the top. And that's just off of the Gulf. So big time water coming in there as a result of the storm surge. Now, we've also had gusty winds, very strong winds, over 100 miles an hour. And that, again, as I was mentioning earlier, the back side of this thing is just as strong with the wind enough so I can't even stand out here. So the wind coming inside the parking garage, which is where we're going to be for a while until we can get out of this and make our way to potentially back toward where we're staying tonight to try and get some sleep. But either way, again, there's a lot of sleepless nights that are going to happen tonight in the state of Florida. People are without power. We've got at least 1.5 million, closing in on 2, I would imagine, at this point, and more of you are going to lose power tonight. So get ready for a long night. Not to mention, one that's going to feature, I think, a lot more flood warnings, because there's a lot of water with this, Jackie. As you know, we're getting it right here in Punta Gorda. Thank goodness it's got an easy escape route, at least here. Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Goodlow, let's go up to you in St. Petersburg. Paul, what's interesting with this offshore flow, I've got a northerly wind, you've got a northeasterly wind, pushing the water from the bay out toward you. Have you seen any kind of water rise from the bay side?
I've seen the opposite, Jim. I've seen a huge water decline. I was here yesterday at the St. Pete Pier, and there was water up to its normal level. Yeah, it's being pushed out, and some people call it being sucked out, but the wind, all day long, northeast offshore flow has pushed a bunch of the water out into the Gulf of Mexico. Hillsborough River is much, much lower. The bay behind me, there's parts of the bay that I couldn't even see. I had no idea there was rocks and pilings here. It's easily 5 to 9 feet lower across the Bay Area because of the constant wind. Now, here's the thing. What slushes out eventually has to slosh back in as Ian continues to move well to the north and east of us. We don't expect it to come surging back, but in some areas there probably will be, especially with the tide changing as we head over the next, say, 24 hours. There could be some minor flooding and minor higher water surge here, so we're not quite done with that threat for storm surge. But thankfully, it is much lower than initial forecast, say, even a couple of days ago with that change of track of where that center's going in. But one thing we're also really concerned about is the number one killer with hurricanes. It's water, it's flooding, and it's not just from the surge, from the bay, from the Gulf, it's coming from the sky. There's an airport right next to us. They picked up over 2.5 inches of rain. We're getting rainfall rates between, say, 2 to 4/10 per hour. But we have the heavier bands now starting to move from the South Bay into the Central and North Bay, and we might get into those 1 or 2 inches per hour. And that's the big concern, is the freshwater flooding. The flash flood warnings have been slowly creeping farther north into the Tampa Bay area. Again, this entire metro area, about 3.5 million people live here. So it's also a concern. Yes, we've dodged another hurricane. We're happy for that, but we're not done with the impacts here. It's going to be flooding, not to mention these winds are still gusting 70 to 77 miles per hour. So we still have several more hours of wind-driven rain, at least here in St. Petersburg, even without a direct hit of the eye of Hurricane Ian. We're here with you all night long here on the Weather Channel. Stay tuned for coverage of Ian.
You are watching the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. Continues to be a very dangerous Category 4 storm. We've had new extreme wind warnings extended inland and a flash flood warning in effect right now around Sarasota. You're looking live at St. Petersburg, Florida, where we're still getting wind gusts here around 60 miles per hour, though the center of the storm is inland, now more than 50 miles from this location. You can see the winds bending the trees there. The sun setting, and things are getting dark, and it's always a little scarier, a little more frightening when you can't see what's going on, when the winds are howling, you hear the shaking, you hear the noises, and of course there's so many people without power right now. We've got about 1.6 million people in the state of Florida that don't have power here tonight. Want to head out live to our meteorologist Chris Bruin. He is in Sarasota, Florida right now. And Chris, I know some of the strongest winds are moving off towards your east, but you guys are still getting hammered with a lot of big impacts and still have hours of rain to come.
Yeah, and one thing too, Jackie, we have power, right? One of the things that I think is super helpful here for us, at least in part of Sarasota County, where we're in, we're also right on the border of Manatee County. We're at Lakewood Ranch. It's a fairly new community within the last 10, 15 years. And so as it was being planned, they built the majority of the power lines actually underground. And I think that's helped us out because we haven't seen the power flicker once. And even though we've had some strong hurricane force wind gusts, officially at Sarasota International Airport, we gusted to 86 miles per hour. Okay? Here where we've been, we've had winds as high as 70, 75 miles per hour, but it's something that I think is slowly dimming down. We're going to continue with this type of conditions that we're seeing right here. Tropical storm force winds, maybe a stronger gust to 70 or 2 through 10 p.m. tonight, but that should slowly calm down as we watch Hurricane Ian continue to pull into central Florida. Once it gets north and east of us, our winds really shift dramatically, and they'll start coming out of the south and west. As that happens, we're going to get a surge of water. So the winds may still hold pretty strong as you get that less friction coming in off the water and allow for that push back into Sarasota Bay, back towards Siesta Key, back towards Longboat Key, and there will be some coastal flooding. There is going to be some water rise when we get that shift back from the onshore flow. But that won't happen until Ian gets here, and we're certainly not going to see the catastrophic storm surge we've seen to our south, unfortunately, in Collier, Lee, and Charlotte counties. Want to head up the coast a little bit to Tampa. Justin, this could have been a worst case scenario for Tampa. That was not the case. Instead of having a 6 to 10 foot storm surge, plus we had a minus 5 to 6 foot storm surge on the Tampa Bay. I mean, you literally couldn't see water for hundreds and hundreds of feet. I mean, the bay was emptied out. How are folks faring? And you mentioned you lost power earlier this afternoon. What's that situation been?
We did. In fact, our hotel lost power. It came back on. It's flickered on and off a few times. And to your point, Chris, about power outages, it's very important when power lines are down to avoid them at all costs. Tampa Fire had to respond to several fires today here, residential structures, to put those fires out. And because they came down because power lines were down, power problems are persisting all across southwest Florida and central western Florida, right here in Tampa Bay. So make sure you are just heeding all the warnings, because the power issues are going to be very dangerous. And in fact, they turned into 3 fires today. Luckily, no one was injured. No one died. The firefighters were able to put them out, but still a major problem. Now, also to Chris's point about the water levels in Tampa Bay being so drastically down, take a look at some video we were able to shoot earlier today on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, and you can see the bay bed. How often can you see Tampa Bay's bed? Well, there it is right there. You can see the actual dirt underneath the water. Hard to imagine that that's happening, but what's happening here is the storm, as it's roaring off to the northeast, we've got an offshore flow. So it might be hard to get your mind around, but the power of the wind pushing out is keeping water out of Tampa Bay. It literally pushed it out, and it's keeping it out there. And until this storm moves off to the northeast, that water is not going to be able to come back into Tampa Bay. It's probably going to be down through tomorrow morning. You're going to slowly but surely see it rise, but really kind of amazing the power of this storm as it's moving through and pushing Tampa Bay out into the Gulf. Remarkable that it's doing that. All right, let's head up the I-4 corridor right now. That's where we find meteorologist Alex Wilson. Alex, I know everything we're dealing with here and everything that Jim, Steph, and all the meteorologists south of me have been dealing with today, it's coming towards you.
Yes, we have been in tropical storm conditions here over the last few hours, gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. Worst of the wind coming tomorrow morning. So right around sunrise, that's when you can expect those hurricane force gusts here in Orlando. But the biggest issue may be the absolutely torrential rain that we are expecting. Rainfall totals of 12 to 18 inches will lead to widespread flooding problems. Even an isolated tornado threat. This area remains under a tornado watch. We'll be back right after this.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, skies clearing overnight. Low 55. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, partly to mostly cloudy. Low 55. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We got some new video just into the Weather Channel from earlier in Cape Coral, Florida, and you can see the storm surge, the rain going sideways, palm trees just almost looking horizontal here. Incredible conditions as Hurricane Ian was making landfall and bringing the worst to the west central Florida coast. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. There in Cape Coral, of course, that's in Lee County, Florida, where a curfew has been implemented now that's going to last. They're asking people to stay in their homes until 6 p.m. on Friday. Now, our meteorologist Paul Goodlow is live in St. Petersburg. Petersburg. And Paul, I know you're still getting some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. And St. Petersburg spared the worst of the storm overall. How are conditions changing?
Well, we're actually seeing some stronger winds still gusting through here between 60 and even 77 miles per hour here. But now those heavier rain bands keep coming this way. Now, Ian has always been heavily laden with the rain on the north and west sides of the center, and that's what's getting now closer to the Tampa Bay area. You can actually see out here farther out on the pier how the wind is really blowing that rain right off the roof of that building here. And it's just sustained winds now have been in tropical storm force for hours, for much of the day. Now the sun has set. But I tell you what, overall, these northeasterly winds all day long have done another thing. They've persistently worked on the waters here in Tampa Bay, and they have also pushed it physically, the wind, taken it and pushed it out into the Gulf of Mexico. And not just a little bit. We're talking 5 to 9 feet, depending on your location in the bay here. So that's, I guess, the best case scenario in terms of storm surge, because this area is so prone to surge. But at the same time, some areas, well, they're also concerned with that water coming back. It'll take a while because, unfortunately, the center of Ian is kind of slowing down, but we still have these persistent offshore winds. But eventually, the winds will shift, and we will have that water return. And even the Hillsborough River, which empties into Tampa Bay, that's down in some areas over 9 feet. So a big concern has been the flooding from the rain and river flooding, because even before the rain started early this morning from Ian, yesterday, we had regular thunderstorms that dumped between 2 and 5 inches of rain here. So the water table is pretty high, and the forecast of maybe 6 to maybe 16 to 24 inches of rain, that's looking like it's going to be clearly verifying soon. I want to go back to the studio and bring in Dr. Rick Knapp. And Dr. Knapp, the rain here in St. Petersburg, in Tampa, we're going to be spared the brunt of those 100-mile-per-hour winds, but we're not being spared all this rain. We could see a foot or more in rain in some locations here in the metro.
Yeah, Paul, and the risk is even greater to your southeast right now, and in central Florida, like Orlando and places northeast of there, all at risk. But on this topic, we've got an overlapping of very significant wind and water warnings. And we've got a extreme wind warning in Arcadia and Sebring, but right next door, Paul, we've got a flash flood emergency, which is in that northwestern side, in between where you are and the eye. That's where the heaviest rain. So it's including Venice and Arcadia and Sebring, Northport, and this whole zone, DeSoto, Hardee, and Manatee counties. So it goes all the way to the coast where Venice is and goes all the way inland to Sebring. So, Paul, the inland flood, high-end danger has really begun now. And they've had almost, they've had a foot to a foot and a half of rain in that zone between the eye and where you are.
And let's talk about the persistence of this rain. How much longer will it go? Because it is forecasted to not move as slowly as initial forecast, but it's still going to keep us in this rain for all night long. And the danger time when the sun is down and people perhaps trying to go to sleep, and the waters could still keep coming up throughout the night.
Yeah, it's less than 10 miles an hour. It's forward speed, and that could come down even more. And again, it's that northwestern half of the storm that is really moving slowly. And so what I want to do is first show you how much rain has fallen in this axis. Again, a foot to a foot and a half of rainfall. So you can kind of just extrapolate this northeastward, and the I-4 corridor will start to get into the mix. And what I'm going to do is bring up the future radar here just to show everybody, Paul, what I'm talking about here. And yes, Tampa Bay does get some heavy rainfall, but looks like the brunt of it, the worst of it would be east of there, and then getting to the I-4 corridor midnight and later, Paul.
And last question about the surge. I know it's been pushed out with the offshore, but when we'll be back with more coverage of Ian after this.
All right, we got the latest advisory in for Hurricane Ian. Still a hurricane here as it pushes its way now into central Florida after already just obliterating parts of southwest Florida with unheard of storm surge that we haven't ever seen in recent memory, and way worse than past hurricanes, just given the size of Ian and where it pushed ashore. Everybody south of that was dealing with just unbelievable storm surge. I still can't get over the video out of Naples, Bonita Beach, Sanibel, and Fort Myers. Still flooding right now in many of those spots, by the way. We're in Lakewood Ranch outside of Sarasota and Bradenton, here on the border of Manatee and Sarasota counties, where we're still dealing with gusty winds. Jackie, I can pan up to the palm trees, and we'll still get gusts anywhere 50, 60 miles per hour, but it's not persistent. It kind of comes, lasts for 30 seconds or so, and then dies back down. We'll continue with that as we go through the night, and we're getting word of a flash flood emergency just to our south.
Yes, you're under a flash flood warning there in Sarasota, but south of you, we've got a flash flood emergency now that has been issued. So this is a higher level. This means that flooding is widespread. It's happening, and it is life-threatening right now. So Venice, Port Charlotte, Arcadia, Wauchula, all under this flash flood emergency. And that also includes North Point, South Venice. The threat, notice the tag there that it's catastrophic. And this is until 10:45. We have seen so much rainfall just in the last 24 hours. In fact, radar is estimating we've had about 1.5 feet, and that is sandwiched right in between Venice and Port Charlotte. Other areas near Arcadia, more than 1 foot of rain being estimated. Over near Wauchula, we've got 9.6 inches estimated. So we're expecting heavy rain to come in on top of that. That's going to be lasting for hours, and that is the big issue going forward because the system is moving very slowly. I want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. And Dr. Knabb, you know, this is also overlapping the area where we have the extreme wind warnings, where people are beginning to shelter in place, treating it like a tornado warning. And it's tough for messaging right now because, you know, if you're getting water coming in on the lowest level, that's not where you need to be sheltering.
Yeah, so let's talk through the possible scenarios here. If you are in your home and water is rising in the flash flood emergency, because that's what can happen in a flash flood emergency, water can get into your structure, then you're going to want to go up. But Jackie, I don't want people to go outside if they're also in the extreme wind warning, but we also don't want them to go up into their attic unless maybe you have an axe and you would be able to get out if the water gets high enough in your home. So you don't want to die in flooding inside your structure, but you don't want to be out in tornado-like conditions.
Absolutely. It's a difficult decision to make. And so if you find yourself where the water is so high that it's a life-threatening situation, that's when you have to go up and go ahead and do that. But you've got to have a way to get out of that attic, because if that water keeps going up, then you're going to be trapped up there anyway.
So I guess one way we could kind of summarize this is if you're in both the extreme wind warning and the flash flood emergency, you would start low, lowest level, most interior room. Then if water's coming in, you go up. Then you go up as high as you can inside the structure safely if you've got a way to axe your way out. And then I guess it's a last resort. You'd have to expose yourself to the elements if you're trapped inside due to flooding. But let's try to avoid that at all costs.
Hopefully we don't have to go into that situation. But, you know, it's concerning that we're seeing rainfall totals 1.5 feet already. We still have a long ways to go. And I was thinking about what Fiona was doing when it was over Puerto Rico. Remember, it was moving at 8 miles per hour. That's what we've been doing here today. And that's why our totals could reach 2 feet, maybe even more in spots.
Yeah, we don't have the terrain to squeeze out the moisture, but we might have even a little slower motion. And we've got a structure that is arguably producing even more concentrated heavy rainfall. And this zone is, again, lowest level, lowest dry level, most interior room, I think, is the best way to explain it. And you see on your left-hand screen there what the winds are doing. We've also got rain that's happening farther north and east. And we've got the flash flood. You've got some flood warnings from Orlando, Kissimmee over to Titusville. So our Justin Michaels, who's over in Tampa, you're experiencing the northwestern part of the circulation, not the eye wall. And the heaviest rain is between you and the eye, but you still had some gusty winds there today and some impacts from those winds.
Yeah, I understand we had gusting over 60 miles per hour at Tampa International Airport, TPA, which by just because of all this going on. Last night shut down around 5 o'clock. It was this morning at 10:30 that Orlando International shut down. So getting out of here was very difficult for a lot of people. People were driving out, long lines on 275, 75, I-4, all trying to get out of Tampa Bay. And of course, we wake up this morning, Tampa Bay is well below where it should be, to the tune of 6 or 7 feet below where it was just yesterday. Amazing to see Tampa Bay and people walking on the bay floor off of Bayshore Boulevard. Also, power issues are persisting here. It was just in the last maybe 10 or 15 minutes over in Hyde Park from where I'm standing right now, just across the Hillsborough River in Hyde Park. You're seeing those big flashes of green and purple and blue, whether they're transformers blowing or they're power lines coming down. It's all bad news when it comes to the power infrastructure here in Tampa, Florida. Of course, it's very dangerous to deal with downed lines, and it was downed lines that actually set 3 structures on fire today. We believe there were 3 homes. People had to call 911. Their homes caught fire. Luckily, Tampa Fire was able to get to them, put those fires out, and understand there were no injuries or deaths associated with that. Thank goodness for that. But I know the people down south of us have been dealing with so much today. If you've been watching the Weather Channel all day long, you saw Jim Cantore, you saw Stephanie Abrams, you saw Mike Seidel out there in the thick of it as the storm was coming ashore and managing those extraordinary winds that were coming with it as Hurricane Ian continues to push off to the northeast. As far as Tampa Bay and as far as getting all that water in, that offshore flow that pushed all the water out into the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to teeter around for the rest of the night and not really let that water back in until sometime tomorrow morning. What basically is happening as we go to Paul Goodloe in St. Petersburg. And Paul, just south of you in St. Petersburg is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. All that water went right into that bridge out into the Gulf of Mexico. We need these winds to die down.
Yes, okay. I think we lost your microphone there, Justin, but I do understand what you're talking about. I'm also here in the Tampa area in St. Petersburg. Again, Tampa Bay is the water. Tampa is the city. St. Petersburg is also a city, and we're closer to the Gulf of Mexico, where the bay waters have been running on out with this northeasterly wind all day long. Behind me, you might see the blinking red and green lights. That's an airport. That's Albert Whitted Field there, and they've been recording strong northeast winds all day long. Just 2 hours ago, they're gusting over 77 miles per hour, now gusting well over 60, but sustained winds have been the tropical storm force all day long, and that direction of the wind has physically taken the water and pushed it out of Tampa Bay. But again, as the winds kind of change direction, some of this water will be sloshing back in, also with the tide. So the timing of that kind of, the wind eases off the water and the water comes back with that gravity pull. It could cause some flooding. That's not the major concern. The major ongoing concern overnight is what's falling from the sky here. The airport across this little inlet from me, we're talking over 2.5 inches of rain already. And we had huge thunderstorms in the Tampa, St. Pete metro area last night, and some areas got 2 to 5 inches of rain. So the concern is we could see those heavier bands causing those flash flooding emergencies off to our south slowly start rotating this way, because from the center, we're about 60, 70 miles from the center of Ian as it slowly winds down. But again, there's no brakes on this thing. The winds will field, which is well over the tropical storm force winds, over 350 miles in each direction here. So it's still a very broad wind field, and we'll still get buffeted by very strong winds as we head throughout this night and into tomorrow. We do expect to see the rain stop overnight, or as we head towards tomorrow, I should say, and the winds slowly wind down. So perhaps gusting 30, 40 versus 60, 70. That's an improvement. But once that rain starts to slide out, then we'll start assessing the damage. The good news is, as I look around St. Pete, another gust of wind is coming this way. I'm seeing a lot of lights still on. So that's one of the biggest creature comforts that we have not lost here, at least the St. Petersburg area. There are some sporadic power outages, but not a wholesale like our neighbors to the south. But Dr. Knapp, again, that freshwater flooding, those flash flood emergencies keep climbing closer to the Tampa, St. Pete metro area.
Yes, and flash flood emergencies are a really high and serious community-wide, life-threatening rain-induced flood situation that is unfortunately overlapping with where we've got the strong winds of our hurricane. And so let's break down where this is. So here's Venice and Inglewood near the coastline there, getting from Charlotte into Sarasota counties. And then you've got Arcadia and Sebring well inland, and this is all on the northwestern half of Ian. So there's the center of circulation in there, but this whole part of the system has been the rainiest part. And this is a catastrophic threat from rain-induced flooding. We've had more than a foot in many places, and we've had more than 1.5 feet near the coast, and this is just getting added to. And just in the next 3 or 4 hours, we could have another 3 to 6 to 8 inches in some of these spots. So it is really, really going to get life-threatening more and more, as we don't just have water-covered roads, and hopefully nobody's out on the roads, but we could get water, filling up communities and threatening structures. And again, this is largely overlapping. So here's the flash flood emergency right here. But then you've got the extreme wind warning here that's in effect until 9:30. So in this overlapping zone right in here that I've highlighted in red, that's where you've got both the flash flood emergency and the extreme wind warning. Now, the flash flood emergency, the call to action is don't go outside, don't go on the roads unless your life is threatened, and in that case you got to call 911. But again, help might not be able to come, so you just need to stay as high as you can. Go up higher in your home, but don't go up so high in the flash flood emergency that you get trapped in your attic unless you got an axe to get out of there or something like that. So go as high as you safely can if you're flooding. But you don't want to go out into the elements. You don't want to go drive through flash flood emergency to flee. That will just put you into greater danger in a vehicle. But if you're in also the flash flood emergency, you don't want to go outside. So in the flash flood in the extreme wind warning, it's lowest level, most interior room. You're sheltering from the wind, right? But if you've got both, then it's lowest dry level, most interior room. Don't go down into the water, but go up, but don't go so far up that you get close to the roof and the outside of your structure. So that is a very dangerous situation, and this rain-induced flood problem is going to get worse. We've got flood warnings now up in the Orlando, Daytona areas, and Chris, that is going to become a bigger problem where this rainfall from Sarasota northeastward is headed.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what it's like in Wauchula and Arcadia right now, especially at night. The sound of the wind, guys, it's terrifying. Not so much here in Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, Bradenton, but interior sections away from the coast. I hope you made the right preparations. You're probably without power. You guys got a long night ahead. Winds are still howling here. We're in Lakewood Ranch. It's right east of Sarasota and also east of Bradenton. The city has done well, and a lot of the power lines here are actually underground, and we haven't had any issues with power. The whole streetscape. In fact, Marshall, if you can pan down here, you can see the street lights. You can see a lot of the palm trees lit up, and similar story down here. But you look up and you see the winds. They're still fierce, still sustained around 40 miles per hour and gusting close to 60, 70 at times with some of these stronger gusts that come in. Again, a little bit sheltered because we're still getting some offshore winds, but we have seen them shift more out of the north and slowly starting to work their way out of the north and west. We will see that push of water come up. In fact, I was looking at the latest wind observation. I saw 104 mile per hour gust at a marker out over Sarasota Bay just a couple of hours ago. So we saw some pretty significant winds here. Venice also gusted to 100 miles per hour, and that's extreme winds. I think tomorrow is going to be interesting, getting a first-hand look around, because the city of Sarasota said until winds drop below 45 miles per hour, they're not able to get out and get a first look. They're not able to remove tree limbs. They're not able to remove debris off the road. So that's something that won't likely happen until the morning. So make sure you stay tuned to that. We want to head up to Central Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Alex Wilson. Alex, the worst is yet to come for you. How have things fared so far today in Orlando?
Chris, we've been in the tropical storm force conditions, so wind gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. I know a lot of you are wondering what is headed our way, and the worst is yet to come here for parts of central and eastern sections of Florida. We remain under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. It is all about the torrential rainfall. We're going to be looking at 8 to 12 plus inches. I think here in Orlando, we will easily exceed a foot of rainfall. So when you look at that footprint of rain, the 8 to 12 inches expands well outside this area. That would lead to widespread flooding. In terms of wind, we will see the strongest winds here, those hurricane force gusts during the morning hours tomorrow. So likely when you're waking up, that's when you're hearing the winds the strongest. Tropical storm force conditions will stick around throughout the day. And again, unfortunately, it will be all about the rain here in Orlando, parts of central, North Florida, eastern parts of the state. Stay off those roadways. They've already closed some of those flood-prone areas to keep people away from them. Another check at what's happening with our expert, Dr. Knabb, coming up.
New video just into the Weather Channel from Bonita Springs, Florida. This is just south of Fort Myers, where you can see storm surge has been inundating streets and homes in this area. This spot has also been hit with some very powerful hurricane force winds. This obviously shot earlier today. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We want to head out to the Sarasota area right now, where our Chris Bruin has been reporting live. You know, Bruin, this thing has been a major hurricane over land now for 5 hours, and the wind field on this thing, because of the size of the storms, just huge. So you guys are still getting pounded with some of those wind gusts in the 60, even 70 mile per hour range at times. What has it been like over the last couple of hours for you there?
Yeah, let me walk you through, because it's been a long day here in Sarasota and really all of the Florida Gulf Coast. We're in Lakewood Ranch, so we had to come inland a bit because our hotel got evacuated, obviously with the mandatory evacuations all along the water there, just out of precaution, given the forecast, right? And that could easily have been Sarasota, what we saw in Naples and Fort Myers. That wasn't the case. The surge was mostly a negative surge, the water being drawn out because of the offshore wind and because of the fact that we were north of the center, all right? But this morning, torrential downpours hitting the window, tropical storm force gusts right around sunrise, right? And that lasted and only got worse hour by hour. By the time we got into lunchtime, we were really dealing with sheets of rain, sustained tropical storm force winds, and then we were starting to get into those stronger gusts shortly after lunchtime. And all afternoon, we've been gusting 60, 70, 86 miles per hour. That's the highest gust I saw officially at the airport in Sarasota. But I saw a measurement on Sarasota Bay at a marker out over the water of 104 miles per hour. So we've had some significant wind here in Sarasota and certainly south. You work towards Venice and we had 100 mile per hour gusts, and then you had those strong gusts, some as high as 140 I saw near Cape Coral. All right, that's Cat 4 strength. And it's really, people have kind of been confined to where they're riding out the storm, so we don't have a good idea of just how widespread and how extensive the damage is. We've seen some of the video out of Naples and Bonita Beach and Sanibel and Fort Myers, just the extreme flooding from the storm surge. There's still high water in many of those spots, by the way. We have no idea how bad the wind damage is until we can start getting out. And even first responders can't do that. They can't really get a first-hand look until winds subside below 45 miles per hour. That's not happening anytime soon here in Sarasota, especially now it being dark. That's likely not going to take place until tomorrow morning. So please stay home tonight. Getting around is going to be hard. Navigating these roads, you're dealing with, first off, palm fronds. These things are massive. I'll step over this one. Look how tall these things are. And there are so many. There are probably over 100 lining the streets, and they've fallen all from these royal palms that are lining this beautiful streetscape here in Lakewood Ranch. But this is just one little spot. We've seen palm fronds lining the road. There's debris, branches down. We've seen large trees down too, from Bradenton into Sarasota and further south. So morning will show how widespread the damage is. I think it's worse than some people are thinking, but we also fared much better on the northern Gulf Coast, up here around Sarasota and Tampa, and even into St. Petersburg, where we find meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Paul, you know, this could have been a worst-case scenario. 2 days ago, we were thinking what we saw in Naples and Fort Myers was what we were going to see, say, Tampa Bay, Sarasota, St. Petersburg. We're still getting the wind. We're still getting, in fact, you know, power outages. We're still taking down trees, but we haven't had the extensive flooding like we saw in Southwest Florida today. What are things like tonight in St. Petersburg?
They are still, you know, in that hurricane force wind gust still coming through here, sustained winds, tropical storm force, and they've been getting stronger and stronger long after Ian actually made landfall well to the south of us. But the wind field around the center, we're talking 175 miles out in every direction. We have tropical storm force winds from that center. And even though the center is still going to, I think the closest pass might be between 60 and 70 miles, we're still getting those winds wrapping around here, mainly out of the northeast, but dealing with it all day long. Now the heavier rain is coming on through, but the all-day long offshore winds have been taking a lot of the waters of the Tampa Bay and pushing them out in the Gulf. I'm not quite sure if you can see. You can definitely see some white caps here, but there's a lot more sand and rocks and beach. When I was out here yesterday, we were scouting this location at St. Pete Pier. There was easily maybe 6 to 9 more feet of water here. But eventually this water will come back, and we'll watch that as our wind shifts overnight and in through Thursday.
Relentless. We've got hours of this to go here.
This storm, it gets stronger, it gets larger.
Still can't believe my eyes, the damage that we have seen today, especially over Southwest Florida. Fort Myers, Naples, Sanibel Island. I mean, we haven't even gotten the full scope of just how widespread the wind damage and the storm surge is, just because it was so dangerous to even get out. First responders had to evacuate. You saw the firehouse in Naples, and water is still high, even though it's peaked. Storm surge is slowly coming down, but still flooding numerous streets around Fort Myers, the Caloosahatchee River, right on down into Sanibel, Captiva, and of course Naples still dealing with high water, even Marco Island. Now north of there we haven't had the surge. We are in Lakewood Ranch, that's just east of Sarasota, okay? And we've had easily 60-70 mile per hour gusts over the last hour or so, and we're continuing to produce those high gusts. This is going to be kind of the gist as we go into late tonight and before things start to wind down. But even as we see our wind shift, they're coming out of the northwest at the moment. It's going to take some time, but we're going to see them continuing to pull around, and they'll come more onshore. That will push water back into Sarasota Bay. That will push water into low-lying areas, say along Siesta Key, Longboat Key, and then working your way south. We've had offshore wind this whole time, and that has kept the surge at actually a negative surge. So we haven't had any real coastal flooding or storm surge issues. That will change, although it will be minimal. We're not going to see the kind of surge that we saw to our south. It's just the luck of the draw because of the way the storm came in, and we're on the north side. So we will have a push of water coming in with that onshore push, but the winds aren't as strong now at this point in the game, and we'll talk about maybe a 2, 3, 4 foot storm surge generally, which should keep most buildings and businesses out of the water. Encouraging news there, but still we're not out of the woods. We still have a long night ahead, a lot of power outages, although right where we are, power's on, and that's because a lot of the power lines here in Sarasota are underground, especially here in some of the newer communities like Lakewood Ranch. This was the area that was built out about 10-15 years ago, and they were master planned for underground utilities. It's easier to do when you start from scratch, Justin. So thankfully we have power. I know you mentioned you lost power in Tampa. What are conditions like? Have you noticed the wind starting to pick up there?
Absolutely, Chris. In fact, the winds have gotten significantly worse than they have been throughout the course of the day as we've gone into this evening. And to your point about power infrastructure being underground, that was actually a big concern here in this part of Tampa. Would they actually have had to deliberately turn power off here because we were really concerned about that storm surge threat 2 days ago? Could we have gotten 10 or 12 feet of storm surge, and would that have inundated the power system under the ground? With the saltwater inundation, that could have been catastrophic. So they were talking about turning power off preemptively. Luckily, they didn't have to do that. And as I look around at some of the high-rise apartments around here, hotels and whatnot, power seems to be on where we are, though I have seen the explosions off in the distance of the green and the purple and the blues that you know are either transformers or power lines coming down. We have had gusts over 60 miles per hour at TPA, Tampa International Airport. We have to believe that at least that's where it's going to stay, if not go up from there throughout the course of this evening, because like Chris and I were talking about, winds have certainly gotten stronger and are expected to get stronger throughout the course of the night. And remember, the story of Ian is long away from any conclusion. We've got a long way to go all across the center part of Florida, back out into the Atlantic, and then potentially back into the East Coast in the Carolinas. We have a long way to go with this storm, and of course the Weather Channel will keep you up to date every step of the way. Something really amazing, while the storm was inundating south of here and hitting the southwest portion of Florida, here in Tampa, it was actually sucking water out of Tampa Bay, pushing it out with that offshore flow. Take a look at this video right here quickly before we go to break, and you can see a basically clean bed there in Tampa Bay, people being able to actually walk on the bed of Tampa Bay because the storm with that offshore flow, the wind actually pushed that water out into the Gulf of Mexico. And it's only when the winds finally pass will that water be allowed to come back in again. The Weather Channel has full coverage of Ian all night long. Stay tuned. We're back after this.
Tracking Hurricane Ian right now, a major hurricane with winds of 115 miles per hour. We're looking live at Punta Gorda, Florida, where you can see the wave action still quite extreme. We had wind gusts recorded here earlier today at 124 miles per hour. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, is providing this shot for us right now live, and he is joining us. Charles, what is the latest condition there? I mean, it's tough to make out what we're looking at other than just seeing some crashing waves.
Yeah, Jackie, this is at the Lashy Park Marina, and this is actually Charlotte Bay. That earlier in the day, the marina, the boats that were in the marina were literally, it had sucked all the water out, and they were sitting in mud. Right in front of me, what we're looking at right now, there was probably 20 feet of just mud right here. Now, with the winds reversing around, now you've got the onshore here coming in. It has come up, and there's a wall there that the waves, you probably can't make it out on the screen, but coming off of the bay, there's probably 8 to 10, maybe 12-foot waves and coming in and crashing against the walls here as this surge is coming up.
Are you seeing much for surge flooding, getting inland a bit?
No, most everything I've seen I would still say is freshwater, but it looks like this is just getting up to this point in time. So if it continues, and I don't know if it will, but another 2 or 3 foot will put it over the wall and stuff here.
Yeah, you have more of a northwesterly wind right now. It'll become a little bit more westerly, and that could feed a little bit more water up your way here, I think, with time, Charles. Talk to me about the wind conditions. We know it was so extreme at 124 mile per hour gusts recorded there earlier today. What have you seen for damage?
I've seen earlier when I went out in the eye, I found a motel. The roof was ripped off of the motel. 4 of the rooms collapsed. Some of it collapsed on the people were actually in there when that happened. I did talk to the owner of the motel. He said one gentleman had some scratches on his arms, but that was really the only injuries that were there. So they were very fortunate. But that type of damage, lots of trees down, roof damage, that type of stuff. But needless to say, in the eye, didn't have a ton of time to explore around. So, and then as this western eye wall came back in it, boy, I tell you, I'm not sure that the winds aren't stronger earlier when that hit us than they were at the beginning. And now they probably, I'm going to estimate probably 60, maybe 70 mile an hour winds at this point in time. So it's still very dangerous to be out where I'm at here. I don't have to deal with any blowing debris or anything. When you get back into town, the winds aren't quite as strong as they are coming across the bay.
Yes, Stephanie and Jim both were reporting that backside of that eye wall was certainly stronger for them, and they had to deal with that as well. What about power? Are you seeing any lights on around where you are?
No, everything that I've been seeing, power's out all around here and everything. As I was coming back, Cantori was asking me, because with the hotel we're staying at, he wanted me to check things out, see if it was safe for them to go there. But it's all dark, so it's going to be a powerless night. Safety is so important right now, Charles. We know that you're doing everything that you can to stay safe as well. What is your plan going forward? I'm going to continue to look at this. I want to get back and see if I can get on the marina side and see how the boats are doing. I will stay out as long as it's safe to do so and be able to continue to report for us. If I need to get back into the safety of the parking deck, I will definitely do that.
Okay, thanks so much. We appreciate you, Charles. Stay safe, and thank you for that report from Punta Gorda. I want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, right now. Dr. Knabb, winds have been changing direction there. We've had a major hurricane on land now for, 5+ hours, and this is going to take a while for this to continue to wind down and weaken.
Yeah, especially, Jackie, because it's so large. Larger systems have just so much momentum. It takes a long time for them to wind down. So the center of circulation here, well northeast of Punta Gorda, but where Charles is, he's getting the northwesterly to westerly flow that's producing the flooding and the splash over there on the east shores of the harbor. But we've got a very, very significant rain and wind event playing out in inland areas, including this flash flood emergency. The call to action here, when you've got a catastrophic rain-induced inland flood threat with community-wide flooding being the risk, is to seek higher ground. But you do not want to get in your vehicle and try to flee a flooding structure if that is what is happening. You want to sort of get up as high as you can. We've had 12 to 18 or 19 inches of rain. We could have another 3 or 6 inches more in the next few hours. We're getting more than 3 inches per hour in that zone. But east of there is where the strongest winds are, but there is some overlap. We still have our extreme wind warning, lowest dry level, most interior room is where you want to be. Our team of meteorologists and reporters will help guide you through Ian's threats ahead 24/7, both on air and on your preferred streaming devices.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 55. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, mainly cloudy. Low 55. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into our special coverage, of course, of Hurricane Ian, now having already made landfall, but still causing some big-time issues here in the state of Florida. Far-reaching, too, by the way. We're outside of Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, all right? We're here because it's too dangerous to be near the coast, all right? But I can tell you, we haven't seen storm surge in Sarasota. There hasn't been issues at Siesta Key, Longboat Key. A lot of people asking, what's it like there? It's windy. We've had hurricane-force winds all afternoon, so down trees, down power lines. There's a lot of power outages in the county, okay, and a lot of flooding just from rainfall. But we haven't had storm surge like we've seen to our south. That is what Ian will be remembered for. Just unprecedented storm surges in communities like Naples and Fort Myers and Bonita Beach and Sanibel Island, Captiva Island. Now getting some of that surge in Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. Those are the concerning areas. We will not have those kind of situations at the coast here in Sarasota, all the way up to the north. Now, there will be some surge once we get our winds to come on shore, but we've had offshore winds this entire time. They've come from the east, they've come from the northeast, and now they're coming more out of the north and northwest. So we're starting to see that shift around as Ian starts to work up. Winds still gusty. In fact, I'll pan up to the palm fronds here on the trees, and you can see they're slowly simmering down. I'm noticing the gusts not as strong as what they were, say, a few hours ago. But it's still going to be a noisy night ahead. Heavy rainfall, still a concern. We're under a flash flood warning here for Sarasota, parts of Manatee County. We've got that flash flood emergency for Venice, all the way back into Arcadia and Wauchula. Guys, they are getting creamed right now, and we really haven't seen any images or video out of those locations. Everybody's kind of confined to the coast, but this is a serious threat to inland central Florida, especially Orlando south. Looking at Sebring right now, Lake Wales, areas around Avon Park, Frostproof, Bartow, Wauchula, just getting hit very hard with the remaining core of winds, and then the extreme amount of rain that has already exceeded over a foot. Conditions continuing to deteriorate in St. Petersburg. You're getting tropical storm force wind gusts at times. Paul Goodlow, what's the latest there from St. Pete?
We're seeing sustained tropical storm winds all the time, or much of today here, Chris, and we're still getting kind of the so-called weaker side of the storm, although one thing that has been increasing has been the intensity of the rain. We're getting between 2/10 to 4/10 an inch an hour. So the persistent rain bands, the heavy rain bands, keep creeping closer and closer through you in Sarasota, but into the St. Petersburg area, eventually on towards Tampa. And it's a very interesting storm here where especially the track of this storm, it is varied widely. And here in Pinellas County, we started our trip in Clearwater, and I know a lot of people there are so thankful that the center did not come on shore there like it was forecast to do a couple of days ago. But the National Hurricane Center has changed that forecast, and they're pretty much dead on when it came on well south of here. But with that south landfall south of St. Petersburg and Tampa, we've been dealing with a persistent northeasterly wind, which even this evening has been gusting into and above hurricane force. Hurricane starts at 74 miles per hour, 77 mile per hour wind gusts reported at the airport. That's Albert Whitted Field, maybe about 600 yards off to my left here. That northeast wind has been pushing the bay waters of Tampa Bay out into the Gulf of Mexico. And you probably have seen pictures and video on social media of people actually walking out on usually wet ground. And you even see barnacles, and even boats have been kind of left high and dry in some of the mud and the sand around here because the bay waters have just evacuated the area. They're coming back, especially tomorrow when our winds shift from being offshore to neutral and then eventually onshore. And even with that tide, we could see perhaps a little tidal surge. So if people actually risk their lives today walking out there, you certainly do not want to do that tomorrow when we have that pushback of that water. And we have no clue how fast that water comes in, but when it comes in, it keeps on going. And this is a huge body of water. So we are also very thankful we didn't have that same surge like they did farther south in Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples, a huge storm surge. And some are saying perhaps over a 10-foot storm surge there because this area is so vulnerable with all the water around all the homes. At least here in Pinellas County, 1 in 5 homes is within that Category 1 hurricane storm surge zone. And this was a Category 4 when it made landfall earlier today. We're not done with at least the rain and the wind with Ian. It will slowly improve as we head throughout the day on Thursday. We got coverage all day long here on the Weather Channel.
Thanks for joining us tonight on a very Unfortunately, sad day across the Gulf Coast of Florida. Hurricane Ian making landfall near Cayo Costa. That's not far from Fort Myers, Pine Island, Port Charlotte. So you're kind of there on the Lee Island coast, okay? And now is working its way into central Florida. Still wreaking havoc as it does so. This thing is still dangerous. High wind and a lot of rain. Taking a look at some of the latest rainfall totals we've seen in inland communities like Wauchula and now Sebring, dealing with some of those core winds and 2, 3, 4 inch per hour rainfall rates. It is extreme. You can look at it right there on the radar. Look at that swath of rainfall between Venice, Inglewood, Northport, and then working right on into Mayaca River State Park. Of course, not a lot of people live in that part of Sarasota County. And then right on into Hardy County and DeSoto County. So Arcadia, Wauchula, Highway 17, and that will spread even further inland up into parts of Highlands County and Lake County. So extreme conditions there when it comes to rainfall. Don't underestimate the flash flood potential, which is going to be just extreme. The Peace River, some of these rivers like the Kissimmee River in central Florida, and then working your way up into Orlando, are going to spill well out of their banks because of the rainfall here. High winds as well. We're in Lakewood Ranch, all right? So we're outside of Sarasota, back near I-75. We had to come here. This was the only place we could find lodging, first of all, and we had to stay safe because the winds were howling all day long, guys, all day long. We were able to get to the bay earlier this morning, and the bay was draining out. I mean, a lot of the bottom of the bay was exposed. Like we saw in Tampa Bay, that was the case here in Sarasota. We had that offshore wind, and we've been in that all day. We've seen more of a shift now out of the north, so we're starting to see those winds wrap around, and they'll continue to do that as Ian pushes off towards central Florida and then get into the northeast part of the state. Once they come back on shore, we'll fill back up the bays. Tampa Bay will fill back up. We'll even get a little bit of storm surge. There's a lot of force with this, right? But it will be nothing like what we saw south of Port Charlotte. Fort Myers, Naples, guys, the damage there I've seen is just truly heartbreaking. I'm from Naples. I know the spots that were flooded. I'm seeing people's homes, video, water rushing and filling up the stairs. I mean, people are literally having to swim out of their homes in some cases. It is absolutely terrifying. I mean, even law enforcement, emergency, we saw the firehouse in Naples having to get evacuated because of the surge, which was so extensive and just unprecedented, way higher than what we saw in Irma, way higher than what we saw in Wilma back in 2005. Because of where exactly Ian came in, we were on that surge-prone side, that southeast side of the center. Very problematic here. Worst case scenario was avoided in Sarasota northward, so we're thankful, right? Because that could have been Tampa Bay easily. But worst case scenario really panned out in Fort Myers, Sanibel Island, Captiva Island. Of course, those areas were hard hit by Charlie. Punta Gorda seeing that as well. So winds are starting to simmer down a little bit towards the coastal areas, which is good. Things are quieting down in Naples. It takes time for that surge to pull out, though, so we're still seeing high water even into Fort Myers. Still getting that onshore push. It's going to take several hours before things start to slow down. Let's take a look at our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He is in Punta Gorda, and they've been dealing with the core of the winds for hours now. That backside's so much stronger than that front side, mostly due to the fact we get that onshore wind on that front side. Charles, we're looking at your shot. We're seeing, first off, wild winds still a lot of wind action, and we're looking at Charlotte Harbor, all right? And you're looking at the mouthwaters there of the Peace River. Look at the waves. I mean, they are crashing, and look at how they're getting blown in. What are you seeing? I don't know how long you've been in this one particular spot, Charles, but have you noticed the water coming up over the course of the last 2 hours?
Chris, I was here earlier in the day when it had sucked all the water out of this area. What you're looking at right now would have been mud, and the boats in the marina that are behind me were all sitting in mud. But then it started coming back during the eye. I came over here and checked it out, and water was starting to come in a little there. But, Chris, here in this area, it's been honestly unsafe to be able to get out until the last, say, 30 minutes or so. And it's still pretty treacherous conditions, but it's safe enough to come over here and check this out. And so probably in 30 minutes, the water level has come up. It's about, I would say, a foot and a half below the top of the wall. But needless to say, you've got waves coming across that are, I would say, 8 to 10 foot as best I can see. It's obviously dark, but I've got some lights on my vehicle. But then those waves are crashing, and sometimes crashing 15, 20 foot in the air here.
Charles, I don't know if you had a chance to see some of the devastation south of you in Fort Myers, in Lee County, and down into Collier County. Have you seen that type of flooding, or do you expect that type of storm surge flooding in Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, or do you think it'll be much less?
It appears, Chris, at this point in time that it will be less. There hasn't been much surge flooding around the areas that I've seen. It's been mostly freshwater flooding. Me and Jim Cantori were just talking about it about 15 minutes ago, trying to figure out, how much higher is this going to come from here? It obviously is coming in. The winds are blowing it in, but, is it a few more feet, or are we looking at 5 or 10 feet? And I honestly don't know the answer to that at this point in time. You would think it will start slowing down here over the next couple hours and may not have enough to build it as much as we were fearing earlier.
Okay, so I know it's night now. We're kind of limited, and you guys didn't get a chance to travel a lot this afternoon because conditions were so bad. But just from where you were witnessing the worst of the winds in Punta Gorda, how much wind damage did you notice? Did you notice a lot of structural damage? Obviously, there's going to be trees down. There were high winds. We have power outages, the norm, right? But I know that area was heavily damaged in Hurricane Charlie. A lot of the city has just been totally rebuilt. Do you think they're going to fare better than they did with Charlie?
Chris, I think so. I mean, needless to say, I've seen it where you have the good building codes and they've been rebuilt. They were withstanding it pretty well. I mean, you had signs down, some roofs off, sheet metal gone, those types of things. I did a little south when I went out during the eye of the storm, come across a motel that had a roof completely ripped off of 4 of the rooms with people in it, and it crashed down on some of them. One just amazingly just had minor injuries there, according to the owner of the motel. It's just one that had a gash on his arm. But I saw that, lots of damage. I think when we get out and see tomorrow, the newer, better built buildings are probably going to have withstood pretty well, but I still think there's going to be a considerable amount of damage. We had a wind gust at, I want to say 140 on the front edge, with the eastern eye wall, and as we have all sort of felt like the western edge, when it hit, was even stronger than that. So I don't know exactly what our wind speeds are, but I think when we get daylight, we're going to find it still pretty bad here, Chris.
And I take it that most of you guys don't have power. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. As I drove by our hotel to come over here, it's completely black. So, of course, no, that's not what you want. But as you know, all of us, we sort of expect that and plan for that.
Yeah, we're getting the latest totals now. 1.8 million without power here across the state of Florida. That number's only going to climb. You got to think that the core is still, intense and is rapidly pushing through central Florida, approaching Sebring and areas south of Interstate 4 that's headed to Orlando. I got to imagine that number is going to skyrocket as we go into the overnight hours and then early tomorrow morning. Charles, something I want to... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, I'm afraid this is definitely not going to be a day or two to get the power back and restored. This is going to be an extended outage situation, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and one thing, this is interesting, as cities kind of rebuild after this and new cities are formed. A lot of people are moving to Florida. Lakewood Ranch, that's where we are. This was developed about 10, 15 years ago. Notice we've got power, and we've had some high winds. The highest gust officially is Sarasota International, 86 miles per hour. We've had gusts on Sarasota Bay up to 104 miles per hour. There's a lot of power outages around Sarasota, but here in Lakewood Ranch, we've got power. We haven't even seen a flicker with the lights because they buried the lines underground, and they were able to do that in advance of building up all of this development. So that's super helpful and mindful to think about as cities kind of rebuild and as new cities kind of develop here in a booming Sunshine State. A lot of people want to live here. It's paradise, right? Except in situations like this. All right, so we got lights. I know a lot of power is out farther north too, where we've had sustained tropical storm wind gusts and even strong tropical storm wind gusts, borderline hurricane gusts up towards Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg. About an hour to our north, not even, about 45 minutes over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That's where we find meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Paul, you're on the bay, I take it, in Sarasota, Tampa Bay. What are conditions like? You getting a lot of rain, a lot of wind?
A lot of rain, a lot of wind, and what's left of the bay is behind me. A lot has been pushed out all day long with these persistent and strong offshore winds from the northeast. It's dropped the bay some 5 to over 10 feet, depending on what part of the bay you're in. That water has been pushed out towards the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to come back tomorrow, so people who have been venturing out there, it's not a safe thing to do. You know, I think to my high school years, Shakespeare wrote, "Beware the Ides of March." I say we need to beware of the I-named storms. Yet another I-named storm, Ian, most likely will be retired because of the destruction and damage, which is still yet to be discovered, but no doubt will be another most likely billion-dollar disaster. That's just over a year after Hurricane Ida last year in Louisiana. New Orleans caused billions of dollars of damage and deaths from Louisiana into the Northeast. And as well as, 5 years before that, we had Hurricane Irma, which also did the same thing to Tampa Bay, pushed that water out and came in again south of here and spared the Tampa Bay area, metro area, of a lot of destruction. If you look back to just the turn of this century, since 2001, we've had 11 of the I-named storms, hurricanes, retired, those names, and most likely Ian will be the 12th. We're definitely, about maybe 6 hours after landfall? I should say the first landfall here in the U.S. There was a second on the mainland of Florida. There'll be perhaps a third somewhere along the Georgia or South Carolina coast as we head in towards Friday. So no doubt this system, we have yet to even kind of peel the dust off of how much damage and destruction it has caused. And hopefully we won't have a high death toll with this, but Chris, it's amazing. The only good news to report here is the winds. We've had sustained winds in that tropical storm force, 39 or above, since 8 o'clock this morning. This last observation, it's dropped to 35. That's the sustained winds, but gusting still well in the 50 and 60 mile per hour range, Chris. So there's been a little bit of improvement. We have a lot more rain to get through as we head overnight and then tapering off into Thursday. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. You know, we've had about 8 to 10 inches of rain here in East Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch. South of here, we've had totals as high as 14, 15 inches. And I'm very concerned on what's happening just to our east. You go over a county over into Hardy County, and then you get over to Highlands County. You're dealing with those rainfall rates that are exceeding 3-4 inches per hour. Carl, the core of this storm is still intact and still is potent, although starting to weaken as it pushes further inland. Some of these inland communities that were hard hit by Charlie are now getting an extreme wind warning, high winds probably exceeding 100 miles per hour, and also flash flooding on the order of flash flood emergencies. Very concerning trend what's happening here south of Orlando tonight in cities like Wauchula, Arcadia, and now Sebring and Avon Park.
So we're getting a report from that area of 12 to 19 inches of rain that has fallen already. That is an unbelievable amount of rain. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm right now. 105 mile per hour Category 2 storm. It is moving to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. So still packing a lot of punch as it moves up through the central part of the state. Now here in that pink coloring, that is the flash flood emergency that is now in effect. This is where we have seen 12 to than 19 inches of rain. Wauchula and Arcadia still really coming down here, so a catastrophic flash flood threat in this area. Also, a new flash flood warning in effect for Hardy, Highlands, and Polk counties, where we have seen 4 to 10 inches of rain thus far. There you see 12 inches being reported in the last 6 hours, but again, it's been a lot more than that when you look at the totality of the event. This is going to be coming up through the central and northeast part of the state over the next several hours, and that's going to mean very heavy rain in the Orlando area and then coming up towards Daytona Beach and towards Titusville and St. Augustine. There you see one of our model forecasts indicating as much as a foot to 2 feet of rain from Orlando and on eastward. So we're looking at, again, a significant flash flood threat that is going to continue through tomorrow morning and into tomorrow as well in the northeastern part of the state. Still a lot of wind around, still blowing the water into the coastline there in Fort Myers. We've still got a water level rise of 6 feet, and the storm surge warnings continue to be in effect here. We'll have much more in the storm coming up in a few minutes.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here as we track Hurricane Ian now pushing through central Florida and really causing big issues. We'll get to those, but we're still seeing major issues with storm surge across southwest Florida. Man, the worst was spared here, though, in Sarasota and points northward, Bradenton. If you're concerned about Siesta Key, some of the barrier islands like Longboat Key, we haven't had any storm surge yet because it's been offshore wind the entire time. In fact, the bays have drained out. We will have a little bit of water level rise when we get our winds to shift around as it pushes further north and east, but it'll be minimal, and we definitely dodge a bullet as far as storm surge flooding goes. But wind damage will be extensive as we gust into 86 miles per hour officially at the Sarasota International Airport. Here in Lakewood Ranch, winds are still gusting over tropical storm force and will continue to do so as we get into the late night hours tonight and early tomorrow morning. We're in Sarasota County. Let's head a county south. I want to bring in Brian Gleason. He's with Charlotte County. And first off, Brian, thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. Can you update us on the current situation there in and around Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Rotunda, Boca Grande? What are we dealing with at the moment?
Right now, we're still getting above tropical storm force winds, steady from the backside of Hurricane Ian. We are still getting quite a bit of rain and not so much the surge. Just like you guys up there in Sarasota and Manatee, we don't have reports of widespread surge flooding like in Naples and Fort Myers, and we hope that trend continues. We've been getting inundated with rain. We don't know the rainfall totals yet because we've lost power, and that feeds all of our meters. And so once we get those powered back up, we'll have a better sense of what kind of rainfall fell in localized areas of the county. But as you said, catastrophic damage to structures, trees. There's going to be power poles down. We've been without power for tens of thousands of people for the most part of the day. So we're just going to take a deep breath and ride out the rest of this and see what comes out on the other side.
Do you happen to know of any issues as far as rescues or people needing to get to safe ground? Have you had any word on that in and around Charlotte County?
Yeah, we were just talking about that, and we have not gotten those. As you know, with the lockdown of emergency services, we wouldn't be able to respond to those things because the tropical storm force winds are in place, sustained. So all emergency services are shut down. But I'm not aware of any reports of even having those sort of high water rescue type of scenarios that you're describing. Other counties might, maybe south of us, maybe in DeSoto or Hardy, along the rivers. But our rivers don't really tend to crest. The Peace River, the lower Peace, doesn't really flood its banks because it's got so much of the harbor it could spill into.
All right, encouraging news there. As far as shelters go, are they all intact and in good shape for people who are riding out the storm in the county shelters?
All of our shelters are still occupied, and they'll be opened up for folks to go back to their homes
once the tropical storm force winds go below sustained level. People may want to stick around a little bit longer. 38 is still pretty strong. It's just a number, but when we get below 39 sustained, then we let people go home, and then we get our people to work doing the initial push of debris off of the road so that emergency services and electrical and utility contractors can get out and get the lights back on and make sure the water's flowing.
All right, so tonight's going to be just kind of let it play out, and then in the morning, I take it, as winds start to calm down, crews will be able to get out there and kind of assess. What advice do you have for residents and visitors who have left the area, and what would you say to them?
Don't come back tonight and play it by ear tomorrow, because there's some reports that dropping off of the tropical storm force winds won't happen until later in the morning. We've been told 8 o'clock by our friends at the National Weather Service, and so we're kind of pinning our hopes being able to get back to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow. But it could be later. So, ask around, find some friends or acquaintances to give you an assessment of what you might find when you get home. But I wouldn't be running home to check your home if you don't know what the dangers that are still here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the update, and for more continuing coverage, stick it right here on the weather.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Hurricane Ian, and you were looking at live pictures from Punta Gorda. This is from our storm tracker Charles Peak, and you can see there's still a terrific amount of wind there. Winds gusting as high as 135 miles per hour in Punta Gorda earlier today, and they are still fierce on the backside of what is now a Category 2 storm. Still seeing elevated water there, and as you can see, a lot of sea spray as well right along the coast. It has been a devastating day in terms of surge and wind in southwest and west central Florida. I also want to show you some other video here. This is blinding rain and storm surge taking over in Fort Myers, Florida. And, this is a very apt description of why we say hide from the wind, but run from the water. There is so much power, so much force in that water. A cubic yard of water weighs about 1,700 pounds. So you can only imagine the weight and the power of that wall of water coming in. And we saw just terrific devastation today in Southwest Florida. Our hearts going out to all of the people of that region. It's been an awful, awful day. And we knew going in that this is one of the most surge vulnerable sections of coastline in the entire country and indeed around the world. Also want to show you some video showing the surge rising. This is time lapse showing that surge coming in beautiful Sanibel Island in Florida, and it can happen very fast. This is a very large storm, produced a wall of water, and that really didn't let up for hours and hours and hours. So I'm sure that the flood damage there in Fort Myers and Sanibel and Captiva and surrounding areas, Cape Coral, is going to be just devastating. We're going to be talking about, many, many hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion in losses. And another video from Cape Coral. So this is just across the river from Fort Myers, and here you see the water driving in there. And this was the worry all along, that we would see this devastating surge, and that's precisely what happened through the course of the day today. So let's give you the latest on the storm. Right now, it is a 105 mile per hour Category 2 storm and moving to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. There is now a flash flood emergency in effect. And in this area, DeSoto, Hardee, Manatee counties, a catastrophic threat, 12 to 19 inches of rain has already fallen. And as you can see, it's not really letting up here. So Wauchula, Arcadia, those areas near Sebring, we're talking about a really significant flash flood threat. Also a new flash flood warning in effect for Hardee Highlands and Polk counties. Considerable threat there. 4 to 10 inches of rain has come down there. Now here is the model forecast. I want you to pay attention to Orlando there, and very heavy rain is going to be coming in over the next several hours. That'll go through much of the night tonight, finally begin to taper off towards morning, but still be coming down strong along the northeast coast coast of Florida. So we're talking about additionally a foot to a foot and a half to 2 feet of rain from Orlando into the northeast part of the state. So a significant flash flood threat continues through tonight and into tomorrow morning along that I-4 corridor and farther north. The wind was just fierce today in many areas. Again, gusting to 135 in Punta Gorda. Right now, we've got gusts to 59 miles per hour in Orlando, gusting to 60 miles per hour in Sarasota. And we want to go now to Punta Gorda and to Charles Peak. And we are looking at some of the damage there. And it looks like, maybe the floodwaters have started to recede in this area. And you can see that there is no power. There's signs down. This is where we saw winds gusting over 130 miles per hour today. So just such a damaging storm across much of the southwest part of the state. And it's not over yet. We want to go to Chris Warren, who is in Jacksonville. And Chris, of course, after storms have come into Florida and moved up into the northern part of the state, we've had terrific flood events in the past, including with Irma. That could happen again in this case.
In fact, Carl, that's exactly what the National Weather Service here in Jacksonville has been talking about for the inland flooding. This is the St. Johns River right here and some of the estuaries. They're saying think about Irma, and that's the kind of flooding that could happen. For coastal areas, they're saying think about Matthew, and that, of course, was in 2016. And we're looking at maybe 4 to 7 feet. Could see some dune overwash at the coastal areas. And again, here, some flooding as well. 3 to 6 feet, also a possibility. And of course, that very heavy rain going to lead to some flash flooding, urbanized areas. Water could get into homes once again. So if you flooded with Irma, you flooded with Matthew, be ready. This could be a similar story. And the winds are going to pick up. The rain's going to really start raging tomorrow. It's looking like a pretty nasty day. But we are looking ahead to the weekend here on the Weather Channel. Stay with us.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel tonight on a heartbreaking day here across the Sunshine State, especially with Ian making landfall. The storm surge has been unprecedented to our south, especially in communities like Naples and Bonita Beach and Sanibel, Captiva, which we don't even know the full extent of the damage there, Boca Grande, and also into Fort Myers and Cape Coral. Here, Sarasota, Bradenton, we're in Lakewood Ranch, where we've had some high winds over hurricane strength. The highest gust 86 miles per hour just a few hours ago. Still getting those tropical storm force winds. And last check, the airport was gusting to 60 miles per hour. But we're slowly bringing those down as we're seeing Ian now push off to the north and east. We are getting that shift to the onshore flow. That'll happen overnight, and we will see some water rise at the coast, okay? But it'll be minimal. We're going to fill back the bays, and we're talking maybe a 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Nothing that's going to cause significant damage, but may close some roads. So don't think about heading back in the morning. Wait at least until crews can get out and remove. There's lots of debris, and they're not getting out tonight to do any of that. So wait it out, especially if you evacuated. I get it, you want to just stay the least amount of time away from your home. Give them some time to open things back up, and then you can head back home and get back to business. Winds are still gusty here, all right? But they're even worse south of here in Punta Gorda. That's where we find storm checker Charles Peak. Charles, let's bring up your shot. I want to show everybody what we're looking at. I'm curious to see it myself because you guys are still getting hammered by heavy rain and strong winds. What are we looking at? Obviously, power's out. And where are you at in Punta Gorda?
Chris, I'm real close to Lashley Park, where I was in the downtown area here of Punta Gorda. And this road here that I'm looking at and on is probably got maybe 8-10 inches of water over it. You can barely see the yellow lines below it. We still got strong winds, heavy rain. Just on the other road I went, it's blocked with a sign that's come down and onto the road and stuff, not safe to go through. So those are the types of situations we're dealing with here in Punta Gorda right now, Chris.
Now, when I see the flooding that's taking place there on that street near downtown, is that storm surge flooding or is that flooding from all the rain?
Chris, being this close to the water, it's a little hard to definitively say which one it is. This road, I do know earlier, already had some flooding on it from freshwater rain, and I know obviously we've had copious amounts of rain over the last several hours, so that would be my guess, but I can't say definitively that there's not a surge component to it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both too, you know. Certainly a possibility you are getting some of that push a little bit more from the west, which may push some water there into Charlotte Harbor. How strong would you say winds are at the moment?
I would say right now they're probably in the 40 to 50 range, but we're still getting some pretty good gusts occasionally that I would say are over 60.
Yeah, it looks like it. And the rainfall total are just unbelievable. So obviously it's dark outside, hard to really get your bearings straight on what's going on, the big scheme of things. Do you feel like a lot of people have left Punta Gorda?
At least they weren't around. There wasn't a lot of people out today. Chris, I'll give you an example here, which, being out there, Waffle House never closes. And here, Waffle House was closed and actually boarded up. So I do think they took it seriously here. And so in that respect, I feel like, but like I say, I told you about an hour ago, that motel that got hit, all the people were still, that was not a well-built structure. But many of them, I guess, just felt they didn't have any other place to go. So, I think it's going to be a mixture of both. But overall, I think they took it seriously here.
We're getting reports, Charles, that nearly all of Charlotte County, Florida, without power tonight, 99% of customers in the dark. Sounds about right.
Yeah, it does. I know I had somebody reach out to me that is a hospital transport, and supposedly over in Port Charlotte, we had one of the hospitals there with substantial roof damage and having to transport patients out there too. So, again, I feel like when we see first light tomorrow and things are a little more visible, we may find that Ian definitely left its mark on the state of Florida and still going as we speak tonight.
Yes, certainly is. Thanks so much, Charles Peak. We'll check back in to see how things unfold there tonight in Punta Gorda. Still much better than what we were seeing with a few hours ago. Here in Lakewood Ranch, I'm going to have Marshall kind of pan up to the palm trees because we're still getting some persistent winds near tropical storm force, gusts upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. You may be wondering why we have power here. Over 220,000 customers in Sarasota County alone are in the dark tonight. But here in Lakewood Ranch, the power lines are underground, and that has certainly kept the lights on, even in some of the intense winds that we've dealt with.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy after midnight. Low 55. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, except for a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, considerable cloudiness. Low 55. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ian. You were looking at live pictures from Punta Gorda from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's been reporting that there's been about 8 to 10 inches of water on the roads right in downtown Punta Gorda. A fair amount of wind damage as well. Winds actually gusted to 135 miles per hour earlier today. A fierce windstorm, particularly on the backside. A lot of people out in the field reporting that it was the backside of the eye wall that was even more fierce than the front side of the storm. And of course, the storm surge doing terrific damage down the coast, especially into the Fort Myers area, Sanibel Island, and down into Naples. And we want to show you Fort Myers Beach earlier today. The temporary outreach center became disconnected from its foundation, was actually swept away by this large storm surge. That storm surge reaching 7 feet in Fort Myers, and that is by far the largest storm surge that we have seen on record there in Fort Myers. Just a devastating surge in Southwest Florida today. In Naples, the fire department working to rescue people trapped in high water. Certainly a very difficult day for first responders to be out, but they were out today doing their very best. And meanwhile, the Naples Fire Department itself was underwater. They had water coming right into the fire station and having to drive through that high water today. So just a really, really tough day as first responders out trying to assist people who were still in that area. Hopefully most people got out of the area. Because this was certainly one of the strongest storms that we have seen to strike Florida. Look at the strongest landfalls in Florida. This is the list of strongest landfalls by wind speed. And so Ian is tied at number 4 with winds of 150 miles per hour, tied with Charlie, which was also fierce, but a much, much smaller storm, and then a key storm back in 1919. So definitely one for the books. Storm making landfall at just after 3 o'clock Eastern time today. And again, there's that backside of the eye wall that was so windy in Southwest Florida. And then before that happened, you saw that where the eye wall was oriented relative to Fort Myers and Naples, just driving the water in right in there. And that is why we saw this record surge. I mean, look at this. So, you know, the gauge here only goes back into the 50s, but this is a look at the top surges being reported at that gauge in Fort Myers. And so that bested the next highest surge by more than double. 7.26 feet is the new record surge there in Fort Myers. The next highest was 3.4 going back to 1988. So this is absolutely one of the worst storms that we have ever seen in Southwest Florida. 5.7 foot surge continues at this hour with the onshore flow. There's still a storm surge warning in effect along the west coast of Florida, but also here farther northward up into parts of northeast Florida and Georgia and South Carolina. As the storm comes off the coast, it's going to be driving water into the coast in those areas. Of course, it's not going to be as strong of a storm, but there will be a water level rise there. Well, we want to get out to Paul Goodlow. He's been reporting on the storm in St. Petersburg. And Paul, you know, you're a good 50, maybe 60 miles away from the eye wall, and still it's been a tough night there. I mean, that is testament to how big this storm is.
Right, the tropical storm force winds are still going out 175 miles from the center, and we're about 60, 70 miles from the center still. And just this hour, we had our sustained wind drop to 35. It had been in that tropical storm force, which is 39 or higher, ever since 8 o'clock this morning. So more than 12 hours of tropical storm force winds lashing St. Petersburg. And just behind me, you might see some of the red and green flashing lights. That's an airport. That's Albert Whited Field there. And it's maybe about a par 5 or so away. So it's just across this little inlet. And you mentioned some of the water rises. We're seeing the opposite here in Tampa Bay. We're seeing a lack of water because of our persistent northeasterly winds that kicked up early this morning, really kind of overnight, and then has been pushing physically the water in Tampa Bay out into the Gulf of Mexico. It has revealed a lot of new real estate here, but trust me, this is not the kind of land you want to claim right now, because that water will come back as we head throughout the day tomorrow. Don't know how fast it will, but it will move back in once the wind shifts and stops physically pushing it out. And you also have that tidal push as well. So in some areas, it could be coming back with a vengeance. I know the Hillsborough River, which also empties into Tampa Bay, that's down like 9 feet. So parts of the bay between 5 and 10 feet lower than it would normally be this time of the year. I was here yesterday and there was water in its normal locations. And then today, boom, boats are sitting on mud right now because of that water. But it's coming back. An impact here from Hurricane Ian.
Thanks for watching our special coverage of Hurricane Ian continuing to roar through Florida as we speak. A lot going on. We've got crews covering the storm far and wide, and will continue to do so as we get first light in the morning and really see the extent of the devastation along the Gulf Coast, not to mention the current beating we're seeing in central Florida now as it winds its way up through south of Orlando and then working its way up to the northeast part of the state, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville. We will have big impacts and the potential for some pretty extreme flooding like we're seeing in parts of Wauchula and Hardee County. The latest advisory, still 100 miles per hour. So yeah, we've seen it come down quite a bit from where it was when it made landfall, but think about where it is. I gotta say though, it did move more quickly than what some of the forecasts were calling for, say, a day or two ago. This was expected to kind of just hang around either the Gulf Coast or just inland and just sit there for a day. That never happened, thankfully, right? So we can get this out of here. We can start the cleanup process and get things back and moving up again, right? But it also strengthened much more quickly than the forecasts were calling for, and it also made that last-minute jog further south, which is always a difficult trend. The models, even up until the last 24 hours, still couldn't pinpoint a pretty confident location on where it was going, so everybody had to prepare. And it ended up being this way. And I think Southwest Florida had the least amount of time for preparations just because there was so much attention on Tampa and even north of there for so long that a lot of people, I think, weren't anticipating how extreme the storm surge was, especially in Naples, Fort Myers, Bonita Beach, and Sanibel. Wind damage, wild, bad. A lot of these areas have been rebuilt, though, over the last decade because of recent hurricanes, so we can handle a lot of wind, but the surge is a whole different ballgame, and that is extensive and catastrophic in many parts of Southwest Florida tonight, unfortunately. Water is still high in cities like Fort Myers, still that onshore push, keeping that water from draining out into the Gulf of Mexico where it belongs. Here in Sarasota, we dodged the worst case scenario. However, there's a lot of damage here. I want to walk around just really quickly. We're at Longboat Key. Longboat Key is on the ocean. We're in Lakeside Ranch, okay? And this is just to the east of downtown Sarasota. Come around this palm tree. And we have lights, we have electricity. Don't think the winds, though, were not strong because we have power. The only reason we have power here is because a lot of the lines are actually built underground, and that actually keeps us in the light, even in some intense wind gusts like we've been seeing. But there are over 250,000 customers without power in the county of Sarasota. And much more than that, we're approaching now 2 million customers in the state of Florida. That number will get higher, especially with that core wind field getting into a very populated central part of Florida. Getting into Sebring, you start to get in some of those suburbs south of Orlando, and we're talking some big-time power outages heading into the overnight hours, and even up towards Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, and Palm Coast could get hit hard with power outages. So that number will continue to climb, and it may take days and even weeks for the power to get restored here. There's a look at the current outages. Just about 2 million customers without power. Remember, that means the count for people is much higher. Much higher. Lee County topping the list with just shy of 500,000 customers. Sarasota County, number 2, with over 254,000 customers. And then Collier County coming in at over 200,000 customers. Tampa now clocking in close to 200,000 customers without power. And Pinellas has seen that count come up. I expect Orange, Osceola, Lake counties, those will all start to see the power outages climb. Polk as well. And then getting up towards Daytona Beach and points northward. Wind and rain now, the big story. Storm surge is going to be an issue, and we'll have to watch now northeast Florida because you're going to get that onshore push off the Atlantic as some of those bands start to come in, and then we're going to get the rainfall in places like the St. Johns River Basin. So the combination of the two is not looking good. We're going to take you now to Punta Gorda, Florida. They were in the eye for quite some time. They went through the western and eastern eye wall. okay? Both of which were powerful, but the back edge would be much stronger and still impactful even at this late in the game. I want to bring in Storm Tracker Charles Peak. He's in Punta Gorda showing us the heavy rain and wind there. Much better now, but still quite intense. I can hear it in my ear, and just the conditions we're facing. Slowly improving, but it can't get out of here soon enough. So Charles, talk to us. It looks like you came across some damage. This looks to be a siding, a roof, part of a roof or a awning kind of ripped off. What are we looking at?
Yeah, Chris, on this building here, it looks like it's like a facade around the roof that is up with metal structures and metal awning around it, and it's been torn down here. And for a lot of the area, that's what I've seen so far tonight. It's been what I would call more, minor structural damage. You get out of the edges of town where things haven't been built up quite as much. We saw some more, severe structural damage, roofs ripped off and things like that. But part of downtown here, believe it or not, has a little power. I don't know in that particular section, like you were talking about, Chris, if that was done underground or not, but there was probably about a 10-block section on one side of the road that still had power.
Well, I got to imagine, with Charlie, a lot of the city being rebuilt, that's certainly something that could have been a factor, at least that part of the city, putting their lines underground. Even just when we last talked to you about 20 minutes ago, conditions look like they've improved big time. Is the rain let up a bit and the wind starting to come down slowly?
Yes, Chris, in both accounts, I would say now we're getting sustained winds of 15 to 20 and gusts more in the 30 to 40 range, and the rain has considerably dropped off compared to what we had a little earlier.
Yeah, we're noticing that trend here too in Sarasota. We'll get a brief gust maybe to 40, 50, but sustained winds have really simmered down now, and the rain has let up a lot here where we are, just east of Sarasota. I want to talk to you about your perspective. Walk us through, you haven't had a ton of time to get out and about. It seems like you're just now getting that opportunity to, but it's dark. Just from your brief time there in Punta Gorda, you've been in some big named hurricanes. I think Laura, and I remember Michael. I don't know if you were there for that one, but I remember the wind damage from those hurricanes. Are you seeing that type of destruction just by wind from where you are, from the little that you've seen this afternoon and tonight?
Right, Chris. This is, I was on Michael, I was on Irma, Laura, all of those, and what I'm seeing here is more similar to Irma. I was in Naples at Landfall there, and in Naples, most of the structures, because of the building codes, were in pretty good condition. You got outside of Naples, and the building codes weren't the same, and you had a lot more destruction there. This is not anywhere near what I've seen so far, anywhere near what we had in Lake Charles with Laura or with, Panama City Beach, Mexico Beach with Michael. Considerably different. I hope and pray that that's going to continue to be what we see, and we don't find some areas that we're just decimated. But right now, it looks like it's not that bad. But then again, Chris, as you know, if it was your house or your business that did have that structure, it's terrible for you, and so I by no means want to minimize what we're seeing out here. It is still very bad for these people. They're going to need a lot of help, but maybe it's not quite as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, and no two storms are ever the same. I just want to get a comparison, and I think you can, just based on the video and images I've seen, I think Ian is going to be most remembered from its high winds, yes, but even more so from its catastrophic surge, which we haven't even seen the full scope of the damage to your south.
Yeah, and of course, as we talked about earlier, so far here in Punta Gorda, it doesn't look like the surge was near as bad as what we had feared. But then obviously other areas that you've talked about, it was devastating. So I know when I've been to Naples, even with you before down there, that's home for you, to see what you're seeing. This is gut-wrenching.
It is. It's hard to see, especially given that we peaked so high. I mean, the videos, and a lot of these places don't even have cell service, so we haven't even gotten some of the worst video that will likely come in the next couple of days of just how bad it actually was in many of these homes and businesses, say in Naples and Bonita Springs and Sanibel, Captiva. It's going to be really compelling to see the aftermath of what is left of these communities, especially right along the water and some of these bays and inlets that just took on the Gulf of Mexico as it swelled. Thank you so much, Charles, for the update this evening. We'll check back in and see how things are improving somewhat there, it seems like, in Punta Gorda. We've seen certainly a lack of rain now in the last hour or so. Let's see how things are evolving now in St. Petersburg. That's off to our north. We know that power outages count is increasing there in Pinellas County, Paul. Do you have power where you are? Are you seeing lights on at the time being?
Chris, I'm close to downtown, pretty much in downtown, and we are still seeing power as far as we can see. Even the St. Pete Pier here, you can see out the other end, that structure, I think it's a science center, but you can see all the lights on going behind me. You can also see the wind still blowing the rain with these winds, which are still gusting in that 50-plus mile-per-hour range. The good news is our sustained winds have dipped down just below tropical storm force, which is 39 miles per hour or higher in terms of sustained winds. Although there comes another big gust coming on through here, we still have those gusty winds, but the sustained winds have dipped down. That's also correlated with the pressure actually coming on up. It bottomed out about 997 about 3 hours ago. Now we're up just above 1,000 millibars. So that's good news, which means the center of Ian continues to push away from St. Petersburg, but it's doing that slowly. But the western side, the northern side, has been always laden with a lot of rain. We're about 70 miles from that center point, but we're still getting a lot of rain at clips. We're seeing between a quarter to close to a half inch an hour. We're 3 inches plus of rain in Ian so far, which is great. Consider we had some areas here in the metro area pick up 3 to 6 inches of rain just last night from thunderstorms not associated with Ian. So a lot of areas, that's the big threat now, is that freshwater flooding. One thing I also noticed, Tampa Bay has been pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico with these offshore winds we had for all day long, but I have noticed the water has come up just a smidge. So we could see kind of the lack of the kind of slackening of the wind. So we could see a little bit more push as the tides change. But we do know for sure the winds will shift around on Thursday. We'll see a lot of the water that was pushed out come back in. In terms of the speed, we're not quite sure, but a lot of people have been out here enjoying some drier ground, even though it's been raining all day, but it's a very dangerous thing to do. The impacts could be a minor surge still on the backside of Ian as we head on towards daybreak tomorrow. You mentioned power outages. 30% of Pinellas County without power. As far as I can see, there are lights on in downtown. That's good news for those residents here, but I do feel for my colleagues even farther south. I've been in plenty of hurricanes and had plenty of days without power. You got to remember, we're going to be in the 80s tomorrow, perhaps 90s when the sun comes back. It's going to be rough for the millions of Floridians without power over the next couple of days. Chris, it's still a concern. We're on the backside of Ian, but we're not quite done at all. And yet another I-named storm, most likely causing billions of dollars of damage here in the U.S. Chris?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ian gets retired. That's for sure. Those I-named storms seem to be the ones that are most impactful. Carl, I saw the temperature in Jacksonville tonight, 62 degrees. That's quite chilly given the fact it's late September. We have a front, right? That's helped bringing Ian across the peninsula, and it's down in the low 70s right now here in Sarasota. How is that going to squeeze out any additional moisture moving into central and northern Florida as it gets combined with Ian?
Well, that's adding to the convergence on the north side of the circulation. It's also tightening up the gradient, and that's why most of the wind has been on the northwest side of this circulation. Let's show you the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Category 2 storm, 100-mile-per-hour wind. It is expected to continue to weaken, but it's going to come back out over the open water. That should allow it to maintain status as a strong tropical storm as it comes towards a second landfall, and that's going to likely be near South Carolina. Right now, still some very heavy rain showing up in west central Florida. That is a flash flood emergency going for another half hour. DeSoto, Hardee, and Manatee counties. We've seen 12 to 19 inches of rain only now finally beginning to thin out in this area. Also, a flash flood warning in effect for Hardee and Highlands and Polk counties. And you see here we've got a lot of rain coming up through Orlando through the next several hours. That's going to mean a flash flood threat. You see the rain coming down there on I-4 in Lakeland. That's coming for you in Orlando.
All right, guys, if you have not seen this video, please come to your screen. This was earlier this afternoon, Naples, Florida. This is my hometown, all right? This was a fire department here where the surge, that storm surge, that came right up into the firehouse, all right? That's that's a brand new fire engine they had just gotten recently. And look at how high the water got. They're trying to get out all their gear so they can salvage whatever they can. And put it into a dry spot. But look at how high that is. I mean, even the fire rescue crews were needing to take shelter and get to dry ground. It's just unbelievable to see that here out of Naples, one of many spots that were underwater. Right now, this is the scene in central Florida. This is Lakeland. Look at I-4. I mean, this is what you want during a hurricane. Essentially, nobody on the road. I mean, how often do you see that? Even at night, right? You got people that travel this route, very heavily traveled route between Tampa and Orlando. And look at the conditions. Look at the wind. Really starting to pick up now in central Florida, especially around Lakeland. Next in line will be Disney World, Lake Buena Vista, Universal Studios, getting into Orlando. And then eventually Daytona Beach, you're going to be seeing these kinds of conditions. So visibility going downhill, rain really picking up. And we've already seen between 12 and 19 inches in south central Florida in communities like Hardee County. Wauchula, hard hit right now, flash flood emergency. We've seen the rivers now approach record levels, especially near the Peace River as it goes north out of Punta Gorda up through Arcadia and Wauchula. Also watching the Kissimmee River. While the heaviest rain has yet to arrive, that is going to be another one to watch. And many of the rivers here in central Florida. Look at that rain swath right on into southern Sarasota County. Sarasota proper saw close to 10 inches. South of there, we saw close to 15 to 18 inches. And then that worked right on into DeSoto and Hardee counties. And it's continuing to spread now north of Sebring and into southern parts of Polk County. Lake Wales, you're included in that risk for extreme flooding. And that is, I think, a big danger tonight, especially given the dynamics, the core winds. Remember, Hurricane Ian still a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane, even at this hour over central Florida. It's going to take time for it to weaken. This is a monster of a hurricane, and it's not just going to weaken immediately. It takes time for that wind energy to kind of dissolve as it spreads off towards the northeast. There's the flash flood emergency. DeSoto, Hardee, Manatee counties, including Northport, South Venice, and Venice. Catastrophic flooding. And unfortunately, because it being nighttime, we just can't see what's going on. There's not even power in most of these communities, and it is pitch dark. So do not try and drive. Not only are you dealing with debris and wind and down trees and structure damage, but major flooding in some of these central Florida counties. Let's take you back to Punta Gorda. I want to check back in with Charles Peete. He has come across an area that is in the dark, so no power. Here in Punta Gorda, looks like we got some big trees down, Charles. What are we looking at here? What kind of damage have you seen?
Yeah, Chris, as I've drove around, this still the same kind of damage, nothing major severe that I've seen. For an example, here you've got these probably 20-foot trees, 15-foot trees that are in front of some condos, apartments, and they're all pushed in one direction, as you can see. That would have been, as we talked about before, from the western eye wall. After the eye was here, and that western eye wall came back, that's the direction that it would have pushed all these trees. Now, you'll also see sometimes in these, when they're planted this close to all this concrete, they don't get the root structures that they would ideally have, and sometimes they're easier to move over, but that's what we're looking at right here.
Charles, can you, we've got about a minute left. Can you walk us through what conditions were like for people who are maybe just tuning in to see what things were like in Punta Gorda and when the worst of the weather was?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, there was times I was out there. I remember one time we were in downtown, and me and Jim Cantori were standing there next to each other. I'm 240 pounds and 6'2". It's not going to take, a pretty good wind to be able to get me. And there were times that I was getting pushed and taking maybe, say, 10 feet before I could actually get myself stopped. So the winds were just incredible out there today. And then on that backside, then it became just stronger winds, it seemed, along with heavy rains.
Yeah, it was quite the event there. We were watching your coverage, and it was just wild to see, especially that back edge of the eye come through Punta Gorda. More continuing coverage here from Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, and many other communities along the Gulf Coast as Ian pushes north.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ian. As always, we're concerned about the possibility of tornadoes with a landfalling tropical system. So Volusia County now under warning for a possible tornado. That warning going until 10:45 Eastern time. And let's take a look at the threat for tornadoes. That's going to be primarily in the northeastern part of the state, around the Space Coast there, over into Orlando. 4 out of 10 on the Torcon tonight. Still a lot of wind with this system. Winds gusting to 47 miles per hour in Orlando, 56 in Vero Beach, 59 miles per hour in Sarasota. And here's the model showing how things are likely to evolve going through the rest of tonight. It's going to continue to be very windy going into 1 o'clock in the morning. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour in Tampa and in Sarasota, gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour in Orlando. Then that center of circulation is going to be very close to Orlando in the morning hours. We're still seeing really strong wind on the backside of the system, especially in the northeast part of the state. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour in Orlando into tomorrow evening. So this continues to be a very long duration event, only very slowly moving off to the northeast. And then that center coming up towards parts of Georgia and South Carolina. Still very windy in Jacksonville, even into Friday evening. So there's a look at where we're expecting power outages, widespread power outages along the I-4 corridor, down along the Turnpike as well, south of Orlando, and all points to the south and west of that, obviously up into the area where we had landfall. And there you see the hurricane warnings, which are now in effect, covering the central part of the state all the way over to the Space Coast and to Vero Beach. Here's a look at the area of strong winds. We're going to watch that area of hurricane force winds contracting into the late evening and early morning hours, and then the stronger tropical storm force winds continuing. The storm is likely going to maintain status as a strong tropical storm as it makes a second landfall. And that's going to be in the afternoon on Friday. Still a large area of strong winds, and that will come up into parts of Georgia and South Carolina. And along with that, we are going to be looking at an onshore flow. And so storm surge will once again be a concern. It's not going to be at the level that we just saw because, of course, the storm will not be anywhere near as strong as it was when it came into Southwest Florida. Well, we have some new video just into the Weather Channel from Fort Myers earlier today. And look at this. Unbelievable scenes here with that water coming into Fort Myers. The wind was howling today, and the water level rise up to 7+ feet in Fort Myers, by far the largest surge that we have seen in Fort Myers on record. Now, The gauge only goes back to the 1950s. However, over that 70-ish year period, this is easily the largest storm surge we have seen in that region. Another video for you now, coming to us from Bonita Springs. And once again, that devastating surge coming in, covering the barrier islands and a lot of places that were farther inland and as well. I fear we're going to be looking at a terrific amount of damage when this is all said and done. Could easily reach into the several $100 million range, maybe even $1 billion disaster with all of this surge flooding. And another video to show you now, this is wind reaching the Georgia coast. You see the sand whipping there on Jekyll Island. Part of what's happening here is that a strong cool front has come down into the southeast. And so there is a gradient wind due to the pressure difference between Ian and that cooler air that is coming down from the north. All right, let's go to meteorologist Chris Warren. He is in Jacksonville. And Chris, a lot of rain ahead for northeast Florida and some concern that this may have echoes of what happened with Irma.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Carl. Tropical storm warning in effect, hurricane watch in effect, storm surge warning in effect, and a whole heck of a lot of rain is expected. We're about 250 miles away from where Ian did make landfall. It's going to come up here. It's going to weaken, but still be big enough and have enough wind associated with it. We could see some surge up the St. Johns River. The winds out at Mayport Naval Station, wind gusted to 56, sustained 44, so not too far away, 15, 20 miles away. You got some tropical storm conditions. If winds get strong enough, perhaps the Main Street Bridge might get close. Some of the other taller bridges, something to be concerned about. But it's the river right here with water draining down. The river is likely to come up as water is also coming in from the Atlantic Ocean. You can see right here, St. Johns River, you got about 3 feet or so, 3.5 feet. And then there's a parking lot. Just gives you an idea of how close the water is. So essentially next stop, it's going to be here in Jacksonville and then possibly going back offshore with another landfall in Georgia or South Carolina. So make sure you stay with the Weather Channel in the days to come.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Ian. Obviously made landfall near Cayo Costa, which is an island in southwest Florida, and then pushing up through North Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, areas around Rotunda and Charlotte Harbor. You're looking at some of the damage here in Punta Gorda where they had wind gusts as high as 135 miles per hour. All right? Look at that. Now, a lot of Punta Gorda has been rebuilt after Hurricane Charlie just devastated the community. And so since then, these buildings are much stronger and more resilient to higher winds. So we're not seeing as much structural damage, say, as Charlie. But the surge was so much more catastrophic here to the south of Punta Gorda, especially communities like Fort Myers, all up and down the Caloosahatchee River into Pine Island and Sanibel Island and Captiva, Bonita Springs, Estero, and down all the way into Naples and Marco Island. Just unbelievable storm surge. That's still high tonight. It's slowly coming down, but it's going to take time for that water to recede. That's the Gulf of Mexico literally invading the southwest Florida coastline. Hard to imagine. I mean, homes literally ripped off their foundation. So tomorrow morning we'll show really the true tale of the extent of the damage here. Right now we just don't know because it's been a long duration event, and now some of those worst conditions are arriving in central Florida. Look at Lakeland right now. You're looking live along Interstate 4. When do you look at Interstate 4 and see not a single vehicle out on the road? That's smart though. This is not a night to be driving. It's just too dangerous. Not only are you dealing with no power, it's dark, it's hard to see, you've got debris flying at you, palm fronds, small trees, even down tree limbs. So you're having to avoid all these obstacles. And then you're dealing with the risk of flooding. We've already seen it, where we've got a flash flood emergency still in Sarasota, Manatee, and Hardee counties. Venice, Wauchula, Areas around Arcadia and up towards Sebring have seen just unbelievable amounts of rainfall. You can see the radar right now, and it's just kind of sitting over some of these areas in central Florida now, and that's slowly starting to work into the south side of Orlando. We've got to watch this closely. There's the flash flood emergency. Again, DeSoto, Hardee, Manatee counties, catastrophic threat, and it's nighttime in a lot of these communities like Arcadia and Wauchula, Zolfo Springs, areas around Bowling Green, and even areas south of Bartow have seen just unbelievable amounts of rain and wind damage. There's also been a lot of wind. Remember, Hurricane Ian still a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane. Look at some of these radar estimated rainfall totals here that we've seen from Venice. Close to 18 inches of rain has fallen just in the past 24 hours. 17.4 inches there in Wauchula, and Sebring now seeing those increase in winds. I'm standing in Lakewood Ranch, that's just east of Sarasota, kind of on the border of Manatee and Sarasota counties. We did get word that most of the Lakewood Ranch is without power. However, here in the main street, we've got power because we're connected to the hospital grid. All right, so that is why the lights are still on. Don't think the lights are on. It wasn't that bad. No, most of Sarasota is without power. There are some people who have power, but most of Sarasota is without power, even with the lines being below the surface. A lot of the lines are buried here, the electric lines. The transformers are not, and so a lot of those can get issued with flooding and then can also be blown out. And so that's what we've been seeing here. So we're talking over 250,000 customers at last check without power in Sarasota County, Carl. That number now approaching 2.1 million customers, and only going to go up for here. You got to imagine those core winds are still intact and approaching the Orlando metro area, especially the south side there, as we head into the next few hours.
Yeah, a storm this powerful has a lot of what we call inertial stability. It's basically a lot of momentum, keeps it going for quite some time. And there's also quite a bit of rain that's going to be coming down in Orlando. Let's take a look at the radar right now. There is still a flash flood emergency in effect for just a few more minutes here along the west coast and farther inland. Also now looking at a flash flood warning in effect until 1 a.m. for Hardee, Highlands, and Polk counties. Here is the model forecast. I want you to note all of the rain that's going to be coming down in Orlando and then farther north. That's 3 o'clock in the morning, Daytona Beach. That reaching up towards the Jacksonville area as well. That continues for much of the morning there in Jacksonville as the storm continues to move out into the open water. And so we are going to be looking at a significant threat for heavy rain. There's a look at the rainfall to come. Large area here of 12 to 18 inches northeast of Orlando and towards Daytona Beach and the Space Coast there, and then good 5 to 8 in areas south of Jacksonville. So there's a look at the risk for flash flooding tonight, very likely in the west central and central part of the state. And then tomorrow, got a high risk for flash flooding extending from Orlando up along the northeast coast and into the Jacksonville area as well. Going to be a good bit of wind along with the system, still gusting now to 59 in Sarasota. And taking this forward, we expect to see winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour in Orlando through the overnight tonight and right through the morning tomorrow. We'll have much more coming up.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, skies clearing overnight, low 56. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, sunshine and some clouds. High 68. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday night, considerable cloudiness. Low 55. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ian. You're looking at live pictures from our storm tracker Charles Peak of some of the wind damage in Punta Gorda. Winds gusting to 135 miles per hour today. And by a lot of accounts, the winds on the backside of the storm were actually the strongest on the western eye wall after the forward eye wall came through the area. That's when we saw the strongest wind there on many parts of the Florida Southwest coast. Also want to show you what's going on in Orlando right now. Winds have been picking up, but now gusting to 47 miles per hour. Winds could gust over 60 miles per hour overnight tonight. We're also expecting a terrific amount of rain to come up and across the Orlando metro area, so flash flooding is going to be a possibility. That also moving up into the northeast part of the state. It's been a really tough day today in the southwestern part of Florida. We've had a devastating storm surge, and here we're looking at some video from Port Charlotte in Florida, and you see it looks like some modular housing here, some pretty significant damage to some of that housing. And there, of course, is the storm surge, and that was just devastating in many parts of southwest Florida. The storm was so large in size, has such a big impact when it comes to the storm surge potential, and just a much, much larger storm. Even though it made landfall in precisely the same place that Charlie made landfall, it was far larger. All of Charlie could fit within the eye of this storm, and that's what drove that tremendous surge. But also there was wind on top of that. A Category 4 storm certainly does mean business, and you can see all that corrugated metal roofing there that has gone into the streets, and so it looks like we've had some significant wind damage as well. It's going to be a very long and arduous cleanup process here in southwest Florida. And certainly a very difficult time for many people from this region, and our hearts going out to all the people that have been affected by this storm. So let's talk about where the storm sits in terms of history, and it is by wind speed among the tied for fourth place for the strongest storms at landfall in Florida. Number one, the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Andrew sits at number two. Michael in 2018, number three, and then tied for fourth place, Ian and Charlie and the Florida Key storm of 1919. The storm made landfall just after 3 p.m. this afternoon. Again, it was that eye wall on the back side that actually brought much of the strongest wind, in part because there was a steeper gradient here on the northwest side with cooler air coming down from the north. And then, of course, out ahead of the storm, we had that southerly flow that was driving water into Naples and into Fort Myers and Sanibel Island, where we saw devastating flooding. And in fact, when you look at the storm surge flooding records, these records going back to the 1950s, this was by far the largest surge event there in Fort Myers. You see the next highest, not even half of what occurred today, more than 7 feet of storm surge there at that gauge in Fort Myers. The water is still up. It is still up in Fort Myers. 5.2 feet is the current surge. There are still storm surge warnings in effect. There are also storm surge warnings in northeast Florida and in parts of Georgia, because the storm is going to be coming off the coast and it's going to be driving water into the coastline, but as a strong tropical storm, so it's not going to be nearly the same level of storm surge that we saw there in southwest Florida. And let's go now to meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's been reporting on the storm in St. Petersburg. Of course, Paul, we were very concerned that what happened in southwest Florida might be what was going to happen in Tampa Bay. But in fact, with the way the storm came in, it was the opposite. It actually drove the water out of the bay today.
Yeah, it's all about location, location, location. Earlier in the week, we had that forecast of that eye passing north of St. Petersburg, say Clearwater, so that would be the worst position. That means what happened in Naples and Fort Myers, that surge would have happened here in Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay is a huge bay, but the opposite happened because it made landfall well south of us. We've been dealing with this persistently northeasterly wind all day long, and it might be shifting just a bit, but bottom line is taking the water in the bay and has pushed it out in the Gulf of Mexico. And I've noticed that since our winds have decreased just a smidge, we had since 8 o'clock this morning a sustained wind of 39 miles per hour or stronger It's just now come down to 35 mile per hour sustained, but gusts have still been in the 50, 60. And earlier was, I think, the strongest gust I saw at the airport, Albert Whitting Field, which is just off to my left, 77 miles per hour. But I also have noticed that the bay waters are getting a little closer, so it looks like it's slowly starting to return. Hopefully it continues that slow return, because the big concern is people have been out here and walking on with ground that should be underwater. If that surge comes in quickly, that gets a lot of people off guard. But the rain should also be tapering off with the wind throughout the day tomorrow.
Well, Ian is now making the slow slog inland. And night team coverage continues with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow with where it is right now precisely and where it's headed. Phil?
All right, so let's take a look at the very latest here, because the cloud cover suggests that the center has moved already into the middle of the Sunshine State. And by the way, it made landfall earlier today, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 150-mile-per-hour winds. It did so just north of Captiva as a Category 4 system. Now, the very latest is suggesting that the winds have come down to 100 miles per hour as of the 10 p.m. advisory. It is now being tracked out of Orlando, about 80 miles to the south. Checking out the radar, we can clearly see that there's plenty of rain, but you can almost split the system in two. Pretty dry to the south as that circulation is being interrupted coming into the rest of the storm here from the Gulf of Mexico. So keeping those feeder bands from bringing much needed moisture to the center of the storm. Still plenty of rain moving in across parts of Sarasota. A little break right now from the rain moving in through Tampa, Lakeland, big downpours. So all that rain continues now in through Orlando, across Cape Canaveral, and more rain is now moving in across parts of North Florida in through Jacksonville. Now here's a close-up cone, Category 2 right now. It will continue to lose a lot of its punch by the time it reaches Orlando overnight. It will be a Category 1, but then by the afternoon tomorrow, it'll be down to tropical storm status and then heading out into the open waters of the Atlantic. We'll have a lot more in our local forecast a little bit later on.
And, you know, in terms of a lot of what we talked about for the last couple of days, you know, it was all realized. We knew it was going to be a large, very powerful storm, and it was going to cause, you know, a multitude of problems. That's exactly what happened today.
And I think my fear at this point is, of course, we're just a couple of hours after landfall, that we haven't heard the full scope of damage of what's happened down there.
Right.
And that likely won't be for days until we get the full idea of exactly what happened damage-wise in Southwest Florida. We want to take a minute to talk about some of the things and some of the videos coming in to the Weather Channel of what happened today. This is from Fort Myers Beach earlier today. The temporary outreach center became disconnected from its foundation and was swept away by the large storm surge. And this was not the only thing that went floating down the water as far as storm surge goes. Debris, you know, there were boats at one point that went floating down some of the, in between some of the buildings. So, you know, it's just one of those things that when we get into the water that is this powerful, it can move very, very large objects like this temporary outreach center. In Naples, the fire department worked to rescue people trapped in high water. And this is something that a lot of the emergency responders have been doing all day long. But unfortunately, meanwhile, the Naples Fire Department itself was underwater. We saw just a tremendous amount of surge in the Naples area, and water levels are still continuing to try to come down in these spots. In fact, Fort Myers, which I'll show you in just a minute, is still experiencing several feet of surge. Today, Hurricane Ian made landfall in Cayo Costa, and ironically, that is the exact same spot that we saw Hurricane Charlie make landfall. Of course, we're looking at two wildly different storms, and of course, the biggest difference is just the sheer size of Hurricane Ian. Winds at 150 miles per hour and pressure all the way down to 940. No surprise here, we have seen those power outages continue to skyrocket. Right now, we're over 2 million customers without power, and keep in mind, a customer is just a billing point. That can be a household of 4, 5, even 6 people. So we are looking at a lot more than just 2 million people without power right now. It's just 2 million customers, and that number will likely grow as we're watching Ian cross the peninsula and move into more populated areas with some fierce winds, as well as the rainfall has just been tremendous as well. Some of the top wind reports we've seen, Punta Gorda, 135 miles per hour. As Carl and I were just talking about, you know, we will likely likely see more data come out of, say, the National Hurricane Center and some of the local National Weather Service offices over the next couple of days as they comb through the data. But these are just some of the initial reports, and they are fierce from Ian. Here are some of the wind speeds that we're still seeing right now. Sarasota gusting to 60. Orlando, the winds really starting to pick up, gusting to 50 right now. The I-4 corridor is not a place that you want to be through the overnight hours or tomorrow, frankly, because Ian will be crossing right over there. This is what I was talking about with Fort Myers, still seeing 5 feet of surge, and it'll take a lot of time for this water to come down, and it's going to come down a lot slower, and then it quickly rose earlier today. Well, Hurricane Ian made landfall just after 3 this afternoon as a high-end Category 4 storm. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantori rode out the storm in Punta Gorda. Here's what it looked like as the strongest winds hit.
This is probably our worst wind right here. Yeah, this is extreme, bro. This is really hammering. I just got knocked on my butt. You can hardly see, Venice. You can hardly see anything out here. A couple pieces of debris, look like some housing, styrofoam and things like that that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. It just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second. Just give me a second.
All right, that is just some stunning coverage from Jim Cantori there. That was from earlier as Hurricane Ian was making landfall. Now we want to send it out to St. Petersburg, where we find meteorologist Paul Goodlow. And Paul, while all the water was rushing into places like Fort Myers Beach, your area actually had the opposite problem, where the water was just rushing out of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's all about wind direction, wind direction, wind direction. Take a look at this video from earlier in the day. You can see there's land that people perhaps were trying to claim, but it was a dangerous kind of dance they were doing. Yeah, the water northeasterly push that water out of the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico, but that water's going to come back. It's been slowly kind of returning the last hour or so as we've seen Ian kind of pass us by and getting a little farther away. In fact, our pressure is now rising. The lowest this evening was 997. That's the closest pass to the center. Now we're sitting above 1,000 millibars. Our winds have gone down just a tad. We're still been gusting 50 to 60. In fact, last hour 61 mile per hour wind gust. But our sustained winds have dropped from 39 or above to now 35 degrees. So officially lower than tropical storm force.
Welcome back, everybody. Wrapping up our coverage now of Hurricane Ian, and going to bring in Chris Martinez, chat a little bit about this storm. I was just looking at some new updates from the National Weather Service in terms of watches and warnings. And Chris, some have been discontinued to our south, the Miami-Dade to Broward County. I think we can anticipate by, say, 5 a.m., more advisories drop. But as we look big picture here, and we look back at this storm, this was, as we pointed out before, this is hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime event, but 24 hours ago, I want to give you props, Bud. You called it. You suggested that this storm, when it was 120 miles per hour, could become a Cat 5. It almost did.
I was literally amazed, because when we went home, was it last night? These days all running together. When we went home last night, I think it was at 120, right?
Yeah.
And then we woke up and it was like 155. but thanks for that. But no props needed to give. But again, it's just a testament that the Gulf of Mexico is such a powerful food source. And again, we didn't have a lot of wind shear as the storm was eventually making landfall. And these water temperatures, Mike and friends at home, were 86 to 88.
So warm.
And it's shallow there. So you've got all that energy to feed and strengthen that storm. So that's why I say don't sleep on the Gulf of Mexico, because it happens as they approach the southwestern Florida coast. It happened for Harvey. As you move closer towards the Texas coast, all across the Gulf Coast, especially as you get closer to that landfall to the coast, these systems tend to blow up. And that's why we talk about, it might be a little bit stronger than the Hurricane Center suggests. And I think this is how this one behaved as well.
And I remember Hurricane Michael in October of 2018. This was and Ken Graham, the director of the Hurricane Center, points this out often, and you interviewed him at the Hurricane Conference back in April, that the 4 Cat 5 hurricanes that made landfall in the United States, all 4 were a tropical storm 36 hours before landfall. They all went through this rapid intensification. Michael was a tropical storm, suddenly becomes a Category 5 hurricane. The other thing I want to run by you is, and I talked about Glenn earlier in our coverage, when this storm went through that rapid intensification overnight, it blew up into almost a Category 5 storm. One of the things we noticed, one of the things that really struck me, was the amount of lightning near the center of the storm, near the eye wall. And again, we've discussed how this is going to be studied and broken down, and the academics are going to have just so many papers coming out on this. But just the fact that that lightning was so intense and so widespread, it kind of really blew me away.
And it's just a testament about how much moisture was being fed into the storm. And it was a perfect example, Mike, of rapid intensification, because the definition is 35 mile per hour strengthening. And it went from 120 to 155 in less than 24 hours. So it was and you're going to hear, and it could, when they go and do the post-storm assessment, they could upgrade it to a 5. It literally was right there. And earlier recon from the Hurricane Center, the flight that was in the storm was picking up winds of 158 in the storm.
Yeah, I remember, I think Vanessa said something about that this morning too. So yeah, just an amazing storm. Unfortunately, the story of Ian has not been finished yet. The story's not done, because now it's moving toward Orlando. Our coverage will continue during the overnight hours, but as always, Bud, great job.
You too.
Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que podemos esperar durante las próximas horas? Vamos directamente con John Morales, meteorólogo y experto en huracanes de NBC6. Muy buenas noches, John, y adelante, cuéntanos.
Bueno, ya tenemos aquí la imagen del radar meteorológico para que vean lo que está ocurriendo justo en este instante en términos de dónde está localizado esto, porque desde que llegó a tierra por acá, por el sector cercano a Fort Myers, se ha estado moviendo hacia el nordeste, y pueden observar como el ojo del huracán como que no está tan bien definido ahora, y es porque viene perdiendo fuerzas. O sea, llegó como categoría 4, ahora va por categoría 1. Los vientos máximos sostenidos son de 90 millas por hora en vez de 150 millas por hora. Pero una cosa que preocupa esta noche, aparte de toda la inundación costera por el agua de mar que penetró a nivel récord para Fort Myers y Naples, nunca se ha visto un nivel de agua en el mareógrafo ahí en ese sector como se vio durante este ciclón. Bueno, aparte de eso, esta noche tenemos toda esta cantidad de lluvia, y ha llovido particularmente fuerte aquí al sur de Tampa, en un lugar, un condado que se llama Sarasota, un evento que se daría solamente una vez cada 1000 años. Y estamos hablando de una acumulación de lluvia de 20 pulgadas en cuestión de 12 horas. 20 pulgadas de lluvia se han acumulado ahí. Además, el viento actualmente todavía soplando 90 millas por hora. Como ven, pasando más bien al sur de Orlando, pero oiga, en Orlando la brisa también está fuerte y se anticipa la posibilidad de que durante la noche sigan viéndose esas ráfagas. Fíjense cómo debe perder fuerza en las próximas horas. Ya de madrugada empieza a acercarse a la costa para salir ahí cerca o al sur de Daytona, y luego vuelve a salir al mar, vuelve a entrar como tormenta a las Carolinas. Eso sería para el final de esta semana y el fin de semana.
John Morales, muchas gracias por esta información. Y usted en casa, por favor, tome todas las precauciones necesarias. Esto aún no termina.
Prolific rain that we're going to be talking about when all is said and done across Florida. We do want to get to the very latest with the radar and tell you where some of those flash flood warnings still are and maybe where we could see more come down the line. So you're still looking at quite a few of them laid out, stretching out of Fort Meade, stretching over Haines City, and further up into the Orlando area. Areas, by the way, that have already seen several inches, maybe half a foot to almost a foot, and then we're going to continue to see those numbers go up. Given the heavy rain, that rain falling to the surface, bringing with it some very strong winds from aloft. So this is a look at the velocity. Cody from Weather Command kind of clicking on some of the scans at this point. So 50-mile-per-hour winds that you're going to find scattered throughout the region where you have those flash flood warnings. So we're still seeing tropical storm force winds, but that potential for hurricane force will go up as we continue to see really the core of Ian shift in that north-northeasterly direction. It's all pinwheeling through north-central Florida, heading into the northeast. So those bands bringing in torrential rain, you still have the strong winds that are going to associate it. So it's all just, making it very challenging to be outside. Now, the hope is that it's 1:30 in the morning and most everybody is in the comfort of their home and safe, but this is going to be a threat into the overnight. So there's a look, Cody, circling where we have the core of Ian still at this time. There's no longer the eye. It's really fallen apart as it's weakened, but it's still quite strong. Keep that in mind, too. It is heading in that north-northeasterly direction, heading right towards Cape Canaveral and Titusville. Cape Canaveral, by the way, storing Artemis 1, the launch delayed because of Ian. This moon rocket was supposed to launch, I'm losing track of days, I believe earlier this week, but it did get delayed because of the hurricane, as it should. Also should note, we're showing some of you the rain totals at this time. When we talk about the amounts, this is all an estimate. So we'll get more exact totals moving forward, but radar estimates showing anywhere from 8 to 12 inches coming out of Avon Park as you take it into Fort Meade, where we do have that flash flood warning. So that's on the southern lower part of your screen here. Shifting into the northeast, anything highlighted in red, we're looking at about a foot at this point. And notice the rain is still coming down. We'll take it into the Orlando area. You guys still under that flash flood warning. And notice the winds that are associated with these rain, the heavy rain. We're looking at current winds, 33. It looks like that might be the sustained wind in Orlando. Sustained coming out of, it looks like Leesburg, around 30 as well, gusting even stronger than that. So you're going to get these bursts of winds, and then they'll maybe fall back a little bit, and then they'll come back again as we continue to see Ian move throughout Florida.
Ian's still a hurricane with the latest update from the Hurricane Center, but a minimal Category 1 storm with 75-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. And now the rain and the surge moves north-northeast and eventually off toward the west into the southeast. Thanks for joining us for our special coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm meteorologist Ray Stager.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick. On the screen there, you're looking at a live shot in Orlando, Florida, where the center of Ian continues to hammer now parts of central Florida, and that's going to continue to bring the heavy rain, the high winds farther off to the north and east as Ian will track across the Florida peninsula. In fact, you're looking split screen there. On your left, St. Augustine. On your right is Lakeland, Florida, and both of which you can see the heavy surf being blown in St. Augustine because, well, at least on this side, you're seeing those winds coming in mainly from the east-northeast. And in Lakeland, you can see the very heavy rain just being blown across the screen there. Let's look at the current numbers of Ian. The new numbers came out. Now, the next full advisory, next full discussion will come out at the 5 o'clock hour. But every hour, there's just going to be a new position change and new numbers here. But here are the numbers that Ray was talking about. Still a Category 1 hurricane, just holding on to that 75-mile-an-hour wind. So we've seen those winds, sustained winds drop. Pressure is rising, now up to 980 millibars. Anytime you see these numbers continue to climb, that means that we're not quite seeing a stronger system as it was before. Moving northeast at 9 miles an hour, that's the forward motion, and currently 55 miles south-southeast of Orlando, Florida. I want to show you this loop here, and again, this loop is going back several hours, and notice how in its of itself, how much stronger it looked along landfall and how much less we're seeing all the big numbers, all the colder cloud tops as we head toward the 2 o'clock hour. Now, still a little bit of action here around Orlando and Melbourne, but for the most part, this Ian is starting to really lose a little bit more of its feel as it did early on into your Wednesday and now pushing into your Thursday as well. Here's the radar look. Ray will be getting in a little more about the flooding threat, but we do have some current flash flood warnings that are currently out, mainly just south of the I-4 corridor. Going to hit each one of these. Lake Wales, you're right in the middle of it. Polk County, flash flood warning in effect until 3:30. Radar indicated, so not quite seeing the catastrophic flooding as areas off to the east, where we're also looking at some flash flood warnings currently out here for parts of and around the Kissimmee area. Here we go. Osceola County, that is where I'm concerned about the flash flood warning, because this one has a considerable threat tag on it. So we're seeing some life-threatening flooding that can come out of that list off to the north. That does include parts of the coast from Cape Canaveral, Brevard, Orange counties in the flash flood warning until 4 o'clock. And then also looking at Orange and Osceola counties, including downtown Orlando, under a flash flood warning. That is also until 2:45 a.m. So we still have the considerable flooding that's going to come out of this. We're looking at the winds out of this as well. We're seeing some gusts upwards of 32 miles an hour in Jacksonville. Those top storm force wind gusts in Orlando at 49 miles an hour. 56 in Vero Beach. I want you to follow these arrows and you get a good idea of where that circulation is. So that is why we are keeping our eye on Ian as it continues to track its way off to the north and east. We did have a couple of active watches and warnings out there, but that is not happening. Bigger perspective, though, all the alerts we have, according to Hurricane Ian, even though it is past Naples and Fort Myers and Sarasota, this will probably end up being a change as well. These hurricane warnings will most likely have to be dropped eventually, but you can see this tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings still farther upstream. So we're not quite done yet with Ian. Even though it may be weakening, it's still a dangerous storm, particularly for areas now from Central Florida off to the north. Absolutely amazing video coming out of Jim Cantori. Our very own Mike Sedell said that of all the years that he's been tracking and out in live hurricanes, that this is one of the worst ones he's ever been in.
Yeah, you know what happens? He said it was on the back side or the southwest side of the eye wall. Usually your strongest winds on the northeast side, as Jim mentioned there, as strong as they experienced on the northeast side of the eye wall. So powerful storm. You know, and you were just seeing just a little snippet of what Ian was. When the sun comes up this morning, I'm sure we'll see the breadth and the scope of the damage in southwest Florida.
And here's a look at what Ian was doing. You see the track, that's with the white line behind that, but this is what it was like right along landfall early on today, and how Ian was still a very formidable, very dangerous storm. Even at this time, we have the possibility for some flooding rainfall, catastrophic flooding that could also go on. And it is something that looks to continue as far as the heavy rainfall and at least tropical storm force winds for the remainder of today into your Friday.
Yeah, recapping landfall yesterday afternoon, Cayo Costa in Florida, Category 4, maximum winds at 150, pressure 940. And now as we wind down, still going to be impacts. And we take a look at the named storms and landfalls here of the eye storms. You can see Ian, Ida, Isaias, and also Irma, all going in different parts of the south and along the Gulf Coast. So, ice storms are memorable ones, Todd.
Well, if you think of it just in terms of when the hurricanes season begins, typically if you're going to get your ice storms, they'll happen during the peak months, right, into your September and October. Just something to point out there as well. As we take a look at where we are, at least as far as the with Ian at this time, we still have some ongoing flash flood warnings that are out for Orange and Osceola counties. You can see really basically all along the I-4 corridor, flash flood warnings look to continue for the next couple of hours, Ray. So the wind may not be as strong, but the rain, heavy rainfall, looks to continue. And we have some new video here at the Weather Channel. I love this video. Simple fact that, yes, it's dangerous, but the reason why there's a man walking in, well, a bit of a storm surge there. Look on top of what looks to be a air conditioning unit there. He's grabbing an orange tabby cat that was trying to find a safe spot away from the rising flood waters. Again, a very dangerous situation with what he is doing with the rising tide and flood waters. You can see at least the water upwards of about up to his knees, and it only takes 6 inches of moving water to knock a person down, but he was willing to take that chance to help save that cat. And when you look at a lot of things that happen, especially when you're dealing with these type of storms, you have to think outside, especially if you're evacuating. You have to bring your animals with you, and you have to bring, if you have community cats out there, a lot of times you got to think of that as well, particularly when you're dealing with storm surge. They have nowhere to go. At least that one ended up a very happy situation there, even though, again, it was a very dangerous thing he did. But thankfully, he did end up saving that cat.
Have to go through the flooding here. I mean, take a look at this video that we got out of Fort Myers, Florida.
That's my grandparents' house. That one right there on the grounds.
Just devastating. I mean, storm surge came in. You have the pressure from those waters. Not only do you have, water that comes in to flood the community, but it's rough water. And all of that pressure on these buildings, unfortunately, it looks like those 2 homes just collapsed under the weight of that water. And really, the damage has been done there. I mean, you saw the home next door. Also, the first level of that home just, caved in on itself. Storm surge is still going to be a component with Hurricane Ian, especially for Northeast Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. We take a look at Hurricane Ian right now. So this is the advisory as of 2 o'clock this morning Eastern time. We are going to be awaiting an update at the end of this hour. 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern is the next time we will get an update from the National Hurricane Center. Here's that core of Ian right now moving up through Central Florida at about 9 miles per hour to the northeast. That pressure has come up, so we are seeing that weakening, but overall the impacts of Ian are still remaining the same. We are expecting hurricane force gusts to continue, which is why we do have a hurricane warning that stretches both coasts. And we're really going to be focusing more so on central and northeast Florida for the impacts of Hurricane Ian, seeing those hurricane force wind gusts at least over the next couple of hours, as we are going to be awaiting for Hurricane Ian to emerge back off the coast and into the Atlantic. But one thing to note too, tropical storm warnings are in place up through Jacksonville, Savannah, up into Charleston, South Carolina, where we are anticipating these conditions to continue to go downhill throughout the day today and into our day on Friday. Power outage tracker. Many of us spent the evening in the dark, went off to sleep, and you're going to wake up in the dark too, where we have 2.5 million outages in Florida. This is customers. So at this point, we're talking probably more people than that. And this number, as we've been tracking it overnight, has continued to climb, because what we're also monitoring now is more power outages along the coast up into Northeast Florida, Orlando. So if you do happen to still have power, savor it. Make sure you're charging up those phones, charging up your laptops, because eventually we could get to a point where that power is going to go out. We're going to see Charlotte County at the top, Hardee and DeSoto with nearly 90% or more of the county without power. We do have new video coming in to the Fox Forecast Center. And we're going to get to that right now. In fact, you can see just the devastation. This is here in Charlotte County, Florida, which you just saw, which 90% of the county is without power. I mean, take a look at the winds that came through. Absolutely devastating, knocking down tree limbs, these palm trees, no match for the winds. Charlotte County, I mean, the storm surge and the flooding. Take a look at the top right of your screen. You can just see the damage that has been done, this water that comes in, and you'll see the white caps too. I mean, this is what I was talking about when we're talking storm surge in these communities. Of course, this water comes into areas that would typically be dry land, but it's not just calm waters. You have those strong winds and you have the lapping of that water, and it really is quite rough and very dangerous.
And Ian is now a tropical storm with 65-mile-per-hour winds located southwest of Orlando. And based on the forecast track, it should exit the Florida coastline between Melbourne, Cape Canaveral later today, and over the open waters of the Atlantic. It does look like it could get a little bit stronger just below hurricane strength before it makes landfall for a second time between South Carolina and Georgia. It seems more likely like it will happen around South Carolina near Charleston. Wind speeds still remain rather impressive. We have gusts of up to 40 miles per hour. in Orlando at this time. And here's where the system is located. It is producing quite a bit of wet weather, especially around Daytona Beach, stretching as far north as Jacksonville, Orlando getting soaked, and the brunt of the activity being felt here. But on the backside, we've noticed that conditions have dried up significantly. Now, I wanted to point out that we had another system developed yesterday, and that's Tropical Depression 11 with 35-mile-per-hour winds located just to the west of the Cape Verde Islands. Best news of all, this is just an open water system, and it's not going to impact any land areas, and we're not expecting significant strengthening.